to stand still, if I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still,
dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Akhi, I'll try, Akhi, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Echi, I'll try, Echi, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Echi, I'll try, Echi, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Fools,
to stand still. If I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still.
Okay, today we have Team Liquid going to their pictures. Hey guys, long time no see. How are you doing so far?
Good. Very good.
Are you guys excited for the event? Mickey,
Really excited.
hey, are you guys super happy to see me right now asking you questions, Nisha?
Yes.
Can I get more than a one-word answer from you, Mickey?
No.
Okay, so coming into this tournament, you guys just came second in 3 majors consecutively. Are the rumors true that you've just been purposely holding on to the victory until the bigger prize money?
No, we're collecting enough second places, and then it's like Exodia pieces. So
Okay.
when you have enough of them, you can magically transform them and you just win the air.
So what's the magic number of Exodia pieces? Is it 5 just like Yu-Gi-Oh? Are you guys sticking to the lore?
To the lore.
To the lore? Okay, Nisha, is this true or is I full of crap?
About what?
About the Exodia pieces that you're assembling from getting second at the major.
Yeah.
Were you listening to what he just said?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I know you guys love me interviewing you guys on your way to the pictures, but my question is, what is your favorite part about Media Day?
Free coffee most of the time.
Makeup.
Makeup.
Why do you guys like makeup? Is it because like you feel like you're getting pampered, or you feel like you're looking your best?
Yeah, I look the best finally.
Well, I've seen you at the gym. You look pretty good recently. Do you have anything out there to tell people if you're gamers, like aspiring, get in better shape?
No, just do what makes you happy.
This guy is an absolute beast, I promise you. And why do you like makeup, Mickey?
Glow up.
Glow
Glow up. No glow up.
Oh, okay. Okay. Now I'm going to leave you guys be in a second. You're about to go to your pictures. So any final comments going into the tournament, Mickey?
You're the best carry, BSJ.
That means a lot. Thank you, buddy.
Perch here with Insania from Team Liquid. Thank you for letting me harass you. I appreciate it.
Welcome.
Questions about the patch. A very small patch. Do you think it's going to make enough of a difference to change the meta for this tournament?
I think it will have some impact. I think the main, like, big villains of the last patch got affected. So
Gaming Gladiators?
the main villain heroes got affected. So so I think no, you'll see some differences. I think like some heroes that were very good but were kind of unplayable because of Morphlings, Medusas might have the ability to come out now.
What's a hero on the patch that you want to play but your team says isn't good enough?
I'm trying to play Arc Warden 5, but they keep telling me it's not good. I want to play it on Dire.
How do you do it with such low movement speed?
No, but like it's so strong in lane on Dire because you know the spells are like unmissable. Even like as a like boomer, you can land the Spark Wraith. It's so fast.
Okay, I've never tried it. I'll have to try that. When everybody's been talking about Gaming Gladiators, like amazing year, and obviously they've had a great streak, I keep looking at the Liquipedia, and I'm like, damn, Team Liquid has gotten an insane amount of second places. It's an incredible accomplishment. Are you feeling salty about seeing Gladiators get all those first places, knowing you're so close all the times?
Honestly, I think they've earned it. I think there's a I can see the level of effort that we've put in compared to what they've done, and I can understand why their results are better than ours. And I feel like there's a very clear reason. They have been better. They have tried harder. They have been their ideas have been better every time we've gone into grand finals. I feel like this last time in Bali, I think we were probably one of the closest times until game 3 and 4, definitely not. But game 1 and 2, I think we're very competitive. So I feel like we're catching up. But throughout the year, I do think they've been just putting in more effort and more successful effort. So a lot of respect for them. Not salty at all.
Okay, sounds good. How are you guys? Do you feel more motivated because of how close you guys have been?
I mean, we had an idea that we were going to ramp up towards the end of the year. And now we're at the end of the year, so we're trying to ramp up. So I never saw it as they're an unbeatable team that we won't be able to beat. But I realized that with what we're doing right now and the amount of effort that we were putting in, it just wouldn't be enough because they were really, really, grinding it and finding good ideas, and they were very successful in building their team.
I mean, I don't want to make the interview about Gaming Gladiators because you guys have genuinely done such an amazing job, but I think it doesn't get talked about enough. So, What happened to Oracle?
Oracle? I don't know. I actually don't know. I just realized I haven't played it in a while.
It was really good for a couple weeks.
It must still be Imba.
It's like the fives got solidified is what happened. It was you play in 9 or what was the other one?
I mean Ench on the actually I don't know, but I would guess Brood got back, and you got some more animals in the off lane that Oracle doesn't really enjoy.
That makes sense. Okay, well, thanks for the interview. I appreciate it.
No worries.
Omar, hello, my friend. Hello, my friend. It was very confusing having Amar and Omar at the same time on a team. Do you have anything to say about that?
It's fixed.
Okay. Cut that part. All right. What do you have to say to the haters that say, these guys without Amar, they're not good? What do you say to those haters out there?
I won't say anything. I will show them.
All right, all right. You know, back in the days of Ooredoo Thunders, you know, you guys made it from Div 2 to Div 1. Is there anything that are you a different team now that you've played with Amar, now that you've gone through and you got 4th place at a major? Do you guys feel like there was a big change for you? And if so, what was it? What changed in your mentality? That was a very long-winded question. I'm just going to keep talking here.
I mean, in terms of what changed inside the team, the 4 players are still the same. Our mentality is still the same. It improved, but our goal is still the same. The hunger is there. We need to win. We will keep improving. Amar changed a lot as well. His mentality was so good, and it's actually improved us as well. So we will keep going from there.
Okay. I'm going to go bother some more people from Team Quest. Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Oh, this is Noob. I'm sorry. I don't know what you guys look like. Okay. I've seen your names a lot, you know, Div 2, but a lot of the time players, they don't have the cameras on. But it's good to see you. It's good to see you finally popping off and owning, because you've been playing. How long have you been playing like professional Dota for?
I think I've been playing for like 3 or 4 years.
3 or 4 years? Okay, that's actually not that long. You're killing it, dude. You're killing it. What's your MMR at?
It's like 10K, 10 point something.
Yeah. Could it be higher? Are you tryharding as much as you could?
No, I stopped tryharding a long time ago, but yeah, I've been in 10K for like 2 years or something.
Yeah. What if Puck becomes an S tier hero? Would you become 13K MMR?
Probably.
Okay. Are there any sleeper OP heroes that we're going to see pulled out in this tournament?
If there were, I wouldn't say. It's not allowed, but it's secret.
What about Pudge?
I can't say. I think it's OP though.
Yeah, you heard it here first, guys, with Quest Esports. And all right, I guess the question people are going to want me to ask is, with the stand-in situation, how did you choose your stand-in for this? What was that process like? And how'd you reach out?
I mean, our players know Malik, Omar knows him, and TA2000 and Kauri, they all know him. And he's a really good player. We wanted to play with him before as well, but now is the chance.
Okay, and where's TA2000 at? He's doing makeup? Okay. TA2000, I just want to let you know it's really confusing when you play TA. And how do you feel about that when it's just confusing? You have Omar, you had Amar, and then when you play TA and you are TA2000, you confuse a lot of people.
I don't know what to say.
Okay, guys, that's it with TA2000. Thank you so much to Quest Esports for the interview. This has been the Quest Corner, and see you guys on the flip side.
Hey guys, here with Puppy at Media Day. Puppy, how you doing?
Good.
Are you happy to be here at the tournament? Are you excited?
Always excited to talk to Purge gamers.
Yeah, I know that's why you're here. Thank you. What did you think about the most recent patch, the 7.33E patch? Just nerfed the best heroes the last tournament, but do you think it went far enough?
I think it was good. I think we will still see Dusa and Morphling just as much, but just not only for one reason, you know, more for Aghanims, and maybe Dusa is a little bit weaker, but still not weak enough, I would say. But I think it's fine now.
How are things going with your new offlaner that you just swapped in recently?
Well, it's not even that recent if you think about it, but it was good, and I think it will be good, and, you know, it's great.
What are your expectations for Group B? Are there any teams that you're really worried about?
To be fair, every team is to worry about, and every team is not to worry about. So, like, we are here more thinking about winning every game rather than thinking about any team. So it's the meta is kind of like, you have to figure out the meta. I don't really care what everybody else is doing.
Are you worried that that meta is a little too boring right now due to the patch has been a little slow in the last like 2 months or so? Would you agree with that?
Am I worried?
Is the meta like too
it is
too figured out?
It is stale, and it has been for a bit, but it's I'm not really sure if it's related to the patch or not. I feel like it's very hard to kind of like move away from the norm, because the second you do, you kind of start losing every game. So I think I don't really know what the real reason is. Why is that? Why people don't experiment that much and stuff? Because right now, as you can see, drafts are very similar for every team. Every team is copying every team literally as much as possible, and the flavor is gone, I feel. a little bit for a team to do this or that. So I'm not really sure what the reason is for it. I just know that all of us are trying to figure out this same picture, the same pictures of, what's better Dusa or what's better Morphling and what's better like Undying Breakers and all those things. Basically, there's a lot of heroes that are just on the top market that everybody's just trying to put as much value into.
Do you miss the glory days where you could just like be like, I'm the smartest Dota player, I'm gonna pick some weird hero and we're just gonna break the tournament in half with it?
Yeah.
You're gonna do it this tournament?
Probably not, because it doesn't work anymore.
At all? Like it's just that is that just gone until the patch comes out? Is that how it works these days? You have to be like very conservative to like win?
I'll tell you that probably at TI things change every single time. I feel like, yes, these are majors. Yes, these are big tournaments. But I do feel like at TI, things change. They always do. And as long as we have TI, we probably will have we will have a type of tournament that is not going to abide to the laws of the meta.
Are you considering this tournament as a similar level of TI, or do you just, I mean, the prize pool is obviously very similar, but do you think it'll be chaotic, similar to the way you just described?
Perhaps, but I still feel like every Dota player is working towards winning TI, in a sense, like every other tournament. But like the TI has hits a different nerve, and that's what people wait for every year. Now that we have Riyadh, that is pretty much like a TI level tournament. I think people are kind of phased, like I don't know how to feel like this yet, or to be fair, I'm not really sure. I just know that it just came earlier than TI, and I'm not sure if it's, to be fair, is it on the TI time? It's July, August. It's like the old TI. It's the old TI. Let's be.
Are you worried? Like, do you feel unease or anxiety about this tournament, like similar to past TIs, where like this is the big moment that you have to perform for? Are you feeling that way at all?
I don't think so. I think TI has just been, it's been many years of TI, and it's different. This tournament, I've played one of them last year, and it's not a reoccurring situation. So yeah, it's not the annual or something like that. It's a great tournament, but TI is TI still.
Okay, thank you so much.
I'm the interviewer. What's your name? Bob! Bob! The best name. Can I interview you?
Sure.
This is Bob from Execration. You guys are, I can't swear, you guys are freaking insane. You guys are an insane team. What do you think about that?
Agree.
Everybody says, dude, Bob has got the best name out of any Dota player. What was the inspiration for your name? And what do you say to all the fans out there that love you and love your name?
Thank you guys for supporting me, and yeah, thank you.
This is Bob from Execration, ladies and gentlemen. We got more of Execration over here. Execration. I don't know what I've only seen your guys' names. This is Shanks. That's from One Piece.
Correct.
Is that your favorite anime?
I think so.
It's even though it's 1,000 episodes, do you think it's worth watching?
Yeah, I've been watching it since I was a kid.
And what's your favorite arc in One Piece so far?
Marineford, I think.
I don't know what that is because I don't watch One Piece. Do you read the manga?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Is there any non-1,000 episode animes that you watch this year, let's say?
Not really. I don't watch any anime right now. I watch Netflix series.
Have you seen Beef?
I did. It's pretty good.
It's pretty good, isn't it? Do you like the main characters?
Sometimes they're annoying as well.
Yeah. Would you be friends with the main characters of Beef, do you think? Or do you think you'd get them out of their life because they're toxic?
Maybe I will, because I have toxic friends too.
Well, these gentlemen are from SEA pubs, so I can understand the toxicity element to things. What do you think about that? When people say SEA pubs, they're the most toxic. Is that a load of BS?
They're toxic, but they still keep trying even though they're losing so hard.
Yeah, in North America, we just go straight down mid. The biggest nerf to North America was when they made it so you can't Tiny Airlines people anymore. Has there been any nerfs like that to SEA Dota where, the pub meta just changed forever when they changed something?
I think SEA is like the game is always long because people are always trying even though they're griefing at the same time.
And does that translate into competitive play for you guys? Hey, there's Quest Esports, guys, right there. Execration versus Quest. That'll be on stream 59 on day 40 of this event, a Gamers 8 tournament. There's a lot of streams going on. Check them all out.
Hey guys, excuse me. How you guys doing? Ari, you first.
I'm feeling good. Hey, Brian.
Okay. How about you?
Yeah, I'm very good.
And you?
Very chill, very chill.
Very good. So I've been thinking, I get to watch you guys play Dota, but I don't get to see you guys behind the scenes. So when you guys scrim, who is the most vocal immediately after the match, Ari?
Immediately after the match, probably depends if we won or lost.
Okay. If you lost.
If we lost, it's Moon. No one else says a word.
Now, he says it's Moon. Who do you like? What does he say? Can you do your best impression of Moon?
Best impression? It's alright, guys. We have nice game, okay? We just play the nice game. We chill. We know our mistake. We fix it. Then all good.
I can one up that.
Okay. Ari says he can one up this.
Okay, this is Moon. Okay, after the game. Okay, guys. I know where we lost. Okay, listen. I've got it figured out. Okay, first, just keep it simple. Okay, just keep it simple. Just pick our heroes. Ari, you're playing these heroes only. No more heroes. Okay, no creativity. Okay, we got these heroes. Okay, now we just need a stable safe lane. Tomato, you're just playing Bloodseeker every game. Stable safe lane. That's all we need. Okay, now it's easy.
I really felt like I was immersed in the experience of what it's like to lose a scrim with TSM. So after you win a scrim, what happens, bro?
Usually some guy says something. I don't remember what they say actually. No, something about the game.
Okay, so I guess I'll ask you a better question then. My question would be, if you feel like something's strong in the meta, like if you feel like you like a hero a lot, how do you present it to the team? Like, who are you talking to first?
If something is strong, I definitely try it out in a pub, see if I win with it, play like 10 games, and I message Moon on Discord. Yo, this hero's kind of busted.
Okay, so what I'm getting from you guys is Moon seems to be like the mediator amongst all of you. Is that true?
Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
Okay, you seem like you had something to say about that too.
Yeah. Moon is like the strongest vocal in our team. Yeah.
But do you feel like you have a voice, Waimon?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Okay, so how do you guys always have to go to Moon first, or do you ever like bring it up to say Ari first as like the support duo?
Yeah, sometimes we talk like each other, the players, but sometimes we talk to Moon also. Yeah.
Okay. Because I've had my experiences with Moon in pubs, and let's just say that the whole part about losing in the scrim, I could really relate to that, because usually I'm not playing too well in pubs, and can't really hear the end of it from Moon. So my question would be, Ari, does he ever give you guys words of encouragement to like pep you up?
Yeah, he definitely does. I think at the start of the year, that was something he wasn't so good at, the human side of it, keeping the positive vibes. But I think in the second half of the year, he's really stepped up, and now he focuses a lot more on like raising morale when it's needed, and like making you feel good, or like making you feel less bad about the things you did wrong. So yeah, for sure.
Okay, so I'm going to mention the two players that have played together for the longest out of this entire roster. So I guess what makes you and Tomato such long-lasting teammates, bro?
I think first of all, it's very easy to talk to each other in game, and I think because both of us we matured a lot personality-wise, and we were able to talk points and arguments without getting it too personal. I think that's a big factor, and second one's probably we're just like really good friends.
Now, who's your best friend on the team, Waimon?
Out of my team?
Yes.
um,
You can say you don't have you don't have favorites.
Maybe my coach, Moon.
Oh, that's a good, really safe answer. Well, as we leave it on that awkward note, thank you so much for talking with me today, guys. I enjoyed poking your brains about the dynamic behind TSM. Good luck in the tournament, guys. Any last words for the fans?
Thanks, Brian, for the interview. And yes,
I'm not your fan.
I know you are. And for the fans, please keep supporting us. We're trying our best.
You guys got anything?
You don't mention the haters. Haters keep hating.
Yeah, that's the Quinn strat. Thank you.
Hey, Perch here with Stinger from Beast Coast. How you doing?
Feeling so because today I wake up a little bit sick.
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm getting better.
How excited are you for this tournament in comparison to other ones?
I think this is a big one for the prize. It's also compared to the international, so I'm very excited to get a good result with my team.
Great. How did you feel about the last patch? Do you think it's going to change enough? Just nerfing the top heroes?
Yeah, I think it was a little patch, so probably we won't see like top 3-4 heroes who was picked before in the last tournament. So for me, it didn't change too much.
Have you felt any difference in your scrims so far from that patch?
No, like we were playing our same heroes because we are like playing our own meta, not going straight to the everyone does.
Do you feel like you're one of the few teams who plays their own meta? It seems like a lot of teams pick the same heroes. So are you trying to be different?
Yeah, we're trying to make them play our game.
Okay. And what are your heroes? What's a hero that you wish you could play right now that's not quite good enough that your team tries to convince you not to play?
Elder Titan, probably, like spamming that hero. Yeah.
What's the best item build for Elder Titan in your opinion?
For support, I can do like Veil, a Blink Dagger, or Refresher.
Did you say Veil?
Yeah. Veil of Discord.
So you just want to like blow up the whole team by yourself?
Yeah, just spam my skills in the backline.
If you refresh ulti, said 2 ultis, does it kill the whole team?
Yeah, if there's something like to wombo combo, like with Darcyr or Void, Faceless Void, yeah, I can kill the most important hero on the enemy team.
Okay, I hope to see you ulting many times this tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you. Perch here with Panda from Team Evil Geniuses. How's everything going so far at the tournament?
All good. We're preparing. We just got here yesterday. We're going to be playing Xtreme, playing more ranks.
How are you feeling as a team right now? You had an incredible year, but the last tournament didn't go so good. Is your guys' confidence higher right now?
I think so. Everyone is really motivated. We got stomped in last major, but we still think we are a really good team. We talk about what was wrong, what the issues were in the team, and we're really happy right now. It's a really good atmosphere.
That's great. How do you feel about the last patch? There wasn't a lot of text, but it nerfed all the top heroes. Do you think that it went far enough?
I think it solved a lot of issues, but I still need to play it because I haven't played enough. So I really need to start playing more games right now and figure out what's broken.
Are there any heroes in the meta that you wish you could pick more often and play in these competitive games?
I mean, people are still starting to pick Io. I want to play it more. Maybe a couple more, but I don't know right now.
Are there IO pairings that are especially good? Because it never really seems like IO is just the hero by himself, right? So what are your favorite heroes to pick to play IO with?
I love playing IO with Bloodseeker and Slark, but I'm sure people are just picking it with Lesh and I don't know. Maybe Storm because Pugna is nerf now.
What about Bloodseeker combo do you like with IO?
I mean, it's so fun because you just get to run everywhere on the map. It's like playing with Weaver, but better.
So it's about you being fast, not so much about the game being more likely to win.
Yeah, I mean, it's really fun because some people are trying to catch me, and so my partner is really fast. So I just run away from them. It's really fun to play that way.
Free Xtreme, that makes sense. Are there any heroes your teammates want you to pick that, or like any heroes that they want in their role that you don't think they should pick?
I haven't asked them, but my coach keeps insisting that we should play Ancient Operation, even though I don't think it's broken. Maybe if IO becomes meta, I start playing it, but I don't think so right now.
Isn't IO or A just like super weak on lane compared to a lot of other supports?
Yeah, I think so. That's why nobody plays him. I like playing the hero, but it's never a patch for him.
What skill build do you go on AA? Because me personally, when I have A's on my team, they do some weird, like they max like Chilling Touch, and they max like Ice Vortex, then you kill the Tormentor, and they get the Shard, and then level 1 Cold Feet. I get mad. So what's your best skill build on AA right now?
I think you just get 1 point on your Terror Spell, and then you start matching everything else. Or even you don't get points on the Chilling Touch. I think maybe in some lanes you don't have to touch it.
That's what I think too. I'm very happy you said that. Thank you. All right. Thanks for the interview. I appreciate it. Hey, Purge here with Makoto from Talon. You've had a really good year so far, but unfortunately you missed the last major. How did that feel, missing the major in your home country?
Especially, I mean, it feels not great at the time. Like, especially I miss like my major even in my own country. But at the time, I think we just like look at the good thing happen. Like we have a good break for because of we didn't qualify to major, and then I think we have a good like preparation for this coming Riot tournament. So I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, I agree. I think and it really might pay off now that you had time to scrim. Did you get to play a lot of the teams that were at the major, scrim them while it was happening?
Yeah, I think we scrim a lot against like the other team that playing in the Valley. It was pretty. I feel like because we didn't play Bali, I feel like we kind of learned a lot like from watching it also. So it helped us a lot.
So how does that mean you're very confident going into this tournament with the rest and the practice and the watching?
For me, I think I feel say we are pretty confident. I mean, because because of the result of this game also, and I think we just not now we are just like more relaxed because maybe we just like have a good break. Like we got a lot of vacation also, and then like we're talking about Dota a lot also. Yeah.
What's your favorite hero to play mid right now?
Mid right now, probably Snapfire, Windrunner, and also TA.
What do you think about the Lina builds mid with magic nuke stuff?
Oh yeah, I tried even in Ripley also. It's pretty cool. It's a good like hero that burst damage like fast.
What's your favorite item build on mid Lina right now? What do you think works best? I saw people going like maybe one null, they get Ags. What build do you like?
For me, I like the most probably Aetherland into Aghanim or Aetherland into Travel and then into Aghanim. Yeah, something like that.
What about like E-Blade into that build? Do you think it's too greedy?
E-Blade, I think at some game it works if you have like a stun for in your team, but most of it I feel like you need hacks on it. You need to like Skype.
Okay. The last patch came out, nerfed all the top heroes. Do you think it went far enough, or do you think the meta is going to change, or do you think it'll be the same?
I would say it's probably gonna be like the same, right? But maybe like a few heroes gonna be like not in the meta anymore. Like probably Morty, and then like Eber or Storm. Like maybe I feel like people gonna keep still picking it, but maybe less than before.
Okay, and last question: what hero do you wish you could play mid that isn't very viable?
Is it very viable? Evoker. I feel like I must Evoker so much, but I know it's just hard to play like the hero in competitive.
Was it the change to the Chaos Meteor damage, or like what really nerfed the hero on the ground? Because it gets picked sometimes, but lately not so much.
I think the nerfs kind of big, like in the level 20 talent. I think it kind of changed the hero because you don't have like any timing, especially maybe just like too slow hero. Maybe need to like some buff.
What item build do you think is best on mid Invoker then? Because there's a lot of varieties. The Midas is you go Drum, you go Spirit Vessel, Witchblade. What's your favorite?
For Invoker, if I play Exot, I will likely to go Midas into Witchblade and then BKB after. Or if I play Wex, probably Orn into Midas and then into BKB. Usually like that.
All right, great. Thank you so much for the interview. Hey, this is Purge here with Soxa from Team Tundra. Soxa, how is your team feeling going into this tournament?
We feel good. You know, finally we're together. We didn't play the Bali Major together, so now I'm back and we feel good. We played some boot camp for like a week, played some scrims, and we have an overall good vibe going into the tournament.
Was there a good vibe when you watched back your team's games without you on the team? Do you have some criticisms for the people that tried to play 4 position while you were gone?
No, I think they did really well without me. Like they got top 3, and you know, I'm happy they did it. You know, a bit annoyed they did it without me, but of course, like I'm happy for them, and it makes me glad that they're still like their top level team, and to be able to play with them, I feel like we can go all the way. So
Yeah, you've had a lot of like roster swaps in the last like 4 tournaments or so, but it keeps working out pretty good for you guys. So does that give you more confidence going forward?
Yeah, for sure. Like I feel like we are like a team that focuses more on the big tournaments, and we just wanted to make it there. So now that we are actually here, I feel like we can actually give it our all, and I feel like we have the potential to do really well here. So we'll see.
So with there was a lot of tournaments in the last couple of months. Like it was like DPC, then majors, then Dream Leagues. But now we're going into like the TI grind mode. So is it just like grind from here on out? Obviously, there's like TI qualifiers and stuff that you guys won't have to play in. But are you guys just like buckling down and working really hard until TI from here on out, or are you going to have any time for breaks?
I mean, for gamer state now, like we're focused fully to make sure that we do well here. And then after that, I mean, there's like a long time out from here till TI. So I think we're going to have a break, because I feel like it's actually good to reset a bit and not just grind. So yeah, I think we're going to have a break. And then after that, we're going to go into full focus, like bootcamp mode and stuff.
Okay. There was the recent patch 7.33E, just nerfed all the top heroes. Do you think that it went far enough, or are you content with the nerf to all those most played heroes?
I think the nerfs are good. I think Timber could have been nerfed maybe a bit more, but I feel like overall it was pretty good. I think it would also be good to see some buffs to like some heroes and some variety maybe, but I feel like it was definitely needed before this tournament to have kind of nerfed like the most Timber heroes.
What heroes that aren't in the meta do you wish you could play more of?
Oof, tough question. I feel like I want to play Pudge. I played it like a lot. I think Shaker was one of them as well. I feel like there's like a bit of a lack for these Initiator 4s right now. Like you see, even their Search Spirit is not played. People just kind of want like some, auras from even the 4s, like some Pavish or whatever. So I feel like that's kind of lacking, that you want these more like Blink Initiator type heroes.
Okay, I have a question about Lion. It's kind of made a little bit of resurgence. Not always played as a 4 though. Like, what are the strengths for the hero? So I always thought that he was a little bit too squishy on lane. Like, slow, damage wasn't high enough. Why is he working right now?
I mean, he got a lot of buffs. Like the Q does like a lot more damage and it's much easier to land. He's still a hero that has like 2 disables, so it's really good. And I feel like the shard on Lion is one of the most broken ones for supports. And you always get it like kind of minute 20, if the team gets a Tormentor. So I feel like that's one of the big things. Like the shard, like going to these mid-game fights, like you're just kind of there with BKB and you just drain 3 people from mana. And I feel like that's kind of a big reason why I think the hero's coming back.
It's a good point. It's like the cheapest BKB in the game, and BKB kind of sucks right now. So it's like you just get it easy.
Yeah, and at the same time, you're also draining mana from 3 heroes in the fight. So for sure, it's broken. And you have 2 disables, a burst. So of course, it's good.
And he can probably give mana much better than Pugna can now, huh?
Yeah, but the Lion 15 talent, the other one is like the HP. So I feel like I'm taking that one more times than the other one. So.
Okay, sounds good. Are there any other heroes that your team wants to pick that you're adamant that they shouldn't? Like, is there someone that's like, man, I just love playing Pudge Carrier, and you're like, no, none of that? Anything like that?
I don't know. Maybe Gyro. I feel like nobody plays this hero, but Skiller likes it, so I don't know. We'll see.
Have you tried it recently with Flat Cannon? There's like so many charges. It farms really fast, in my opinion.
I mean, that's what I've heard as well, but we'll see. Maybe the hero's making a comeback, but I'm yet to be convinced of it, so we'll see.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت تبغى راب خفيف اجيب تويستر انا اجيب لي وجبة الزنقة بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكت حطلب زنقة حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكت جيب له زنقة جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
all-new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Tsunami means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Tsunami.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything. Leave 'em with nothing.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة ياتيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
What's going on, everybody? It's your boy Tsunami, here walking on the boulevard. But it's not a boulevard of broken dreams. No, this is where legends are actually going to be made, because we're here at the Riyadh Masters for a $15 million prize pool. The thing is that I'm not really dressed for this kind of weather, as you can tell, but what I am dressed for is the gaming. So you know what? Let's get this started.
It means a lot to me to compete here.
It's going to be a very exciting experience for me.
I'm waiting for amazing games here.
Welcome to the Riyadh Masters.
Good morning and welcome to Riyadh Masters. We are live here from Riyadh and on Gamers 8, and we are in for a fantastic day of Dota 2. Before we get to that though, we're gonna have a good time. We're gonna tell you everything you need to know about literally everything, so you're in the right place for that. And I am joined by people that you'll be very happy to see. Hey Fiftian, how you doing?
Good. I'm very excited today, the first day of group stage. I can't wait to look some games.
It looks like great games, Effie.
I just want to watch Dota. The play-ins had a really high level of Dota already. I think that the teams right now are all feeling themselves, and I just want to watch some chaotic action going.
Yeah, I just love the format personally. This like multiple group stage format just really lets the best teams through and gives everyone a really fair shot. So I'm excited to see how it keeps going.
Yeah, me too. And of course, you're watching the Savvy Games pre-show, and we are at the Gamers 8 Festival. And I think before we talk about the Dota and the Riyadh Masters that is part of the Gamers 8 Festival, we try to tell you a little bit about the Gamers 8 Festival because it is massive. Purge, did you know $45 million prize pool?
And we got like, what, a third of that money? Let me do the math quick.
Yeah.
A third of the money going towards Dota.
Yeah.
It's very valid. It makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, it's a very, very good festival, Effie.
It is a great festival, but Dota is the best game. Naturally, we are the best part of the festival, so prize pool says it all.
Yeah. Did you hope you were gonna watch Imagine Dragons next week? The music, the band.
Oh, yeah.
We don't know yet if we can get any tickets for that, but we're hoping because, of course, Gamers 8 is a massive festival. It's not just the prize money, but there's 15 different tournaments going on. It spans over 8 weeks. There's a music festival as well. Imagine Dragons, of course, being one of them. That's great. And there's also a game dev zone. And we saw Neil walking across the boulevard.
It's cool.
It looked like a theme park.
Yeah, it's like that. We were outside last night doing rehearsals, and there was a lot of people already here because there's a lot of games going on, just already tournaments being played, and it just felt like you're at like a theme park or something. There's like game stands and stuff, things like that. It was really fun.
It was really fun, and the fact is that we have 8 weeks of games and 15 different tournaments. It also means that some of the teams, some of the team organizations have multiple teams running around because they are having a lot of different teams within a lot of different games, and we decided to do something with that. It is the Club Awards, and here's a little bit of an explainer as what that is.
This year, esports will reach new heights. Welcome to the Gamers 8 Club Awards, an unprecedented initiative that will determine the best overall esports club in the world, and also support the entire global community. During Gamers 8 2023, the world's best clubs will compete on 2 levels. First, in each individual tournament, and second, in the overall standings. High placements in every title will earn them ranking points, initiating the race to the top. After 8 weeks of intense competition, the winners of the Gamers 8 Club Awards will be honored as the best and most successful multi-gaming club in the world. Competitors will fight for the lion's share of $5 million. However, it's not just about the money. On August 30th to 31st, the first annual awards ceremony will take place in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The land of heroes awaits its new conquerors.
Yeah, extra prize money for whichever organization is doing well. And Effie, I mean, there's obviously a lot of familiar names on there, but one does stand out.
Gaimin Gladiators, of course.
Of course.
Currently the best Dota team, and apparently currently the best club in this festival. And that's a flex, if you ask me. They are the only Dota team on this list, too.
Yeah, I mean, it can change. People can get extra points out of this one, of course, Purge, but I mean, the fact that they're already this high after... We're halfway there, right?
I mean, this chart is showing top 8 results, and if you take a look at the prize distribution, if you get first, you get 50 points.
Yeah.
So, like, and Gaming Gladiators has a really good shot of that, so, like, even if they don't have as many teams in other spots, they have a great shot at getting a huge chunk.
They do have a great shot at it, but we'll have to wait and see how that one develops, and of course, with Gaming Gladiators, if they do well, that means that they would... I mean, they won every single thing. The question is, are they going to win this one? We don't know that yet, but we do know who won last time, Ethion. Did you have a good time last year?
Yeah, last year everything is so perfect, like hotel, arena, teams, and we also have had lots of great plays, games. So yeah, I definitely have a great time last year.
Yeah, I mean, I think anybody that won it would say that they had a great time. Of course, PSG.LGD is the first legend team coming out of Riyadh Masters last year. And if you are curious about what the vibes were like last year, let's take a look at this.
10 teams, $5 million, 5 days of intense action. Welcome to the Riyadh Masters.
Yeah, you want it, go get it, go chase it, it's on. Yeah, I bring the rhythm, the bassline, the funk. I make the money, the green, and the cheese. Me and my team, we be something unique.
Oh, the hug! You also made a mistake staking. Everybody's just going down here. Stop, dude. They're dead already.
Unique, like hi, hello. Didn't you know my whole team, we be hella pro, like hi, hello. Didn't you know my whole team, we be running this show.
In we go. Faith Behind is godlike. Picking up that kill on a CK. No buyback for him. It looks like the game might just be over at this point.
Level up, like, get out my back. I'm on a mission, it's a hustle, it's a way, like, just get out my back.
Avalanche comes in, they've got the token, they're going to toss him up into the air. The Avalanche hit on a 3, they'll get the kill on a ghost, they'll take out Chalice, they'll call GG, and Team Spirit will eliminate RNG with ease.
The right time has arrived, the match we've all been waiting for. We have something special.
Show. Moon ting, yeah, we be knocking. Top to level up, yeah, we rocking. Moon ting, yeah, now we knocking. Boom ting, yeah, we be knocking. Top to level up, yeah, we rocking. Boom ting,
welcome to the grand final.
Yeah, we're rocking. I'm on a mission, it's a hustle, it's a way like. Just get out my way. I'm taking over, yeah, I'm running this state.
Yatoro is gone, but Borchka, he's only going to survive for a little bit longer as they are in on this Jakiro, and it's a triple kill for Ame.
Last year was good. This year will be better, Effie. This is $15 million prize pool on the line at this time round, which definitely is a bit of a step up.
And that's a lot of money.
Yeah, it is.
I'm sure teams are looking at this prize pool and saying, this is it. This is the one that we have to step up for. And I mean, especially a team like Gaming Gladiators, who've won pretty much everything this year, even they have the financial incentive to bring out the best Dota. So I'm honestly very excited.
The crazy thing was, it was a lot of money last year, and this year's like
more.
Insanely more. Yeah.
Sorry, Faithian, you played in the wrong methods.
But now he gets to watch some top tier Dota, which is also a treat in and of itself. We have got, I mean, right here, there's, you know, 2 teams of 8. We got 16 teams here. There were, of course, a little bit more. We'll tell about that a little bit. But let's first just look at these groups, because Purge, do you feel like there is a group of death, or are they pretty even?
I feel like they're pretty even. There's maybe like 1 or 2 teams, maybe like good for TSM for making it through. They're maybe the weakest team, but there's just so many good teams right now, and everyone's very competitive, so it's hard to say what the favorite is.
I favor Group A, for sure. Just looking at it, I think Group B is also very competitive, as Purge said, but Group A has XG, which owned in their group. Surprisingly, people didn't expect them to do as well as they did. They have Quest, who are like the up-and-coming team, and then some old names, of course, like GG and LGD and Team Spirit, all teams that you expect really high-level Dota from.
Yep, and then the last 2 days, Faith Beyond, we have had a lot of Dota already. What do you think about this format? The format where we obviously started the tournament with 12 teams playing over the last 2 days, and everybody made it through to a decider match that happened yesterday afternoon, but only 4 teams in total made it through. Are you surprised by the teams that made it through? Which were, of course, Secret and OG and 9 Pandas and TSM.
I think they're all good teams. Yeah.
Are there any teams that surprised you that they made it through?
I think XG, because first day they play, the first game they played 0-2 and they still kind of struggle. But after they doing really good.
Yeah, I agree. I think that we mentioned it earlier, but nobody expected this team to come out swinging the way that they did.
Yeah, we can take a look because we're going to see Xtreme Gaming pretty soon, actually. We can take a look at the schedule as there are 4 streams going on at the same time. There's a lot of Dota, guys. There's a lot of Dota to go through. This is what will happen here on this stream. So we are going to kick the day off with Xtreme Gaming versus Quest. We're going to have Tundra versus BetBoom, Gaming Gladiators, PSG.LGD, and Purge, we got Aster versus Team Secret as well.
All of these matches are so good.
Yeah.
I was like, man, how did they pick what the best one was? I think the Quest one's really exciting because they had to roster swap and they're still doing well. So cool to see them playing well. Is BetBoom going to stay the top form that they were? Is Tundra going to be top form? It's just, there's so many good games.
There are a lot of good games. There's 4 streams of these good games. This is Stream B, Effie. Which one stands out to you?
Well, I'm inclined to say our stream.
I mean, for this stream.
From this one, the game that stands out at first glance is Aster Liquid. I think Aster looked a little rocky in their last couple of tournaments that they played, especially after their really great honeymoon performance when they first acquired Sumail. But in the play-ins, they brought the fire. They killed it. They've been playing so much better than people expected, just like XG have. So I wonder how they're going to fare versus Liquid, who are a favorite for many fans.
Yeah, Faith Beyond, is there any matchup in particular you want to see out of this?
I think Shopify and BetBoom. Because I personally like Shopify, this team. And before they kind of not did very good at previous tournament, so I really looking forward for what they can do in this tournament.
Yeah, and actually that match is our LG match to watch as well. As we see here, the Group D streams still. Oh, there are so many games, and they're all bangers. So good luck getting all the 4 monitors set up for you guys. That's going to be tough but manageable. I believe in you. Luckily, we're going to keep you up to date as well. And BetBoom versus Shopify was also the one you wanted to see, right, Purge?
Yeah, I think that was most like Faith Beyond said. I think Shopify, they have a lot of potential, and they disappointed a little bit at the last term. They got knocked out in the first phase of the playoffs, which was unfortunate. But they've had really good performances throughout the rest of the year. I mean, they got top 3 at Dream League Season 19. That was really good for them. RTZ feels like he's back, and BetBoom has also been playing amazing recently too. So this is like one of those matches that like could be really amazing, but there's also a possibility that one team overperforms or underperforms.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of pressure on both teams because both are expected to do well, but both have yet to still prove it. And there's a lot of games that are played right here from the Gamers 8 Festival. There's also some games that are played from our hotel, such as the match that we just talked about, our LG match to watch. And to keep you up to date with all of the things happening on that side of things, we got Jenkins.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are at Riyadh Masters. Finally, it's here, the apex of the ESL Pro Tour here at Gamers 8, and there's a wonderful, beautiful billboard behind me. We're in the land of the heroes, of course, but that's not all that's in here, because I'm not in any room. I'm in the player lounge, which today will not be filled up with players on account of them being at the venue and playing. There will be coaches, of course, here watching on all of these streams. Their teams win and become legends, or lose and become close to legends, because of course everybody here is quite legendary in their own right. Of course, not many people are here so far. It will be filled up later today. Dota players are not early birds. They do not get the worm, but the match you should watch, the LG match of the day, is Team Shopify, NA Dota's last hope. Will Arteezy play the Shadow Fiend whenever their backs are against the wall and everybody's trash-talking them? That's what they pull out, and he destroys. That's what I would expect today. Versus, of course, BetBoom. This is the team that nobody expected to win Dream League or do anything in Dream League because they weren't invited to Dream League, and yet they got second place. They're the only team that seems to be able to take it to Team Gaimin Gladiators. So these boys are absolutely ravenous, and you should check out that match today. That is BetBoom versus Shopify. But yeah, this place will be filling up later. The Shopify coach, of course, Bulba, I will be harassing him later, so look forward to that. I'm excited to see all of the matches here today on all of the streams with all of the coaches and do some harassing of them as well. But anyway, that's it from here at the Player Lounge. Back to you, Shiver.
Yeah, we are getting ready for a match that is on this side of Riyadh at Gamers 8. Not in the hotel, no lounge for us, but we get to watch some top-tier Dota 2. And here we see them getting ready for their match. We got Quest, Esports, Quest, and Xtreme Gaming heading over to play on the main stage. And this is actually, for me, a very exciting match because both of these teams came out of the same group of the play-ins and Quest. A lot of people at some point were thinking, you know what, these are going to be undefeated through the group stage, but then no. In comes Xtreme Gaming Purge. They're the only ones that were able to take both games off of Quest. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it is pretty crazy, actually. They just have their number, I guess. There are, what, 38-minute games, approximately. In their defense, Quest did pick Ursa one time. It made sense, hypothetically. It was against Medusa, you get Diffusal Blade, whatever. It sounds good, but they still lose that match. So, yeah, maybe they have the secret to beating Quest here.
I mean, Ursa or not, they got slapped around a little bit by XG. I think JT played so awesome in that series. He had an offlane Pudge performance and an offlane Meepo performance, and he absolutely killed it. And I don't think people expected pocket picks like that coming out of XG. So there's a little bit of spice that they didn't have before showing up this tournament.
Yeah, there's a lot of similarities between these two teams because both teams haven't done too great in their region. They've only been able to attend one major this season so far, and they both have made some changes right before Riyadh Masters. And focusing our attention a little bit more on Xtreme Gaming, I was hoping, Faithbian, you could give us some insight on Xingqiu fitting with this team.
Okay. From I know, I think Xingqiu is a very tournament-type player. When he in a big tournament, he will perform better, and you can put your trust on him.
So you think this team has improved? Like it's an upgrade over Kaka?
Yeah. Not bad thing for Kaka, but I mean Xingqiu is a good player. Yeah,
it fits.
Yeah.
Yeah, Xingqiu has played really well together with the team already, of course. Making it out of the play-ins without having to play the decider matches was a good performance for them already. And for Xtreme Gaming, Purge, what is it that you are going to look for in this team in this upcoming match?
I think just making sure that they get the heroes they want. Like, one upside is that both teams have like slightly different supports. Like Quest always relies on Rubik, whereas Xtreme Gaming gets to rely on Snapfire and rotating it in roles. So they have a slight draft upper hand in that way because they've been playing it so much. So that draft flexibility is something I expect them to exploit.
Do we know how, like, maybe you know this, Faith BR, is Fenrir the kind of coach that is like, step aside, I'm gonna do the draft, or is he more of an advisory role coach for them?
Actually, I didn't work with him, so I don't know, but I think they are doing the draft together.
Together?
Yeah, and I think they really did a good draft against Quest before, because they know that the key point is DS or Timbersaw, and not the Rubik. Even they picked Rubik every time. So I think their draft is really good.
Yeah, and I want to focus on Quest a little bit based on that, because their focus used to be on Timbersaw because ATF played it all the time. It was one of the best Timbersaws in the world, but he's no longer on the squad. They have replaced him with Malik, who is on loan from Na'Vi, and it seems, Effie, that they are just able to continue where they left off.
Yeah, I mean, Malik still owns, honestly. He plays the same hero pool, he's been practicing the same heroes, they've been running the same drafts that they typically do, and it's been working just as well. So I think losing ATF definitely maybe scared them a little bit in the beginning, but they have to have gained confidence after their play and performance with Malik.
Yeah, I'm not surprised either, because they do really have such a great squad. Like, all of their players are so good, and I think as an outside observer, it's easy to look at it and be like, man, ATF, TA2000's been playing amazing. All their supports have been playing amazing. Noob's been playing amazing. Like, they are genuinely a really world-class team.
Yeah, I think there were a lot of people that were worried about their performance after ATF stopped playing with them. So it's really hopeful for them to see them doing so well. They, of course, did pretty well towards the end of the season thus far, and would be great for them to continue that momentum. The same thing, of course, goes for Xtreme Gaming, which leave both teams with a lot to prove in this upcoming match. And I just want to get this out of the way. Is there a favorite going into this matchup? It's a 2-game series, so a tie is very possible. We also know that Xtreme definitely had Quest's number when they faced before. Fifth Beyond, do you think there is a strong favorite coming into this match?
I think XG will win.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think XG will win both games. Yeah.
Both games?
Ooh.
All right. Convinced?
I mean, I don't think that's too far off, especially after how they looked in their first matchup against Quest, but I do think Quest have prepared for JT's heroes, because I believe that that was the key factor in XG's wins versus them. So my guess for this one, it's going to be 1-1.
1-1 on the fence.
I just feel like they're gonna be able to come back from the 0-2. Like, yeah, they got picked. They got some weird heroes picked against them, but when you just have like one series a day to focus on, I think it kind of changes things a little bit. So I think it'll be really competitive, but probably more likely Xtreme wins.
Okay, and do you think that if Quest were to do successful here, which player has to step it up? Is it the mid lane where things are gonna need to be doing better? I mean, Paparazzi versus Noob, I feel like just based on legacy, Noob's gonna have a tough time.
He should, but Noob is so good as well that it's going to be pretty competitive. But Paparazzi has had some really good games so far.
Yes, he definitely has had some great games. I think it's going to be a lot also about Ghost versus TA2000. I mean, Ferg, you mentioned earlier, and Effie, this is a matchup that is definitely one to watch.
For sure. I mean, honestly, I would say as a player overall, I do prefer TA2000 as a carry, but honestly, carries are not really independent units as they function in this patch. It's more so how their team can play around them and what kind of space that can be made. So it's more towards the offlane that I would watch this game.
Well, I just want to watch some top-tier Dota, and the countdown is getting there. So without further ado, Gamers 8, Riyadh Masters, let's kick it off in style as we head to the stage.
Welcome everyone, live from the Gamers 8 Festival in Saudi Arabia. Welcome to the land of heroes. Welcome to the festival.
حياكم الله أعزائي المشاهدين هنا في الرياض في المملكة العربية السعودية في بطولة موسم الجيمرز رياض ماسترز أكبر بطولة عندنا في هذا الموسم.
20 of the world's best teams have been brought here for Riyadh Masters to compete for $15 million and the chance to become legends.
أفضل 20 فريق من أنحاء العالم تأهلوا معنا هنا في هذا الحدث للحصول على أكبر قدر من جائزة بمقدار $15 مليون.
My name is Tsunami and I'm joined here by Fancy, my man. What are we doing here? I know this is a big festival, a lot of games going on. Give me a quick breakdown.
I mean, as you already know, a lot of people know this as well. This is the biggest esports event in the world and we're very excited to be here. And we're about to start the biggest tournament of them all during the season. So I'm very excited to be here. And honestly, this is going to be one hell of a tournament. أعزائنا المشاهدين جاء الوقت اللي نتكلم فيه عن وش اللي ممكن يصير في هذه البطولة. زي ما احنا عارفين بطولة رياض ماسترز هي أكبر بطولة من ناحية البرايس بول من كل البطولات اللي معنا في موسم الجيمز.
Well, we're specifically here for the Dota, so why don't we bring out our first team? Xtreme Gaming! Making their second appearance on LAN this year, they are one of the 3 Chinese teams that we brought here to Riyadh Masters. They've had some time off since Berlin, but they're ready to bring it home.
فريق Xtreme Gaming تواجد معنا في المسرح. أعزائنا المشاهدين هذا الفريق تواجد فقط في ايفنت لان واحد فقط هذه السنة في برلين، لكن اليوم راح يبدأ عندهم ثاني لان تورنمنت لهم وهو أحد من الثلاثة الفرق الصينيين اللي عندنا في هذه البطولة. خلونا نشوف ايش ممكن يسوون.
And that wraps up our first team, but Fancy, they gotta have an opponent.
Of course they do. أعزائنا المشاهدين جاء الوقت اللي نتكلم فيه على مين بيكون خصمهم. خلونا نشوف منهم ونتعرف عليهم. ممثلي الشرق الأوسط في بطولة رياض ماسترز كويست اي سبورتس. هذا الفريق تأهل من الشرق الأوسط بطريقة كانت فاجعة للكل. زيادة على كذا في الأيام الماضية شاهدناهم في البلاينز في رياض ماسترز حاصلين على المركز الأول مع 4 انتصارات ولا خسارة نهائياً.
Qualifying for the MENA region for this event, they were already looking good, but a top 4 finish at the Bali Major has just solidified this team as a force to be reckoned with. Sure, some of the players may have changed, but I think they're just as strong as ever before.
هذا الفريق ما هو غريب ابدا على المباراه هذه، شاهدناها في الجروب ستيج، واجهوا فريق اكستريم جيمنج اول، لكن اليوم بيكون عندهم الفرصه انهم يكونون في المقدمه في الجروب ستيج.
Well, now that we have the teams here, gentlemen, take your seats and let's begin the game. Fancy, what do you say we watch it?
Let's do it. أعزائنا المشاهدين خلينا نروح على طول نتوجه إلى المعلقين نتكلم أكثر عن إيش ممكن يحدث في المباراة هذه مرة ثانية. المباراة هذه شاهدناها قبل يومين في البلاينز والحين راح نشوف إيش ممكن يحدث فيها على طول مع المعلقين.
Thank you very much, Tsunami and Fancy. We are ready to watch Xtreme Gaming versus Quest Esports, and this match, I'm looking very much forward to it. I also really want to talk about something that we've not talked about yet. We've not talked about the Dota itself. I would love to have a quick, you know, a TLDR about what type of Dota we can expect. Of course, we had a patch just about a week ago. Then we had so much Dota being played over the last 2 days. Purge, what do people need to know before watching the game that we are about to see?
Well, some of those top heroes aren't quite as picked as they used to be. The Broodmother's kind of fallen in priority, for example, so you won't necessarily see that hero banned or picked all the time. So there's like some slight differences in terms of priority. Rubik is the most picked right now.
Okay.
Hero, 39 picks. Snapfire's at 32. Snapfire's like the flex pick right now. But other than that, a lot of similar staples that we saw in Bali.
And we have, what are going to be our main bans and openings? Like, is Morphling still a thing? Effie, people need to know.
I mean, he's still a thing, just not in the same way that he was in Bali, where he was a monstrosity, something that you could open up overall first phase and not care about the bans. That's not the case anymore. Now he has to come out as a hero that counters specific heroes or has good lane matchups, or he needs to be picked for a reason. You can't just pick him because he's good the way that he was before. So we still have seen some Morphlings here and there, but not the same popularity. But on the other hand, we've seen the rise of the ranged carries a little bit, right? We've seen some Drow Rangers, some Templar Assassins. It seems like there's a lot more flexibility in the safe lane than there ever was this patch.
What do you think of the current state of the Dota that we've watched over the last few days, Faithbian?
I think after the update, a lot of popular hero got nerfed.
Yeah.
Now we have some new hero to see, like Snipefire is very popular, and also some Meepo and some support Enigma. I think it's quite a new game to watch.
A new game to watch. We like that. And with support Enigma, does that mean that we are going to see a bit more focus on potentially big team fights in general? Is that going to be important?
Yeah, I think overall this patch team fight is very important because you have a bigger map, so you have to win team fight to do things.
You know, what's another thing about Enigma actually is that his stun duration didn't get reduced. Almost every hero's stun duration got reduced, but Black Hole is like, nope, still 4 seconds. So even if it's a support, that still gives you a really good shot at getting a kill on the map.
But I think more than just his team fight, he feels like he's stronger on lane, right? With the nerfs to the popular heroes and the buffs on his first spell, it makes it so that you can comfortably pick this hero in the first phase. And the only heroes you have to really worry about are usually Rubik or Silencer versus the Enigma. But we'll see how teams respond to these first phases, which hero they choose to ban out of the two. It's going to be interesting because each team has a different take so far.
Can we read something out of seeing Phoenix being used in last hit battles? I mean, last hit warm up, right? Before a match, you like to, well, players like to warm up. Did you ever play the hero you were about to play just as a warm up?
Just some random hero.
Yeah, just a random hero?
Yeah, click around. Maybe a lot of players like to play Invoker. Like the
okay, yeah.
That's all the bugs, yeah. I think they picked Phoenix because the sound is nice when it attacks. It's like, whoa.
That's true.
It's a very satisfying attack sound.
Wait, who did we see playing Phoenix? Because if it was Carry, we can best believe that there will be a Phoenix play.
I believe it was. So there's definitely a chance there. So as far as the Dota concerns, we are seeing two teams that have played each other before. They have played each other and Xtreme 2-0'd them, which a lot of people would say, as we see the draft in front of us, that there's a lot of data to go off of for Quest Esports. They can definitely learn from that.
They probably can, but the real question is, was Quest at full power there? They had already won a bunch of matches.
They're
like,
they've already
we're
basically through almost.
It's not. They weren't the only team. Maybe Team Liquid picked Techies and Pudge in one game. They're like, this match doesn't matter too much. Was it similar? Was it really?
I think no, it did matter, but they also still had series the day after that they ended up winning. So.
I would say that they were at full power. Obviously, when you play in the play-ins, you don't want to risk any kind of tiebreaker situation on the last day.
It's my favorite bands.
Your favorite bands?
Yeah, I do like these bands as well. We're 4 bands in, and it's Darkseer band, and Primal Beast band, an Ember Spirit band, and Undying band. You want to know how I know?
It's on the screen.
It's on the screen.
Let's go.
Oh, okay.
So I think banning out the Darkseer and the Primal Beast is probably the best take you can do versus Quest. It's how they build their drafts usually. The Primal Beast is a strong flex pick between their offlane and their mid, but also I feel like Darkseer is just the offlane hero of the patch.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting because they've only played, it looks like, Primal Beast one time so far at this tournament. Maybe relying on other flexes instead.
It's just been banned out versus on every game.
That makes sense, yeah.
I think Primal Beast is just too good at this patch. Every team will play it.
Which is interesting because we saw some teams prioritize the Primal Beast a little bit more last patch before it became popular. Like LGD were running it first phase whenever they could, even before it was the hero. The same way they were running Enigma support before other teams tried it. So it shows that some teams kind of were ahead of the meta.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. The hero got buffed, right? His ulti pierces through spell immunity. Not that people buy BKBs or anything, but then his damage also got increased with it. So it's that plus the top hero is getting nerfed, and now he's the big dog, big animal, big bear, whatever you want to call him.
So now we see Quest open up with Shadow Demon Mars and XG open up with Pango and ET. What do you think, Faith Beyond, about these openers? Which one do you prefer at first glance?
I really like XG's opening because I think Eye of the Titan is a really strong hero, and especially for big tournament, because in big tournament every team will prefer to play more stable and play like a ball. They will stay together, and Eye of the Titan will give you some strong burst damage in team fight.
That's such an interesting take to this hero, actually. So you're saying that Elder Titan suits tournament metas more than it does online metas because the nerves are high and people play more clumped together?
Yeah.
Yeah, and obviously because this hero has so much area control. He can scout out with his Spirit, he has a strong counter initiation with his Stomp, he gives you Roche control, he gives you good team fight. So I can absolutely see what you're saying there.
He's got a great win rate too right now. He's played 10 matches and he's at 70% win rate. He's actually not very banned though. He's only been banned 5 times. So I think he's probably one of those supports that's going to start trending if he keeps winning.
What I do like about ET is that he opens up your safe lane to play the ranged carries more than just stick to the stable melee carries. Like with an ET, you can pair it up with Drow Ranger, you can pair it up with TA, you can potentially pair it up with even Clinks that we saw have some popularity during Bali. But the Shadow Demon Mars, Faithion, on the side of Quest, do you think this is still a happy opener for them? You think they're good with it?
I think it's just a normal opener for like everything. You can pick everything after.
Yeah, that makes sense. I personally do like Shadow Demon a lot versus ET because you can purge off his buff with the Spirit with your ulti, but at the same time you're then wasting your Shadow Demon ulti on a support, which is that something you want to be doing?
Yeah, not really. The other good thing that's been happening the last couple tournaments is just the amount of stacking you can do with Shadow Demon. It's very easy to stack camps even if you're a little bit late. So if you do a gank, get back, get a double stack off, it's really valuable. Gives you experience as well as gold now instead of just gold.
I will say though, what I do like about the SD Mars that came out of Quest is that it's a response for a XG. Like had they gone the ET plus Enigma route in the first phase, they would have had a solution to that. So I think that's why they go for their more stable SD Mars.
What's the solution there that you're referring to?
You have the Disruption as a save versus Black Hole. You have the Spear to disrupt the support Enigma in the early game. And it takes a while for him to have a BKB. You also have the Mars who can clear the Eidolons with his Spear rebuke combo.
God's Rebuke, yeah. Very happy about that. Another great sound. Sounds very important in Dota.
Great sound design in the game, absolutely sure.
So the Pango just gets protected by XG in this first phase, which is typical of how the first phase goes. You'll pick your core and you'll expend 3 bands to defend it. So Bloodseeker gets taken out because of the Rupture versus Pango. The Puck taken out because of the Coil. And the Drow Ranger, who overall is just a really solid hero this game, but the silence could have been super annoying. And as the game progresses, she does enough damage to out DPS Pango and roll. She can kill him while he's rolling around. So what do you think XG are looking at right now, Faith Beyond? Like, how do you think they're going to follow up with their Pango?
I think Pango, you can just put it in mid and he can like deal with every hero. So I think they will look how Quest pick this 15 pick, and they will pick a counter pick. I think they will pick a carry right now, because you can see Mars.
Okay, well they picked Snapfire. They've only played it once so far this tournament. It's a hero they've kind of been ignoring. So a bit of a block pick and a flex pick, so good position to be in to take Snapfire here.
And I like Snapfire here because not only does the little shredder reduce armor, which increases the damage out of God's Rebuke because it's physical, but you have the tried and true combo of Mortimer's Kisses into Arena, which gives you team fight. And we talked about how important team fight is. Do you think?
Oh, sorry. You can ask.
No, go ahead.
Okay. It just makes the rotation so easy too. Like Mortimer's Kisses, you just have to be sort of close to where the gank is happening, and you just output so much magic damage. Ah, they pick Morphling.
You were absolutely right, Faithion. The carry does come out for XG. So why do you think they went for this Morphling? What does he give them versus Quest?
I think it's stable on lane. You can just leave Morphling and let supports play with mid.
So do you think the Morphling pick indicates that they're going to pick a roaming support for Xinkyu?
I'm not sure. Let's see. I think they maybe won't pick Snapfire, but Quest like take it off.
Yeah.
Do you like the idea of Coddle, even though he's not the best roaming support, but he can play with the Pango later, maybe refresh his Swashbuckle with Diffusal?
It's pretty good, and Xinkyu also a good Coddle player.
Yeah, I remember when Xinkyu innovated the 5-null Talisman Coddle. Yeah, he was the reason my pubs were ruined for so long, but love that about him.
If they were to go for something like a Coddle, would we not think that they would lack Disable out of Xtreme Gaming?
You just kill them, Sheever.
Yeah.
That's how you disable them. You put them in the grave. Yeah.
Put them in the grave. Easy. It makes it sound so simple.
You're right. They would be a little bit. They'd have a lot of trouble actually locking people down.
Ooh.
They go for a monkey instead. So could be 4. Hypothetically, it could be like mid Morphling with monkey in the safe lane, but.
I think we can safely say that it's support Monkey King, because I think that if you're flexing the Morphling to mid, it's a bit too easily punished right now, and we've seen that Monkey King's stats are actually pretty high this tournament. He's been picked up quite often as a support, but if this Monkey King were to be flexed, I think it could be flexed to the mid lane even, and you could throw the Pango around. But I do prefer it most as position 4 here.
It's definitely a really good hero for being able to like interrupt Mortimer's Kisses on the back line and set things up for his team. Like if he's just there at the same time as ET and combos a stun with the Stomp, that's going to set up ET ulti or Pango roll or whatever else they need. So definitely some good area control and some counter push too. That's something they're slightly lacking right now. It's basically just Pango.
Yeah. And Quest reveal their Snap Flex with this Mirana pick. So we know that this is going to be a noob Snapfire from the mid lane, and it's going to be an Omar Mirana, which is probably his second most played hero in this tournament. Mirana is such a good pick this game, right?
Yeah.
Because she has the Disruption set up from Shadow Demon, and she has the arrow follow-up into Arena.
And Mars too.
Yeah. It's a good pick, and you can buy some auras for your team.
Can you talk to me a little bit, Faithion, about the Monkey King becoming more popular as a support? Why do you think all of a sudden in this patch he's become the position 4 hero of choice for a lot of teams?
I'm not sure why it's popular in this patch, but I think this hero is generally a good post for, because you have stun and you have team fight and you can open vision. Like you jump in the tree and you can put some good words. So and Xinkyu is a very good post for Monkey King player. Yeah.
I see. That makes a lot of sense. And also the Vision game coming out of XG with their ET Spirit and their Monkey King is going to be pretty wild. So they're definitely going to have the Vision advantage, but now they need the heroes to take advantage of that Vision advantage. So they do have the Pangolier as their initiating team fight type hero, but it's not enough. I really would like for XG to pick some kind of follow-up initiator to play on this Vision. Like maybe something like a Tidehunter, you know, something that can just go in and ravage and start the fight because of the Vision.
That sounds really good. Interesting ban from Xtreme. They banned Windranger in the last phase. So expecting a Windranger carry from Quest Esports and the more traditional PL as well.
Is there any hero in particular that those two heroes would be good against that Xtreme might want to pick up?
I mean, I think Windranger in general is a very solid hero, but she's good against Monkey King. She can cut down the trees. She's also good against ET because she can kite him around. She's good versus Morphling because she can buy Diffusal Blade, and she's also good versus Pangolier because she can just chase him around when he's rolling around, right? You buy a BKB, you buy a damage item, and you just focus fire that guy. And he dies in his roll.
And I think maybe they won't pick a tank hero last pick, so they need to ban Windranger.
Well, we expected Xtreme Gaming to do their cheese-like pick with their last one. Luckily, Quest gets one response to that, depending if they pick something weird.
Well, and they already are not able to pick Meepo anymore. That one's banned out together with the Timber Saw in the final phase. Yeah, let's see what they'll end up going for.
I wonder if Quest are looking at their TA still. I mean, I know that TA may potentially run into issues in the ultra late game versus Morphling, but I feel like she fits the tempo of Quest's draft really well. If they can get that early Roche, they suddenly have this really strong bursty carry to play into the arena and try to play more aggressively into XG.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. It would have been really good for just killing Pango in a lot of cases too. I mean, there's so many times that like, Pango's rolling and TA's like, oh, I'm just going to attack you 4 times and kill you. It's very scary. And they go for the Brood. Okay.
So, Brood Mother, Faith Bian.
Yeah, it's a very good pick. Strong in lane, and you can, like, it's a front, you can stand front in team fight.
It's their first time playing Broodmother this tournament, I believe. So slightly out of left field, definitely a hero that's always going to be in mind. But yeah, completes their draft nicely. When you have heroes that aren't so good at catching or disabling, just having Brood can be helpful because he's going to be able to spot everybody and kind of run in and out as he wishes.
And the Slark comes out as a response to Brood. I think Slark is a really great hero at punishing Brood pre-level 6 because he can outfight her. He's got a lot of stun set up coming out of his team, and they can potentially take advantage of this Brood when she is weakest. It's also a very fast hero that can chase her around the map, but I still think the Brood pressure that's coming out of XG is going to be very difficult for Quest to deal with after level 6.
Yeah, I'm going with XG this game. I think their team fight just maybe stronger, and I think Pango will have a good game. Yeah.
And earlier you were saying that you like Brood because she can stand in front and soak damage. Do you think that's what XG needed this game? Someone that can absorb all the damage for Morphling?
Yes, Morphling need to cut into a team fight.
On the other side, though, if Quest does get a lot of those successful ganks off with Shadow Demon, Mirana, Mars, they could really tempo a big gold advantage that makes the team fights hard for Xtreme.
Do you have then a favorite? Which one you think will do their execution better?
I think gank setups are really fun to watch, so I'm excited to see how that works out. But maybe they play too passive and Xtreme runs away with it.
I think I just prefer the Brood overall in this game because we've seen a lot of heroes we've seen a lot of teams try to take the kill Brood approach where they just arena her and chase her down, but if that doesn't work the first couple of smokes, then you've just wasted a lot of time and you've been outfarmed by the enemy, so slightly leaning towards XG.
Slightly leaning towards XG, but if Quest gets their ganks going, their rotations going, Quest is the one to take this one. Faithian, you agree?
Yeah, of course they have their chance. Quest, they also have a good draft. Yeah.
You just don't think it's good enough?
I just think maybe Pango is too good at this game. Yeah.
Maybe Pango is too good in this game. Well, we were talking about Snapfire versus Pango in that mid lane. Purge is going to take that one. Paparazzi versus Noob, we mentioned them earlier.
I think they're both going to get a lot of farm, and then they're both going to lead their lane and just destroy other places on the map, and then come back and be like, oh, hey, how's it going? Was your gank good? Yeah, mine was great. I killed 2 heroes. Oh, me too. That's what's going to happen.
I think Snapfire is so strong on lane right now, so I feel like he should win in net worth, but Pango has so much better ways to play the map than Snap does.
Yeah, because we were talking about Snapfire earlier, that it's one of the higher contested heroes here, and Quest getting their hands on it definitely seems like they are getting an up here in this opening series, as I believe we are about ready to head over. I mean, maybe almost. Well, when we're having a little bit more time, which we do right now, like how long until you want to see these rotations happening? When does Quest need to start making the move? Is there a certain timer, Faithian, that you feel Quest are on?
I think they need kill Brood for some time before Brood level 6.
They need to kill Brood a couple of times before they're level 6.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a tough ask. That's a very active early game.
I don't know if it's going to be that hard, though, because they've got enough stun setups that they can do it. You know, whether it's an arrow combo off of Pounce or they're going to do Cookie into something. Like, they have enough disables that they can get it done. And even if it's not before 6, once Mars hits 6, he just has to get close enough to Arena, and that's going to give them a couple seconds to potentially set up a combo that kills Brood. So they do have some solutions there.
I agree. I can see Brood dying once or twice on the laning phase. I'm more worried about what happens afterwards, because we've seen time and time again with this hero, it's just not enough. No matter how many times she gets nerfed, her farm speed at level 6 just accelerates so high. So you're put in a position as a team where you feel pressured. Like, let's smoke, let's chase the Brood, let's arena the Brood. And she makes so much space for her team by just existing.
Do you still feel like she's the type of hero that takes over the map the way she used to, and obviously before the patch did?
I mean, she's not overall weaker, but she still farms just as fast, I would say.
It sounds like Quest has got that work cut out for them. There was one extra concern that we had during the drafts regarding Xtreme, which they kind of fixed. Do we feel like they have what it takes in terms of disable to be able to deal with Quest, or was that not that important considering they got the Brood, so they're gonna do well anyway?
I think with the Brood's pressure, it's going to give them like perfect vision of their opponents, and it's going to make it easier. They don't necessarily need to catch as much, because it's one of those things where when you're pressuring towers and your opponents have to react to it, you know where they're going to be. You don't necessarily have to catch them. It's more like you're forcing them to like kind of have to wade into your dangerous territory, which gives you better opportunities to initiate.
I would say overall XG's teamfight is weaker still, because Brood doesn't give them the disable that they needed, but she does give them the body, right? She gives them the lane pressure. She gives them the map pressure, which makes it so that XG can pick and choose their fights. They're not exactly looking to run on Quest's heroes head on and play into the arena, into the kisses, into all of that. They're more so like, okay, you run at our Brood, we'll counter, we'll maybe get a few kills, we'll farm up the map, and eventually our Morphling will carry. So they're not going to look to engage 5-on-5 head-on unless they have a massive net worth advantage.
We said, Faith-Bian, we were taking a step back, we said at the start when these two teams obviously faced in the group stages, you said that Xtreme especially just had Quest number, and they just drafted so well against them.
Yeah.
Do you feel like this draft is similar to that? Or is this, like, do you feel like Quest has learned since then?
I think Quest definitely learned something, because they don't play Snapfire too much, but they took Snapfire at pretty early stage. So this is the adjustment, but also I think Xtreme Gaming is still like they still pick out the Titan, so they still want to win team fight. I wouldn't say it's a very advantage for Xtreme Gaming. I think it's pretty even, but I still think Xtreme Gaming will win this game.
Have the stronger draft.
Yeah.
So what do you think the win condition for Quest is as the game progresses?
I think they need to like play with Slark when Slark gets his good items, and to open some small fight first. Because if you jump in like 5-man, and they will just burst you with out the Titan. So, yeah.
So you think that they have to kite? They have to weave in and out of the fights initially, bait some spells out of XG?
Yeah, if you kite the Rolling Thunder and the Monkey King's ulti, and the team fight will be much easier for you.
Well, the good news for Quest is they have Moonlight Shadow, which is one of the best disengage spells in Dota. They also have Shadow Demon, who can potentially try to be a save hero for them. But I do like that take. I mean, you really put a lot of faith in this Elder Titan hero. You think he has such high security, and I respect that, honestly. I've seen this hero be picked so often, so early on, and understanding the appeal from someone who's played in such high-stakes tournaments kind of sheds a lot of clarity, right? It's just like we want to play into your 5-man with our Elder Titan.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, the team fight, when we're talking about team fight, Elder Titan is great for that. But Mars is as well. I feel like even later on in the game, I'm really banking on this Brood Mother not being as strong as she used to be. I think the team fights going the way of Quest might still be the case as well, considering what we saw from them in the group stages, in the play-ins, their synergy, they were on the same page a lot, Purge. They were able to like even overcome tougher situations.
Yeah, I think that's really going to give them an upper hand because of all their combo stuns. As long as they avoid the ganks and like deal with like the timing that Broodmother gets Hex, like he just needs a Dark Pact off the stuns and they're going to be mostly okay.
Well, I think it is about that time. Ladies and gentlemen, everything has been sorted out. We had a little bit of hiccup. It's all good, though. We sorted that. It's all fixed, and we are ready for our first matchup of the day here at Gamers 8 at Riyadh Masters. Dota 2 on the agenda. Finally, Xtreme Gaming versus Quest. Game 1 brought to you by SVG and Cap.
Thank you very much, Sheever. That's right. Welcome to the opening match here of the group stage for the Riyadh Masters, where we are going to be getting into the action right away, and Xtreme Gaming have already lost Ghost as the horn hasn't even blown yet. Avery, it's going to be a rough start for Xtreme, but they were probably coming into this match with a healthy amount of confidence. After all, these are two of the best teams that came out of Group Stage B in the play-in stage, managed to top it out, and Xtreme actually played up against Quest. They 2-0'd Quest, which honestly surprised me. I thought Quest was going to come in and be the top dog.
The Chinese team fight, it's back. It's just too good.
Well, we heard Faith Beyond putting so much of his faith into the Elder Titan, which we're going to be seeing here for Xtreme Gaming DY. And I know you are a big fan of this hero as well.
I dabbled a little bit myself. Yeah, I put it that way. I mean, it's interesting that if we go back, let's say even a couple weeks ago when LGD were playing this hero, and people were kind of like, what is LGD doing? Why are they still picking Elder Titan? I saw these comments. I saw them out there. Don't dodge. You in chat, you know who you were.
You're getting called.
Oh,
out.
Zhao Eituo, she's picking Elder Titan. Now it's like, oh, this Elder Titan looks so damn good. Well, what's changed? Oh, we had a nerf patch, which actually helped them a lot. You know, they nerfed some of the broken offlaners, which helps them in these 2v2s a tremendous amount. The issue with the hero has always been, I view Elder Titan as, if you get him through the first 10 minutes, he is basically one of the most powerful supports in the game. There's no way around it. His auras scale infinitely, his ult scales infinitely. There's just not many downsides outside of mobility and spell immunity. Spell immunity's also been nerfed, so his spells are doing more through the BKB durations. Less heroes are buying BKB. And in terms of the mobility, I mean, mobility heroes are still an issue, and you're still gonna have to deal with those, but if you have solid lockdown, it's not the worst. As, you know, some of these lockdown items are being built a bit more. We're seeing Orchid a bit more, Hex a bit more on some of the universal heroes. That helps him. So all these small things add up. I'm not surprised this hero is coming back, and of course, we are at a TI equivalent competition, as Faith Beyond talked about. Nerves get a bit higher, the pressure's on the main stage. Teams clump, the 5v5 becomes more important. That's where that Titan shines.
And so this combination of team fight and vision could be really impactful, as we're going to see Xin Q, who's going to be playing the 4-position Monkey King, and he is going to be playing with JT's Broodmother. And I think this Broodmother is very important, and JT, his presence in this series in particular seemed very important because Xtreme, they got the 2-0 over Quest in that play-in stage, and I would say mostly off of their not quite last pick, but 23 and 24 gotcha picks, right? They did the Pudge, I think, overall last pick in game 1 for JT, and then they did the Meepo as a 23 pick, which with only one hero to counter it wasn't enough. You know, now they've got the Broodmother.
He absolutely went off on those cheese picks too. It's not just, oh, we got him with some cheese picks. It's like, okay, those cheese picks absolutely decimated us in that series. He was a combined like 25 and 2 or something ridiculous. And that's another good sign for Xtreme is I think JT has been honestly a weak point for them a lot this year. He wasn't fitting in. I was wondering where his impact was. I go back to that IG team that won the major with him.
Yeah, he was a monster.
He was absolutely cruising through that tournament. So it's really good to see him back on form. Really good for Xtreme. And the fact he's playing cheese picks on top of it for a Chinese team, that's scary right there. Because historically, these are not some of the picks. You're not used to seeing these Chinese teams run the Brood, run the Meepo so consistently and have good results with them. That's some of the flair that he can bring from, you know, the original Southeast Asian region. That's pretty cool to see. It makes this team very scary, particularly this dual offlane, which has done a lot of work for them so far and is very explosive. You look at JT's Gen Q offlane, that is a high potential offlane right there if they keep going. I expect great things from this duo, and so far,
and just like temperament-wise, I mean, I want to go to what you were talking about of how he has had fluctuations in his performance over his career. It could just be, you know, a bit of like mentality factor. I mean, he's got a different 4 position, a different lane partner that he's playing with, and from all reports, it sounds like it is I would guess the exact opposite temperament of what he was used to, right? With Bobica, you know, it sounds like it was a little toxic there. Xin Q seems like a very happy, you know, happy-go-lucky, fun guy. Or Kaka, excuse me. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been talking to some Chinese players, talking to Faith Beyond a little bit, talking, you know, some unconfirmed rumors. You know, what are all these 4-position players getting swapped between these Chinese teams? Who do you prefer? Who brings what? Kaka is I'll put it this way. There's a lot of very strong opinions on that man. You know what I'm like? He is not a player I've heard. Oh yeah, he was chill.
Yeah,
like he gets angry. He gets mad. He drives your team.
Yeah.
Those players can make your team significantly better. I think with Aster, we've already seen they are a lot more decisive team with him. That's how I'll put it.
Okay.
Like Kaka's a guy who's going to make your team play a certain way. You're going to have to pick his heroes.
You're going to have to pick.
He's a shot caller in game. So you have to kind of bend to how he's playing the game. Whereas I think Jinkyu is just a player you can put in. He's going to deliver on lane. He's going to deliver with a huge hero pool.
Yep.
He's going to bring pretty much everything right. His laning solid, his team fight solid. He doesn't have a lot of weaknesses. So
everything talked about him, he seems like just a fun guy. Like I've talked to some of the players. I asked Ghost, in fact, like what his experience was with Jinkyu so far, and he said I didn't have much time, but he seems like a funny guy.
I mean, you can look at his face. You know, you just know this guy's chill.
Yeah.
You just see it. You know, you look at other certain players, like, you know, you look at ATF, who got removed from this roster. You can see the man's not chilling. You know, I was actually surprised at how well Quest is doing, because that was a very large player change for them, but it speaks to the rest of the quality of this roster, right?
Yeah, I think we definitely got a little bit trapped in talking about Amar quite a lot whenever you would talk about Quest, but you know, this team is still full of incredible stars, and one of them right here, I mean, this guy is the new kid on the block right now, and when it comes to the carries, TA2000, incredible player. And I think that factor of having this double threat of TA2000 and Amar on these two different side lanes made it really difficult to play and draft against this team. And a question of whether or not Malik would bring that same kind of threat that Amar did. And I'm not sure if he has yet or not, but the rest of Quest is still definitely performing to top tier.
In early game, pretty quiet here. We see Noob leading the CS board, but these side lanes, not a huge amount of kills in the first 4 minutes for some aggressive supports in like this Mirana and Monkey King that can dominate the lanes. Jinkyu has been looking for some action, not been able to find it. Maybe a decent start for Xtreme though, because I feel like if you have Monkey King, Elder Titan, you're happy with a relatively slow early game. You don't need a lot off lanes here. It's just two big teamfight scaling supports. Even if you get this Mars kill, you're going to be super happy.
Oh, nice spear into tower range. So DY going to take a lot of hurt for that one. Meanwhile, TA2000 and Kiari backing off JT. This is a matchup that they talked about quite a bit on the panel. It is important to try and shut down this Broodmother early. Not quite the same kind of cheese pick as like the Meepo or anything. We've seen a lot of Broodmothers, so I think it's a little hard to call it cheese anymore. But with all that experience comes, you know, the game plan. What do you do to deal with this Broodmother? Slark, probably one of those heroes who can do, if you get the ball rolling in that lane, you can shut her down early. But eventually, Broodmother's going to get 6, and then things start falling apart.
I also think that Slark matchup's more about the mid and late game. It's about what happens when you have your second, third item going into the Ags, and you're starting to pounce on this Brood, leash her down, and out-trade her. Because one of the biggest things about this Brood is what happens with the level 20 and 25 talents as you go into the late game. She's either going to go auras into a Hex, or she's going to end up with this Shard, Insatiable Hunger, BAT build, right? And you have to kind of be able to deal with both. Otherwise, I think really good Broods exploit one of those avenues. Slark definitely helps you deal with either, because he's just a hero that goes in and starts trading, and Brood does not want to trade. And that's a very nice tree cut. Can you make anything of it?
The disruption to be able to stop JT from doing too much damage. They'll clean up Jinkyu. Now they'll turn their damage back onto JT. Both cores will back away from the other.
Yeah, TA2000 is doing really well in this lane. Double Wraith Band into Lotus off the pool, plus extra glove already. It's an insane amount of early attack speed to just build up the stacks, all built around these early trades to win them, and now you're getting permanent agility on top.
And he's going to be able to get the second Lotus, which he already has one just sitting in his inventory chilling. So chances are very low that I think he dies pre-level 6 with this many resources.
He's untouchable at this point. This is the downside of the Monkey King 4. It's the first 5 to 10 minutes here, especially with a hero like Brood. Generally, we've seen ranged 4s with Brood to help accelerate her laning phase. The Lion, the Hoodwink, at least in some of those old Brood patches. Monkey King is pretty greedy with this hero unless you're playing versus a double melee lane. Quest have just made the most of it, and they're 1 and 2 are off to the races here. 2K already at 6 minutes. This is exactly where they want to be on heroes they are very comfortable with.
Yeah, nobody's more comfortable in their player-hero combination than this guy right here, Noob, who's going to be playing the Snapfire, as he has done so many times for Quest. When you talk about that double threat we were talking about with Amar and TA2000, the triple threat is specifically Noob Snapfire. You know, like, he has some strong performances on some other heroes, but frankly, nothing is quite as good as his Snapfire.
This is not a Wisdom Rune Xinqiu can afford to lose right now.
Yeah, he needs that experience bad. He's going to call over DY to see if they can get the rune, and oh, we didn't get it. Curie managed to get it right in front of DY's nose. Now he's going to try and get the deny off the Ancients, and he got that too! Oh no, Xinqiu is going to regret that Boundless Strike. Didn't do quite enough damage, and the flying out shots from the Lizards get the kill instead.
He just doesn't have mana for the Stomp. This just feels terrible for Quest, or terrible for Xtreme here. They bring both supports. Both of them, in theory, have a stun. You don't get either off, and he gets the rune to die. Just slight resource mismanagement here from Xtreme as they got a little too greedy on the lanes. Do not get the 7-minute rune.
Well, they brought, you know, these two supports this lane. They got to make the most of it, and they're going to fully gank this bottom lane, bringing in Paparazzi as well. Double kill for him.
That's a very necessary move here, and a very good, you know, making up for the lack of the XP that the supports were getting off those runes. Paparazzi will pay it back in turn. And I like that move because you're moving away from the Snapfire here, which is probably the strong point for Quest, especially in this early game, especially with how much they like to play around Noob on this hero. You're kind of drawing the fight away from where Quest want it to be right now into the weak lane on the Slark, who is having a field day on that lane. Brood was not exerting any pressure on TA2000 down there. Give up a power rune, but hey, it's an illusion, so you're not even getting too punished. And Atos up for Noob. This is where Quest want to start to get the little combos going, because this Atos is going to help set up the Mirana. It's going to help set up some extra Shadow Poison stacks. So all of a sudden, this two-man support duo behind the Snapfire is very much online. There are no counters to the arrow this game for Xtreme. You pretty much just have to tank it here. Somebody has to pay the price. Take an arrow to the knee.
That's going to be the first use of it here. JT really doesn't want to get hit by this pounce. Instead, it's going to be a cookie that lands onto him, and JT will die to the rotation from Noob.
Man, 3 permanent Agi stacks already up.
Yeah, he's looking pretty damn good there.
And just look at how farm Noob is. This is just off free farm mid, man. This is a crazy amount of net worth to be going into a hero that is not going to be easy for Xtreme to contest in this early game. He has way too much HP. What is cutting through this? Sure, your Elder Titan's great in the 5-on-5 laters with the aura, but what is it doing for you now?
Yeah, cut down that base armor all you want. This is still a hero that's walking around with a sheer amount of just raw HP. Ghost, gonna be got here, Malik. They're gonna try and chain a spear and arrow, both landing here, and that may not be enough. As a result, a small little waveform doesn't get Ghost that far away, and they are able to finish him off. So in the end, gank successful for Quest, and they killed JT at the same time in the other lane. So things are really going well for Quest. They are getting some serious revenge, at least in this laning phase, against Xtreme.
This is exactly where they want to be with their lineup. Cruising into this 10-minute period with a couple kills, some lane domination, and set their playmakers up for success. You keep snowballing this, you're going to end up at a period in 20 minutes where you're just ahead 10K.
Oh, that was a cute move right there. Noob using the illusion rune, giving it a cookie, not quite enough to be able to get the kill set. But Kaori, he's going to go for it with this haste rune. Paparazzi trying to get out of sight. Disruption hits him before he get off the Rolling Thunder. A second poison, still not quite enough damage though. And he lives through it all thanks to the raindrop that managed to block the pop there of the 2x damage.
We're going to see skill back on bottom for some more Agi for the fish down here. Man, just cruising through this Broodmother. There really hasn't been much help for JT. This Monkey King pick has really been punished in the early game.
Yeah.
It's a very greedy support duo. Quest taking advantage of it. You don't even have ult here on Xtreme. Not that I think they're going to do much for you in these types of skirmishes anyway. And now is your mid tower just dead? You got a choice to deny it.
He tried to sneak the kill on the Mirana there. But yeah, they're going to have to deny the tower.
Poppy's going to have to do some heavy lifting this game. There's no way around it. He's pretty much all their early game skirmish damage because the Morph and Brood they're just farming. They're not going to come to these fights. And the supports have some okay synergy with Pango later on, but not any right now.
Oh no, Ghost!
Another death for Ghost. And this is another catapult wave on a tier 1. This was your anchor point that maybe you could smoke to for Xtreme. That's gone.
Quest just getting way too much out of the laning phase here and hitting those pressure points perfectly, as Malik is even going to tank up for the Siege Wagon here. Extra reinforcements coming in from the Mirana. Xtreme Gaming.
This feels really good when you get this type of early action with a Shadow Demon, because then you don't have to rely on some crazy triangle stack to get your levels. You don't have to play super greedy. You're enabling your team on top of your own levels, which are some of the most powerful in the game. Bot's already up for noob. He's going to join all of these little fights. He can stay bottom, pressure the Brood, free up his other cores and supports to play on the map, and still join those engagements. So where is the tier 1 pressure going to come from Xtreme in this game? I don't think it is. They're just going to have to play defensively. That's why losing these early tier 1s is extra difficult for their lineup. Paparazzi just doesn't have too much space to operate in. He's going to have to play for this defusal, let the fight come into him. But are you happy waiting this much if you're Xtreme? Because it's going to be a big Slark and a big Mortimer here. And Quest are not going to give you too much space. Another fast smoke. They have the ults up on their supports. Still looking for him if you're Xtreme.
They get this successful move. They take that tower. I mean, they haven't even used Moonlight Shadow. This is just a smoke that they're using right now. But with these early tier 1 towers falling, it means that Moonlight Shadow is all the more effective in continuing to establish your dominance. Unfortunately, Quest had two options there.
Yeah, 50-50.
And they are going to lose that 50-50 move here into the jungle.
They do get the jungle obs out, though, so I don't know if they're too sad about this move. It will also secure a tier 1 top.
Sure.
It's still very good control. This is one of those moves, even if you don't hit your target, you're still happy with the outcome on the map, especially when you have all your tier 1s up. Remember, you can just bots the Snapfire straight back towards bottom here if you want to take that fight along with the Mars. And I fully expect Quest to be thinking about it, because there is no reason to be giving up space here to Xtreme early unless you really feel you can't take that fight. It'll be a smoke from Xtreme with everybody to try and secure this defusal done for Paparazzi. You will not find that creep camp with it, though. So maybe if you feel like Xtreme dedicated everybody down here, still, this is a fight I would be happy to take if I'm Quest, because you already have defusal done for TA as well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Looks like they're going to opt for the more efficient farm move here. They've got top and mid lane both pushing into the tier 2. They're just going to let TA 2000 farm out the jungle. So they do give Xtreme a little bit of room to work with. They take that safe lane tower.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
14-minute power rune. Wisdom is spawning as well, but they rather have the strength in the river. It'll be Arcane top. Paparazzi not too happy about that one.
Yeah, he's getting a little unlucky on those power rune spawns. Keeps on showing up top.
I mean, it's unlucky, but it's also, you know, they lost a lot of map control.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's not put it all unlucky yet. Save that for later in the tournament.
Well,
what was that? Is that the shield crash? Like, Ghost, I could have taken those creeps. I just want you to know, I could have taken those. I am the highest paid player on this team. Don't forget it.
That is undoubtedly true.
That's what he literally said on the comms. I saw those desktop. Think you deserve those ancients?
I should have the highest net worth to reflect the highest salary.
Is he actually the highest salary player? I don't know.
You have to imagine. I mean, he's the player who has the most amount of success, I guess. I mean, Jin-Q obviously, but he's a recent addition, right?
What was the last tournament Paparazzi did well at?
I mean, Paparazzi did have a very successful time in like 2018, 2019 on the
2018
roster.
It's like half of Dota ago.
Yeah, but I mean, I think he's had a more successful career than JT. Ghost is a new player.
Then Jin-Q. You're not.
Well, Jin-Q is the new player, so that one doesn't count.
Well, maybe he asked for the big bucks. You never know. Arena will find nothing here. Neither will the Spear. Nobody's home. Sword's not doing much for Quest, as Jin-Q is just too damn good.
That one little stun may not be enough to get this kill on Amar, as he does have leap charges, but didn't choose to expend the last one there and may not have gotten away from the Rolling Thunder anyway.
Defensive ward's paying off for Xtreme. They understand their position in this game. They're not trying to overextend. Even with that tier 1 going down bottom, JT has been playing pretty conservative down here, just farming up the Ancients, securing the net worth that he knows is going to force Quest to make aggressive moves that if they miss those, then you're just pulling really far ahead. And he is going that carry build. Jin-Q will get a little too aggressive up here, or will he survive with a nice stomp?
Disruption leads into more damage. Not able to get the hop away. So, support's kind of getting traded out here. Quest. The next step is being able to either take some tier 2s or start securing that Roshan, but their lineup is pretty bad at doing Rosh, so I feel like there's not a clear step here into the future for Quest for this next like 5 to 10 minutes. Just kind of like go out, find some heroes, shut them down. But
they want small skirmishes on the map, especially during the nighttime. You have Slark Vision plus some Mirana ult.
Yeah, like TA2000 getting really aggressive here without his Aghanim Scepter out pretty deep. JT tries to keep the vision, but he's gonna let him go.
Some free space for Xtreme though. Slark ult down. This is your nighttime interval for Quest, 15 to 20.
Yeah,
pretty
look how
decent
much
power spike
Malik's
here.
getting out of this.
Very happy with this situation. Another stomp, but there's no TP follow-ups on this. They all went bottom. So Xtreme kind of getting pulled around right now. Another weakness of some of these 5-man teamfight lineups with the Elder Titan that the Chinese teams like to play, you can split them up on the map, and I think it's been part of the issue for these lineups in the meta is in a meta that's very dominant based on the first 10 minutes laning-wise, you fall behind, the map's very large, you get split up, you can get pulled apart very easily. It goes both ways. And I think that's some of the issue they've been struggling with in the recent meta, especially versus the European teams who will play the map. They'll just farm everything. They'll split up. They'll have 3 cores at 3 different parts. They'll farm multiple ancient camps. They'll take a lot of farm off your side of the map without committing to a full-on 5-on-5. And you just get run out, and the lead just builds. And at a certain point, that 5-on-5 is not even favorable because you have big aura items that come out. So if you're Quest and you can get those aura items online, which probably falls to the supports here, unless Malik wants to go back for something after this blink, then I think you're pretty happy eventually committing to the 5-on-5. Whereas for Quest, or for Xtreme, you're going to need some more time here.
A lot of BKBs being queued up here. TA2000 is actually going to go for that over the Aghanim Scepter. At least that's his thought process right now. Mars going to go for one. I think JT was considering that over some aura items.
Xin-Q has just been trying to set up something in the one part of the map they can.
Oh no, Malik! He blinks away thanks to that high ground ward.
That's from that smoke earlier.
Yep.
There's just nowhere else that Xtreme really are exerting pressure because they don't want to go to the Brood right now and take the space away from him. It's also very dangerous to try and invade that jungle. In fact, JT is just going to have to TP back out to his own lane as he pushes towards his BKB.
I feel like I haven't really seen Broodmother played like this. I feel like traditional logic would tell me that Broodmother pushes and takes over as much of the jungle as possible and leaves that area for like the Morphling to farm.
I just don't think they have the early support to help him do it, and I think they're very afraid doing it into this period where you have the bots on Snap to combine to anything. The Slark is a very hard target for them to go on, and he's always going to see them first, and you have potential Moonlight Shadow plus Smoke Ganks that can come through with a Mars Blink.
Yeah, Disruption into Arrow, Rod of Atos into Arrow. Yeah,
it's just way too hard to push aggressively into Quest right now because you don't have the burst damage online. Now later, when you do, Shadow Demon save isn't as scary. It'll be Hex third potentially here for JT.
Yeah.
They're going to need it at some point.
That logic of all that catch maybe filters into his idea of like, guys, I just need a BKB. Otherwise, I can't play on the map. And if I can't play on the map, I can't give you the space to farm Ghost.
That's the trouble for Xtreme. You're going to bleed out some net worth right now. So you're losing a little bit to Quest, but honestly not as much as I thought they would.
Yeah, it's only gone from 3K to 5K.
Yeah, I found Xtreme. I'm actually pretty happy with this 10 to 20 minute period here, especially with how the early lanes went. You got to remember that lead was like 2K at 6.
Yeah.
Those lanes got decimated by Quest. And if you get big
a kill like this would be massive, but the BKB goes off. Paparazzi not able to juggle it, and now he has to TP away. Forced into an awkward position there.
That's a greedy rune. Oh my.
The illusion rune managed to disjoint or dispel that Rod of Atos. Not sure which, but
this guy's good.
Yep.
Well, they got a BKB, they got some TPs, and they got through that nighttime period.
Yeah.
So honestly, I think Xtreme are pretty content with what just occurred here, and they're continuing to scale. That's the one thing. I feel like they should be pretty happy with their scale in this game. They have 3 really good right-click cores going into the late game with an ET and Monkey King behind them. Assuming you can find Farmham and everybody here, shouldn't be worried about the late game 5-on-5s. Now, of course, Quest can take those 5v5s in an unfair manner based on the vision skills they have and the fact that they have incredible burst between the snap.
Yeah, they have
and like a
stronger
Mirana arrow late
and
game.
stuff. They're going to try and go for Noob with no BKB. He TPs in and may be caught here, but Malik's going to help him out.
That's
JT going at it with his BKB. The Moonlight Shadow, they have the vision. Oh, he needs a couple more hits. That's all he needs, and Paparazzi will help secure it in the end.
A very nice move from Xtreme, and honestly, just a bad TP by Noob. He does not have BKB. His team cannot be there. The intrusion from Xtreme bottom, it took 21 minutes. They finally get it. That's a tier 2. That's a huge core kill. That's a big gold swing, and suddenly your Brood is top of the chart here. exactly where Xtreme want to be, because now you're controlling this Radiant Roche pit, and you might just do it. I don't know if Quest can contest this during the daytime after that Snapfire death.
And that is always such a downside when you win a laning phase and like you have so much control of the map, but you can't do Roshan, right? You control the map for like 90% of the game, but then like the 10% the other team takes it, they're able to take a big objective in Roshan.
I think some of that goes to Quest miss some of their early skirmishing though, especially behind the Slark. Like no one was helping TA2000 invade these enemy Ancients or take space away from the Brood. They were kind of just content with putting him on an island, which maybe it felt okay for TA2000, but not
Disruption
overall.
trying to jump away. Xinqiu gonna be pushed into the arrow.
Is this enough time for Roche? This is very awkward now for Xtreme. They just handed it on a platter to Quest. You said they couldn't do it. Well, they didn't need to do it.
Yeah, I mean, if it's below 50% HP, that makes it a whole lot easier. But if they want to try and do it, they're going to be doing it into Paparazzi, potentially blinking it with Rolling Thunder. So
and ET Spirit.
They're going to go for TA2000. Already got off the Dark Pack. He's going to be okay. Malik jumping into the stomp. That's a bit unfortunate. Looks like they're going to lose their Mars first. TA2000 slowed down as well with the BKB being rendered ineffective here for Noob. Had to just use it to walk away.
None of these BKBs doing anything for Quest. That stomp was absolutely perfect. I don't know if that was intentional, but hey, it worked out. And that is the type of fight that is very awkward for Quest to force. I think they should have just kind of committed for the Roche and forced Xtreme into them. Like bait out the Pango into the pit. Take the fight in a situation where Xtreme commit into your BKBs instead of the other way around. They just take full advantage of that. And now Noob has gotten nothing done with this itemization in the last 2 to 3 fights here. Just feels awful for him. Give Aegis away to the Morphling, who had a very rough 0-3 start on the lane. A lot of momentum given away. They're going to try and use a Moonlight Shadow to re-engage here. No BKB for TA2000, but doesn't need it if he builds up the stacks.
Fighting to the hero without the BKB. The Broodmother is going to get bursted down. They look for an extra kill with an arrow. Oh, he catches him. Omar cuts down the tree too. Beautiful combination. And the dot from Xinqiu. He knows he just got caught.
I mean, at least he's having fun back on land.
Yeah, he is. Omar will respond in kind. Fun little banter between the two teams as Quest take their lead back. 5K and building with the tier 1 tower being taken off that as well.
I think that was like a ha-ha. I'll see you next game when I play Murata.
Could be. I mean, this was a really nice arrow, I think, from Omar, where he's just kind of hunting through the trees for the Elder Titan or the Monkey King in this spot. And then it just so happens that he got Xinqiu.
It's a little bit unlucky, right? But it is a nice heads-up arrow. He was basically looking for the monkey in the trees because he does have this leap quelling cut that's pretty reliable to abuse the cooldown. And you just got to be faster there, my friend.
I mean, he had a chance to see the arrow coming. Hop away, but...
It's a good sign that you're all chatting this early in the tournament, though. You know, it tells you where your mindset's at. By the end, he'll be writing paragraphs.
Or writing question marks. Like emo.
I mean, that is something that Quest lost, you know. The Amar all chat.
That's true.
Malik's going to have to step up. Start dropping some items. Some
or maybe
taunts.
that's where Omar is trying to step it up. He responded.
That's true. Always got to make up for what you lose in some players.
Aghanim Scepter done for the Morphling. Big item pickup, which will render the Slark a lot less effective in these fights. If he gets morphed in the first place.
Xtreme's like big power spike, at least going into that mid late game. They want to hit this third item on Brood in conjunction with the damage coming out between the Pango and the Morph and just drive it home. The Ags is already up here for Ghost, so if you get that Ag steal on the Slark, that's a lot of damage gone for Quest. The way their lineup makes up for it is the Snapfire Talons, you know, with the Daedalus and stuff going into that late game that is pretty hard for the Morph to steal or deal with here. It's just TA2000, all that net worth is going to get sucked away and you're going to start pouncing it back. It's not as strong as it used to be. It's still pretty damn good. And they'll get another TP out of JT here. Another BKB down as well.
Noob catching Xinqiu, but there are a lot of heroes nearby. He's got to be careful. He's got a haste runer to BKB, so he can waddle his way out of there if needed.
Quest really want to start these fights either off the Moonlight or the Slark going in, finding an isolated target and baiting out the Spirit or some of the roll from Xtreme. If that happens, then it's just the green light to engage the full 5-on-5. These little pokes are exactly what they're looking for.
Yeah, get some stats off the
Even
Aegis
an arrow
hero.
connection. He's just dead, I think.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to catch DY thanks to that arena from Malik.
Yeah, where's
or
the
maybe
help?
not. They're not actually trying to follow through with it. Afraid of Paparazzi, who is going to come through. They're going to stick on to Ghost here, but he's already morphed in. He's going to be perfectly fine, turning into the Slark. So now, with the BKBs coming off cooldown, Quest are going to start backing away.
I mean, Xtreme used everything. This is the type of fight, now you're dead on the map. If I'm Quest, yo, you just run in with the Slark and find anything with an arrow connection. You're super happy. Gotta remember, this Brood still has no BKB TP. You just used your Stomp, you used your Roll, you used your Wukong, you used your Morphags. I'm surprised Quest are not pushing this harder right now. Because I think that is the exact type of bait that you want, and then you're just gonna take over the whole map, especially during nighttime as well.
Maybe they don't realize their position of strength just because their own BKBs are off too. So they're like, you know.
I mean, you're still looking for this Ags on the Slark as well. That's going to enable the aggression from TA 2000 a lot more too, because then you can go in and still have a get out of jail free card. Shard will also help that as well. So I can kind of understand not pushing it here, but I think as this game progresses, that is the type of fight that Quest are going to win. It's not about the first jump, it's about the second. An early Shadow Blade here. There's some aggression, looking for something, but won't find it. Another tier 2 being threatened.
TA 2000,
oh, it's gonna
really deep. The arrow spotted him. TA, ooh, he tried to jump in, cut down a tree. Doesn't quite make it. Now he's going to be a little bit stuck here. This is very awkward. Disruption and Arena both going to be used defensively here to make sure he does manage to get out. Paparazzi rolling on through. Malik, BKB, TP out. Xtreme will similarly back themselves away.
That BKB just came up.
Oh, immediate smoke up. Xtreme going to now realize we should try and catch something here, but I think they're going to be too late to the party.
Very hard to catch this lineup.
Yeah.
They don't have direct stuns to deal with. The Vision Evasion coming out here from Quest. And they will get the disengage. Committing a lot to try and catch this monkey in the tree. Honestly, I like how Jin-Q is playing this game, which is very aggressive. He knows his role. He's just going to go in, bait out some arrows, arena, whatever. Even if he drops down, it could be a pretty good fight for Xtreme if he can bait the clump. That's kind of how you have to play the support monkey, honestly. You just have to have balls. You know?
He's got two big ones. Disruption, arrow, combo. Pango gets caught by it. Couldn't run far enough away out of that pounce, and now they're going to get the +1 off this one. The Rod of Atos catches DY on the retreat.
Look at those hits, though.
Yeah, he's doing some damage. It's
I mean, it
impressive.
hurts. It hurts. Like, cannot underestimate these pure agi carries going into the Elder Titan if you end up in a melee scenario.
Another high ground get a Shadow Demon here, but they turn back instead with the Orchid to be able to kill the Mirana. Get him.
Just finished it.
And hold this map.
Again, look at the aggression. Jin-Q is still calling for plays, right? This, you lose your Pango ET, you know Quest are majority down here. I guess you just saw the Slark lead the area, and high ground war for Quest, not enough to dissuade you. Xtreme staying in this game, still a 4K lead at 30 minutes. Technically, Xtreme brought it back 1,000 gold in the last 10?
Yeah.
Okay. And a late Deso pickup here for Malik. Really emphasizing that Quest want to burst a target. It's going to be super nice with these Snapfire hits later on. You go in, you spear somebody, you get the minus armor. You just leapt in. Okay, I mean, Jin-Q is truly playing with fire this game.
The pre-cast, yeah, jumping into that area specifically, like, you know they've got.
Oh, he just pinged it. I mean, now he knows there's a ward.
Yeah. Like, that is probably one of the most common Radiant warded spots in the game.
Double damage here. Titan Sliver on top, and Silver Edge completed, man. Noob is big and bad. Almost level 20 as well.
Yeah, are you still confident about that late game for Xtreme? The way that Noob is scaling up so well?
The ultra late, yes. I still think it's better here. But that Snapfire, yeah, it is Quest's best scaling tool here for sure. And if the fights get chaotic, then I think they're going to have a feeding frenzy, right? Like, let's say you get 2 of these bursts off with level 20 and 25 talent, then you're probably winning that fight if you're Quest. But a lot can happen in that interval between the first and the second. And of course, if you have enough damage on Snap that you just burst a big target off an arrow, that's still the downside here for Xtreme. What do you do about these arrow chain initiations? You don't have a save.
Yeah. You kind of need your heroes to be able to save themselves. So at some point, I feel like you need roll up on the Pango just to be able to give yourself a little bit more magic immunity options.
Okay, well, what if
you've got BKBs?
Morph steals one of the saves here from Quest?
Turn into the Shadow Demon?
That's right.
That sounds pretty dog shit.
You can get the Slark Shard, right? Or do you, you don't? No, you don't. It's based
if you
off
have
the
the
ult?
shard yourself, no, because it's based
Yeah,
off the ult. Yeah.
But you can get the disruption.
You can get disruption, but then
This
you're a
could be the
Shadow
next
Demon.
level. Okay, but disruption.
Good point, Avery. Thank you.
That's why I'm here. I mean, I'm not. It might be more useful in a late game fight. I don't know. You can also just play off buybacks. I think Xtreme's happiest position would be a dire side Roche with buybacks onto their outpost. Because then that initial burst and BKB duration for Quest doesn't mean as much. You just jam your net worth through it. But level 20 is up here. That DD, that is what triggered that smoke here for Quest. They really want to fight in the next 20 seconds here.
Yeah, but somebody is going to die real fast. These little shredder shots. Question is, can you get there in time?
It's running out.
DD's running out, and
Smoke's running
Xtreme
out.
are not in that position. They're on the high ground here.
Xtreme. Very fortunate that these timings did not align. You have to keep in mind this Hex for JT. If he catches one of your cores going in.
Yeah, considering the vision advantage that they have, they're going to see you coming.
Xtreme have done a really good job controlling these Radiant Roshans. They're not easy versus a double vision lineup where you don't really have any of your own outside of Broodlings and an ET Spirit. You have to be there ahead of time. So they have been very disciplined about being there ahead of time. This is really good monkey
He's gonna
vision.
get some reads. Kiss is gonna start going out. They're gonna try and catch
Oh,
Jin
he
Q.
dodges.
He's hopping away. Trees, trees, trees. Omar, he cuts the right one, and he finds Jin Q. They get the opening pickoff. Now Xtreme gonna have to play this one 4 versus 5, though still holding the high ground advantage here. Disruption into something here. Nothing. Now Rod of Atos is going to be used. Finally, BKB goes off, but JT, big Desolator hit, and he goes, no, the heal, no, he couldn't quite finish him off because of the disappear from the Slark. Now he turns around, hits the Hex onto the Mirana. Meanwhile, they do manage to burst down the Morphling TA2000. It's going to work now with the pounds landing onto the Pango, holding him in place. He's not going anywhere. He's stuck here, and they're going to take every bit of stats you have and turn that back around Roshan, which is going to be up in just 10 seconds.
High ground position means nothing for Xtreme when they lose their monkey and lose numbers advantage. Malik just goes in with that big Deso hit off the Shredder minus armor as well.
Ooh,
that
big
hurts.
kill if he can get it. He still has a vision of him for a little bit longer. The dust is going to wear out soon, but so does the invisibility. New pop of the BKB. I guess he doesn't have a TP, though.
Everybody.
They could just keep chasing, hit him with a stun, a little bit more with the Orchid. Oh, just a little bit more damage, and surely the Orchid would have popped him. But now it's not enough, and now Jin Q is going to get blasted away by New.
I mean, I guess the upside here is you stopped Roshan.
Yeah.
Do you have a chance to contest it here? Up at 15 with the Morph. This could get weird for Quest, honestly, especially since Noob kind of has to heal. He needs a rune. He will get a rune, a very nice rune at that. So I guess not too much downside here. And of course, you still have 5 buybacks up for Quest that can all go into that Radiant Outpost. So you're still pretty happy with this exchange. You're going to probably get Roshan off of
well,
it.
if you stall it, it's going to head over to Dire.
That's true. 30 seconds left. This actually might work out for Xtreme. They have a chance to contest Dire Side Roche. Of course, they don't have the buybacks for it, and they're still the tier 1 up for Quest.
Yeah, that does make things a lot more even when you still hold your offlane tower.
And right now, I think is where the team fights are going to be the hardest because you're dealing with the Slark Shard. You're dealing with the Snapfire talent that has just ramped up his damage to an insane amount out of nowhere. You can't really get the armor online for Xtreme that easily. We saw the Morphling just kind of melt to the Slark stacks as well. The later this game goes, Xtreme are going to be able to build some more tools, but right now they don't have any answers to what Quest are proposing. This is a very difficult Roshan contest. They're going to find TA2000 first. It's nighttime. Do get the Orchid on him.
Yeah, they can maybe change his stun a little bit. They might be able to finish him off. TA2000 managed to get off the BKB. No saves, and what a hit from Malik. Comes in with the arena, rebukes back all of Xtreme, and now Jin Q and Paparazzi just going to have to give up on this Roshan for sure now.
They got the Slark.
I mean, they did get the Slark, so maybe they still have a chance.
Did the disruption go on something else?
I think Kaori maybe just wasn't in the area.
I swear he went in and capped, because I think you just disrupt them here. Maybe you just didn't have it. Either way, the Slark does live, so I guess it wasn't the worst case scenario, but that's that Earth Splitter killing you through BKB, right?
I was about to say, how did he end up dying? And then boom. Earth Splitter did catch him in the end, and Na'Vi are going to do it without the Slark. They're like, all right.
Na'Vi?
Excuse me, I keep looking at Malik.
You got God. You got God. Jin Q. Says, I don't care.
Caught him again, Q. He is having a rough time. Malik is absolutely destroying him with this.
I like how he boundless struck the pit, though. Maybe I'll get that one, Roshan.
Yeah, maybe you get the last hit on Roshan.
That was a boundless strike for the dreamers out there. And eventually will be Roche going to Quest. It got delayed a lot. It will go into their pocket and won't be the Aegis on the Slark, so maybe Xtreme a little happy about that. Definitely would have rather had it on TA 2000 here.
DY, not even sure what he's doing here, to be honest.
Well, he's dying. That is what he's doing. As another one goes into Noob's pocket, almost level 23. These levels are getting up there fast.
Yeah, this is deadly to be given a Snapfire this much experience.
He's going to go for the Hex as well, so more control. Of course, the Hex still a decent amount of damage on the Universal Hero here. I thought he was just going to go the straight Daedalus, especially with the Desolator on the Mars here. The synergy is just insane, especially versus kind of the low armor on Xtreme.
I mean, you keep getting these arenas that catch like 2 or 3 heroes inside of it. You rebuke all 3 of those heroes, and they're getting a little shredded.
With the split. You have the 3 split with them all getting rebuked. Goodbye, right? Goodbye. Yeah. That's where you wish you had the Slark ulti to dodge some of this.
Yeah, seriously. But again, no saves on the side of Xtreme, so when they get caught...
And Nullifier done. It's a lot of extra burst damage off the right clicks here for Malik, and the control is just getting online for Quest. This is when they're hitting their stride. It's exactly the power point where they want to strike and end this game right now. It's where you hope your high ground defense is good with the Elder Titan Spirit. 15k down just like that. Xtreme held this game pretty close, but it's been blown open.
But there's still that final challenge of going high ground.
How many hexes are they building?
I mean, if you can't go high ground, right? The best of... Dude, they have had Xinq's number like none other. I've never seen a Monkey King get shut down so quickly.
The vision's just way too good.
Yeah.
They're just getting an insane amount of ward control. Another thing the Slark gives you, right? You're dewarding a lot of Xtreme's wards. You're getting insane high ground vision your own that you can protect, so you're not too worried about mass warding these cliffs. Ghost looks...
They're going to surprise him
pretty
here
screwed.
with a spear to the face. He did manage to get off more strength thanks to the shard. BKB goes out, TP away, and I don't think they have anything to stop it.
Arrow not in time. They are getting split pushed bottom.
Yep.
This is probably
something done.
The best thing he can do right now on the map. Try and force somebody back, and he will get the Mars TP.
And that's the problem with not being able to effectively go high ground, right? It's that this Broodmother is going to split push you all the time.
Which is where I think they would have rather had the Aegis on the Slark. I think the Aegis on the Slark lets you force that high ground way more than the Aegis on the Snapfire here.
I don't know. Noob's damage isn't bad. I mean, I guess that you have to pop Little Shredder on the tower, so maybe they don't.
I mean, you can go up and Little Shredder it. I just think there's a world where you do get stopped. Yeah, I guess they could do it. I mean, they have disruption save. It's not out of the question. I guess 1 Rax is not ending this game, though. Quest really just want the fight.
Yeah, and if they don't get the fight, they have plenty of catch with all these Scythe of Ices coming out.
It's just going to be a race for the control. Basher done for Paparazzi. They'll find a clean little pick here. Not much you can do about that if you're JT.
Really nice by TA 2000 scouting that somehow the same spot, deja vu. But
really likes that little hole.
Sitting on the high ground and the backing outside of their vision as they come up, allowing the Snapfire to get the instant hex.
Yeah, also went for the cooldowns.
Oh, and Paparazzi almost gets caught, kind of does. Ooh, dodges the spear thanks to the roll-up, and now they're actually going to be clapped on here. This is going to be a big hit with the Rolling Thunder. They do have BKB, so I don't imagine we're going to be losing any heroes. They lose the Aegis, though.
Early BKB committal for Ghost.
Yeah, that is really awkward. He gets hit by the arrow, so once he comes out of that BKB, he's now stunned, he's dead. He does not have buyback either. They cut down the tree off of the disrupted Monkey King. I'm not even sure if that was going to work that way, but it does.
Learn something new every day.
Yeah.
Xinq, whether he exists in the map or not, he is getting his tree cut. It seems to be his fate.
And that is looking like we're going to be seeing 1, 2 lanes of barracks, maybe straight up just go for the tier 4s. We'll see what Quest does with this time. Yeah, they're pinging the tier 4s. I think they're going to go for it.
Why not? I mean, you just got that Morphling kill. He probably does not have buyback here. What are you afraid of? Your Quest, you still have saves. You have double save between the Shadow Demon and the Slark.
I think maybe you're afraid of the poke that
You have
the
level
Elder
25.
Titan and Pango does, right?
I mean,
they have ways to stall you out. Now, if they catch the Pango, if they kill the Pango...
Yeah, one poke.
Okay, now he's going to have to buy back. You try and get in there. Nullifier used on DY. Immediate bash goes out. Orchid placed onto the Mirana here. Xin-Q in deep. Paparazzi tries to follow it up. He's got some help from JT, but JT cannot stand toe-to-toe against Noob. Not even with that lifesteal. It's just too much. He can't handle it. Paparazzi's going to try and roll away. Tries to go back in with a swashbuckle. Gets Scythe, and that's GG.
Xtreme did not find a lot of momentum in this game, honestly. They held
They held on for a very long time.
Yeah, they
but
had position to contest those Roshans. It's just the fights did not seem close at all. And I feel like Quest just too comfortable in this game. Where's the pressure exerted on T2000 and Noob? The rest of their supporting cast all did their job. Their two cores that they like to play around in the 1 and 2 got way too much out of the lanes here for Xtreme, and all of a sudden you're in a position where you have two kind of team fight oriented supports that are behind that need to catch up, and not a lot of playmaking cores to make that happen for them because of how the lanes went. That's a tough position to be in. Maybe one Xtreme are comfortable in, just trying to scale for the 5v5 team fight. However, I think it's going to be a paradigm of this tournament where if you are a team playing for this 5v5 scale and you fall behind versus these European teams, your win percentage, at least in the last few months, has not been good.
Yeah.
So I expect more from the other side of this meta in terms of what is your way to deal with that. You got to have something more in the early game. You got to have something more in the mid game to get you to the point where your lineup comes online. And even then, it's not easy. 8-1 and 13 for Noob. He had a lot more scale in the tank here. All three of Quest cores just putting on a clinic.
Yeah, I think, it's one of the big strengths of Quest, and I think it's one of the downsides of the Chinese teams, the laning phase, right?
Yes.
You've got to be able to answer that in some way. And Xtreme, they held on to the game, but they were never ever able to really take it over like you were talking about. Didn't really get any momentum, and you don't want to be playing from behind this entire tournament. Not up against all the Western European teams.
No, it's very tough. I think you can play from behind a little bit if you have a hero that comes online at the 15 to 20 and you can go through like a Storm Spirit lineup. I mean, the Pangolier can maybe do it. Let's say one of these supports for Xtreme is like as a Coddle or a Lion or something. You can combo it up. Okay, I can see the comeback potential more. This is just, it's very slow.
Well, we'll see whether or not Xtreme Gaming has the comeback potential in this series as they're down a game. Let's head back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Cap and SVG. Indeed, it is Quest Esports that take game one of this two-game series against Xtreme Gaming, and they looked solid doing it. I'm joined by Purge, Effie, and Faith Bian, and we're gonna break this game down. And we already said, Purge, at the start of this game, after the draft was done, we knew that Quest was gonna bring the tempo at the start of the game because that's what their lineup was meant to do. But I felt like they just took it a step further than that.
Yeah, they did. They did a great job rotating. Their lanes went very good. The Snapfire had a huge amount of last hits in the mid lane. He was sitting like 15 last hits ahead of the Pangolier in the mid lane, and then he rotated to the safe lane. They got an easy kill on the Brood without using Mortimer's Kisses. He stuck around for like a minute, killed him a second time. So it's like they kind of dealt with the Brood solution. They moved over. He just got so farmed, and it really helped their mid game get ahead.
Yep, I agree. I think the Snapfire's net worth posed to be a very big issue for XG in the early game because even when Brood has a bad lane, she typically recovers by hitting that level 6 and going into the jungle camps. But when you have a hero like Snapfire who is naturally immobile, get to that Atos into BOT timing very early, you don't pose as much of a threat on lane anymore because you always have to be wary of the Snapfire bots into the Atos setup with a Slark. So I think Quest played that beautifully. All three of their lanes went as well as they could, and they succeeded in killing the Brood on lane a couple of times pre-6.
Yeah, I agree. And Snapfire did play it very well. And I think a very crucial moment to break the balance is they bring 3 heroes top and kill Morphling. And after that, they kill Morphling again with Shadow Demon and Mars. And because XG losing top, so the rotated chance for Pango is less. So I think it's just breaks the balance for XG.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense because if you're playing a mid laner like Pango from a losing position versus Snapfire, you want to come back through the side lanes, so you need at least one of your side lanes to go well.
Yeah.
But because, as Faith Beyond mentioned, they not only shut down the Brood, but they also shut down the Morphling twice in a row, Pango just had nobody to play with.
And once they were ahead against the cores, it comes down to like Jingqiu to spot rotations, allowed them to Roche, and they were just, Malik was so good at catching Jingqiu this game. He did a great job. He had a miss here or there with his ulti, but they killed him so many times. He had 11 deaths by the end.
We can take a look at the STC play, see which play we have selected here for this game number 1 that we had. And I believe it's a little bit of a save as well. Here it comes, Purge. It's the save that we saw earlier.
Yes, this is a really cool moment. Nice usage of the illusion rune to get the stun setup. He was extremely dead if he took that full scatter blast damage in melee range, but the stun from Jingqiu keeps him alive. And then Kiari's like, nah, I need this kill with his haste rune. And it looked like he was going to get it for sure with this disruption. He popped the poison here, but he had a raindrop. He blocked the damage, so ends up saving him.
It's the debate where you pop the poison too early. But yeah, that was a great save by Jingqiu, but unfortunately,
not enough.
We didn't really see enough come out of the Monkey King just because all 3 lanes went badly, and you're a vision providing hero. Your job is to show your team where the heroes are so they can take the fights. But when you're playing from a net worth deficit, there's nobody really to do that, so the Monkey King ends up being a dead weight for most of the game.
Yeah, on hindsight, was the Monkey King the problem? Like, could they have had a very different game if they had indeed a different hero instead? We heard our commentary team say it as well. A different hero instead of the Monkey King that may have allowed them Purge a little bit better to survive longer, to have a game later on?
I mean, it's possible. It's like one of those things where it's like you're playing Bounty Hunter, and when you're winning, Bounty feels amazing. When you're losing, maybe it doesn't feel as good. He did die first in the lane, I believe. There was a moment where he got cut down that allowed them to take a fight that helped get Slark ahead. So you could maybe say a different support would have given them a better lane, potentially. But there's definitely good things about it. They just needed the rotations that quested to be less successful for them to stabilize. But it would be safer to pick a more stable support duo if your opener is Elder Titan.
Maybe a little bit too cute on the Elder Titan Monkey combo.
Yeah, potentially.
Ahead of their time.
Too much vision, Cheever.
I think it could have gone differently, actually. I think that was just Quest playing very well, where they were able to shut down both side lanes, because had any of their side lanes gone better, then the AT Monkey King could have worked out. But because they killed that Morphling twice in a row and they killed that Brood twice with the Snapfire, it looked entirely different. So you never know. I don't think the support duo itself is a problem, just the way that that game played out made it so that they looked bad.
Where do you think that Xtreme Gaming is going to take Game 2, Faith Beyond? What are they going to change?
I think Xtreme Gaming will think about Snapfire because they really liked Snapfire, and I think in Game 1 they thought Quest don't play this hero, so they didn't take it. I think they really want to take it Snapfire for the second phase, but they lose it. So I think in Game 2 they will pick Snapfire earlier.
Yeah, first phase Snapfire coming up. That might indeed be the case. Gonna have to have a little bit of a break though before we even check in with game number 2. But while we wait for that, we can check in with something else because there's so much Dota going on, and we have, of course, our on-site reporter at the hotel. So let's see what's going on with Jenkins.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the update from the Player Lounge. Over here, that's the A stream. That's the one that you're watching. That is Quest Esports versus Xtreme Gaming, and that is still going on, so I'm not going to bother the Quest guys over there too much. Over here, we have the EG corner, and they cleared out of here mostly because their Game 1 just ended versus 9 Pandas. And by the way, this is on the C stream, this one. They did very well in their Game 1 against 9 Pandas, which is great for EG because they kind of bombed out of Dream League and people weren't expecting much from them. But that's always a mistake. This team always, I mean, they're fierce. They always bite back. Over here, we have Gaimin Gladiators. I will also be quiet around here because You know, that's their coach, their staff. This game is still going. This is a buzzer beater. It's very close. This is on the B stream. Gaimin Gladiators versus Team Spirit. 5 premier tournaments in a row won by Gaimin Gladiators. Team Spirit, TI winner of the greatest, largest prize pool of all time. I mean, can you get a better match? And it's Gaimin's winning that one, as a lot of people would expect. But Team Spirit, they're going to fight back. They always go to the very end. And then finally, last but not least, over here, we have the D stream. And this is Team OG versus LGD. And OG was in decent control of the game, early game. Late game, LGD found their power spike, and they won a team fight. They took control of the game. That's how LGD likes to win their games. They know their power spikes very well, which makes them a very devastating and scary team to play against. But that's it. We'll see if... I doubt there's going to be a lot of 2-0s today. These teams are very close. Like I said, all the games looked like they could have gone either way, and a lot of them are still going right now. So, yeah, I'm excited for some good Dota today. And stick to the A stream, but open the B, C, and D stream on your other 3 monitors, because there's a lot of good stuff going on. And back to you at the panel, Shiver.
I think I need LG to sponsor me a couple more monitors if I want to watch 3 other streams on my other 3 monitors. I don't think a lot of people will have the luxury of doing that. How do you watch 4 streams at the same time, Purge?
Wow, I also wait for someone to give me 3 extra monitors, Cheever. That's weird. We're the same. I mean, you have all these other peripherals in front of you. You think somebody could get you some screens for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you guys got laptops. I mean,
Oh yeah, it's only 1 screen. I wish I had a mouse. I have to use the touchpad.
Unluck. But how do you watch 4? Like, do you ever try to watch 4 games at the same time? Because that's madness.
It's hard for me because there's so many games. It's like what tends to happen is when there's a team fight on one stream, I watch the team fight.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, there's a team fight on this stream. Then I watch, and then by the end of the game, I'm like, I don't know what the hell happened. I like slightly know what happened in 4 games. I gotta do one. I'm a 1 stream man.
Well, Purge, that's you not being able to multitask. That's shameful.
Yeah, but if you don't have at least 2 streams going, you're bored. That's your problem.
No, so I don't know if squad stream is on or not, but I turn on.
I think it is.
Okay. Yes, I turn on squad stream and I keep clicking around the squad stream, and if I feel like something interesting is happening, or if they're gonna farm for 5 minutes, I'll just switch away from the farming stream and I'll try to watch the team that's smoked in the squad. You know, stuff like that. I don't get the full story, but it's good enough.
It's good enough. Well, we have to make do with what's good enough. And what's good enough for us is a little bit of a break, so we have a breather. When we're back, though, it's time for more Dota 2 with Quest and Xtreme.
I would say my signature hero, as it is right now, is Disruptor. Disruptor is kind of support who can do a lot of stuff without net wars, but also he scales if you get some money. You can buy Axe, you can buy Blink, some support items, etc. So basically he can do a lot. It's definitely Fishman who basically showed me a new way to look at supports, or like a new way to look at the laning stage. Disruptor is, at least back then, he was like most in-time meta hero to carry players or like to core players, because playing against Glims, ulti, basically this, you know, control that provides Disruptor in teamfights is insane, and it felt good to play Disruptor back then. And then he kind of dropped out of the meta, and I would say Fishman brought him back into the meta with new way of playing Disruptor on lane with Glimpse instead of Q. And because of it, I kind of got back to it.
I think my signature hero is Morpling and Naga. But Morpling sucks now. Yeah, maybe Naga.
No way. Once again! Shanks
No
is
way.
the Bacchus killer! He has his number, his Instagram, his Facebook, his MySpace at this rate.
I think their mobility.
If his carry dies, Panda feels the need to die too.
And like controlling the illusion with Naga. I'm good with it.
Maybe signature hero of the years, Enigma. I think it's always been on and off for me, but there are times where, yeah, like I started out playing a lot of Enigma, and then it's kind of just always came back at some point, and in all my teams, I think at some point it's coming back.
They have the Batrider one, and the Enigma one is 100 off, but 100 off is not here.
Pressuring Zai, managed to get the black hole off, but he's slowly burning to the sun right now.
Nice
Now the
egg
Supernova's
position.
going to be used, and they use the Fiend's Grip, but not the last one, Uragi. He's in trouble, and he's going to die.
What I enjoy most about Enigma is just the all the mind games that go into black hole. Like for example, for me, I like to not use this spell so much, and play around like other aspects of the hero. Like for me, if I play Enigma and someone like ends up picking like Rubik or Soundstare or something against me, instead of like trying to brute force my way to use black hole, I would rather like just play on my minions or something and just go RS and do stuff like this.
Welcome back. We're in the middle of a series here in the group stages for Riyadh Masters, Xtreme Gaming versus Quest Esports. They're going head-to-head, and it is 1 game up for Quest. Now, it's a 2-game series, and we'll see if Xtreme is able to tie it up, or if Quest is going to get revenge, because last time these two teams met, it was Xtreme 2-0ing Quest. So far, of course, Quest is on the right track, but we'll see what Xtreme comes up with as we head into a game number 2. I'm joined by Purge, by Effie, and by Faithbian. Faithbian, before the break, we talked about how we are watching 4 streams at the same time. Now, you've played while there's 4 games going on at the same time. Do you pay attention to any of the other games going on, or is it only the series you're playing that you're focusing on? Or is there maybe someone else that is watching all the other games while you're playing?
I think we definitely will watch some results, like what they pick and how who win the game. But mainly we will just focus on our game. Yeah.
So this time that the teams have had is very important, of course, to to adapt. What are the discussions that you think Xtreme is having right now before draft of game number 2? What kind of topics would they be talking about? Would they be focusing on, well, we really should be picking Snapfire in the first 2, or would they be just focusing on a new, fresh game, or maybe they just don't talk about Dota at all and they're just chilling to be relaxed?
I think they will adjust some drafts.
Yeah.
And also because second game they will last pick, so I think they maybe won't pick their mid player later. Yeah, for a better lane. Yeah.
Better lanes, that's what we want. Let's see, we're in the draft for game number 2. We got Quest Esports, they have first pick, and it will be Xtreme with second pick and Dire. I believe that's fairly similar from previous game. So that seems to be the case, and we're going to find out if Snapfire is having an earlier appearance this time around, Purge. Anything other than the Snapfire that you would consider to be the issue in the previous game?
Anything other than that? That was the main thing, I guess. It was it block picked and it gave Quest a great lane matchup, so it was kind of just ideal. I don't know if rotating the Pango would have been an option either. So.
Yeah, because we have had the ET Pango as the opener for Xtreme, which maybe on hindsight they would have liked to have a little bit more flex there.
Potentially, I think the Pango is fine, honestly. Even if it has a bad lane matchup, it always comes back through ganking, and it's a good skirmish hero, which is why it's been so popular for so long. The issue for me was that XG put themselves in a position with that Brood where they don't really have many stuns or ways of catching heroes. So if they lose lanes, they're in a position where they can't really pick and choose their fights. They kind of just have to wait for a Quest to walk into them, miss a few spells, and then they can go back in. And I think that the lack of disables that they had last game is something that they should address this game. I mean, maybe something like a Tidehunter, something that can solidify your team fight a little bit better, could be what they're looking at.
Yeah, you already mentioned indeed instead of the Brood previous game, obviously they went a different route. But we'll see if they address the same issue there, as we do have a little bit of a change compared to previous game. Xtreme Gaming have banned out Snapfire in the opening too, and Darkseer is the one that gets let through.
I guess just because they have second pick and they don't get to pick the Snapfire first, it's safer. And now that Quest Esports have shown that they're going to play it, you just ban it.
Yeah.
Them going for a Rubik opening is less dangerous because the hero is picked a lot and Quest likes it a lot, but it isn't like the most impactful early pick. It's just one of those picks where you like don't necessarily know what they're going to do.
But I think if you're talking about Quest, their first pick Rubik has to be one of their most impactful heroes because it's far and away Omer's best hero, and it also just like deny picks their silencer, it deny picks their potential Tidehunter, things like that.
The
Or their
upside.
Enigma, I mean, not their Silencer.
That's true. It does limit what kind of things you can pick, but if I'm Rubik right now against Storm and Elder Titan, neither of those spells are like the best steals, so it's a good response for it considering.
So, Faithian, how do you feel about this ET being paired up with a Storm Spirit instead of a Pango like last game?
I think maybe Storm Spirit is more stable at initiation, and I think they both pick what they want. Like Quest have a very common opening for them.
Yeah.
Rubik, Darkseer is the most pick they picked.
And what I also like about this Storm Spirit, it's a really good hero at catching Rubik, right?
Yeah.
When we talk about Rubik being a disruptive hero for Quest and in the hands of Omar, Storm Spirit is something that can take advantage of the ET Spirit, go in, try to kill the Rubik with the magic reduction resistance that happens from ET, and if they can take this hero out early, it's going to be much easier to take the fights.
Yeah.
Also, there's not that much disable right now coming out of Quest. The Darkseer, of course, you have to take it if it's left in the pool. It's just that good. But Storm is also a pretty good hero against Darkseer in the sense that in the early game, he can gank him, he can kill him.
One of the downsides to the opening that Quest went for, though, is that their bans, like, they didn't really reveal that many picks, so it's, like, kind of hard for them to then ban to protect their hero. So it's like, well, I haven't revealed anything, but now I can't also protect it because we're still flexible. So the Mars ban is maybe not the most straightforward here. Obviously, it's a good hero, but, yeah, generally it's more common to protect your first picks.
But I think they're doing just that, right? Because Darkseer is a motion-dependent hero with his Surge. And when you have something like a Bloodseeker with Repster or something like a Mars with Arena, you take away Darkseer's defensive ability to use on himself or his teammates. So I do like the ideas that they have in the bans here. It doesn't feel bad to me. And these are just high-priority heroes in general for XG that give them ways to take fights.
Yeah, where on the other side we have Xtreme, of course, protecting their Storm with the puck ban, tiny ban coming out there as well. Potentially they might also want to ban out a hero that is good against Storm on the support role. Of course, that's going to be a lot of pressure on Quest to make sure that they can deal with that Storm Spirit.
What about Sky or Lion bans?
Yeah, something like that. That'd be nice.
Maybe even Anti-Mage. I mean, I still really like Anti-Mage as a hero. Especially versus Storm Spirit, because it gives you that Mana Void target. But when you're playing with Darkseer, you have these big auras to play with. You have this really good Ion Shell target in your
vacuum
Anti-Mage.
Mana Burn, or Mana Void.
But it can't come out early if they are looking at it.
I would like to see that. Based on previous game, by the way, we talked about this hero a little bit in the pre-show, Faith Beyond. Is any team still having a good case for an Enigma coming out?
In this game?
Yeah.
I don't think so, because Rubik counter Enigma, so Xtreme Gaming don't pick it, and I think Quest, they don't play this hero too much, so yeah.
I love this draft for Xtreme so far. This is so much damage, because Elder Titan's going to lower your magic resistance to 0, and then Sky's going to amplify the magic damage you do after that. So it is like, you're going to see people die really quick when all these heroes go on the same person.
But on the other hand, there's so much magic damage coming out of XG that Darkseer and Aura Buyer, like who's going to ball up with his team, he's going to buy Pipe, he's going to buy Greaves, you're going to have the Rubik with the Shard who can lift people out of the Sky Mystic Flare. Like, there are ways for Quest to counterplay.
I feel this global science is really annoying for Xtreme Gaming. They need to burst and doing some counter initiation, but global science will just kill it.
Yeah, I agree completely. I think the best way to play into a high burst lineup is to have a hero that disrupts it. So whether it's something like a Global Silence or a Shadow Demon disruption or a Bane Nightmare, things like that can be so difficult. So I agree with you. And now that you've paired the Silencer with the Pango, you have a really strong way to kill the Storm in the early game, right? You can kill the Storm on Global Silence plus Pango Rolling Thunder plus +1 rotation maybe from the Rubik. So they've addressed the Storm quite nicely.
Yeah, and they're also very vulnerable to the Pango rotations from the support duo, the Sky or the Elder Titan. If they don't get to initiate first and he gets his roll off, they're just like, okay, hopefully I can live, run through trees. It's not going to be easy. Faces Void will give them some really nice setup though and help them lock down some of these heroes if they get a good initiation.
I like the idea of Faceless Void a lot, because like, if you press Chrono and you start the fight for your team and Silencer globals, well, guess what? Your team's still stuck in the Chrono, you know? I'm still gonna smack them. So I do like that a lot. But I'm curious, Saitian. So Darkseer is the most popular offlane hero in this patch. What do you think is the best way to play against it? Do you think beating him in lane is the way to go? Do you think picking him off is the way to go? What's your take?
I think right now you are very hard to like win this lane. The best part is you pick some hero you don't afraid the illusions, like Void, Faceless Void, or Sven, or Juggernaut, or Weaver. And I think in this game I actually kind of worry about Faceless Void because I think in late game they are doing good, but in early stage maybe too much pressure on this top lane because Elder Titan is also not very strong at lane.
Especially because they're playing against Darkseer, right?
Yeah.
And melee heroes versus Ion Shell has always been very difficult.
Yeah.
Even if they are strong melee heroes like Void and ET, they still get run over. Like when Darkseer hits level 5, they can like, you know, make plays with the catapult, they can glyph it, they can dive, they can bring in their silencer from the bottom lane through the twin gates.
Yeah, and if you pressure to Faceless Void, and Faceless Void just can't farm jungle fast. He kind of nowhere to go.
Yeah, that is true. So do you think that this Faceless Void pressure puts all of the burden on Storm Spirit to play heavy rotations?
Yeah, I think Storm definitely need to go top to kill, try to kill Darkseer right now. But let's see, we have one more pick.
It's gonna be hard though, because they don't have that much damage until Sky hits 6 is the problem. Like ET's gonna do a little bit, but like, and Faceless Void doesn't have a nuke, ET doesn't have a nuke. Like, how do you even gank that lane? It's like you have to do it by yourself.
I think you can bring your Sky and it should be enough. Like when we're talking about the early game when Darkseer still doesn't have his pipe or his mech or what have you, you can still kill the heroes up there so long as Pango doesn't counter the rotation, right? That's the scary part, bringing in the Pango early.
Yeah, it also puts extra pressure on the offlaner that's still to come out for Xtreme Gaming. We got Legion and Beastmaster banned out. Both of those fit the same bill where you're gonna wanna go play with them while you make space for your Faceless Void. Is there any offlaner left in the pool for JT that could potentially do a similar role, that they can make space and buy time for their Faceless Void?
Honestly, I like the idea of an aura buyer and not some cheese hero like the Meepo or the Pudge coming out. Like something that can build a Greaves, something that can build a pipe to play into Quest Esports would be really nice.
Okay, another Slug.
I mean, JT's been very varied in the heroes he's played, actually. He's played 3 Mars games, and then every other hero he's played only 1 time, so it really could be anything for him here. Knowing he's against the Slark, if he picks some melee hero, he's going to have a bad time. But, oh, they're doing it anyways. Okay.
The Pudge.
All right, let's see it. I'm excited.
I mean, he owned, honestly. When he played Pudge versus Quest, he killed it. He was crushing the entire game, and he was an abomination to play against. The concern is just going to be is Pudge can get punished with early rotations. If Slark can kill him a few times and just build up some items, like a Mage Slayer Slark fighting into a Pudge is going to look really different than how a snowballing Pudge would play into a Slark. So it's going to be a very lane-dependent game again.
Yeah.
If I'm Silencer, I'm kind of scared. I'm going to get hit with Concussive Shot by Sky, and then I'm going to get hooked, and I'm like, oh, great, I'm dead again, you know? That's what I'm worried about for Quest.
Yeah, on the lane is definitely scary.
Yeah, for sure. But if I'm Silencer, when I get some levels, I'm like, you take that cursed Sky. I'm pressing it on you. I'm gonna get you. I think overall, if JT pops off on Pudge again, it looks like a really good game because there's just so much damage that's going to come out at the later stages from the Pudge, and then you have this Faceless Void who can take fights for you and bait out the global silence so that the rest of your team can play. So I think if, like, let's see Aircraft, like Void goes in, he chronos, they global, Storm comes in after that, he's not the first hero to start the fight in the mid game, then they can actually kill the Slark really easily. Right?
Well, that's
I
a
think
lot
they
of
have a
ifs
good way
that you
to do
said
it.
before.
But that's how it happens. The Dota is like, these conditions have to be met for you to take a fight. Like every team meets conditions before they make a move.
Yeah. Fitbian, does Xtreme have a better plan this time around? Do you feel like they fixed their issues with this?
Actually, I don't feel it because because they they think a long time, and they banned Snapfire, and Quest saw that and they left. And so I think maybe Quest got to win this.
Yeah.
But I think if Pudge can win this bottom lane, they can have a really great game.
All right, so JT's got all the pressure on him.
Kind of, yeah. You are last pick.
All right, well, we're going to find out if Xtreme can tie the series and with the 1-1 against Quest, or perhaps Quest will take this one 2-0. We're finding out together with Cap and SVG.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. That's going to be the mantra here for Quest as they are looking this time to be able to upset the JT Pudge. And a lot of hype about this pickup, but it can snowball very heavily in one direction or the other. Right, Avery?
I remember a time where if you picked Pudge in competitive and your name wasn't Dendy, they would have laughed at you.
That's true.
And maybe even if you were Dendy, they would have laughed at you until you got fountain hooked, and then they weren't laughing too much. Who was that, Tong Fu?
That was the lower bracket finals of TI2.
I think it was Tong Fu.
I believe that was Tong Fu.
Well, they got owned. But now the bugs have been fixed. Pudge has been upgraded. Look at him. Glorious. And now you can play him like a normal hero.
Well, you can try. I'm not super convinced by it, but we'll see. I mean, some other teams have actually tried to pick up the Pudge as well. Liquid tried, and I believe Evil Geniuses also tried. Or maybe it was 9 Pandas, actually. One of the other games currently going on in our various group stages.
And he's already hit a hook. Look at that.
Woo!
Claps in the chat.
Clap,
he's 100% hook rate here for JT. He absolutely owned on this when he played it earlier, so I expect great things. And what I was interesting to see is that when we were talking about Xtreme's lineup last game, I felt one of the issues with the ET is if you don't have a mid playmaker, this hero feels really bad. I feel like the two ways you can play with these greedy teamfight supports are you either have a mid playmaker you can play through in the mid game to make up for the slow early game, or you have a push hero, like a Beastmaster or a Death Prophet, and then you just go to the Roshan and force it, and they have to 5v5 you. Xtreme went for the Storm, which was the hero I brought up, if you remember. I was like, you know, you have like a Storm Coddle or something.
Yeah.
You can play. So they actually just first phase the Storm, I think, to try and compensate for this a bit and just give Paparazzi that playmaker that they can reliably go to with a Skywrath Mage to make up for some of the tempo. So I think this lineup is way faster for Xtreme. They have way more early mid play options, and the lane should be a bit stronger here between the last pick Pudge versus Slark and the Storm early, which doesn't have a huge amount of counter matchups mid. So that element I like about what Xtreme did here. If you're Quest, they get this Darkseer Rubik opener, which has proved very difficult to beat at this tournament so far. A huge amount of skirmish power. You take the Rubik away from the enemy team so they can't play it into the Darkseer and steal some of those really nice spells away.
Yep.
And then you get some of your melee combos later with the cores, which I feel a lot of teams have just been, you know, we don't need some tiny Darkseer. We don't need some Nyx Darkseer on the lane. We're happy to play this lane combo and just make up for it in the mid game with the Slarks, the Bloodseekers, the Pangoliers, Svens, whatever you want to do with it. Faceless Void. A lot of good melee cores in the meta right now to combo with Darkseer, and Cyril's become a first phase pick, first phase ban.
Couple of notes about this duo right here. We've got the Rubik, who is the most contested hero at this current tournament and has a over 50% win rate. So he's doing all right for himself considering how highly contested he is. And then on the other side, Malik, this is his absolute best hero. So it would definitely prove to be a potent combo for a Quest. They can get this laning phase off to a decent start, which, you know, 8-2 is not too bad. Meanwhile, what's going on in our mid lane? We've got a 12-0 Storm Spirit versus Noob's Pango. So this time, Noob is going to be in the Pango versus ranged hero matchup in the laning phase, which I would think that the matchup is better. Like, I would rather play Pango versus Storm than Pango versus Snapfire.
Yeah.
When it comes to the laning phase, yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about that mid-game look. I mean, if Snapfire gets items and he just shreds you down on the ball, I think that feels really bad. So yeah, you probably rather just play versus Storm at this point. I don't think that was true forever. I think Storm has some decent viability versus Pango if you just jump him. Maybe Orchid's still in the meta. I think that's when it feels the best. But even then, like, the burst potential can be pretty high, and it's pretty hard to Rolling Thunder lock down a Storm Spirit now.
Yeah.
I think both these players are going to be pretty happy in this matchup. It's just about who can maybe get Power Runes and rotate. I think Power Runes maybe decides this what you can get done on the map. Again, I think Xtreme has some more playmaking potential with their offlane than last time. It should be more reliable for them. So I don't think Quest are going to be as far ahead out of lanes as they were as well, which is going to impact how fast this Slark gets to his items, which was a real debilitator last time. And TA2000 just had way too much space. Again, if he gets that much done this game, he has very good matchups again. This Slark Void matchup is very double-sided. It's very much dependent on who's ahead and how much you get done inside the Chronosphere. If you don't get it done, if Slark's not in there, he can drop the Depth Shroud on top of whoever gets Chrono, then you're just super happy, right? I think this matchup has continuously gotten better for Slark over the years, whereas in the old days, it used to be you got Chrono, you died, and you blamed your drafter. Now, the drafter blames you.
Pounce lands, gets onto the Pudge, weren't sure which target they were going for, split the damage between Xinqiu and JT. Meanwhile, top lane looks like that's where our first blood is going to occur. Omar managed to pick up the last hit on DY.
And this is the reason Darkseer has gone up in priority. I think players are just way more comfortable winning the lanes early on with this hero. We saw this, I would go back to one of those OG games in the laning phase where we saw the Darkseer kill Yuragi on the lane and the face was void. It was the same matchup. This is not a matchup that used to be very good for Darkseer for a long time, and now I'm starting to see Darkseer just straight up win it more. Faceless Void is struggling, even with time dilation.
But why? Nothing has really changed about Darkseer, or I feel like nothing was really nerfed about some of these other heroes too much.
Maybe just better at abusing Ion Shells early on, getting to this ring a bit faster. If you can shove the wave in and get the Lotus Orb, in theory, Darkseer is one of those offlaners that should reliably get the Lotus Orb unless you die level 1. I think Elder Titan is also not the best at abusing Darkseer on the level 1 and 2. So when you see this as Quest or you know Xtreme want to lean towards this hero, it's one of the ways you can abuse it. This matchup's not that amazing in the early game. As good as it is on
Paparazzi low is going to be pulled up to the high ground. Noob is low at the same time here. The stomp's going to come through, maybe protecting Paparazzi. He turns around, he wants the kill, and he'll have it. He will get the kill before he dies. Noob is low, but he does manage to get his level 6. The Rolling Thunder is going to go out, and he's probably just going to chain stun DY to death, finish him off with the Swashbuckle. So 2 for 1 to the favor of Quest, but to Paparazzi's credit, he did manage to get the experience before he died to the support kill.
I mean, Poppy is definitely happy with that. That was a situation where he probably just goes down for nothing. Instead, he gets the kill, the free refill of the base.
Well, a lot of XP. He could have walked away. That was another option, right? When the stomp came in to save him.
He might have been dead. He was blood grenaded. He only took one more right click. It was close. I mean, you just go for it. You know, what do you have to lose? You're early on in the groups.
Your life?
Well, yeah, but what's a life compared to a lifetime of shame?
That's a good point. Yeah. Better to go down blazing. Yeah, Ghost is having a rough one.
He's not too happy up here. He is going Midas as well. It's going to be a slow and greedy game from him. Yeah, generally how you're going to play with this hero anyway, though, so maybe not too much lost. He's indeed struggling. At least solo XP is nice for him. You get there, and you have Chrono combos. That's the other thing for the Faceless Void this game. Your Chrono sets up both supports.
Nice rotation by Omar.
All right, I don't know who you're hooking there. That hook was...
That was an attempted damage hook on Omar, but the damage not really needed when Paparazzi comes around the corner.
Yeah, that was a hook for a regen rune that you were hoping was somehow there.
Just trying to. What if you could hook? What if you could hook Aegis and Cheese and stuff from Roshan? Like when Roshan dies,
double wisdom.
Grab that.
I mean,
or
that
items.
would be
Somebody drops their bottle.
Incredibly stupid.
That'd be great.
I'm glad you have no say on bounce matches. His wall is going to go out.
Pull him back in.
Kill him here.
Oh, nice body block there.
God.
Forced to use the Chronosphere. Ghost.
It's actually close.
It is close, but he will get out. Barely.
That was pretty nasty. I'm not going to lie. That was some sick moves.
Okay.
Might die
I'm sure if they have the damage here, they're going to go... Yeah. They do not have the damage. It's not even close. My goodness, that Vanguard makes him way too tanky. JT's going to die again, but they will get the return kill. TA2000 not getting level 6 off of that pickup means Paparazzi will get the return kill.
Once again, Paparazzi trying to carry Xtreme through this early game as Quest are ramping up the pressure on effectively the entire map here. This is just draining the Storm's resources. This is not a game where Storm has a refill mechanism.
Yeah.
So every time he makes these moves, you give up things, right? And you're giving up an Arcane Rune and Noob. That is a rune Paparazzi really would have wanted to have at this 8-minute mark. Instead, he has to kind of salvage the situation bottom. Sure, he's feeling great about it, Still, once again, Noob is just top of the chart here, having an absolutely free game.
It does feel like a bit of deja vu.
Yes,
You're losing your lanes,
feels similar.
side lanes hard enough that Noob is playing 1v0 right now in the mid lane and taking your mid tower.
And now they're going to bring the supports to play through him. This is an Arcane Rune roll. It's just free. Doesn't even need a lot of duration here to clean up DY. Another downside when the Storm has to move, it kind of hurts your supports on the map because now you don't have that playmaker to play through. I really feel like Xtreme are just getting drawn out, and it's this last pick Pudge. This should have been a situation where you had a pressure point going into the Slark.
Yeah.
Instead, Quest had turned it around against you and gotten out of that lane ahead with kills. Their Slark is already level 6. They can leave him alone. They can go play through the Pango, who had absolute free farm. This Pudge pick has not worked out in the early game.
Not at all.
Did not get the fast Vanguard, did not get the fast passive point to up the tank ability here. And
weird part is I feel like they should have, just because the Skywrath Mage, I think, is more impactful in shutting down or putting pressure on the Slark than the Silencer is to the Pudge.
I kind of agree. I don't think that lane should have gone as bad for Xtreme as it did. There were rotations, though. It always skews it. It was definitely slow, though. And, I mean, when you last pick the offlaner here and he has a rough time, you just lose some value.
Yeah. It immediately becomes, what was the point? Because Pudge, especially, is not a hero that I think you could afford to have a bad laning phase on. Off-lane Pudge becomes food if you lose the laning phase like this.
They're feasting on him.
Yep.
Big man's giving away some stacks instead of gaining them. Your mid tower is dead, by the way, off of that double support rotation to mid. So Quest really getting value. They will get an Invis rune for Paparazzi, not the one he wanted. That's a lot of building damage for a Pangolier and a lot of net worth for the Pangolier. And not a lot of room for the Pudge and the Storm to operate. Once again, you're being shoved into a corner. It might just come down to some clutch defensive chronos already.
Yeah, it's kind of looking like that.
But how good are your chronos when you have global to interrupt all? I think if you get fast auras up here on your Darkseer, which should happen, as Malik has just had another very free early game, Diffusal's going to come out for Noob here. You're off to the races, right? Like, what is the team fight looking like for Xtreme if you can just pump a pipe in versus the ET versus the Skywrath Pudge?
Sure, if they even get off their spells in the Chronosphere in the first place.
I think pipe is just, it's going to look like a GG item here if you can run through the fights with it. And it's going to be up to Xtreme to try and counteract that, get some pickoffs here between the Skywrath and the Storm, slow that down, then you're going to be in an okay position to have this Midas go to work, as Ghost is still looking for it. He's 100 off.
It's never a great sign. We're already talking about the team fight potential of the losing team.
I mean, it's
later
not
on
that
to the game.
drastic. You know, it's not that bad. I think you expect to be behind a little bit if you're Xtreme. It's just these next fights are very pivotal. Let's say you lose the next two team fights, you're going to be in trouble. If you go even in those, or you get like a big core kill out of the
I mean, if you lose this fight and delay your Midas, it's going to feel terrible. They're going to go for it. Chronosphere catch them right on the edge. The Darkseer is going to get snapped back there. Still alive through all this one. And now Ghost is going to be the one to die instead. Look at that vacuum too. Pulling the supports into the Rolling Thunder. A bowling ball knocking down pins and knocking XG out of this top lane. Paparazzi going for a desperate TP out. And he will make it. It's only 3 dead on the side of Xtreme. Could have been 4.
That initiation did not go how Xtreme wanted to, and they insta threw everything because they know the global's coming. Yeah, that's about as good as you're going to play it here. I mean, they threw Earth Splitter before this chrono. If that chrono connects on Noob, maybe you buy yourself a little more time here. It's just the turnaround is disgusting at this point in the game. You cannot deal with global. You cannot deal with this back into the roll. Man, that is a fight that Xtreme, you kind of have to take around this last tier 1. It's just tough. It's very tough if you don't catch more in that chrono. And early Vanguard for the Darkseer.
Back into the game. Noob, shield crash onto that damage reduction. Maybe critical here as Paparazzi's going to use his mana, put it in, and he does manage to finish off Noob. A big kill, 900 gold off of that one.
I mean, that makes up for that team fight right there. You even get a Cobalt to give you some extra GPM here. Paparazzi still doing the heavy lifting. Man, this boy must be sweating in his chair right now. It's like, guys, I know I'm good, but please.
You know, I talked to Ghost on the right in from the airport. I was curious about his
friendly
team and stuff. Yeah, I think we are now, actually. And I asked him about some of the atmosphere on the team and stuff like that. And one thing that really stood out to me, he said sometimes the atmosphere with Paparazzi can get tense. And he said something that was really insightful. He said, he thinks it's because maybe Paparazzi, he's afraid that he already peaked. You know, he had so much success in his career during the Vici gaming time, and there's been a lot of talk about him, you know, retiring recently, you know, after Riyadh and stuff like that. You know, in this point in his career, he's concerned that he's already seen the best of his time, and he's never going to be able to see that point again. So performances like this, where he's trying to put the team on his back, showcasing a little bit of the old Paparazzi from 2018.
Did you connect with that feeling? Was that the end of this story?
I hate you.
Global's gonna try and connect on Faceless Void. Do they have enough time? They do.
Beautiful stuns.
That's just too easy right there. Diffusal versus Midas. One is paying off more here. I'm sure
and the pipe is done.
I'm sure he's still got some. I'm sure you and Paparazzi both still have some years left.
Well, I mean, according to Paparazzi, apparently he's done after this.
Yeah. What did he like hear this combo? He's like, what? I don't think that.
No, we were in the car with Fenrir, who was playing mobile games the entire time. So.
Oh well, that adds up.
Illusion Room gonna help him get rid of some silence here. Nice pullback there with the hook. They needed something like this. Some sort of small little pick off as long as they get out, but JT pulled back into this slow, and they are making mincemeat of him. Oh, the stomp comes in just in time.
Whoa,
JT may actually live, and it's gonna be Slark who dies instead. What a turn from Xtreme Gaming.
Yeah, Chrono just comes up. Beautiful defensive fight for Xtreme. This is where their lineup shines. Quest, you overextended the big ults, you're gonna get punished real hard. And those types of chronos also are gonna be very important as we go into this late game, because if you can set people up right on the edge, then you can bring that ET Spirit in.
Yep.
And really hammer the damage down. As well as these stomps from DY, you set up some hooks. Suddenly you can displace the fight very reliably here. Could be something that Quest are not very comfortable with in these sort of skirmishes. They will get the return here, some extra int. No, he did not get the int. He was out of range. Okay, well. Why is the range on that so small?
Does he have glaives?
I saw him glaving.
No. I'm not sure why it's so small.
Man, Paparazzi has been digging up the whole Cobalt civilization here. Jeez.
Blade Mail for JT.
All right, speaking of, what's a player right now that you think is way past their prime? This is the most toxic
stage.
question.
Man, you really trying to light the building on fire already. Goodness. You know, there wasn't an immediate name that came to mind, but there's some definitely. There's some names that are coming to mind now.
You don't have to answer that one.
I'm not going to answer that, but you know, chat, you guys can answer.
That was incredibly toxic. It didn't sound as toxic in my mind. I mean, it doesn't mean he could have another prime.
Yeah.
That's just free stacks right there.
TA2000 is great at playing this. Like, once he gets a bit of a lead, he plays on these high grounds with these Slark, and he just finds free initiation opportunities for his team, for team fights. He finds these free little pickoffs like that.
I mean, Slark is one of the best carries at abusing these slow 5-man build-up lineups.
Yeah.
Because if you get out of lane, you start to play the map, you can play it kind of independently as a carry and still apply kill threat with one support, even sometimes without the support, and you're killing the vision. Just so much pressure.
The TP out! Yule Scepter, never mind. That's gonna
you're going nowhere,
son.
Interesting little pickup for Noob. Deals with some of the silenciers, can interrupt the punch combo.
JT got himself in a nice situation here. TA2000 forced to use his ultimate to get out. Kill the Darkseer instead.
Pipe gonna prevent the wake up here as well. Backfire of an interaction. Those are those big core kills Xtreme are looking for. This does feel similar to last game. Quest are in a decent position.
Oh, he got him again with the hook.
Silence. He's just gone.
JT got absolutely dunked on in the laning phase, but now he is slamming down Quest with some big hooks.
Yeah, he was laughing about that one, getting some revenge, some stacks of his own. And he went Blade Mail here. This is not an easy pudge for Quest to commit onto. He's gonna get tanky here, especially if he can get the Ags. The Slark Pudge matchup is not that great for Slark when Pudge hits these big damage items.
Yeah.
That's
he needs to be like overwhelmingly strong, and you can't actually like just sit there and hit him.
Especially when you have ET Spirit amping up the magic here.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Oh, he went for the hero, not the rune. That tells you where his priorities are.
Leave the DD for Paparazzi to pick up.
A little return the favor here as he is 7-1, carried the early game, and now Xtreme are picking it up here. This is where having the playmakers lets you strike back. This is what they lacked last time around. Now they're getting some cheeky core kills. Support's on top of it. Quest bleeding a little bit on the map. 1K only after another very strong early game. They're going to throw some back Xtreme's way. And suddenly this 5-on-5 is not looking too bad. You have that Midas on the Void catching up. How much pressure are you going to continue to exert with the Slark during the periods where he's strong? Are you able to go into this ball? Might need faster BKBs here for Quest. I feel like this pipe on Darkseer did not get as much out of the game as we thought it would.
Yeah.
They'd continued to snowball. And these aura levels are going to start to come up for DY. Got to remember, this Chrono is absolutely devastating because you don't have a save for it if you're Quest. It's like the arrow they had last game.
Yeah, yeah.
It's global. That's it. But if you just throw everything at the start, global's not guaranteed either. A
Meanwhile,
lot comes down to the initiations.
Xtreme actually could get a save, right, with the Pudge. He's probably not going to go that early, but at some point in time, that is a serious pickup when you've got a hero like Faceless Void who you have to burst him down if you want to win a fight.
If you get a Dispel item on the Pudge, and you can just hook Dismember your Void off of a Quest initiation, especially during the global, yeah, you're really happy. Plus, if Ghost ever Chronos Paparazzi, you can hook Paparazzi out of your Chrono.
That's
anti-grief technology right there.
Anti-grief technology. That's a good way to put that.
And Q is just okay. I spoke too soon.
He's okay. He's not
Is he?
okay.
No,
we spoke too soon about speaking too soon. He's definitely dead.
All right, they used a lot for him there, though.
Yeah,
I don't think
that's
he's
true.
too sad about that one. Yeah, he's had a rough series in terms of just getting clobbered on the map.
Yeah, I mean, I think in game one it was somewhat acceptable because you're playing Monkey King, so that's kind of your role. That's not the role of a Skywrath Mage, though.
It's just it's a product of the early games being slow and Slark killing your vision here. I mean, the dire wards have not been that great for Xtreme. Haven't had the opportunity to place very good ones. Some good illusion gold for JT. Thank you for that stat. he's gonna push towards an Academics here.
He's almost got it off that 5 gold.
Oh, okay. See, this is every time I am snarky towards production, they throw that up.
You know what's funny? I talked to them beforehand, and they are the program feed for the other languages too. So
yeah.
So by doing that, they're putting a lot of effort into trolling you. Is basically what's going on.
They are sacrificing.
Yeah, because our friends next door are also getting that same feed. So they were like, "Why is the consumable?"
Well, to them it's just consumable gold spent, but to me it's go screw yourself, you know? Damage, no. Pretty even. I mean, yeah, Faceless Void's not going to do much here, but his job is not to deal damage. It's just catch multiple heroes in the Chrono, let the Earth Splitter, and yeah, a very interesting item build as well. Is he going Ags? Is he going Yasha? Is he going...
I think he was going to go Manta and then decided to go BKB instead.
Honestly, I feel like Ghost items are irrelevant this game. I mean, I hate to say it, but if you land a good time dilation, a good Chrono, that's what I want from the Void.
I agree with that, but I think delaying your BKB could be really bad here. Paparazzi managed to get the initiation, pulls him out of the Mystic Flare though, and with Global Silence being used, they're not able to throw enough final damage to finish up Noob. He's able to roll away. Paparazzi does the same with all of his mana.
And you really need the Spirit on top of these magic bursts. I don't. Maybe it just ran out of the duration. That is a slaying that Xtreme are going to have to line up if they want to commit the Storm BKB on these jumps.
Yeah.
Because that burst is significant with the Spirit Amp on top. And if you're Quest, you got to be starting to think about some defensive items here maybe. 4 Staves, Lotus Orbs.
What level Spirit
Wind
does ET have by now? 12? It's
Probably
usually
3.
It's maxed out, right? 3? Yeah.
He did only go for the 3 points in Stomp. This is, I think you can either go 2 or 3 this game. I think you might have been able to get away with 2, but he does have a setup for the hook. So I think 3 is probably what I would have gone for. I think 4 in the Spirit is a little ambitious, but, you know, got to get the big right clicks in. Does lower the Spirit cooldown, which is very nice. It's actually one of the things I think is underrated about leveling it.
Yeah, I literally have never thought about that aspect.
Yes.
Of leveling up that spell.
I mean, a couple seconds on any of the hero spells mean a lot, right?
Okay.
It can mean the difference between you throwing out the second Spirit in a fight and getting that amp back on a second target or not. So...
I'm not an ET player.
Significant.
Leave that to you nerds in the co-caster spot.
In this type of game, though, I feel like getting 4 points, it's a little greedy. Because I think just maxing the aura here for what the team fight looks, which is you're
Sure, when you
chronoing
have a
into
Skywrath
burst.
mage, yeah.
It's all going, like, I don't know if you need a second spirit out in these fights to change anything. So eventually when he gets all the levels, it will not matter. And this game has slowed down a little bit. Quest are pulling ahead. European map efficiency is just too damn good here. So they munch down for some net worth.
Yeah, he really wants that mana, huh? I guess that probably means they're going to go for a smoke if he's using resources like that. Want to be fight ready. And see if Xtreme, I mean, Quest are out farming you. It gets even worse if Quest managed to get a successful smoke ink on you, but maybe the defensive posturing of Xtreme will stop this.
These are very scary smokes.
Man, they just left the high ground. Very weird positioning now for Xtreme. They're going to break the smoke. They get the opening, and an instant blink in Rolling Thunder doesn't catch Paparazzi, though. He was very close to getting hit by that one.
Didn't even BKB, and he's going to just haste his way to an Arcane Rune, so...
Wow.
Fairly unsuccessful smoke for Quest.
Yeah.
They're only going to find Jin Q, which I think was happening the entire game anyway. Xtreme happy to dodge that. Didn't even have to use their BKB. They're going to look for Storm to be the break mechanism in this game because there really isn't an answer to the BKB Storm. I mean, what is it? It's going to be Bash or Pango, I guess.
Yeah, he's got it.
It's not guaranteed.
No. Do you think you get a Basher on Slark earlier as well?
I don't think it's reliable enough here.
Okay. Maybe a Scythe at some point for the Darkseer or something. Oh, Mar! Drop the Sentry, and no! He time walks away. Uh-oh. This is awkward now because been slowed down, tried to hit the hook, not quite landing there onto Noob. Malik TPing into all of this one, but they spotted the Silencer. A big kill if they can get it. He's committing. Paparazzi keeps on zipping around, but the Glimmer Cape will protect him. See if he's going to pop his BKB. He doesn't. He zips out.
I mean, he has no mana.
They're going to go back in with the Chronosphere here. Now Paparazzi pops his BKB, but look at his snapback. It's going to do some big damage. Finishing off the Darkseer, doing some damage to TA2000, who's trying to get away from Ghost, trying to get an angle to be able to hop on out of here. Gets a small one. The Glimmer Cape doesn't last for long. He's still inside. He's going to be grabbed once again by JT. Hooks the fish in, reels him back in.
He's having fun this game. Another 1,000 gold kill as well. Zeros are just too big. And that team fight from Quest so disjointed. Paparazzi just creating some chaos by jumping the Silencer first. You force out both Glimmers here from Quest, and then you don't have a roll. You're getting chronoed on 2 cores. Your Darkseer gets nothing off in this fight. And that's perhaps the biggest factor.
Also, I can't believe Paparazzi doesn't like BKB when he's in deep like this.
I mean, he knows that there's nothing to stop it, right? So he's just baiting this out. He still has a Greaves or the mech heal. And it's just a really nice chrono from Ghost because you take all the auras out of the fight for Quest. Not much man fight left. TA2000 does not get to hit people here, does not get to use that BKB as it's stuck in the Chronosphere.
Here comes JT, go fishing.
Yeah, he's happy to reel the fish back in. And all of a sudden, Xtreme, Aegis on their faces void. This game is looking very different from the last one. If you're Quest, you gotta abuse the ulti cooldowns here.
Uh-oh, pounced the wrong direction, but that's okay. Omar still has that time walk steal, so we'll get there. So we'll pick off on DY, but Xtreme did manage to get the Roshan off of that successful team fight earlier, so an extra life for Ghost.
I just don't think the scale feels nearly as good for Quest as it did with the Snapfire.
Yes, for sure.
Like, Pango can scale, but I don't think he's good as he was in some of the older patches.
Yes, Pango has been looking a lot more lackluster scaling-wise.
I've not felt the oomph. So I feel like more of it goes onto the Slark here, especially when you have a Darkseer offlane who's... I mean, there's no wall illusions that are doing anything in this game, so your scale with the Darkseer is pretty much dependent on your other 2 cores having teamfight impact.
Yeah.
Now, let's say you're Xtreme, you chrono and kill Slark this game. Are you winning that fight as Quest? I don't think so.
And your supports aren't really terribly good at scaling either. And I think the biggest factor there is Omar doesn't have like the most amazing steals.
It is an awkward Rubik game.
Yeah, like he doesn't really get anything out of Elder Titan spells typically. Like if he gets Ball or Chronosphere, those are helpful, sure, but...
I mean, I think Xtreme did a decent job at limiting the spell steals with this first phase Rubik.
Yeah.
And ET is one of those good matchups too. ET has just always been one of these heroes Rubik doesn't really enjoy playing into because you rarely see him. None of his spells are good unless you get an Earth Splitter, which even then is not always, it's not the greatest Rubik spell.
Yeah, getting Spirit without Clap or Clap without Spirit is kind of useless.
And the lane matchup's good. I think ET just owns Rubik on the lane. So you're very happy to play that matchup. Another 5-man smoke from Xtreme. All their team fight is online. And they're going to be very happy to use it here.
Might be catching some heroes in the river here. Kiori. Oh, he is lucky to be alive right now, but it does mean Quest is going to be a bit split. Lamar, he's going to be time dilated, so no more time walking for you.
And the dusts are out for Xtreme right now. So that was your one fight also where you had all those Glimmer Capes that were giving you max value. Xtreme are going to be more ready for them. BKB for the Pudge on top of it. Yeah, these heroes are getting tanky. They're becoming problems. I don't know if you're winning the extended fight if you're Quest, so you got to kind of find some scenario where you burst a target down or let the Slark go in first, make it chaotic, build up some stacks. That's just where the Void matchup, you have to overcome it.
Yeah.
Which means finding good angles, abusing Surge and Shell, maybe getting on these supports first with the Slark. If you're Quest, finding some creative angles, and Refresher for Kiori could be a big factor. I mean, double global gives you a way to lock down some of these cores through the Storm, BKB especially.
Oh no! New picked off godlike spree for Paparazzi.
Nice
Little ward there on the Mighty Mines.
Now compare that type of play to what Xtreme had to work with last time. Right?
Yes.
I mean, what was it? A Pango Monkey?
Yeah, and what was the other sub? It was another Elder Titan again.
This is one of the biggest factors, I think, for this tournament, for the Chinese teams especially, is going to be balancing out their greedy team fight with the small playmaking options.
Yeah, have a support that can play through your mid.
Yes, because otherwise these European teams just run you over.
Yeah.
And right now it's Quest struggling with that as the Pango combinations have just not been there. And all three cores from Xtreme finding a lot of net worth along with Jin Q here.
Yeah, I mean, they're actually all ahead of the Slark.
It just hasn't gotten anything in the fights.
Yeah.
That's been the biggest difference here for TA2000. He's finding some items, just hasn't been able to do anything with them. 3 and 4, relatively quiet, 20 to 30 minute mark. And I mean, JT is just cruising, man. Every time I think we go to him, he's yelling something, so I don't know what he's yelling. Maybe just, yo guys, I'm gonna hook
hit this tower, hit this tower.
This guy cannot play the fights, I will hook him. He is done. I will rot him, he is done.
Rotten fish.
It's like Paparazzi, as long as you don't block my hook, I will carry this game.
Dismember, Mystic Flare, they're gonna drop a bunch here to steal the Tormentor away from Quest.
Not the shard they wanted, but maybe the one they deserve.
Yeah, it could have been
I mean,
GT.
He's tanky, to be honest. He's got Greaves Force Staff plus the Scion armor.
Yeah, plus the intelligence giving you magic resistance, so
yeah,
now you've got physical resistance.
This is not an easy Skywrath to bring down, honestly, if he gets all the armor off.
Well, it does mean that next Tormentor, maybe JT will get it, and they'll be able to get Blink.
Yeah, they really want this Pudge Shard. That's probably the best one right now. It's just going to make the team fights even more difficult.
Oh, man.
Another connection.
He cannot get away from this duo, man. They are spotting him all over the map with these wards.
Yeah, this is another big difference to this mid game for Xtreme. The vision has finally gone in their favor. They have really good wards. I actually have always thought as DY as one of the better warders out of China. I think it's been one of his strengths for a long time that kind of goes under the radar. But he was very good on those old Vici teams with PYW. So once Xtreme are in this position, I think this is where this team feels the most comfortable, confident in their games.
Yeah, look at those deaths, all in different parts of the map.
Yeah,
he's got to feel frustrated. He's not dying in the same spot over and over again.
He's trying to find the deep farm so they can maintain the net worth. They just had his number.
Oh, JT, oh, you want to fight, huh? I'll fight you.
That is the nice part of this matchup for Pudge. It is hard for Slark to build the stacks because the damage is just overwhelming, and you kind of have to pop your Dark Pact early, whereas he can hold his ult. Quest still looking for these big back combos. I guess that's another route. If you get some big back combo into the Rolling Thunder again, at least you're buying some more time in the fight for TA2000 to build up the stacks.
Yeah, that is nice, but you did point out that the illusions aren't really worth much.
Yeah, there's no wall illusions doing anything for you here other than, you know, the slow and some chaos from it, which is always a factor.
Xtreme are going to keep this push going. It does look like Quest might do like a wraparound scenario.
I mean, they're grouping up around their one obs on this hill. They would really like to take a fight on it.
Right.
Unfortunately, Paparazzi's invis here. It might just break this smoke.
Oh, no.
Oh, this is debilitating for Quest, especially during
JT gets an
daytime.
option. He blinks for it aggressively, goes straight for TA2000. Rolling Thunder in response, but the double BKBs can't do much about that one. Silencer's already dead. Now they got the Chronosphere, which does catch the Skywrath Mage, but also Malik.
Nice
And they're going
duels.
to try and finish him off. They hit him with the hook after the Chronosphere, locking him down even more. But TA2000 is having a free one until the
he's getting
damage
a lot
starts
of
raining in.
stacks.
Now he pops his own BKB, healing up a bit more, but he's getting a lot of stacks, but he's also not terribly healthy. He does manage to finish off one, but he's got to get away, trying to reset. JT chasing after him. Paparazzi doing the same. JT can't get enough. Quest outplaying Xtreme Gaming, managed to take down 4 in that fight, with TA2000 having an absolute free time for the first half of the team fight.
Very clutch defensive items here for Quest. The initial go here from JT is okay to bait out the silencer, show the position, and then in theory you have good chrono here, but this chrono is not what Ghost wants.
No.
It's just letting TA2000 get free stacks off Jin-Q, gets forced into it, then the defensive Yules from Noob, super good here. He also has Aeon Disc, and this fight just gets stalled out. You have a silencer buyback straight onto the outpost. DY ends up going down to Malik on the backside, and hey, this wall ends up slowing some stuff up. You just run out of gas if you're Xtreme.
Great stolen hook there from Omar.
Oh yeah,
Go
the
back
save
to
at
real
the end.
time where Xtreme try and hold another.
No, this is not a spell you wanted to give away. We were talking about where's the save's going to come from Quest.
Yep.
It's Omar with the stolen hook. This is a really good spell this game. Normally it's about the offensive potential. This game, it might just be, you hook people out of Chrono, you hook them out of the Skywrath ult jump from the storm. You waste so much time in those fights. And this is a huge window for Quest. They can take advantage of it going into the next Roshan spawn here, especially when it's going to hit nighttime as well. Some stars aligning right now for Quest.
I think one of my favorite things about that team fight, watching back the replay, was the fact that
Am I allowed
Malik
to say that, by the way?
and TA2000 what? Stars aligning. Hey.
Yeah, you like that one? I mean, they didn't align for some contracts, but you know, what can you do? You know, speaking of that, people think it was a contract issue. No, I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Amar got removed from his team.
Unconfirmed, of course.
Of course, unconfirmed rumor. Quest saw that patch. They scrolled down that patch. They saw Timbersaw nerfed. You're out.
Yeah, get out.
We'll see you when it gets buffed again.
They said you're gonna have to learn some new heroes, and Amar's like, no. And they're like, well.
Anyway, 5-man smoke to contest the
Q
nighttime road.
just barrels up to place the ward on the high ground, and he doesn't get caught doing it. Oh, the hook comes out from JT grabbing Paparazzi. A little bit awkward there. Rolling Thunder bouncing around. Looks like Ghost is going to go for it. And once again, trying to lock down Malik, but the depth shot got put into it. So once again, Malik doesn't die inside the Chronosphere. He's going to die eventually here, but it gets off the wall at least. TA2000 now
can't be
into
good
his
for
fight.
Xtreme.
Yeah, he's going to go keep staying on to Ghost with these pounces with the BKB down. He eats a little bit there, gets his mana back into play, but all of these heroes are trying to bail out Ghost and dying for it. JT going back into it off the cloud, trying to get the chains done. The telekinesis opened it up, but it looks like the Slark is still going to die to the AoE damage, and JT limping away, still alive, while TA2000 looks to come back into this fight. They're going to clean up what heroes they can before resetting. They know the big Slark carries coming back, and they're low on resources to fight him.
He bought back to look through his triangle. Can't even get back to this engagement. Paparazzi, way more value out of that buyback there as he cleans up the big target, and JT just carrying the team on his fleshy back here, putting in the work, putting in the damage. I think they threw the Mjolnir charge on him as well. Pretty nice little combination there.
Oh, yeah.
That still did not look like a great fight for Xtreme, even with the vision advantage.
Yeah, again, the Chronosphere just ineffective, right?
It's just not landing on who. I mean, he's getting the Darkseer, but the Darkseer was BKB'd. He took no damage from the Skywrath ult. Then you throw a Depth Shroud on there as well. Yeah. I really think you should be looking for the Slark with this Chronosphere. Even if it wastes the Slark ult and BKB, I think you're more happy with that than chronoing somebody else and having him get Depth Shrouded.
Yeah.
Which just feels guaranteed. It's just not working for Ghost here. Still, Xtreme able to power through, I guess, dire side advantage with that buyback from Paparazzi. Though if he goes down again, fight look.
Oh, what? Random hook being able to catch TA2000 inside of the trees. BKB activated. JT staying in front of TA2000, trying to block these pounces. Stick with them. Wait out that BKB. And it's about to go away. Paparazzi's committing by the Depth Shroud. Now he's going to get turned around on by a stolen dismember from Omar. He zips back into play, though. JT's a little bit low, and Paparazzi got caught. And that's going to be a dieback from him. Now on the run, Xtreme Gaming trying to get the rest of their heroes out of here. This is a Roshan that is no longer in contest.
Chrono and 10. Xtreme might be able to stall out.
Oh, a long-range dismember does catch DY.
Oh, Omar putting in work this game. JT might have had the first lap, but he might not have the last one here. And now Nighttime chased down the
Spotted him for a moment.
Chrono's back up.
He went back up into the trees. Time walks back into the base. That's it. Everybody else got out. Jin Q force-staffed earlier and TP'd out. So, Quest.
Wait, does Rubik have Shard? He does not.
No.
Ooh, you got to be careful with these hooks and dismembers, man. Like, these are not the spells you want to give. I don't know what the hell this like back hook is, but sure, I guess he's just fishing.
Yeah, he's just fishing in the tree.
You know somebody's standing somewhere here, right? It's actually a pretty reasonable hook. Nice way to set up the fight from JT. It's just TA2000 gets out, and now you have a buyback on buyback core situation between TA2000 and Paparazzi, and Paparazzi is not winning that man fight. And the second global that comes out here, that's the real nail in the coffin. You get that refresher up on Kaori, he instantly makes it work. You were talking about the scaling support impact here from Quest. It's looking pretty good here.
Yeah, it's happening now.
And he does get the shard.
Clutch steals.
Ooh, that shard pickup on the Rubik. Now you have another save in this Dismember that can come out with the insane cast range. You might just Dismember somebody out of the Chrono, right?
Yeah, it's definitely big enough. He could probably do it, unless they're maybe in the dead center.
I mean, I think we're actually getting to a point where the way these fights are looking, this Storm and Pudge are falling off, because they haven't been able to pick up these late game team fights for themselves. You lost a lot of net worth off that Storm buyback. JT is doing his job, but it's not going to carry the full duration of the fight. It might be coming down to Ghost here.
Yeah, and he is still the top net worth hero in the game, so he is going to keep scaling up. We get to a point where, I mean, maybe you just need the bigger Chronosphere.
It might be more about what he gets done for himself in these fights now.
Yeah.
He's 0-4 though. I don't understand how he's actually so rich. He hasn't gotten any of these kills.
Animitis, baby.
That is, yeah, that is true. This game is becoming very close and down to these Roshans. Gem picked up for Xtreme as well.
Oh, that's a big one, right? If he gets the Aghanim Scepter, that'll help a lot for Paparazzi's impact.
I mean, then you just can't clump at all if you're Quest. You get pulled into a multi-hero stun into the Chrono and Stomp and Earth Splitter and all that. Way too juicy.
Aghanim Scepter going to be complete here from Malik in a minute. Oh! Yule Scepter setting up nothing. We're fine. JT has the save with the shard if needed, which it wasn't.
I feel like the fights 10 minutes ago were more straightforward for Xtreme. You try and Chrono the Slark in the fight and you try and jump the supports. Now, I don't know if Paparazzi has enough damage to go on the supports on his own, and I feel like you waste his BKB duration. I think you have to kind of just fight through the front line, which is the situation TA2000 wants to be in, especially with an Aegis.
Yeah, that Aegis
like he's sitting here
even more complicated.
Yo, come fight me. All right, Rubik Illusion has been hooked. Sends a message, but JT is not laughing as much as he was in the early game.
No, he wasn't. Oh, hey, we do have the Aghanim Scepter done for the Sky. Jesus, that range is huge.
Dude. He has Telescope on top of everything. This is such a broken spell right now for Quest. This is why they want to fight. It is timing out in about 60 seconds. Less here.
So just a bit more time on that.
These are not spells you should be getting, by the way.
Yes, because you could always toggle Rot after any of these spells.
So this is just JT giving Quest a big opening that they should not have right now. Yeah, there's a reaction. He's like, God. Feeling the pressure.
Maybe somebody said, maybe you should stop talking and focus on your spell casting, bud.
Yo, JT, can you stop giving spells away? Can you stop giving your life away?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Maybe if you killed the Rubik, I'd be able to cast whatever the hell spells I want. Man, this top tower is taking some serious damage. Double
catapult.
I mean, it is still super dangerous. Oh, look at that blinking rolling thunder. Just a huge deep dive from Quest that doesn't quite work out because the save from JT picks up the Skywrath Mage. And now, the hook almost got him on top of the silence. That might have been a free Aegis to take away.
I mean, they don't want to Chrono him here with the Aegis, so that would have ended up being a big hook. Still, Dismember will time out here for Omar. Another big loss.
Yeah,
that was your Chrono save mechanism. He's going to have to find something else in this game. Aegis going to time out. Xtreme, they got through this period where it was very difficult to take those Chrono fights.
It did indeed.
We're going to push this to the ultra late game here. Might come down to the next Roshan with buybacks who can get more refreshers up. who can deal with the big ults.
Yeah, if one team gets Aghanim Scepter off of it, could be very impactful as well.
Yes, especially with how these Chronos land with, you know, I mean, you already have the Zags done for Skywrath. You get a double Skywrath ult on 2 heroes and a Chrono. Okay, you save 1.
Yeah.
What about the second?
You give the Aghanim Scepter over to the Faceless Void. That gives him a little bit more power in these fights, because you're talking about he's going to have to do a lot of that heavy lifting. He is level 25, so he can play that front line pretty aggressively.
Well, you're in the wrong neighborhood.
That he has. Blink away, blink for blink. He's invisible.
Detection.
It's not going to last for long. Omar not sure where he went. Loses sight of him as JT gets to the tree line in time. Sight device now complete, so not an Aghanim Scepter. So more single target focus for Paparazzi instead of playing for the big combo.
Maybe he wants it off Roche.
Could be, but
ultimate payoff build if you make it work.
Yeah.
I also think he's getting really tired of trying to initiate on these supports and them just getting glimmered and forced and silences off and all of this. At least it gives you some more solid lockdown on a single target.
Yeah, maybe he also feels like he needs more staying power in a fight, which requires more mana regen, right? Which Sight Device does.
The regen is very nice. Definitely nice for sure.
So maybe he won't feel as pressured to like jump in like he did after the Slark. He can just play the fight a little bit slower, knowing that he's going to constantly have enough mana for it.
Especially if one of your other cores can start
Look
the
at the
fight
high
for
ground
you.
Opportunity, JT throws it, gets the Slark. TA2000 instantly popping the ultimate. So, resource gone.
Yeah,
Xtreme Gaming, no, it's a big resource. They immediately smoke up and pursue.
Quests are not going to give it to him. No reason to take this fight. There's not an objective to fight for.
Oh, you say that, but Noob is out here. No, he's good.
Probably the biggest item in this game at some point is going to be if there's a refresher on Ghost to enable double Chrono, right?
Sure, yeah.
Double Chrono is very difficult to fight through here. Yeah. It just wastes so much of your time between the... And he has it, so level 25 as well. Man, this is a very different Faceless Void than you were facing earlier. This is where Ghost can start to play for himself a lot more and just carry the fight. You don't have direct Chrono answers unless you steal some of these budge spells again. At this point, I'm telling JT, yo, bro, just don't cast anything.
Just let me cast all the spells.
Just rot.
I got it.
Just blink in and rot. Don't do anything else.
In some ways, that might be a play. Oh, there's the hook.
That is a
lands on the silencer. An easy kill, and now the Chronosphere is going to be catching Malik as well. There's the Depth Shroud, but he's got that refresher if he wants to put it to use. The stolen Chronosphere brought some heroes into it with the vacuum, but it just turns into a second Chronosphere for Ghost with 4 on top of that one, and they're immediately going to try and get the stunts off it. Rolling Thunder does manage to get off another stolen Chronosphere from Omar, but of course he's on cooldown. Glimmer Cape only going to last so long, but he can't actually finish him off. Looks like Ghost can't get that kill. Now he's silenced up. They stolen time dilation. He's got to be careful of that one. He jumps back to the safety of his team. Xtreme Gaming playing defensively around their base.
I mean, 2 Chronos for 2 buybacks. Not much else, though.
Yeah, but what do you do as Quest? Are you bold enough to try and push this while the Chronosphere's on cooldown?
There's no way. It's so hard. You used all of your Slark defensive capabilities here. You're going to pick up a DD. Maybe that tempts you.
And Roshan isn't even potentially up for another 35, so those buybacks feel useless.
This is just very greedy from Kaori. I don't think you can stand here and hit this like this.
Definitely not him. He can't be the one to be hitting that.
And once I still don't understand why they are committing so much on this Darkseer and a Chrono when they know there's a Depth Shroud. He's BKB'd anyway. I mean, they have 2. They use everything to go through him. It's just so damn much. And then you just don't have
very
protection.
lucky to be alive here off of this.
I really need Gem, Dust, something. Sentry's playing it down in the fight. Can't always have it.
You can see
the Pango noob is just wasting so much time from the cores on the backside. TA doesn't go back in. Remember, there's no
JT
Chrono.
turn around, lots of damage to Slark, dying to the Mystic Flare, but a Glimmer Cape barely gets him out in time. Now the Rolling Thunder trying to create some space, getting some chains done. Looks like Paparazzi is going to die from this one. The Gem is on the deck too. JT, he's not going to be able to make it back either. He's going to die. Ghost getting caught now, punched up with Malik hitting him. He turns on his BKB. He goes back into it. TA2000 eats the cheese, barely staying alive, but they're still beating through him, and TA2000 will end up falling. With the buyback coming into play from Paparazzi, they'll pursue after more. Quest trying to get out. They have the buyback on their carry still that they're holding on to. Omar gets out.
So does Malik, so they're going to be okay for now, but this leaves a big opening for Xtreme.
Xinq just carrying the damage in these later exchanges, 18,000. Every one of these fights, by the way, is Xtreme dealing like 3 or 4 times the damage. It's just a matter of cutting through. I am really surprised Ghost wins that man fight versus TA2000 there. Slark stacks be damned. He just stood his ground, and I think some of it's the ET aura.
The ET aura? Yeah.
At the end of these fights, DY is just sitting there punching the Slark. You're removing so much damn armor. So you're building up the Agi stacks, you're gaining armor, and then DY is just removing it all.
His evasion's also out of control, right? Because he's got the backtrack talent and he's got his neutral item.
It's tough.
So
it's very tough at this point. Level 25 talent plus the Trickster's Cloak.
So 20%, 20%, you know.
And that was a no chrono fight. That was one where if you're questing, you had double damage Slark versus no chronos.
I mean, they took a risk to try and take advantage of that cooldown, and it did not pay off.
And Refresher Shard. That's trouble right there. I mean, who do you even give it to?
Yeah.
There's a lot of options.
Well, I think maybe you give it to, honestly, I'd say Xinq.
That's pretty tempting,
Double Mystic Flare for double Chronosphere?
I think you have 3 options, right? It's Xinq for just insane damage. I think the number one is probably JT or Paparazzi, or like double BKB on these cores. I mean, JT has a lot of spells. Double Shiva is also nice. There's a world where you actually give it to Elder Titan if he has the mana, because double Earth Splitter when you have Chronosphere.
That's true. That's a guaranteed knockout.
It's just pretty damn nasty. Like, there's not much you can do about that, you know? However, the conservative choice is definitely one of the 2 big cores here. The fancy choice is the Elder Titan.
Another Tormentor. This one going to go to Paparazzi.
That'll be their 5th shard, right? They are capped out. We've been seeing a lot more of the ET shards just bought or taken earlier sometimes. I mean, I guess you don't take it from the Tormentor, but I've actually been seeing some people buy it, so I think priority has gone up and people are happier getting it. It does help your cooldowns a little bit, and honestly, I've been seeing people just go to the stomp in the middle of fights. Like, why not? Just go in there and maybe you get 1 or 2 big hits on with the physical aura on a carry.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big important part, is being close enough to get the physical aura on them in the first place, right?
Like, if you feel like the fight is going to be won or lost in your single stomp, then you may as well go in, especially if you have buyback on a buyback location. I think it gets better. It's been a very interesting shard.
Level 25 for TA2000, so longer fights do play much more to his benefit than before.
If he can hit people.
If he can hit people,
Who are you hitting? Through the backtrack, through the evasion? Do you want to hit the Pudge there? You're not dealing too much damage, you'll build up the stacks. And Butterfly as well. Jeez. Are you actually hitting this hero right now? I pose the question, are you? I mean, you can hit him.
I mean, the problem is you have to hit him to kill him, because they don't have like any sort of magic burst to be able to bring him down outside of, right? They have to attack him with physical damage to get the kill eventually. So you kind of have to get an MKB for TA2000. He's working on it now, but he really wanted a refresher.
You have to force Xtreme in a position where their bolts get wasted or used poorly, and you have buybacks here. You're not going to win the straight-up fight. And Ghost, he can just frontline. You're not going to see too much else here. And you'll see a Pudge. You want to go on Pudge? Maybe you get another big Chrono Steal. That Chrono Steal from Omar was damn good.
It was really nice. It's just, it also led to them clumping up for a second Chronosphere that was even better for Ghost and Xtreme.
Yeah, these heroes are just so damn tanky. Aegis, Shield Rune on Paparazzi. You have a BKB for Xinq here.
Paparazzi's going to be the one to finish off this tower with his Aegis and Shield Rune. And starts laying down the remnants. Oh, there's the grab!
They were smoke flanky too.
Beautiful pickup. Noob does have the Aeon Disc and the Yule Scepter to buy him a little bit of time, but he's going to come back into the Chronosphere.
TA2000
so he's
on the
dead.
back.
Meanwhile, the back line, TA2000 and Malik, but Paparazzi might be able to bail him back out. DY trying to hit the stomp, but TA2000 gets the kill in the end. Now the second Chronosphere barely got off the Depth Shroud in time. His pounces are low, though. He's got 1 pounce in maybe 2 seconds. It's not going to come up in time. He's dead. He's got 2 cores dead with no buyback either. Xtreme Gaming clearing their way through this game, too. Looking to make it a 1-1 series. A stolen hook gives an option here. Catches a hero he didn't intend. Skyrim Mage eats the cheese. He's going to be okay. The Mystic Flare pounding into TA2000. And that will knock them out. Xtreme bounce back on the stage here and get a 1-1.
Jin Q looking damn good in these late games. Maybe a little mad at his brother JT there. And bro, we told you only cast Rot. Only cast Rot. Why am I being hooked in the fountain? But he doesn't even die because he has so much armor. Just a little bit of playmaking makes that game a lot smoother for Xtreme, and they get to their late game prowess, which is where this team generally has wanted to end up over the years. It's where they shine, and they look damn good in those later fights. Ghost, I think, still had a pretty hit or miss game, honestly. The fights were very awkward for him, but some of that is Quest making those fights awkward with some really clutch steals from Amar and some nice aggressive play from Noob and TA2000, trying to force the issue, making the fights awkward for the Chronos. It's just not enough in the end, and that early game did not transition fast enough. The lanes were still pretty solid for Quest. They accrued a pretty decent advantage, 4 or 5K. Mid-game, very different. I almost feel like this Pango hero has been a very double-edged sword for a lot of these European teams because they like to play fast to their mid. They like these like support mid combinations that can accelerate the game off of a lane advantage. I just haven't seen it be as smooth for the Pangolier as some of these other mid playmakers in the Spirits, and you know, even something like a Queen of Pain can sometimes do it.
The hero currently picked up 12 times, 33% win rate. It is not having a fun
It's
time
not
with
clicking
this.
right now, and I think these teams are going to have to go back and figure out what it is about the combinations that works for them. Do you go and try and just all in with the Pango with some Coddle, or even something more aggressive like the Skyroth Mage that can provide more damage to play through him? Or do you just kind of put the hero on a lower priority, and are we going to see people going back to the Snapfires, the Ember Spirits, the Storm Spirit, that just combine very easily here? So I think that's going to be a big question, but Xtreme 1-1 this series. They're looking pretty damn good. This team looks very
Look how happy Jin Q is, and then Paparazzi's just like, he just looks like he's all business, man. He gives him this curt little nod. He's like, okay.
I mean, Jin Q knows his job. You know, they brought him in. You do your thing. You provide some damage. You provide some clutch playmaking. JT, you continue laughing it up. Paparazzi, all business.
And he had to come in clutch for this game, too, because he had the Beyond Godlike.
Yeah, and you said, I mean, he has to convince people he's not past his prime, like you were throwing shade at him, so.
Well, that was just a teammate thing, you know. All right, let's go ahead to get to an interview on the stage with Tsunami.
By Noob of Quest Esports. Noob, tricky game too, but I appreciate you taking the time to speak to us, and you seem all smiles still. I was wondering how you spent your, I guess, last week and a half. Bali Major ended, not much time in between. What did you guys get up to?
After the Bali Major, we took a small break, like 2 days or something, and then we had to look for an offlaner because of some issues with Ammar. And we found Malik. We waited one more day. We watched some replays. His new coach as well we have. And we scrimmed 2 days, and here we are in Riyadh Masters.
معانا نوب من فريق كويست اي سبورتس متواجد معنا في المسرح بعد ما خلصوا الجيم 1-1 حتى الان في هذه المباراه، لكن سالناه عن ايش سووا في الاسبوع الماضي بعد ما انتهوا من البالي ميجر، كانوا في المركز الرابع. كان جوابه انه احنا صار عندنا مشكله في الاوف لينر حقنا واضطرينا اننا نبدله مع شخص اخر، زائد على كذا عندنا كوتش جديد، فقضينا الايام اننا ندور ونحل المشكله هذه وايضا نسوي سكريمات نجهز المباريات.
At this point, you've gone through 3 different offlaners in a pretty quick period of time. You had Waiter earlier on, then ATF, and now on Malik. Do you have a process for helping these offlaners get accustomed to your team?
It's different for everybody. I don't know, Ammar just clicked, he does his own thing. Malik as well is really skilled players, and we try to play on their heroes as well, and it's a bit random, but we're doing it good, I guess.
سألنا نوب عن موضوع انه الفترة الأخيرة في 3 اوف لينرز كانوا متواجدين معهم، وكل مرة يتغير الاوف لينر هذا اللي موجود في الفريق، فهل في بروسس معين يسوونه عشان يقدرون يحلون الموضوع؟ باختصار يقولون انه لا بالعكس، كل واحد هو بيسوي الطريقة اللي هو يعجبه، بيقدر يتعامل مع الموضوع بالطريقة حقته. حتى يعني عمر مثلا هو على طول كليكت مع الفريق وقدروا انهم يمشون الامور بشكل مرة كويس، خصوصا انه يعني حتى بيلعب هيروز مختصة فيها ويقدرون انهم يتماشون مع الموضوع على طول.
So since the Bali Major was the first major and first LAN for most of you, expectations, I remember you guys were, you know, just let's see what happens. Now that it's your second LAN, has things changed for you?
I mean, the Bali Major, we didn't have any expectation going in, but at the end of it, we were sure we would get even more than top 4, but we settled for it. And now it's same kind of, because we have a new offlaner again, no expectations, and let's see what happens.
هذا ثاني ميجر يقدرون يلعبون فيه فريق كويست، خصوصا انه هذا ثاني ايفنت لان يقدرون انهم ينافسون فيه. وسالناهم باختصار شديد جدا انه يعني هل كان في توقعات تواجدكم في البطوله هذه؟ كان الجواب بكل بساطه انه صراحه كنا متوقعين ان نسوي افضل في البالي ميجر، جابوا المركز الرابع بس مشت امورهم الحمد لله، رضوا في الشيء هذا، لكن نفس الوقت متواجدين اليوم برضو ما عندهم اكسبكتيشنز كثيره، مع انه هذا ثاني لان يعتبر الفريق.
Well, Noob, I'm looking forward to seeing what happens, and best of luck in the rest of Riyadh Masters.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's always good to hear from Noob, even though this second game did not end the way that they wanted it to on the side of Quest Esports. It still was a good show. And it was a very back and forth brawl that we just witnessed. I'm joined by Purge, Effie, and Faith Piano. We're going to break the game down. Effie, this was basically, once the laning stage was over, it was one team ahead, other team ahead, one team ahead, other team ahead.
Yeah, the team fights became a matter of execution, and in the end actually out-executed, but what I want to highlight in this game is the pick-off ability from XG is what kept them in this game, because similar to Game 1, Quest came out of the laning stages swinging. They won all of their lanes with the exception of the mid lane, but because of this vortex into Mystic Flare with the natural order aura, they were able to find kills around the map even when they were giving away void deaths, or some heroes were dying scattered around. With these three heroes playing in conjunction, they were getting key pickoffs on Darkseer, they were finding what they could, and they kept themselves into the game for long enough for them to be able to find advantageous fights.
Yeah, it really made a big difference because it felt to me like Quest was running away with the game in the early part. The first clip that we saw there where they tried to kill the Darkseer, that didn't work out. Noob got a bunch of kills, but it really was like Noob getting killed 2 or 3 times by the Skystorm combo that got him a lot of gold advantage. And then eventually JT was able to actually get a lot of impact from his hero. He was landing a lot of hooks this last fight, which allowed them to start fights in good ways.
Yeah, Faith, be honest, is this the way you thought the game was gonna go once you saw the draft? Is this how you thought this game was gonna play itself out?
At the early stage, Quest did have a huge lead. I think that we can see on the draft. But afterward, we actually don't know JT is so good that we come back with JT's hook in the mid, and JT got so many initiation with his hook that makes their team fight really, really good.
Yeah, a lot of fights were started by JT's hook, and we have for our STC play also chosen the very hook that Faith Bian is talking about, the hook that started the comeback for Xtreme Gaming. Yes, Quest was doing well early game, but when JT is on fire, he's on fire. So here he goes. This was, I mean, there were a lot of great hooks. This was, I mean, it's on the edge of the hitbox part.
Yeah, that was hard to get. There's a whole creep wave there.
Yeah,
blocking.
So hard.
Amazing.
That was awesome.
It was awesome. I mean, it was fun. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. It was also fun seeing Omar's hook. I feel like, you know, a game like this, we will credit Xtreme a lot. They had indeed high execution, and they did end up winning, but it was very close. And Omar also had a really good game, partially due to the hooks, Effie.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this game felt like a game of saves, right? Because in these super hectic team fights, it was like, oh, a Depth Shroud is coming out. Wait, you thought you killed them? No, you didn't.
No, you
then
didn't.
boom, JT's got his hook into his dismember. But then, oh, wait, you got to surge away. But then, wait, Rubik steals hook and starts hooking his allies and saving them. So much was going on in terms of, can we actually kill the targets we're going on? Because if we can't, the other team's just going to win this fight.
It was fun to see a team fight with 3 Chronospheres thrown into the mix. That's always entertaining.
It really confused everybody. It's like, wait, which Chrono was that we just saw? And I was like, oh, wait, I think that was the third one. Because they look like, oh, Rubik made the amazing play. And then, this fight's going to swing. And then there was the third Chrono to counter the Chrono. It was good.
It was quite a bit messy, but I do think Podge kind of thrives on those messy fights. And that is why our Quidja MVP is JT. I mean, we have to give JT the MVP of this game, Faith Beyond his Pudge. We're going to probably see it a lot more, right?
Yeah, he definitely a good Pudge player, and they like pick Pudge a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, he was just, he delivered, right? Because we talked about how vital it was that Pudge doesn't lose his lane to Slark, and he didn't necessarily win it, but he didn't come out with a net worth disadvantage, and he was able to hold his own. He farmed up his items, he did hit that Agnim's blade mail timing eventually, and he found impact in the fights when it looked bad for XG at certain stages.
Just having like the Pudge Axrot too against like Slark Depth Shroud is really good too. It like limits the regen that Slark is getting while he's invis. The blade mail offsets the damage. Like his itemization was great, and he just hit so many good hooks.
He did.
Yeah, that's a great point actually. We saw him fighting into the Depth Shroud quite often, and it looked pretty close. Like, yeah, sometimes we saw them lose the Depth Shroud battles, but they also won them too. I have to shout out Paparazzi on the Storm though. He played a perfect game. He only died 4 times. He was able to find so many pickoffs on the Darkseer early on. He baited this really good team fight bottom too. When it looked like he spent all of his mana, he baited out all of these spells, but then Void goes in Chronos, he presses his BKB, and they somehow win the fight on XG.
Yeah, overall, Execration, wow, wrong team there. Xtreme Gaming. They end the series with a 1-1. They're able to find themselves with a tie. And with this game also, I think maybe game 1 was, I don't know, felt like a little bit of a hiccup for them, but this game definitely looking very solid. And we now have a couple more heroes added to the list to be worried about when you're playing against Xtreme Gaming, because maybe Quest rather would have banned out JT's Pudge rather than his Legion or his Beastmaster, which we saw them ban out in the final stages of that game. But it's a 1-1. That's how this series will go, because it's 2-game series only. So this deciding 3rd game, you're gonna have to wait for that for another time when these two teams might face. There's been 4 games going on at the same time, and all of them have finished. And we can take a look at what the results were of all the games that have happened. There were quite a few series, actually 2 series that were done pretty fast. We had EG have a pretty fast 2-0 against 9 Pandas, and also PSG.LGD 2-0'd OG, also pretty rapid. Then Gaimin, Gladiators and Team Spirit, they took a while and they ended up tying. And obviously we also took a while with our series Purge, also a tie. Out of these results, is there anyone in particular that stands out?
I guess to me, the only one that's like really surprising, I guess, is that 9 Pandas didn't get at least 1 game. They had a lot of really good months previously, but in the last like month or 2, they just look a little bit weaker, which is unfortunate for them because they were looking like a top 4 team before that.
They were indeed. We're gonna find out, of course, if that is this was maybe, you know, just a little bit of a warm-up series. Some teams do need that. There's 2 series rather per team today, so they'll have another series later on. While all these games are going on, a lot of them, 3 of them, are being played at the hotel, where we have our live reporter Jenkins on site.
Hello, welcome back to the Player Lounge. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see behind me, the game just ended. That's the one that you just watched. I don't know if Xtreme won or if what happened there. I guess we'll see, because it's not very clear from that. It was a close game. But Xtreme won. Xtreme won that. I can see that on the back there. Okay. And over here, we have TSM versus Shopify. Of course, this was EG's match versus 9 Pandas, and EG did stomp that one, as much as C-Smile tried to throw the... I'm just kidding. Pakaz carried the game, Morphling. He was 9-0-2 last time I checked out. That is his best hero. They did nerf it, but guess what? It's Pakaz Morphling. And then over here, we had LGD's game. And by the way, this one is the C stream, and that's the D stream. LGD also stomped their match. Shiro Templar Assassin looked extremely good. Also was about 9-0-2 last time I checked out. So they stomped out that match versus OG, of course. And then over in this corner, we have the Gaimin Gladiators corner. Unfortunately, they did just go down to Team Spirit, but very valiant effort. It was a super close game. Clutch plays by Collapse on his Mars. You know, he is the best Mars player in the world. There's no shame in losing to a TI winning roster. But that's it. That's how the streams are going on, and we're getting into the 2nd round of games now. So some hype games coming up. And panel, what do you guys think the most hype series is coming up next? Let me know.
We will let you know. There are 4 series coming your way from Group B in just a little bit. As you heard, Shopify TSM has already kicked off. I'm gonna just throw all the series at my panel and see which one they think is most exciting. So TSM Shopify is one of them. On this stream is going to be BB Team taking on Tundra. Then there's also going to be Aster versus Team Liquid and Talon versus Team Secret. Effie?
Aster Liquid, for sure. I mentioned it earlier. I mean, these are 2 of the best teams in the tournament. Aster really stepped up since their recent performances, and they topped their group. They even beat Liquid in the play-ins yesterday.
They did.
We got to see if Liquid are going to bring it back or if they're going to lose again to the same strategies.
How about you, Faith Bian? Is there any series of the ones I just mentioned that you want to watch more? Because I know you're going to have a little bit of a break. Which stream are you going to open up? Which one you want to watch?
Same with Effie.
Yeah.
After Liquid, yeah. Because Liquid, before in play-in, they got a 0-2 to Aster. So I think this will be a good one. Yeah.
A good one. Purge.
You know, Shiva, I'm just happy to be on the mainstream because Tundra BB is the series that I want to watch.
Yeah.
Aster Liquid is great by all means, but Tundra BB I think is cool. I want to see how the BB storyline continues from how it's gone the last 2 months.
Okay, and then just I do want to give a little bit of limelight to the teams that we didn't mention. Shopify TSM that is going on right now. This is of course a regional matchup, and there's not just money on the line and points on the line. There's pride on the line, I think, for this one as well, Effie.
Yeah, I mean, none of these teams want to lose to the other. This is a regional rivalry. They have faced each other so many times in the DPC tours, competing for that first place. But, you know, I'm going to have to give it to Shopify. They've just been looking consistently better than TSM for the last 3 or 4 months.
All right, how about Talon Secret? Purge, why did nobody mention them?
Well, probably because Secret has looked kind of mediocre, is the generous way to say it. I mean, it's a lot of C players in one game, frankly. Team Secret's got, what, 3 now? So Talon's been looking really solid. They aren't necessarily like a top 4 team in the world, but they've gotten a lot of really good results in the last 6 months. So it could be a really good match, but it could also be like a Talon is clearly just a stage above Team Secret match.
You're thinking that might be the most one-sided one out there?
I would guess. Maybe the TSM Shopify one, but it depends.
Yeah, we heard earlier from Jenkins that you should probably have 4 monitors to watch all of the games very closely. So I'm trusting, you know, it's been a couple of hours since he said that everybody's sorted themselves out with all the monitors, or squad streams, as Effie said. That might be a more, you know, friendly solution on the wallet. Squad streams up, make sure you watch all the games, but make sure you stick around here too, because we're going to have Tundra versus BB Team. It's going to come your way after a little bit of a break. So we'll see you soon for more Riyadh Masters.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So this is what you want in. You wanna walk? Show me what's up, then. I'll be ready to bust in. Take everything, leave them with nothing. Come on.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Tsunami means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. enter new dimensions of you. Tsunami.
Paradise through dirt and
Welcome back to Gamers 8. Riyadh Masters continues as we are in the group stages. Day 1 of the main group stages here, and we are getting ready for BB Team taking on Team Tundra. Our second series of the day takes place in Group B. And this is their first series. Not just their first series today. No, both of these teams did not have to play in the play-in series. In the play-ins that had taken place over the last 2 days. So these are fresh teams, and that's why I got a semi-fresh panel. Purge is still with me right here, as well as BSJ and Fear. Welcome to the panel, Fear. How you doing?
Good. How about you? Excited for some Riyadh Masters?
Yeah, well, seems like we already were treated to some great Dota in our opening series. Actually, most of our opening series have been pretty close, or pretty good games regardless. Ryan, how you doing? Ready for today?
I'm fantastic. This is one of my favorite series to start the day off after what happened at the Volley Major. You know, a little bit of a, like, Tundra won by default, but BetBoom definitely had their number for that series. So I'm kind of going to see, like, what does BetBoom do with that? Are they going to have, like, the revenge in mind? Are they going to have, like, we're just here for business? What are we going to see today?
Well, I do think that there might be some people watching that don't know exactly what happened. But I do think that we should probably, you know, highlight what did happen in terms of the Dota being played, because there were actual games played. and in the end it was BetBoom that won. They later got the def loss on the series still, but the games itself, Purge, were very close.
Yeah, they were really, really close. I mean, I think both of the two teams have just a really good chance going into the tournament, frankly. I mean, Tundra did so well there, and BB did very well, other than, you know, the stuff that happened.
Yeah.
I'm curious what happens if there's a pause. Are they going to, this is a perfect time to meme. Like, if there's a pause, he should just, like, put his hands in the air for the whole pause or something like that. Step away. No, you can't step away. That would also break the rules. He's got to be careful how he messes around, that's for sure.
He just needs to unplug his keyboard and mouse during a pause.
But in the game, he's going to play good otherwise.
Yeah. Do you think it makes a difference, Fear, that these two teams haven't played in the play-ins? Obviously, over the last 2 days, all they did was sit back and watch other teams play.
I think it's a pretty big deal for these teams because they get it's a new patch, right? Yeah. So you get to look at what's evolving, what the meta is. You have more data outside of just your scrims. So being able to sit back, watch those, and be like, hey, we did that, that's winning, and it's kind of reaffirming your ideas, or maybe your ideas aren't working, and you're like, huh, maybe we can tune this up a little bit, maybe it wasn't good as we thought, or we're just going to try it anyway and we think we're better. So definitely is a bit of advantage.
I'm basing this off of the majors from 2022. If you guys remember how they had the 3 stages, like the 3 different groups, and in the playoffs, if you were like #1 in your DPC, you wouldn't have played at all for the entire major, and those teams were consistently losing.
Yes,
the teams that were not getting experience early on in the tournament. So I would almost favor all the teams that are not coming out, or that are coming out of the play-ins rather than the ones just starting.
I would say the team that's most benefited from that is probably Team Liquid, because they were like the one team that we expected them to be in this further stage. They dropped the ball last Stream League, so they had to play play-ins, so they've got the experience, they got that superpower, and they were also very skilled in first place.
Agreed.
Yeah, and on the benefit, both of these teams didn't play in. So they're you know, it's a level playing field right here. Let's focus our attention on Tundra because we do mention a lot of the Bali Major when we saw them in action last, but caveat, they were not playing with their full roster, Purge.
Yeah, they were not. They had used a stand-in for that. Soxa was not playing, and AUI played it instead. And he still did pretty good, so it was still really good results for them. They got to be happy with what happened.
Yeah, they came top 3, so making it to the final day with the stand-in is definitely good. What do we expect here to see from Tundra, Brian?
Well, Tundra, what they like to do is they have 3 farming cores, and even when Ali was on the team, they like to do kind of like cheeky split pushing, outplay you on the map, such that the game kind of freezes from like minute 15 to 30, where the net worth for them just creeps slowly up and up. But on the other hand, I don't know if BetBoom's going to let you do that. I think Tundra has struggled traditionally against the strong laning teams, and BetBoom certainly is one of those.
Yeah, BB team has definitely shown their strengths as they have, you know what? They're actually a relatively frustrating team to prepare for, because if you listen to their interviews, they will say, you know, Lima Major, when they played on LAN, oh, but we didn't do that well. They came top 16, like basically bottom at that LAN, and we didn't do that well because we were feeling ill. We were playing with a high temperature. So, you know, of course they didn't do too well. Next Major, coming to another LAN, they had to play with a stand-in. And, you know, they still didn't do too well, 13th to 14th, but they're playing with a stand-in, so of course they're not going to do well. So they got that one going for them in terms of, I wouldn't call them excuses, but, you know, in a little bit they are. And then the next LAN they go to, Bali, well, we mentioned semi what happened there. It didn't end very well either. They came top 12, where everybody had high expectations, because surely they're not playing with the stand-in. They are not sick. They should be doing well. And then, Fair, they don't. And now I don't know what to expect from this team. Because they said that it's not that they're not a LAN team. It's just that they've had things happen.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you forgot Dream League as well, where they got second, right?
Yeah,
so
but that was live, like online. So.
That has been my interpretation of BB team as well, for the most part. It's when it comes to LAN, they seem to underperform from what you see online. And they have a lot to prove regarding that. This is a LAN setting. You have to get whatever nerves or whatever that mental block is or excuses. It doesn't even matter at this point. You just got to get rid of them and just play better.
Just play better.
Yeah. But I look at their roster, BB, they have 5 like all-stars in the sense that these guys are some of the highest ranked guys. I was looking at the leaderboards prior to coming into this series. They have GPK, who's sitting at number 2 on Europe, Nightfall, who's number 9 on Europe, Pure, who's MMR is still from Southeast Asia, from the Bali Major. He's ranked 1 on there, and Saves even in the top 50 as a support player. So maybe it's a bit of an ego problem on LAN. That's quite possible because if you look at traditional sports and you assemble a lineup of all rock stars, all stars individually, it doesn't necessarily always work out. But I've seen this team slowly become more and more of a unit throughout the course of this season. So I'm just rooting for them in the sake of I can see it coming together. They have so much potential, and yet it has flopped so far.
Yeah, we've all seen the potential as well. It's like through the DPC, through Dream League, it just, can they get online?
Yeah, the ego aspect of it is interesting because I watched those same interviews where that Save did at Dream League, and he was just so sure. He's like, oh, we just had some stuff. Like he really downplayed his results. And normally teams will be, yeah, we didn't do as well as we expected. He was like, yeah, one of us was sick the whole time and blah, blah, blah. And they showed it. At Dream League Season 20. So, and I think they have really good potential. They looked great at Bali before the out-of-game stuff happened. So, and that's just going to motivate them even more. They're like, all right, it's finally time to stomp a LAN.
I bet they do have a little bit of a chip in their shoulder. They definitely need to prove, and maybe especially so against Tundra, because they did it before. They were able to 2-0 Tundra with the stand-in, but they would love to do it again here. Also, this is their first series. So based on this, I don't know, Fear, how much does the first series of a group stage determine your, your vibe going into the tournament?
I think this is where you have the most wiggle room to take a couple losses. However, you always want to start strong. You always want to be like, hey, our ideas are working, everything you prepared for, everything you scrimmed, your first couple games, if they're working, you're feeling good. You don't have to go to the drawing board quite yet. So that's going to be super important for them. But if they do lose a game here, and they're a pretty level-headed team, we've seen time and time again when Tundra do lose, they have a sports psychologist and everything for them. They're good at taking losses and bouncing back from it. The only problem I've had with Tundra recently is I think their strategies haven't been on the tier that they've been on since they won TI. And you can't really just fix that in over one loss.
Well, let's get into some player matchups, because we mentioned earlier that GPK is on the top of his game, and normally we also expect 9 to be on the top of his game. This mid matchup is the one that has my eye, Brian. I'm sure you've also thought about 9 versus GPK.
I've thought about all these core matchups for sure. This one particularly, I think GPK in the laning stage has a pretty significant advantage. 9's more known for his overall where he is on the map, his presence in the game, and
his hero pool maybe.
His hero pool being a little wonky. So I think we're going to see GPK maybe picked earlier on in the draft, since we're seeing a lot of Snapfire getting flexed to the mid lane, while on the other hand 9 might be more prioritized later on because of his niche picks.
Yeah, his hero variety at Bali was really, really wide for 9 on Tundra. So I would expect that to be. There's not too many teams that are doing gotcha picks. We just saw it last game, obviously, with the Pudge off lanes, but that's still the special magic that 9 has, and something that I'm always going to be thinking about during a drafting stage. Is he going to pick some weird hero that nobody else is playing that he knows is good? And I love seeing it personally, so I hope they do.
How much wiggle room is there with the picks right now? Because there's a lot of the picks that he at some point made popular, making everybody think about literally every hero on the sun as in terms of, this could be a mid lane hero. Is there really something that is undiscovered, Fear?
That's hard to say because I don't have the mind of 9. Normally when he comes up with something, it's like, wow, I didn't really think of that one. It's usually out of the box, and that's been his flair as a player right now. He will find those things that are super creative, and that'll give his competitive advantage. As of recently, we haven't seen too much of it. He had the mid Rubik game, that did take 2 hours for everyone. He stole mines and stuff. Yeah. It was still creative. And that's the type of stuff we can expect to see from it, but it's really hit or miss for him. It either works and looks genius, or it's like, yeah, let's try something new.
And is the mid lane indeed the lane that you're going to keep your eye on, or is there something else that you are more interested in?
I'm always, when I think of Tundra, I look at 33. I think his performance, what hero he's playing, really sets up the whole tempo for how this team is going to perform.
It also feels like his heroes have just been meta for a long time now, personally. Yeah. Enigma is now really popular again. That's another micro hero. He's super down to play that. And then there's Doom, Tide, Darkseer. Those are all just mega staples for him. So it's been a good 2 years for 3-3.
I've got maybe a ton of bias going here, but I'm looking at the carry matchup because specifically not even these two players, but this new meta for these two players, because last patch for carry was relatively straightforward. You're going to be playing Medusa or you're going to be playing Morphling 90% of the games. But right now, with those two heroes just getting dropped down a notch, you're dealing with a lot of the similar offlaners. Darkseer was already being seen a lot in the last patch, and now we're seeing him even more now, and Enigma was creeping up in the last patch as well. So what are our answers? How are these carries going to find laneable lanes and able to get off to the start that they need?
Yeah, the most picked hero for Skeeter was Bloodseeker in the last tournament, so that's probably the most obvious one. If you can get Bloodseeker against Darkseer, you have lane sustain, you'll transition, you can gank. Skeeter does a great job rotating every time his Rupture's up, so I could see that being a real big staple for them.
Naga, I think, as well. It has done really well this tournament, and Tundra hasn't had a chance to pick it, but they've always had Naga and other illusion heroes in their repertoire.
I mean, this should be a really good Skeeter patch because he likes the Slark too. Really popular. Bloodseeker's popular as well. So we're going to see what type of heroes are going to be prioritized going into this for the carry, because they have to change their role, as you mentioned. Deuce and Morph, they're no longer like no-brainer picks. You got to think about what you want to play. And so far, what is good fits Skeeter's hero pool.
I mean, we saw Faceless Void making a comeback against the Slark previous game, and what's good against Faceless Void? Wraith King, and that used to be Skeeter's only hero in the pool.
He loves Faceless Void too, actually.
He does.
Yeah.
There you go. So this is a great Skeeter patch. We got 6 TI winners playing on stage in a little bit. I just wanted to highlight that. No, because I say playing on stage.
Oh, well, he's drafting on stage.
Otherwise, I would have said 7.
He might play later. You never know.
That's true.
I mean, we heard
like a 5% chance.
I'm not holding my breath.
For people that were tuning in like way before the stream, even before we were live, you would have actually heard an interview with Purge and Saxa. You asked him about that.
Yeah, I harassed him. He was trying to watch his teammates play chess, and I was like, please give me a 3-minute interview. I interviewed him for like 7 minutes. They played the whole thing.
Yeah, but I thought that was very insightful, and he definitely seems to be on board with going the full distance here.
Yeah, I mean, understandably, like they've done so many stand-in situations now in their squad. Dream League Season 19, same thing. Was it Aramis, I believe, that played with them?
Yep.
They did really, really solid. Expecting, I mean, usually you get a stand-in, you're like, okay, they're gonna just not do as good, but they've just been hitting it consistently. So now when they're at full power with the same people, like they just have to feel more confident, I feel like.
Yeah, they've obviously been open about the potential, like to avoid burnout. They swapped some people around, so they seem to have fixed that. And what better motivation than a $15 million prize pool? I mean, it's pretty nice. It's almost is it more or less than previous TI? I think maybe.
It's gotta be.
Depends on the TI. I think it was 18 million for TI.
For the last one?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So slightly less, pretty much TI.
Pretty much
in
TI.
terms of prize pool at that point. So.
Yeah. So the motivation is definitely there. There's one question I haven't asked, and I do want to ask this one. I'm not going to ask this every series, even though I did ask it last game as well, because some teams just are a little bit more on even footing than other teams. We heard Purge flame Team Secret a little bit when we are going up against Talon right now.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have asked you there who you think is going to win, because that seems the opinion was pretty obvious, but both BB Team and Tundra have shown great strength in the past. And especially, there's maybe a little bit of question mark when it comes to BB Team, when we know that they have what it takes to do well here. Who is the favorite coming into this? Do we have a favorite here? Do you feel like someone should win?
I want to say BB Team should be the favorite here, just because Tundra's been so inconsistent. Yeah, they got 3rd at the major, but you know, you go to Snaking's Twitter, it went 2-6, lol, got top 3, you know, those type of things. So like the consistency for Tundra's not there, and I still have like the Copium BB Team on land. They're finally gonna get it together.
You've taken their excuses, so you're like, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you're right. Good excuses. I see where you're coming from.
The Copium has definitely reached over here as well, because I'm thinking BB Team's going to take this one. I think that teams were scared of them at the Bali Major. I think like pretty much everybody's sigh of relief when they saw that they got the def loss and then kind of choked in the lower bracket against Azure Ray. So I'm definitely going to take them today. I think they're going to bring their A game.
I think the only thing that might change it is just the patch could adjust things a little bit. Like they basically just drafted all the top heroes. Maybe that hero flexibility that Tundra has going for them could allow them to find some like opening that beats like the next best heroes. Because really, a lot of stuff does change when you take those top heroes and you move them down to like the 6th best hero instead of the 1st. Those like 3rd to 4th to 5th like best mids can sometimes like open up the meta in a big way, and maybe they won't adapt quite as fast.
I can see that.
But they do clearly play a crap load of pubs, so that's gonna really help them adapt to what's good. So I don't know, maybe it won't happen.
Maybe it won't happen. What will happen is a lot of Dota, and I hope you got your squad stream open. This is what you can expect from all the streams coming your way. And we already mentioned Talon versus Team Secret. That seems to be the series that might be the most one-sided coming out of these 4 matches. Fear. Shopify versus TSM.
Classic.
Yeah, classic. But who is at the moment having the upper hand?
At the moment, So at the beginning of the year, I would say TSM had their number, but now we're towards the end of the year. I want to say this is probably a Rebellion favored matchup, just especially because it's on LAN as well. Rebellion has been a team that has just been the best performing LAN team in North America by far for years now.
Aster Liquid, Brian?
I know for a fact that Liquid didn't want to reveal anything to Aster because these two teams were supposed to play each other in the play-in groups in the last series, but both of them were already secured through. So I don't think that 2-0 from Aster was indicative of what we're going to see today. I think Liquid's looking peak performance right now, and I'm going 2-0 for them.
Oh, wow. I may be a little bit biased there, too.
Just a little bit. They played this Carry Dragon Knight, so he's a fan.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Any team that plays Carry Dragon Knight is like, I'm going to choose that
I said that one.
Easy, easy. But yeah, a lot of games going on at the same time. And of course, we focus mostly on just one game in particular. And that game will take place on the stage here at Gamers 8 and Riyadh Masters. And we got Glorious Countdown on our screen as well. And that means that we are about ready to have BB Team and Tundra take their place on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for this matchup.
It's time for the second series of the day, everybody. It's Tundra versus BB Team. And Fancy, these two teams have a little bit of history with each other.
Yeah, they are not strangers to each other, and they have faced each other very recently, and we're very excited to see them on stage. أعزائنا المشاهدين، جاء اللحظة اللي نشوف فيها فريقين ما هم غريبين على المسارح العالمية ولا هم غريبين أبداً عن بعض، لأنهم واجهوا بعض في وقت جداً جداً قريب.
We're still in the group stage, though, so it's still BO2s. Our last series was a 1-1 split. Now we have to see what's going to happen in this series.
خلينا نشوف شو اللي ممكن يحصل في هذه السيريز أعزائنا المشاهدين، لأن الماضية تعادلوا 1-1، كل واحد منهم أخذ فوز واحد. خلينا نشوف شو اللي ممكن يصير في هذه المباراة.
But things will be a little bit different this time. You know, we've got no stand-ins on the side of Tundra. We've got, you know, everything according to plan on the side of BB Team, so I have high expectations.
جدا متوقع ان المباراة هذه بتكون شيء جدا مميز، خصوصا انه المباراة هذه زي ما احنا عارفين حصلت الاسبوع الماضي فقط. خلينا نشوف شو ممكن يقدمون.
Well then, without further ado, let's bring out our current TI champions. Tundra Esports! They've started to get their power back as the year has progressed. Sure, they are the current holders of the Aegis, but it seems like they are getting ready to make another claim for it again when we go to Seattle.
تندرا اي سبورتس، هذا الفريق حاليا هم ابطال العالم في تي اي الاخير في السنه الماضيه. شفنا عندهم رن جدا عظيم في كل البطولات اللي حضروها، وايضا في بالي ميجر حصلوا على المركز الثالث، فهم ابدا ما هم غريبين عن الاكسبيرينس اللعب.
But as we mentioned, they are no strangers to their opponents. They've faced off against them very, very recently, and we're here to settle it once again.
جاهزين اننا نقدم الفريق الثاني اللي زي ما قلنا لكم ما هم غريبين عن بعض ابدا. خلينا نشوف مين هم. رحبوا معنا بفريق بي بي تيم. في مواجهتهم الأخيرة ما حالفهم الحظ أمام فريق تاندرا اي سبورتس لكن اليوم جايين يعادلون هذه النتيجة، جايين يأخذون حقهم بعد آخر مباراة، خصوصا أن الراستر هذا مرة ثانية ما هو غريب عن اللان تورنمنت أبدا. شاهدناهم في البالي ميجر إيش اللي قدروا يسوونه.
It's a similar story from BB Team. It's a team of superstars, players who you're well familiar with, but had some issues on lands earlier. But the Bali Major has proven that they can have what it takes when all the pieces are in the right place. Will they be able to do it against Tundra, though? And will they be able to do it again?
ما ندري إذا يقدرون يفعلونها مرة ثانية ولا لا. ففي آخر مرة تواجهوا حصل لهم بعض المشاكل، لكن الحين جايين ينتقمون من هذه المشاكل اللي صارت لهم في آخر مواجهة ضد فريق تندرا. لكن جاء الوقت اللي نبدأ فيها المباراة يا شباب.
Teams, take your seats and let's get this draft started.
جاء الوقت اللي نروح فيه عندنا استوديو تحليلي نتكلم عن الدرافت أكثر ونبدأ على طول في المباراة.
Thank you very much, Toonami and Fancy. Yes, we got ourselves BB Team and Tundra ready for battle. A two-game series to decide who gets the points out of this one. But I think more than anything, a two-game series to decide for BetBoom, can they perform on a stage? Because that is not where they have played very well before. Actually, I think they've dodged stages every time they were at a LAN this year. So that's going to be an interesting one for sure. Do you feel like there must be a lot of difference playing on a stage?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think these are two teams that are polar opposites right now. Tundra, a team that has won TI. They know how to play on the big stage, right? And then you have a team, I mean, they're struggling a little bit this year as well. But then you have a team that's on the up right now that doesn't play very well on stage. So you're playing a veteran team that's struggling a little bit throughout the year, but they're good on stage, versus a team that's on the up and up right now, but they perform a little less well on stage. So should be a very even matchup in my eyes.
Well, it's time to talk about the Dota 2, because we're very close to starting the draft. So I'd love to hear some things we expect coming out of these teams. Of course, we know that these teams have not played in the play-in matches, as we mentioned earlier, so they could come in with any kind of strat they've prepared over the last couple of days. But Brian, looking at those play-in matches, what kind of conclusions would these two teams have drawn from it? Like, where are they going to go?
I think we had mentioned a lot of these heroes already, but the number one thing is the openers that these teams have to reestablish for a new patch, and I'm looking at Enigma probably as my number one, because 33, absolute specialist on the hero. They even sometimes flex it to support for somebody like Snake King, and that's a hero that if not dealt with properly with your opener, if you give it a good lane, if you make it so you don't have any reliable BKB canceling black holes, then the hero just wins the game for his team. So I know that BB has had that on their mind, and that they are going to be calculating that. Even if it ends up not getting picked first round, they're going to be like preemptively countering it.
I'm mostly thinking about Doom again, because BB Team has been picking Doom very heavily for Pure for like 2 months now. They played it tons of games at Dream League Season 20. They played it like another 10 times or something at Bali Major as well. Is the 5-second cooldown nerf to Devour going to change the hero too much? Probably not. I mean, they just like the hero. But yeah, it's possible they'll switch back more towards the more contested heroes of the tournament.
Even when Pure was playing carry for the squad, he also played Doom. So I think this will definitely be a staple for the team for a very long time to come. And it has to either like get nerfed way more, or he has to really embrace another hero and become a hero spammer on that one. Because when you're saying Doom, it's normally Pure that I go to, like that I think of with that one. Which I don't know, is it worth it picking a first phase Fear, or you think that that's too far?
It depends. The hero hasn't gotten nerfed enough to warrant him just being a hero that just shouldn't be touched in the first phase. It's going to come a lot down to preference, and is it going to work well with the other meta shifts that happen as we see in the position 4 role. Pugna, no longer really a hero right now. Yeah. Same with Techies. These two heroes got nerfed a lot. Is there going to be a hero that he feels confident to get him on the laning stage? Because that's all you really need when you play Doom. You need to just get out of the lane and then you start farming. And a lot of pos forwards have a big impact on that.
Yeah, in fact, BB Team's been picking maybe not always the 4, but their support in the first phase consistently, and most of them were Undyne and Techies. That's 2 heroes pretty severely, maybe not severely nerfed, but they were hit pretty hard. Techies lost 3 base damage. He lost an armor. His sticky bomb's lower cooldown. Undyne didn't get hit as hard, but he did lose some base health regen, and grab allies less good. So.
I think what's funny about these teams is that you have the carry for BB against the offlane for Tundra. Those two players, Nightfall and 33, are two of the most versatile players ever. So I think that lane is going to be prioritized as like later on in the draft, unless it's Enigma for 33. On the other hand, though, you can pretty much expect what Pure is going to play, and then Skeeter has a very standard like type. You know, he has a type of hero he likes to play. So I think that dynamic alone is going to make these drafts interesting.
Do you think that teams should focus more on the thing that they kind of know / expect first?
Yes.
And then they'll just see how much they'll, try and shake things up. With
I think
last
like
half
Tundra, they've picked 33 Doom a decent amount of times, and they might just prioritize it early in the draft just so they think they're kind of like pigeonholing Pure into a specific hero that they're ready to counter.
Yeah, we could definitely see that. We're a couple of moments away still from that draft, and I don't want to talk about the value team pacing in the background because we saw him play, and they came top 3 at the Bali Major with playing with AY as a stand-in. On the other side, you got Bulk on the side of BetBoom, also a very experienced coach. And I want to talk about the different style of coaching because Bulk has been around for a very long time, Fear. Do you have any extra information what type of coach he might be?
I unfortunately don't know much about him. I know a lot about AUI.
Yeah. I know you know a lot about AUI. No, I know you know a lot about AUI, but I was hoping maybe because it's... We don't know, obviously there's a language barrier there. We don't know how much impact he has on the squad, but he's been with the team and active in the region for such a long time.
He obviously is a great asset to the team here. This is a team that, Toronto Tokyo decided to go from Team Spirit mid laner to position 5. I think you have to have a good coach to be able to make that transition as smoothly as they did.
That's very true. Speaking of AUI, you are allowed also to talk about him, though. Don't worry. I don't think for you it's a surprise to see him on this side of the coin.
Yeah, of course not. He was even, like, when we were playing together at TI5, he was coaching me in a lot of ways of what I could be doing better in game. It's a very natural role for him. He likes talking about Dota. He knows about all the small mechanics in the game. Maybe not every single one, but more than most players know. And he can really just help you out with item builds, small little things you can do to get an advantage. He is a master at that.
And that means he has his work cut out for him as the draft is actually just a couple seconds away for us now. BetBoom Tundra, Bulk versus AY. I do believe that Bulk and AY are more advising roles for both. I don't think Bulk is a coach that sits down either. We obviously see that where some coaches just make their players get up so that they can sit down and press the buttons. But you'll see them standing behind the squads here on the stage of Riyadh Masters at Gamers 8. Actually, not even a headset on yet for Bulk, so maybe the draft is not as close as I thought we were. But yeah, speaking of Toronto Tokyo and his switch to position 5, every time we'd ask him about it during Dream League interviews, he's like, yeah, it's fine. Been playing, and he seems to be having it as a very obvious thing, Brian, that the transition was smooth.
What he said that really stood out to me is you're coming from mid lane, right? You're the guy that's leading the charge. You're making a lot of these mid-game calls. And he said that at the start of his 5 position, he was still thinking like a mid laner, right? Yeah. He was thinking like, I need to tell my cores where I want them to go, where I want my team to move. And now he's like, okay, I realize now I have to take a backseat. I have to be enabling what they're trying to do. What are my core's vision of the game? And I need to buff them rather than enforcing his vision of the game. So I think that's like it speaks a lot to his like humility as a TI winner mid lane that he's willing to say, I think this region needs a 5. They need another Miposhka.
He said specifically he wants to be the next Miposhka.
Exactly. And he's like, this is what he believes is necessary for him to succeed as an individual and for the Eastern Europe as a region. And I respect that a lot. And you can see it in his play throughout the course of the season that he's playing more of the Undyings, the heroes that are more sacrificial.
Yeah, so draft has started now, and first phase bans. Kind of reminiscent of the previous patch.
Yeah.
A lot of those 5-position heroes that BB team was relying on are just going to make it through, but maybe they've been nerfed enough.
Yeah, it's interesting that Brood and Timber are still getting so many bans because for the games that they've actually been picked, both of them are rocking like a 35% win rate or less. So people are still respecting the fact that these heroes have flex, they have pretty reliable lanes, but the nerfs, that's showing because at the Bali Major, these heroes were first rounded with high win rates as opposed to below 40%.
I don't even think Brood's win rate, he's not even being banned that much this tournament so far, actually. It's
Yeah, he's getting picked later too as well.
Oh, I see. I see 50 bans.
Is it that high?
Yeah.
Oh, you're on Dota buff. Gotcha.
Well, I will say something that we didn't really have to worry about in the previous series that we watched on this stream. There's one thing that was something that I don't know if we learned it during the playing stage or we just got confirmed it. IO Lesh still very much out there, still very much a force to be reckoned with. People can beat it. It's not unbeaten. It's not unbeatable, but you do have to be very well prepared to deal with it.
Yeah, and even sometimes that's not enough. This combo is just that strong, and we're seeing a lot more IO, and I believe that's just because Pugna is kind of like so nerfed now that the next best battery is going to be this IO, and natural things to pick with it is going to be the IO. I've seen this IO response into the Undying multiple times now. It's very good. You can get double decays off. Whatever partner you want to play with, you're going to be running into the fight. Undying is really good with that as well. The Flesh Golem plus the Tombstone makes it very difficult to make that play. So they know the IO Lesh is coming, but then you have a choice as Tundra. Do you want to go for it and just believe in it, gaming Gladiator style, or do you just want to mix it up and pick the best hero for the game here?
I wouldn't think of Lesh as a standard 9 pick. It's almost too normal of a mid lane hero. I wouldn't be surprised if they more focus on like a Luna Visage strategy or something around the IO, with Luna being the pairing. But okay, IO Razor, now that's a throwback. That's like a year and a half ago.
Yeah,
kind of stuff.
Liquid was playing this a little bit earlier as well, and I think it's a nice substitution here if you didn't feel as confident picking the Lesh. It looks fine, and they can also flex the Razor. You could do it off lane, you can do it safe lane.
All three core roles are viable.
But BB team going for their standard, they're going to pick Undying for their 5-position hero. That was the least nerfed of the two between that and Techies. And then, as you saw before the game, GPK was practicing Snap. In his demo lobby. I mean, that's a hero that he's excelled on all the time. Even doing something like a Tombstone with Mortimer's Kisses is very impactful in terms of gank stuff, so I think it's a good opening for BB team.
It's definitely very solid, and Undying, even though he did get the nerfs, he's not struggling at all right now. He's still flourishing, being picked a lot, winning a lot. Snapfire, you can flex it to your mid, you can flex it to support. It's great there. For Tundra here, I feel like they need to ban Void, Morph, and maybe Drow could be good with IO.
Yeah, Drow would make sure the Razor is 100% not off lane. My only concern for a hero like Drow is against IO, I like to have a carry with mobility because I don't want to be an easy reload setup. Like there's a difference between reload setting up on like a Slark or a Void compared to a Drow. You maybe need like a slow and the Drow will die to the relocate. But on the other hand, you need like a Lion type lockdown to set it up.
Morph had to be a no.
Yeah, I agree with Morph. Sure. I agree with Morph.
The third one's up in the air, you know, like I was like Drow, maybe there's something better, but that's what I'm kind of looking at right now.
I could see it for sure because they have the Undying. Like Drow's become a lot of like the Medusa replacement in pubs as far as I've seen with the Undying. Because if people are still prioritizing Undying so highly, you still want a ranged carry to abuse the offlaner to help the Undying do the harass and the damage. So with Medusa getting knocked down a notch, you don't want to pick it into Razor either, right?
There's a Slark too, I guess. That could be good as well. Maybe even better. We'll have to see. But Razor is one of those, the reason I'm mentioning these bans is Razor is one of those heroes, if you're going to put him this high in priority, like this IO Razor, he needs to work.
Yeah.
This isn't a hero that you sack and like he'll be fine, he'll add some impact into the game. No, he will not. He doesn't add any team fight. He's a carry. He has to have impact. And there's a couple of carry matchups for him that just don't allow him to have
they're
impact.
like unplayable. His job is to run in with a link on, and if he can't do that, these heroes, you can't link the Void and the Morphling. A hero like Drow just makes it incredibly difficult for him to go in at all.
Is there any value if you're playing him offlane as this like, I'm going to just dumpster the offlane more than an offlaner normally can? Like kill the carry a bunch of times? Is that possible at all?
I think that Razor is kind of dead, to be honest, because they nerfed his static link a bunch, and they've been buffing.
But they buffed it recently.
That's like, okay, four steps back, 1 step forward, sure. I think he's kind of gotten the Ursa treatment where he used to always be a lane dominator, and that's what he was viewed as, and I think now he actually scales way better than he used to, but his laning stage is significantly weaker. Like, they lowered his movement speed. They begin giving him decent base stats, though, so I think that's why he's kind of creeping up again. Even giving a hero like Razor 4 base damage over the course of a few patches adds up a lot.
So on the side of BB team, what should those bans entail? Because we have Batrider and Lion, that you guys already mentioned, banned out.
Supports that setup reload.
Control, right?
Control.
Yeah. Like neither of these heroes have stun. And you do have relocate. IO is played in multiple ways. I feel like having to have like this Shadow Shaman or Lion Bane type of heroes isn't essential anymore to like just play the map like that. You can play more of like a group up style. However, it is always nice to have stuns in your team just to make things happen, even if it is just in team fights. So I think that is something both teams need at this point. Undying and Snap both really enjoy stun, so does Io and Razor. So there's going to be some highly contested offlaners most likely here that have stuns that most teams will be looking at. And we're seeing techies still. Wow.
Go with it anyways, you know. I mean, less damage, less armor, but it's still mostly
win
fun.
rate.
Has he
Less
been
everything.
picked much?
He's barely been picked, and I think the one time I saw him get picked, he lost.
That
He's almost
being
ignored.
said,
Oh my gosh, he's only been
Save,
picked once.
Save was one of the players that even before Techies
once.
was super hot. Save was the one that still would play it every once in a while because he is just that good on the hero, regardless of how in the meta it is.
I mean, it's kind of cool because it's a damage amplifier hero. Like, your ultimate increases the magic damage you deal. So if you pair that with magic damage, that's good against heals typically. That's like one way to beat heals. Rather than trying to like kill it with burst damage, you just like amplify everyone, so you just do so much more. So it's potentially cool here.
The problem I have with all of BB Team's heroes is that they all try to keep their distance from you. Like, all these heroes as of now are like, maybe Undying can go run in and tank, but they want to kind of kite you back a little bit. Like, if you're a Razor up in their face, if you're a Doom up in their face, none of these heroes want that. So they need like a punish. They need like some AoE punish hero, like a Tide. Terrorblade.
I mean, it's a very successful carry so far this tournament. It hasn't been picked a massive amount. Its win rate's gone down a little bit in the last day, but 17 games, 58% win rate. It's going pretty good. It's like a carry that hasn't been nerfed, unlike the other ones.
Yeah, he's a ranged carry, effectively in lane with the Metamorphosis, so he pairs well with Undying. He's always lane pretty good against Doom. He scales well against Razor, because usually you can buy Hurricane Pike pretty naturally, and you can also hit the Razor with your illusions. But I guess I'm just a bit nervous for, like, who's starting things for BetBoom or for BB Team
They need
right
like
now?
a Mars or something on their last
But that's
pick.
but it's pure, right? He doesn't play most of
He's
the
going to have to
offlane
learn
pool.
because I think right now I believe this is a fantastic Terrorblade game. Like, if you look
It
at their
is.
supports, like, they don't do much to Terrorblade. The Razor won't either, and the Doom, if you get the perfect Doom, perhaps, but biggest thing Terrorblade is worried about is like a lot of like long range magic damage, which you don't really have on Tundra right now. And maybe it won't fit Pure's playstyle to pick this Mars type hero, but in a game like this, I feel like you just have to. You have a Techies, you have a Snapfire and Undying. What else could you possibly want to play here?
I feel like he's going to go for something like Legion or Tide, even though they're not good picks, just to be honest. Like,
This plays Axe too.
Axe?
Which I also
Into
don't
Razor
enjoy.
Doom, I would not want. Yeah, I think you want to punish them going on your other heroes, because Tundra, like you said, these heroes don't want to get poked. Like, you have a lot of long range from the Snapfire, the Techies, even Terrorblade builds into long range, so like it's going to be a matter of Tundra gets up in your face, can you actually push them away for even just a few seconds to weaken them enough to stall out the fight. But in this case, like, I don't know what that is for Pure.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right that Tide does sound pretty cool for that. Like, if you just buy enough time to like stack up zombies and land the Mortimer's Kisses and let TB get into a good position, or like disengage from a Razor or something like that, it really is going to be a lot of damage output.
Well, we saw in the previous game we watched, there's the similar need coming out of the offlane. We had also Beastmaster and Legion banned out, same spot because of the need from the offlane, and then we saw Punch come out.
Yeah. Real question is, what is BB Team reading here? They think 9's going mid on one
Yeah,
of these
9
heroes?
Razor.
9 Rubik?
He did, no, 9 played Razor at the
Rubik.
Bali Major 3 or 4 times.
9 played Rubik at the Bali Major.
That's
as well,
true.
Ryan.
Could be support Razor.
I mean, Skeeter loves his carry Razor too.
I think when they pick TB, you go for a different carry. I think you don't give yourself that carry to carry matchup.
Okay.
Because if you're a mid Razor, you can just go like Halberd and Shivas and not feel too bad about it. But as a carry Razor, you pretty much have to go like SNY Butterfly.
What if he goes like some Wyvern mid or something, 9 style, and tries to carry the game that way?
I would be
versus
shocked
Snap that good?
if it's not a PL.
Razor versus Snap? I mean, probably not, but you can match his damage a little bit by stealing it.
Okay.
You can rotate side lanes decently.
I feel like
If they
Tundra
don't see it
strat's
coming.
going to be make it so Terrorblade does not 1v9 this game. That's what this
Yeah.
pick has to do. I would pick PL even though it's going to be weak for lane. It doesn't synergize with your lineup all that well. It's really good against all 4 of BB Team's heroes, and they already banned out the Legion, which is a good lane matchup. Like, Beastmaster and Legion are both good against PL, so I would lean towards that for them. We'll see, though.
I could see PL being good for sure for the game. It's just, does Tundra want to go that route? Do they want to pick this hero that is just going to be the be-all, end-all carry for the game.
Yes, they do.
But kind of make their lineup a little bit weird.
It's wonky, for
right?
sure.
Because PL, he will solo carry this game almost no matter what they last pick here for BB team. However, this hero needs a lot of space and time.
He does.
And if it's a bad IO Razor game and they can't buy the time, you have a Doom farming too, will he have that time to get to that point?
Seems greedy.
They need someone to set up their kills, right? And it's not going to be IO, obviously. IO's going to bring like Razor or somebody. So it's got to be either Rubik or Doom that's initiating these fights when they're doing this 4-person roam thing.
Pure is set up to free farm here. He could go like Axe, he could go Tide. No matter what he picks, it's pretty much guaranteed free farm. My concern with all the heroes that I'm mentioning is they're all good against PL, but they're bad against Razor Doom. So I'm kind of wondering, like, do they prioritize the lane for him? Because if they just win, like, Undying Terrorblade lane, that should be favored. Snap's a strong laner. They could just win all 3 lanes, and that's a simple strategy to ending Tundra's game plan.
Yeah, I feel like all Pierre's job here is to just set up GPK's ultimate if he's playing the snap, or set up save to be able to go in. Even if it's not good one-on-one, they just need that stun, right? So they can hit these abilities. Even TB is a hero that you hate it when the team just kites you, right? You want to be able to just pop your Metamorphosis and get hits in. I think that he has a very simple job this game.
I would go Axe, I think, if I was Pure here.
Fear, didn't you say in the green room that if you pick Axe, you deserve to lose?
I didn't say you deserve to lose, you're just gonna lose.
Yeah.
The hero is not very good right now, unfortunately, but it feels like he just wins his lane every time, and then at some point he dies once or twice, doesn't get the farm and falls off. It has a very big effect of, if you die a couple times on Axe, it feels like there's no comeback.
Define a couple, because we also just said that there's not that much that Tundra can do at the start of this game, so that means that Axe is gonna live.
How do they do damage to Axe without attacking him with their lineup?
They have to link
PL
him.
and a Razor. They could like doom him and ignore him. I actually don't know how he really dies this game. Like, I feel like there's a threat if they do kill him.
And infinite scaling.
Yeah,
True.
Chop him 30 times.
Yeah.
I'm still leaning towards BB Team's draft. I think they're favored in pretty much all 3 lanes, and there's going to be a lot of movements necessary from Tundra to like kill Pure with 9 at least once while he's cutting the creeps. You're pretty much the only hero that threatens him. Doom doesn't want to move. PL isn't capable of moving. You have Rubik IO, pretty stationary supports, so I think they're going to struggle immensely in the first like 15 minutes.
I feel like if BB Team gets ahead, they're going to turn out a lot of kills in the mid game with their great heroes. And I feel like if Tundra gets ahead, it's not going to be extremely easy for them to tempo. But if they do go ultra late, I feel like it's favored for Tundra.
That's pretty much it for me. Tundras, they got to delay the game. They got to get PL farmed. And if that doesn't work, BB Team have a high likelihood of running them over in the early mid game.
At what stage of the game do we consider it the time where Tundra is doing things?
4 items for PL.
37 minutes.
Yeah, that's about right. 4 items.
I was thinking about 200 minutes or something like that.
I mean, for me, the late game starts when you get to the tier 3 items.
Okay.
Right? Or those tier... No,
tier 4 at 37?
Yeah, tier 4 at 37. Your items are online for the PL at that point. You get a new neutral item that has a big impact, and now it's the late game.
I agree with that.
37 minutes. 4 items on PL or 200?
Yeah, whatever.
Close enough.
Yeah, he'll just farm tombstones. He'll get there. Don't worry.
But does that mean that if BetBoom, is not able to win before that time, they didn't straight up just lose, right? It just means that they are going to have a tougher time?
Yeah, if it's PL against the world, they don't lose for sure. But if like Razor's also in the game or Doom's also in the game, they'll struggle.
I think I just heard the sound that we want to hear. And I hope that everybody home hears that as well, because that is a good sound. That is a great sound even. It's the sound of action. It's the sound of the... It's not even the horn, because there might just be some action before the horn. Who knows? We don't know this. We might actually not know this for a little while longer, because sometimes players have the habit of hitting that pause button right when we load into the game. The question is, will they do that this time around? It doesn't look like they did. And that is great news for every Dota fan around the world, because that means Tundra versus BB Team is coming your way right now with Cap and SVG.
All right, time to get into a matchup that is looking like, I don't know how you felt about it, Avery. Actually, I kind of know how you feel about it, but I look at these two teams as being teams that are in the list, probably in the top 4 teams' favorites for being able to win this whole thing.
Definitely 2 of the top 5.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe Tundra isn't in a lot of people's list, but I think a lot of people are wrong. So
you have them on your list?
I have Tundra winning this event.
Okay. And where do you think BetBoom is?
God, I hope somebody other than Gaimin wins. I think BB are up there for sure. I think if BB can continue their success with the lane dominance, that has been a large factor for them beating a lot of the other regions outside of Europe. And even within the Europe, I think they're one of the few teams who have shown they can easily contest Gaimin, Liquid in the early 10 minutes, right? Then that is where their strength lies. But the big question is, can they continue that dominance? And it's been hit or miss for them over the year. So this is like the first real test in the clutch.
He did not make it up the cliff. A bad doppelganger is going to put him in a nasty position. He's going to be run down with the battle hunger on him, and that's going to be your first blood going over to save. So BB team already off to a great start, and it comes to this off lane because they're going to get some serious damage on a Snake King as well. He has to use the tether on the creep wave to get out.
That is a very bad kill to give up. This is an IO lane with a fairly defensive carry and Phantom Lancer. This is not a lane you win if you're Tundra. This is a lane you survive. So you're giving a pretty nice start here to Axe Techies. One of the craziest offensive lanes probably in the game.
Yeah.
This does not bode well for Tundra safe lane. And again, as the panel said, this is a lineup where you cannot give BB too much breathing room in this early game because they're going to run away with it no matter what. You can't really stop it. Unless Razor just goes Super Saiyan and he's 10-0 at 15 minutes. The first 30 are not yours to win. It's yours to get through.
What did you make of this Razor pick, by the way? I mean, I feel like it's kind of interesting.
It's bold. I think if you don't get IO Lesh, IO Razor is up there, or it's your alternative. It's a lot more flexible. You can put this Razor on 3 lanes and be a lot more confident with the physical scale, which is something it gives you. It is one of those very strong combinations, especially for Europe when it was in the meta. I feel like Liquid abused it the most.
Yeah.
And so everybody in this European top 4 or 5 is very familiar with how to run this strategy, and they're very confident in the late game with it. I think that's where they feel very comfortable. I think the Razor can be strong in the mid game too when you play it off of mid. The IO just connecting in with super amped up move speed, very tanky. You have to respect it. And there's not a lot that stops Razor during BKB in this game, which is I think what Tundra have to play for. Get an aura or 2 on the Doom, pump it into the BKB Razor, he just goes in, he links one of these cores, and you chase him down. You take a kill, and you take the fight off of that.
Tombstone gets dropped. Immediate telekinesis is a response from Soxa, but he knows he's given up his own life to save his offlaner here.
Yeah,
Can't even touch the Tombstone.
Didn't stick Fairy Fire for that. Maybe you get up the hill, kill the zombie. Saves it for another day. It's not first blood, so not the worst, as Skeeter already made that not as bad for him. And honestly, I was about to say this lane doesn't look too bad, but 5 CS on Skeeter, yeah, it looks pretty bad.
Yeah, it's not going well. Maybe his regen is fine,
yeah,
but
that's
he's
why
not
I thought,
getting a whole lot of CS.
I was like, damn, the regen looks better than I thought it was on this lane. You can dodge some of the mines. IO will be good over the long run. God damn, these early waves are going to be tough. And that is the Axe pick. I think they were debating between Axe and Pudge. Were the 2 for pure here. The Pudge is probably going to scale a bit better into this Phantom Lancer. The Axe is going to give you a lot more early game potential, especially since he has a free lane. It gives him a really early blink call for the Techies and the Snapfire to follow up on. That was probably what they were debating, which one is worth more, and they just want to amp the aggression with the Axe. So you are really looking for a fast blink, Vanguard, probably Blade Mail BKB for pure in this game, and then BB supports are going to be really enabled, as well as their mid here.
Man, 33 is just getting smacked around, and they do manage to get the kill on Snake King at bottom. So BB team, once again, Save is able to get another kill off of this lane, and I feel like at some point in time, even if you are struggling to get the kill, just beautiful mind to set that up in the first place. Even if you are feeling like, okay, maybe we can't get these kills anymore, the Axe can solo this lane, and then you can go gank mid all you want.
Absolutely.
And you've got the dire side advantage over mid too, where you're sitting on that cliff, which is great for Techies. He's probably the best hero to use that.
I mean, I think it's hard to gank the Razor because I don't think the Razor gets low with Plasma Field spam. The lane you can gank is this top, however, right? Every Tombstone you go through the gate, you appear as Techies with a Tombstone meta skirmish. You're super happy to take that for BB. You're
yeah,
going to
you want
accelerate
to shut down
Nightfall.
this Doom as much as possible
Exactly.
early, right?
I mean, it's a 33 Doom, so anytime you can give him a slow start, you're very happy, and he is having a very slow start. This must be one of the slowest I've seen him ever have. 7 CS at 4 minutes, and he has a tornado creep. Toronto Tokyo has given him the business up here. And it's not getting much better. All 3 lanes going extremely well for BB. This is their comfort zone. This is how they like to play, and it's starting out damn well for him. scary position to be in if you're Tundra. This is a Tundra team that is very good at stalling leads out, creating a defensive position on the map, and out-efficiencying you. So by no means is this a position they're unfamiliar with. It's just a risky one. You're adding fuel to the engine here for BB. They're gonna start to crank it up. Nice little courier snipe. That's value right there.
That is pretty nice. They're going to go for the punish. They do not appreciate Zoxa doing that.
No, they don't.
They'll get the kill on him, and they're going to turn back and fight into 33. Can Nightfall go toe-to-toe here or not? Still a Fairy Fire on him, so he could definitely turn a bit. And yeah, he's going to start laying some damage back on a 33. Don't think they've got this kill unless the Decay. He doesn't have the mana for it, but another hit. Toronto Tokyo tanks it for him, so Nightfall can collect the kill.
I mean, he wanted to die there for sure. Unfortunately, 33 gets the XP off it.
Yeah,
I think he's very happy about not getting much in that lane. Does not have a good small creep to go eat. This game might come down to how much 9 can do. He's still free farming mid. Very strong levels here, and it is a hero that Tundra can fight around with the Rubik and the IO.
Here comes that gank that we were talking about earlier, but as you pointed out,
he's so high.
You're never really low HP, so you have to do it 100-0, and with the kisses, they got him.
Never mind, that looked incredibly easy. He did have Fairy Fire Wand Raindrop. I guess Mortimer Kisses just don't care.
Yeah, just overwhelming amount of damage there.
This is a mega wave, though.
Yeah, this really stacked up off of that dive earlier, and Toronto Tokyo is going to try and create some space for Nightfall to be able to get some farm here. BB are rotating over more heroes, see if they can catch 33 as well.
This is one of those games where if you got a Harpy creep.
Oh yeah, seriously.
It's looking a little different. And we'll get 2 bounties. So Tundra, again, eking out some small wins here with courier kills, some bounty runes. It is a lot of team gold, which they need a lot here because...
yeah, because they're down 2K right now, so...
Yeah, the kill's not going their way. Even 9 came up here looking for some momentum, and we'll probably find it on Toronto Tokyo as he has no escape. Remember, that big wave was hitting his tower, so they got some tower damage out.
Yeah.
Pretty nice opportunity that they're seizing here, forcing Nightfall off some experience. Solid rotation all around.
Back to Pure, who has free farming with a Vanguard against a Phantom Lancer. This is going to be a very, very big axe, unless his rotations fall apart.
There's nothing Tundra can really do to him, unless you rotate the Razor.
Would you go Blade Mail before the Blink Dagger in this game? I mean, it's pretty value against both Doom and especially Razor.
I don't think he has to this game. I actually think second item Blink is pretty solid because you have Techies on 9 and Snapfire to play around.
That's true.
You have a lot. You have a lot to just throw in there. I think your Blink goes are pretty reliable this game.
Okay.
I mean, there is always phylactery. Dare I name it? One day, someone's going to do that build. It's going to look glorious, and then you are going to look.
You know,
like
I have a
fool.
friend who's spamming that right now.
Yeah, I bet he's pretty good.
I bet he's been listening to the cast.
Yeah, is AUI 2000?
No. No, I don't think IUI is doing that.
Radiant's middle tower.
I mean, Tundra was the phylactery team, so.
Really good use of the cookies here. GPK setting up 2 different kills. He's just going to casually let Toronto Tokyo have at it, which does cause him to dive in deep here. The kiss is to try and help him out. 9 is going to be slowed down a lot here with the zombies on him.
Ooh, the last hit.
I think he's dead. Last little scatter blast, and with the zombies sticking onto it all, he's going to get snaking as well. 3 kills for GPK to be a part of in that mid-engagement. BB team are going to be very happy as they continue to get more. Never mind, 33 is going to take a shortcut.
Yeah.
Oh, save still catches him, slowing him down, and 33 is going to die. Nice moves with the Hurricane, but they weren't good enough.
This is looking like a rough early game. I don't know, you just got to go to your Razor and pray, I think. Because you can't really go to these side lanes. There's just no skirmish power there. And the Tombstone levels have really paid off for Toronto Tokyo.
Yep.
This is the problem with giving Undying a really good laning phase here. He almost always pays it off. Like
yeah, he levels it up. He hits 5 off that kill, levels it up, so Tombstone even more effective for this engagement.
He almost didn't even die there. This is Arcane Rune for 9. You're not getting any value out of it. At least Snaking got the Tombstone kill. You know, you got something going for you. You got some stacks here to fall back on.
Yeah.
So again, you just got to power through this Razor. I will say, Skeeter has done pretty damn well at finding some farm in this game. He's not getting forced out of bottom areas. His Phantom Lancer he's doing pretty decent, honestly. Maybe better than he has any right to be with how untouchable Pure is right now on the Axe. I almost think Pure is maybe playing it too defensive. I think he's afraid of like a Razor TP into getting chased down. There's not much TP
when you have a
cancel,
lane
though.
that's going that well, the worst thing that can happen is you throw it away by getting too aggressive.
Right, but it would take 4 heroes down there for Tundra because you have Lift and Infernal Blade. If the Razor goes on you, you TP to tier 1.
Yeah, that's true.
Who cares?
You are lagging.
Like, I think this is a game you get behind that tier 1 as Axe, and you start finding this PL in the jungle or pulling waves to his camps that he wants to farm, and then you're just mega fat, right? This should be a top 1 Axe. I'm actually surprised. I mean, he's only behind his 2 other cores, which are getting kills, so I don't think he feels bad about that. Still, it is something going Tundra's way here as they kind of get out of that lane at least.
Looks like GPK needs to make some adjustments here.
I mean, he realized halfway through the game that he could hear his teammates, so he's trying to figure out how to mute everybody. It's like, guys, I need this to be like my pub environment. See, that's why the tech help doesn't really understand. He's like, no, everything's working. He's like, yeah, that's the problem. I need my audio off.
Yeah, it's even funny with Pure sitting right next to him too.
It's like, yeah, so here's my team in TeamSpeak. Yes, I'd like them at 0.
It's like some tipping going around there.
I can still hear Nightfall yelling. Well, I'm sure they'll resolve it quickly here. Some tips go out. Small chat goes out. The tension rises.
Yeah, they look very tense.
I will say, Save is always the most serious person on this team. Win or lose.
Save has like resting. He just resting. I want to die face. That's what it is.
That's a little extreme.
Are you telling me it doesn't look that way? His teammates are all laughing and having fun, and he just looks like vaguely pissed off and depressed.
He does always look angry. Maybe he is. Oh, look at that expression.
Wait. Oh, cracked a little smile there?
That might be the happiest I've ever seen him in his entire career. Quite literally. I don't think I've ever seen him in a better mood.
You know, someday he might win an Aegis. We might see some teeth. Might see some pearly whites.
Can't wait for that winner's interview.
Oh, God. They actually are one of the worst teams when it comes to interviews.
They do not enjoy them. However, they do enjoy stomping an early game, and that's what we've got going on here. 3 of the top networks for BB. Though Tundra, one of those teams where even if you build an early lead, do you feel good about it?
I was going to say, what kind of things are Tundra going to be doing to get themselves back in the game? Because I don't think, first of all, they don't have the AUI 2000, Visage running around.
To be fair, though, the stuff AUI does is cheeky. It's not always winning you. It stalls the game. Yeah. You have to be stalling for something.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So the question is, what is Tundra going to be doing to get themselves back into a position where, or stalling out the game? They've only got really IO.
Yeah, there's not much stall mechanism. There's not a great split push heroes. I guess you can force lane super deep and reload people out. I mean, that's about it. Rubik and I are really bad at cutting waves or creating some sort of cheeky map pressure. So it's pretty much just try and take defensive fights around tier 1 mid. That's the tower you want to hold up as long as possible if you're Tundra. Have Skeeter find some cheeky farm on the sides of the map, and then just stack everything up and hope you get good defensive fights. Whereas BB are going to ramp up the pressure here with the Ato Snapfire. He is so damn farmed.
Scatterblast goes out. Rod of Atos locking him down, allowing the cookie to land, getting lots of damage. So by the time that Skeeter finally uses that doppelganger, it's going to be easy to find the real one, and Pure set it up beautifully and gets the first chop of the game.
Number 1 stack on the board. Tundra are getting some good tier 1 pressure, though. This is what IO Razor can give you, especially with the catapult behind. That is a lot of tower damage. Yeah,
TP, canceled there from the Snapfire. Deciding
keep going.
Against it.
Last hit.
Oh, Save takes that one away.
Show me the player cam.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That's exactly the expression I
Look at him.
Woo! It's like you guys like that one. Of course, GPK can't hear him anyway, so.
GPK, what'd you think? What'd you think about that one? GPK.
This team is entertaining. I say that. Though these net worths not looking too bad, right? They got through another big stack with the Razor IO.
Yeah.
And
eventually they're going to run out of stacks, though.
It's true, but this lead has gone down from 3 to 2K, so Tundra stabilizes his game, especially getting that mid tower. Okay, it gets denied. You're sad about not getting the gold. It's still a pressure point Pep or BB don't have to go to make some of these mid wraps and stuff like that. You can also force this lane in deeper and create some space for you to operate.
Do you think
Game
that
of small things adding up.
accidentally canceled his TP? I see no reason why you wouldn't want to fight
I don't
that.
know.
You still had kisses.
I think he thought they were going to back off, and it's just a split-second thing of, oh, it's defended. I don't think he accidentally canceled it. And Midas up for 33. His recovery is going to start on the Doom, as we've seen many times. Another cheeky courier.
Follow that courier.
They want the real prize.
Now they're going to find him. Pure could have completed that. He could have gone through the gate, but
yeah,
Zoxa will get there in time now for the telekinesis. So.
Wow, that is very awkward.
Yeah.
He actually just would have gotten out.
Yeah,
I mean, he can't know that, right? It's a smoke. He probably assumes there's a stun there.
Yeah.
So I can't really blame him for that one. Just unlucky. And
meanwhile,
BB are going to look for the return.
Yeah, you kill our Axe, we'll kill your Doom. Not even having to use the kisses for it. GPK.
Yeah, he's going to hold the Tombstone, so this will be a push in combination with that meta usage from Nightfall. One of the things I like about BB is even when they're winning these early games, they don't pull their carry off the safe lane. They don't give up that tower. They don't give the space to their opponents. In fact, a lot of times they go and gank there. I think it's one of the things the CIS carries do better than almost any of the other regions, is when they're winning the game, they don't give you that space for free.
Yeah.
And it pays off. Like here, you get a free tier 1, you get another offlaner kill. Suddenly you can invade their Ancients, you can get deep wards, you can take stacks away from the enemy, like this juicy Ancient stack right here. All this is a benefit from Nightfall staying up there and creating the point for BB to smoke to. Now you put that Tombstone to use. This is where you can rebuild that lead and take away the efficiency from Tundra. You just stole 3 Ancients from him. Just like that, on top of a tier 1, on top of a Midas Doom kill.
Do you think that, the idea that you just mentioned from the Eastern European carries being able to hold their safe lane in a winning situation, do you think that's one of the reasons why Eastern Europe has managed to challenge the Western European teams better than any other region?
I think it is a big deal. I think if you look at China, SEA, and NA, they give it up a lot more often.
Yeah. 33, overwhelmed as he tried to go for the Wisdom Rune and surrounded by BB team members.
Now you'll notice I did not say SA.
SA is good at contesting it, yeah.
Well, no. I actually think SA do give up their safe lane, but that's because most of their carries are psychopaths, and they're at your mid lane at like 8 minutes.
Yeah, I was going to say SA is just like, he's just crazy aggressive. So,
yeah,
you just get overwhelmed by them being in all your lanes all
their
the
carry
time.
might be in any lane by 10 minutes. You just don't know. So that's another way of doing it. They are active. Here, it pays off. BB get another stack for Pure. Nightfall is very far ahead now, and the levels also reflect it, as we just saw. They're like level 11 on this Terrorblade.
This is kind
your
of
illusions
game
are
you want
strong.
to see from your Axe, right? Gets the Blink Dagger and then is successful enough with his rotations that he's going to have a very, very fast Blade Mail afterwards.
No TP for save, but he is very tanky. Already has Vid Booster going into this Vessel for the IO. It's going to counteract the heal. He's got 1,500 HP almost.
That would be nice. Tundra, I need to get out of here. Nine's going to TP.
Very
I'm
long.
expecting that Centaur to stun.
I mean, imagine you TP'd on the hill and Roche canceled your TP going through.
Oh, yeah. Aghanim Scepter almost done for Skeeter. So, a very early Aghanims. I feel like, isn't it usually like second?
I've seen it first. This is a pretty standard build for a lot of the Chinese Phantom Lancers as well.
Okay.
I think it just gives you more stats, more survivability in the fight. The damage exchange between this and Diffusal is worse than Diffusal, though not by a huge margin. Like, the damage adds up with the Lances. It's also comparable in farming speed. So if you feel like you really just want to get this Ags, maybe take a fight, or end up in some skirmish where you can contribute more without going in with your main hero, it gives you that too.
If you wanted to just purely focus on farming, would you still go like Yasha first?
Yes.
Which
he didn't have any of the camps to do, right?
Yeah, I'm just curious, like, if Tundra's actually going to fight with this Aghanim Scepter at all? Because I feel like they
probably not. It is a decent split pushing tool in theory. You can like Lance waves, it pushes a little faster without having to show you're a real hero. If you're scared about getting axe called on the map with a bot's Snapfire joining you.
Sure.
I don't know, maybe these small things add up for Tundra. This is a team that will think about them as they continue to try and hold the net worth even here. And BB trying to ramp up this axe blink pressure. They are going to find the Razor.
Running into, yeah, Razor's going to die first. But Snake King might be able to get him out. Relocate just over to the side here. Doesn't go very far.
Enough.
A lot of mines being laid out as Zoxa stole that one away, dropped it around. Snake King is going to get blasted down before the relocate goes back. And 9 just simply cannot do enough damage to threaten anybody on BB team.
4 stacks. There's just no tombstone answer. Once the fight is anchored by Pure onto that tombstone, you're stuck in it. The problem with that reload is the zombies actually just chased them. They didn't even disjoint the zombies.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
Otherwise, I think maybe you get out of there a little bit. Mech done for snaking does do some work here. This is kind of your Razor IO early game timing, though. He went Sanj and Yasha, not BKB. It's not going to get much better for this for a long time. And BB just overwhelming damage. And just faster moves, right? They're getting outnumbered situations because they can shove the waves in more aggressively with this bot's fast Snapfire. All these things paying off. Tundra still looking for some sort of teamfight answer. I mean, it's going to be Octarine, Midas, Doom. 33 loves this build. It'll win you late game if you can get there. 7K lead for BB. Might not happen. I mean, Philly Stone on top of it. I mean, how greedy are you going to get, man? I'm always astounded by the greed. I mean, I don't know if there's another pathway, really, you know?
Yeah, if you're going to play Doom, you kind of have to be greedy.
If he buys Pipe here, you're going to win a fight? Probably not, so.
No.
I get it.
And that Hannah Minus is only going to pay out more once he completes the Octarine.
Yep. Big signal for Tundra is going to be that defusal on the Phantom Lancer. That is when you can start to take a fight. If Pure messes up a blink, if you can get through the Tombstone with your Phantom Lancer and still have HP left on your IO Razor, that type of situation, you can start to turn this game.
Yeah, burn them out while they're trying to hit a tower, play defensively around that.
BB are just going to start to force the objectives with Tombstone plus the Scotty Terrorblade finish now. That is a very fast Scotty. He is extremely tanky. And this matchup versus Razor it's amazing for Terrorblade when you're in this position.
It's going to be dangerous. Pure blinking out.
That's an opening.
Yeah, that is an opening. Toronto Tokyo gets behind them, drops the Tombstone, runs away. They're going to be able to address it quickly. They do have an option here. With the kisses, they're going to run into this one.
Really
9. They manage to stop a lot of that damage, relocate back over to the side. They play for the high ground. Meanwhile, the Doom's going to be placed out onto Nightfall. He backs away similarly around the Tombstone that has now been killed.
You gotta get something here if you're Tundra. This is as good as it's gonna get.
Yeah, this is a winning fight. They have to be able to chase for more. They get just a support off of this one. Maybe Toronto Tokyo, a second support. The call back in for Pure, though. Goes for the dump. Doesn't quite get it onto 9. Too many heals. The Phantom Lancer will die, though. Skeeter loses his life as Nightfall comes in big with his physical damage. A chance after 9. Oh my God, how did that cookie not land? That was so close within the AoE.
That is about as good as it gets for Tundra, right? You kill the Tombstone before the fight starts. You get a Doom on the Terrorblade. He's taken out of it. You steal the Tombstone. Unfortunately, there's Shredder on the other side, so GBK just instantly killed yours. I thought Soxa was going to throw it more defensively because they were also reloading back.
Yeah, if he kept it on the high ground.
Yeah, it could have been beautiful. Unfortunately, the fight got displaced a little too deep, so he had to throw it aggressively there. Still, we're seeing some glimmers of what that team fight looks like for Tundra. The damage is there, right? You get these spells, you get a couple lances out, and suddenly these cores from BB are going to start falling. Of course, a lot of that started with Pure just blinking into them.
Yes, Pure,
like best
Pure
case scenario.
showed himself on the wave, so no initiation, no Tombstone. I mean, yeah, you're right. It really did start off the most advantageous position possible for Tundra.
Still, that is a teamfight win that buys them some time. They get some good support kills out of it. And Pure did not get a huge amount out of that. You get the Phantom Lancer kill, but no more Culling Blade stacks, and this will get you to your Phantom Lancer defusal. So game continuing to be stabilized here. Scrounging out the minor wins.
Time to take a tier 2 in the bottom lane. Tundra not going to fight you for this one.
Nope. And if I'm BB, I'm thinking about Roshan very soon here. Like, that should not be a fight that is contestable, at least if you're continuing on your pathways that you want this game, with how fast the Terrorblade is finding net worth. And that'll be your siege mechanism. Could potentially even do some early high ground shenanigans if you think you can protect Tombstone going into a tier 3. Though, that's the other strength of the Phantom Lancer in this game. The high ground defense is incredibly annoying. Diffusal Ags, it will kill you. It will kill you very fast. There is Grab Ally on the Tombstone. You can get another fight with it, but it's going to time out here. This will be early Roshan. A lot of these fights are going to come down to the Axe jump. Can you find the Phantom Lancer? Can you start the fight on maybe the Doom? Just take him out before 33 gets anything off.
Yeah. With the Gleipnir, you've got a really good chance of, if you can catch the Phantom Lancer, taking him out of the fight entirely.
That's a death sentence for Tundra. If Skeeter gets caught, he cannot afford to be the first one jumped. He needs to play the back line, skirt around the fight, get multiple lances off, burn their mana out, put the Terrorblade in an awkward position where you don't have a great Sunder target, you're losing your mana. And just keep pushing this game later and later, getting more Razor items so you can frontline. You can always bait out the jump and, you know, save someone with the IO, sustain, or a reload out, and then re-engage. That type of fight could be good for Tundra as well. Octarine bots online. I guess this is your rat. Smoked Doom with Scorched Earth.
The invisible rat.
Still has this tornado creep. Pretty much tells you how Tundra are thinking about these fights. Just disengage it.
Dodge, dodge, dodge.
Aegis. Timer's ticking out. What are you going to get done with it? Do you have a deep ward bottom?
Yeah, you've got a BKB, Manta, Scotty. This Gleipnir is complete. You've got all of the tools you need to win fights.
Oh, very, very good read from Tundra here. They do have the wards for it. Still, being able to push that deep, it's like a game of cat and mouse, right? You want to push deep enough, you know they're running for you. You need to bait them in just enough that you create space elsewhere on the map, and that's what's happening right now top, as Skeeter gets to clear out a lot of camps.
And there's Nightfall just bulldozing through, like, you know, he's just a...
I mean, if BB want to force the 5v5 by going high ground, they can here. They have BKB on Axe. The jump is pretty secure here. The biggest thing is the Tombstone drop. And how much outspam Tundra have. Can Nightfall sit here and hit this tower, or do the Lances start coming through?
Lances
Here's
and
number one.
Plaza Field start getting thrown out, but call goes out, attempted, Tombstone thrown away.
This is what Tundra want. They want a free Tombstone kill. Yeah, they're
gonna chase after this one, using the Hurricane to push him in deeper. Now there is the kisses. That's gonna force back Tundra. They know it too, but it does look like the Axe is gonna take out from the Doom. He dies.
This is amazing for Tundra. I don't even think they have
the
to
Thunder
chase.
does manage to go off. If they can finish off 9, it'd be great, but there's no supporting cast here for Nightfall, and he is still getting burned away here.
He has no Sunder. He already used it.
Yep, that's gonna be his Aegis down. Now got the Gleipnir on the Skeeter. No follow-up though. Got a little bit of damage with the decay and such. They relocate him backwards. Ready to re-engage though off the plasma field.
It's gonna heal him. Again, I don't think Tundra need to overchase here. They just want to continue to run BB back.
Oh, missed the jump in there. Say, try to blow up the Doom, drop some mines, but it did separate the rest of them away from 9. 9 doesn't quite die though.
Save.
Now he's been healed up. A desperate TP away from Nightfall, gonna be denied. The telekinesis will stop that GPK. He'll get out, sure, but BB team, they lose big on an attempt to force the high ground.
All it takes is one bad jump, and now here in Tundra's world, it's starting to feel a little different than the first 20 minutes here. You cannot throw too many of these fights to this team. Didn't even get a tier 3 out of that. And I go back to the way you're going to win that high ground push on BB is you find the Phantom Lancer.
Yeah.
I guess Pure thought the real PL was in there.
Yeah, he really took that one. He really took that bait.
And the thing is, if you jump with the Axe, you have to think about that Tombstone drop. If you drop the Tombstone on an Axe jump that doesn't connect, you're super screwed.
Yes.
Which is basically what happened. And then Tundra are just happy to clean it up and sit there, and I mean, then you're back in with your Axe and you get doomed. That's a free fight, right? Because now you're not worried about Axe re-engaging when you chase in with your Razor. I also like the fact that 9 went back for the Halberd off of the disassembled S&Y. So now he gets Halberd for that fight. He tanks up with Pupil's Gift on top of it. 3,000 HP with evasion, with a shield rune, with a Manta as another displacement.
He can challenge that Terrorblade now.
Yes, he is a tanky frontliner, and that is what the Razor is designed to do in this lineup. Go in, tank a bunch of spells, maybe survive off an IO heal and a reload, and you're in a really happy place. And now you're the aggressor.
Finds the initiation on a Pure. Pure using his BKB.
Starts backing away. Gleipnir holding him underneath the tombstone with the blast off landing onto him. They're really trying to focus down 9, but Snaking's going to relocate him out of here.
So tanky, man.
Just a little bit, sidestep to the side, and that's enough to be able to disengage. Looks like Toronto Tokyo is going to step too far forward, perhaps. Another plasma field, or maybe just the illusions. Neither will catch him. He'll live.
Yeah, he had Gem too. That is not a kill you want to give away.
Yeah, he had to go through some Lotus Flowers to stay alive through that one. That's going to be another metamorphosis that doesn't get BB team a whole lot.
This game is going to get very interesting. In theory, BB could scale off the Snapfire still too, right?
Yep, yeah, absolutely.
They're just going to
smoke out with the remainder of this meta.
Oh, do you want to blind blink?
They do not catch what they were looking for. Skeeter even turning around, slowing him down, creating an opening, perhaps, to kill safe.
This is not the type of fight you want to take. You don't
Toronto
have Tombstone.
Tokyo, he's going to lose that gem. Immediately picked up by 33. He spotted that one, and this tier 1 tower will not protect you against Tundra. TP out, GPK, can he make it? Ooh, 33 with a Force Staff and a Hurricane. Almost got there in time.
That was such an aggressive smoke from BB.
Yeah.
You didn't get anything out of Tundra on that mid fight. You didn't have Tombstone, you didn't have the Flesh Golem, your meta's running out. I think they're really feeling the pressure in this game. I don't think they feel they can go late game, which I think 9 times out of 10 is probably true, right? You look at these lineups, you're probably not winning a true 5-on-5 late game brawl with Tundra here, if all things are even. I think there is some possibility with, you know, Refresher double call Axe with Snapfire. I mean, we've seen GPK win some crazy games on this hero in the past with 6 Rapiers, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Anything's possible. I just don't think they're confident in going to that spot. And I agree with that.
You know, Saksa, he has the shard, right? He picked up, he stole Taser in that last fight. So on top of the Heaven's Halberd, now you could Taser in your Razor.
Very true. Multiple disarms coming out. And BB haven't been able to find snaking either, right? You go for both of these backline supports for Tundra.
Yeah.
The jumps are bent on the cores, which means the IO and the Rubik have had pretty free reign, and they're getting significant impact in these exchanges. A lot of the tether heals, even for a simple 200 or 300, in some of those fights, it puts Razor over the threshold where he can get dunked by the Axe or all in by Techies and Mines, and suddenly that whole fight changes.
Butterfly for the Terrorblade, which is always going to be an effective item against the Phantom Lancer, who will not build MKB.
Sure.
But I feel like he's still kind of being addressed by the Razor in a lot of these situations.
I mean, they're getting addressed by the fights just getting prolonged.
Yeah.
If the fight gets stalled out after your Tombstone, after your Axe jumps, that's the part where BB are going to run into trouble. And Hurricane Pike coming out from 9. Again, Tundra just itemizing to stall and kite these fights out. They don't need to deal an insane amount of burst damage. They don't need to jump some core and take them down instantly. They're going to win through attrition. The name of the game the entire time. And now, smoking into BB.
BB on the low ground here. Skeeter, his smoke's going to break. Toronto Tokyo just barreling up there.
Got the call.
They do manage to get the call, but can they pull him back into his
so
nest?
close.
What a great blast off with the cookie on top of that one. The
It's the
Jake
dream.
Stuns are beautifully lined up. Tundra getting absolutely evaporated in his fight. BB team are like, yeah,
GPK.
we don't have to stop that. That TP canceled. Kisses to chase after 9. Unfortunately, they don't land, so they don't get the slow. Could have caught another hero. Pure was really gunning for that one, but straight to the high ground they go off a beautiful combination. Call into Gleipnir, into the blast off into Cookie.
Oh, Tundra, you clumped way too much.
Whoa, what a play from Saksa. That was
Damn.
cool. An aggressive Force-Staff telekinesis him into Stolen Mines.
All right, so you claim a core, and the wave is getting dragged by a courier.
Oh no, they are going to be doing these sneaky tricks. The courier will die for it, but backdoor protection keeps it alive and heals it up to full almost.
BB.
33 saves Tundra while he's not even alive.
You gotta know who you're playing against.
Yeah.
These little tricks save you in these situations, but goddamn, what a connection. That is just everything BB won out of a fight. Tombstone stays up the entire time. And the call gets made. Yo, GPK, where you going, son? This is a one fight.
That was a easily one fight. Double damage found for BB team. Give it to GPK, who does not have level 20 yet, so maybe not the most effective double damage.
What a heads-up courier play, though, man.
Yeah, seriously.
Like, what? The presence of mind to be able to do these small things in game is, you cannot underestimate it. And it shows kind of why this team is a championship team. even when they're losing situations, they're still eking out minor victories.
Yeah, you have to play such a clean game. It feels like you have to beat them so many times in a single game.
And that is the challenge for BB here, as they ran into a brick wall after that early game. Now they're clawing it back, and this next Roshan could decide a lot here, as it's going to decide who gets to push into the late game in a favorable position. Pure still trying to scale, looking towards that Ags. It's a big scale item for the hero. Reduce the armor on who you're jumping. Makes your Terrorblade and your Snapfire Shredder a lot more potent.
Oh, you shouldn't have.
Elven Tunic for Skeeter. Extra evasion here as well.
Ooh, that Hurricane Pike is going to get back to the Razor.
Remember, this is a lot about where you drop that Tombstone and who the Axe jumps.
Toronto Tokyo drops the wards to get the initiation onto the Rubik.
Does have
BB
buy.
team, a 4 versus 5 perhaps.
This is Radiant side, so Tundra can abuse double support buyback.
33 sitting inside the pin. He's
Oh,
going
who
to
does he
pop
get?
out. Who's he go for? He goes straight for Nightfall. Gets
That's
the Doom
bold,
onto
though.
him, but he's probably going to die to the physical damage. To get a 4-staff, a Cookie trying to help this Terrorblade be able to disengage with the Tombstone out, slowing down Tundra. It's kind of working, but GPK is going to be overwhelmed. He gets the Rubik before he dies. Die back there. Meanwhile, Nightfall up on the high ground. 9. 4-staffs up there to try and chase after him. Will finish off save. Almost.
He
Can't
didn't
quite get him
get
with the Plaza Field. Now he's going to lose Staking. Now he's going to be slowed down by this. Oh, this is bad, bad, bad for Tundra. BB team will kite him around. 9 is going to lose his life, and they've lost this Roshan fight as well. But he's still getting away. Wait a minute,
got the
Skeeter.
techies.
He's killing heroes in the back line.
How the hell is 9 not dead?
I don't know, but 9.
Is he gonna get
Battle
Pure?
Hunger? Surely
Okay.
it'll finally finish him off.
That almost got salvaged for Tundra. Just a great fight for BB. Tombstone lives way too long, and Nightfall just kited him out. The Doom goes on him, but nothing else.
Yeah, they did a
positioning
great
was-
job of, like, Nightfall started booking it almost right away, and his team helped him out.
Yeah, even the small things like the Manta dodge here, it stalls it a little bit.
Yeah.
And then 4-staff, Cookie away. He's just so deep. I mean, how do you get on top of him if you're Tundra here?
Then he gets onto the high ground, and then he can start turning that damage back around.
I mean,
Snaking dies once instantly.
I respect Snaking trying to bring the Tombstone down there.
Is that what he was doing there?
You don't really have any other choice, right? Your tether was gone, and
yeah,
you have a buyback. The mic.
He's like, GPK, your mic's not working. GPK.
I mean, it happens, you know.
Speaking of GPK, level 19, so we're bound to hit those big Snapfire levels.
You know, I actually played it. I remember we played an entire game on a TI, maybe it was group stage, maybe it was main stage, where Yawar's mic was muted. And it was like 40 minutes into that game. Someone was like, yo, Yawar, is your mic muted? It's like, oh. He had a bad habit of that because his headset was broken all the time.
Yeah. Was he not the most communicative carry?
I mean, we didn't notice, so.
Yeah, if you didn't notice until 40 minutes.
No, it's noticeable. It was noticeable.
Okay.
Twice as full of vinegar.
Thought maybe he
Ages
was
for GPK.
Did you guys think he was tilted or something?
No, just chilling.
Just chilling.
At least Tundra will get their shard here for snaking, so a little extra EHP there, but not
I feel
the
like
IO
Tundra,
lamp.
probably because of they're such an efficient team. They always put effort into getting their Tormentor, you know?
Oh, they want this extra net worth. They like gold. I mean, who doesn't like gold?
Well, I'm not sure how effective that shard is going to be on the IO when it's paired up with a Razor who doesn't have... He's not in that status of, like, double ulti Shivas, like, running in and just playing off of spells.
And this shard is a big deal, too, for the Axe Phantom Lancer matchup.
Yeah.
Like, just removing the cooldown, so you can just instant spin off maybe a 10 illusion call or something.
Yeah, that's a good
It's a
point.
lot of extra damage. You get to reduce his damage as well. It's just a nice pickup. I think shard into Ags here is really going to be the scale that Pierre is looking for. If he gets 2 calls off in a fight with all that up, that's where your extra damage is coming from.
Do you get the extra armor if you have a Battle Hunger on illusions?
You mean when you blink in and call with the Ags?
Yeah, when you have the Ags.
You just get the Ags the second the Battle Hunger goes out on anything, yeah. You just get the armor. Oh, if you mean you steal the armor... I don't know, is it an armor steal or is it just like a double modifier?
I think it's
you just get
modifier.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you should get it. You should always get it. Either way, this is
What was his 20 talent? Oh yeah, the Calling Blade damage. Yeah, so
outside of the Phylactery Kaya axe build, which, you know,
of course, of course.
When you're amping up those dunks, this is, I think, the best feeling axe build until unless you just need double call off refresher.
Right.
There's like an Octarine build, which is kind of cool. This one, I think he just wants to make that initial call as high impact as possible, especially when you're playing to defend the Tombstone after that as well. And BB in a decent position, 14k gold lead. Aegis Cheese, they will push the high ground again. Their nemesis. They'll find a call on the Razor. Of course, you do have this lift back now. Reload
Telekinesis and Relocate both being used to defend the Razor.
Yeah, a little miscommunication here from Tundra. It'll cost them a big ult on the IO.
Yeah. And they are still losing that building that frankly should have been dead, except for that 33 courier play.
God damn, that Terrorblade illusion did a lot. It took almost the entire axe. They'll send another one in.
And they
do the
got
dirty
more
work.
where that came from. Though they are burning out. GPK is out of mana.
This is the damage Phantom Lancer gives you, right? It's just so annoying. And the thing is, even if you get a Rax out of this, are you happy with that? Not really, you know. It's not a game ender here by any means.
Sure.
Like, BB are looking for the fight. This is just not where they get the fight. So yeah, I kind of agree with this. Just you're not going to end the game even if you poke down a melee Rax here. You'll get a little map pressure. They were kind of looking to see if Tundra made a mistake or someone showed a bit awkwardly, then they would take the fight. Meta out, you got to back off now. And Octarine up as well. This is the high ground defense Phantom Lancer build. I mean, you have low cooldown lances. Tundra
Off they go.
Still confident enough to take an aggressive fight.
Yeah, I've seen this a lot now. Everybody going the move speed. Does nobody really like the build up the ultimate and go the refresher route anymore? With like Bloodstone and
I mean,
stuff?
he's just going right-click utility build here.
Yeah, I mean, I would have figured with an IO specifically, that build would have been a lot more viable.
I mean, the move speed is also good. The ultimate scale with the IO Razor is to end up with like double Eye of the Storm build. Because then you're spell amp and everything, and it just gets bonkers.
Yeah. But for now, probably just got to play for kind of just being tanky and being able to stand toe-to-toe against the Terrorblade for as long as possible.
I also think it's what the Phantom Lancer pick did to the lineup. You have to have faith that Phantom Lancer will carry this game.
Sure.
And it's not the IO Razor that's going to do it. The IO Razor is going to create space for the Lances to go to work. So you play for that. You play for your win condition here. Believe in the pick and why you picked it.
Done for save. That's a big pickup.
Yeah, he's farmed. He is very farmed.
GPK trying to find an opening here.
He is level 20. Something else to keep in mind, he has Mindbreaker, he has Silver Edge.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage.
All of a sudden, Granny's hitting harder than she used to be.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Who are the 22% taking that other talent?
Well, support Snap.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
That's the cool thing about Snap. I think both the talent trees are honestly really good. It's just you take one of your core and one of your support. But I think you're happy. When you're playing at either roles, you're still happy to take all those talents. Which I think is good design. Unlike heroes like, I don't know, Shadow Shaman.
When in doubt, call Shadow Shaman out.
Does that hero even have talents? It's like an extra second a shackle. You're like, okay.
Do you even know what Centaur's talents are?
No. I don't. I think one is like 4 armor or something. It's just laughably bad.
The 4 armor he should probably have.
You know what one of Centaur's talents should be? It should just make Hoof Stomp land faster.
That honestly, yeah.
That should be one of his talents.
That level 15 talent, Hoof Stomp instant.
And then his level 20 talent should just be he gains Devour. You know? And then you can eat and get another Hoof Stomp.
Hey, there we go.
See, it's all coming together. Centaur synergy, never underestimate it.
Speaking of that,
there is War Stomp
got
on
a better
33.
version of Centaur right here. Devour with Centaur Stomp and a whole lot of gold to back it up.
Okay, if you're 33 though, do you want to, like, who do you see that you jump and you Hoof Stomp Doom? Is it only Terrorblade or Axe? Are you happy taking anybody? There's a Tombstone with a grab ally.
Okay. If you could get the initiation on Snapfire at the start, I think that's pretty good.
I just feel like when you jump in with the Doom, you are trading, right?
Sure.
So you got to be confident that whatever you're trading out there, you're happy to take that. You have to consider buybacks and where on the map you're fighting. You have to consider where the other BB heroes are in terms of can they bail that hero out, because your bailout Okay, Tundra might want to commit it on you, but if they commit it on you, then they don't have it for the Phantom Lancer or the Razor if they get blink called.
Yeah. Watching 33 use this neutral item to smoke himself and then just to burn down creeps with this Scorched Earth.
It is pretty funny. Still has Philly in his backpack for when he dies, of course. Got to maximize that efficiency.
Yeah. Of course.
Instant Midas. Very nice.
All right, setting up for inevitable Roshan, though they are going to break. Oh, Pure. A little bit too late on that blink call.
Damn.
33 gets away.
That was so fast.
That was.
Did he? I guess he saw him off the creep wave vision. Almost unfortunate for BB that wave was up there. But a sick break from 33 and incredibly fast reaction time from both players, actually. Pure knew exactly where he was. Unable to capitalize. 17k gold lead now to push him into that next Roshan. That's got to be the Roshan that you try and end the game with, right? It's going to be a Refresher Shard or an Ags that's going to enable you to go high ground with double cheese. You don't want to stack it and look like a fool. We'll see this again in slow motion. Yeah, I mean, 33, basically, he knew he was probably breaking a smoke there. Instantly ready to get out.
Roshan is going to be a little bit later. Got a bit more than a minute to go for that one. So Tundra going to be playing out in the map, and BB team will be just resting around the Roshan pit. They'll know when it's up thanks to the Techie's Mind sitting in the pit.
Level 22 for Skeeter. That's also a very good timing for Tundra if they can get to the level 25 on the Phantom Lancer, unlock that late game talent. Both of them historically have been very good.
Yeah.
This game, I could see an argument for either. Depends if you. I feel like he's probably going to take the Doppel because he has the Octarine build. Just be as annoying as possible. The single target burst with the crit is also pretty solid. I feel like you're tanky enough. 1,000 gold from Illusions, why not? You know what I would like to see? An unfair gold counter, you know? Like how much gold has 33 gotten out of this game through Devour, Midas, Philosopher's Stone, and whatever other bullshit he's conjured up.
Yeah, I mean, we got a little bit of this with this one.
I guess, yeah, this kind of shows.
You know, then there's the
Other?
stacks
I guess
as
Other
well.
is the... I don't, does Other even include half that? What is even Other?
It's everything else that's not on the list.
Does that include Midas in your creeps? That's from neutrals.
Probably.
I guess it's Midas gold.
Smoke breaks.
High ground ward.
High ground. Whoa,
Wait,
whoa! Where you going, Snake King?
No, that wasn't Toronto Tokyo's. Whose was it? Oh, okay, it was Saves. Yeah, that was an aggressive force.
I mean, either way, do you really want Snake King being up there in the first place? I imagine he was trying to get a ward on the high ground, but...
I think that's kind of a desperation smoke for Tundra to maybe contest this Roshan.
Yeah.
Like, maybe they're not there, you get a high ground ward, you get a good fight. Otherwise, you're not going to win it anyway, so you send the IO in. If they're all there, you're going to lose the fight regardless. It's going to be a high ground tombstone. I can kind of see the argument there, but it does look kind of funny. And it will be Roshan for BB as aggressive force staff seals his fate. Save with the cast range, make sure of that. And it was a refresher completed on Pure as well. So this axe is jacked, man. Like, this is going to be a hard-hitting call because you're going to get potentially called twice if he finds the Phantom Lancer.
Where'd that Toronto Tokyo picked up the axe, but did he eat the axe?
Ags went to Toronto Tokyo, yeah.
Yeah, he actually ate that one. Really? Okay.
I mean, it's still just extra strength, but it's not as good as it used to be. It used to be 10.
Yeah, it used to be 10.
I don't know. Is that actually worth? Is there's not a better Ags in the Terrorblade or the Snap?
Yeah, I feel like one of those is better. I would definitely take the Ags on Undying over the Techies in this kind of game where you're going to be sieging high ground.
Huh.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, I definitely would have given it to the Terrorblade.
Honestly, I'm baffled. Yeah, I'm so surprised that Nightfall, of all players, too, gave it up. That Ags on Terrorblade is good.
Yeah, I mean,
really
those same
good.
situations where we're watching, like, you know, them getting chased down, a defensive Terror Wave to just push them back would be super good.
I agree. Even the Fear is good this game because you don't have BKBs on Tundra.
Yeah.
It's only the BKB Doom who can commit in. Let's say you blink and Doom and you just Terror Wave to buy time for whoever gets doomed. You're guaranteeing fearing the other cores here from Tundra. The Razor has no BKB. That just seems better than 4 extra strength on a decay. I mean,
you know, maybe Toronto Tokyo's gonna get like 10 decays in this next fight.
I think Toronto Tokyo thinks he's still playing mid on Team Spirit. I mean, he does have a Shivas.
I mean, yeah, he
and
is
a
big.
Stormcrafter.
Yeah, I laughed at the Stormcrafter one. I was like, man, this
Wait,
guy...
did he take the Decay talents? What did he take?
Yeah, let's check out those talents. We
He
got
did.
a Decay cooldown. Yeah.
Okay,
he was like, guys, I'm level 20.
All right, fool on me. I mean, he's gearing up to carry the game. I respect
He's
that.
building an Octarine. My man is going to be throwing Decays left and right.
I actually respect this build. I think a actual 5-player, well, not an actual one, but a sacrificial 5-player is how I phrase it. Yes,
player.
would have taken the Tombstone on Death to get 2.
Yeah.
And played for that. Toronto Tokyo's like, you know what? We need some extra late game security. I'm gonna pick it up, boys. I'm gonna be a problem. He's got a Shivas for the Phantom Lancer, Stormcrafter damage, Decay's going around, sucking out strength. That is one way to prep for a long duration. I actually think it's kind of genius the more I think about it. I've been convinced.
You've been converted. Toronto Tokyo, gotcha.
I mean, what else does he build that skews these late game fights, which is where they knew this game was going, right?
I mean, any amount of auras.
That's the Shivas.
Okay, but like Vlads and...
Nobody builds Vlads anymore.
Crimson Guard is still good, even this late against the Illusions.
Shut the hell up.
What am I?
Let
am
the
I
man
speaking
carry.
Too much?
Let the man carry for
Making
all
too
those
much
5
sense.
Undyings out there. You don't understand what Undying does to you as a player. You know, when you're in an Undying meta,
I'm an Undying player.
When you have to play this hero 30 times in a row in a tournament, I guess if you're Celery, you have to play it 30 times in a row for 3 tournaments. You start to become the Undying, you know? Your brain degenerates. You just sit there drooling in the game, pressing Decay for the 2,000th time this year, praying that there's a patch. Every patch, you just go through it, you see like -1 base damage. Oh no, it's not enough. Please let there be like a Bane buff or something. No, there's never a Bane buff. You have to play this hero another 50,000 times. I respect this. This is Toronto Tokyo revolting against the system right here.
Raging against the machine.
You want to make me play this hero again? Fine. But I'm going to do it my way.
I'm going to carry.
I'm going to deal
carry
damage.
with the Undying.
I like that. We'll see if it pays off. Almost level 25 for Skeeter. It has been a slow crawl there as he does not have a lot of space. Did want that aesthetic cap, by the way, so he is basically playing to just survive the axe jump and then thinks he'll win the fight after that with Disperser MKB picking up the damage slack. He hits very hard now.
Yeah, it's not
and
too
he's
often
gonna,
you see MKB on Phantom Lancer.
He will also guarantee a buyback in this game, right? I don't think there's any world in which Skeeter ever doesn't have buyback. Ooh. Wow, almost got him. But did not get him as this game continues to get stalled out. Man, look at the net worth on the BB supports here. That is something that can win you these late game fights.
Oh, Jesus,
even in a
they're right there
disadvantageous
next to
lineup.
the Axe. Holy crap.
Yep. So you might be laughing at it, but
They are actually the difference, but
Yes,
they are
the
the
net worth.
22,000 net worth lead.
It's not
for
the
BBT.
cores.
Wow. That's crazy.
Tundra, BB know they're down here.
Save, he's going to lead the way with his Glimmer Cape and Taser. Scythe going to be used on an Illusion.
Okay, the real question in this game is, as we continue to push it later and later, is Save going to transition into a right-click carry?
I mean, he's building a BKB. He wants to get in there.
He did it in one of those other
He
games.
didn't go the magic resistance talent. Holy crap. I mean, I guess there's not a ton of magic damage he's taking.
Yeah, I don't think there's too much here.
But even then, you usually take it just for yourself for blast
Sure.
off.
I don't think he's too worried, though. He was having a pretty clean game. But he has gone Mjolnir on this hero before.
Interesting. I mean, if you're going to play Tundra, you better be comfortable with the late game, right?
I hope so.
Because you know they're gonna be able to stall it out against
Yes.
you. So BB team showing that they're, you know what, like, all right, do your thing, whatever. Run your couriers around the map. We'll get you eventually. One of these times, Spear's gonna hit that blink call on an actual hero.
And you better make it count. Got to think about this reload too, right? You can double call the Phantom Lancer. Reload save is going to be there. I don't think he dies fast. Maybe he dies fast enough. If you have everybody there, he probably does. That's the big question,
Looking, they might just pick off Toronto Tokyo. They were going for it.
Level 25's coming in. You got GPKs here, so he is in the ultra late game. He gets that Daedalus up. He's going to be cleaving through some heroes. What a pure take on this axe, by the way.
Yeah, you take the bigger one? I assume so. I feel like everybody does that.
There's a lot of damage on these Battle Hunters, especially when you have the Ags. Can't really blame him for taking a larger stun, though.
Especially when you have the refresher, double the value. Ags, Lincolns.
This game is going late.
You know, that being said, if I'm BB team, I'm fine. You know, push it late, whatever.
Yeah.
But I do think 60 minutes is the cutoff. Because I feel like 60 minutes, when you get tier 5 neutral items, it actually means that the game, your net worth advantage that you built up starts to mean a lot less. Because these tier 5 neutral items are like relatively game changing.
You could argue it means more if you get Ex Machinas.
Yeah, I guess so.
But yeah, there's Pirate Hat. The equalizer of all things.
Yeah.
I don't know, this game is going to get
Tundra loves a good Pirate Hat.
They love a good Pirate Hat, that's true. I mean, his net worth is pretty much irrelevant. It's just about who gets the jump in the fight, who can outlast who, and a lot of MKBs that come out of this game, so there's a lot of evasion, Pierce.
Yeah.
You're also going to have to deal with a lot of buybacks, probably with both teams. I think both teams are going to save buybacks here for these Roshan fights, for the base pushes. It's a lot of lives to get through. You also have reload back into the fight potential for Tundra. That is something that could be an X factor.
Yeah, like 2 heroes
die, Snake King wants to play for it.
Relocate him. +1.
Kind of hard to do sometimes. Never know.
Static Link steals attack speed.
It's very good on the Terrorblade. Very bad on everybody else.
Yeah.
He's hitting hard. 4,000 HP, Trickster Cloak, MKB Nullifier of his own. If 9 gets on top of Nightfall and gets a good suck, he's going to be strong. It's going to be really strong.
Roshan's up. Cannot afford to give this up, no matter how cautious BB team want to be. You got to start getting down to this area, so smoke up.
All right, Pure. Let's see what you can jump, my man. Tundra waiting.
All right. They're going to go through. They've got the gem.
33 is going to try and break it again. 5 buybacks up for Tundra on this Radiant Outpost. This is such a hard numbers fight for BB here. You really need a good go with the Tombstone and the Call.
Yeah, but I don't think they can stall it out for 2 minutes. So
the Shivas, the Vision.
Scouting, Toronto, Tokyo, laying that ward. You're going to try and deal with that Observer ward. Save, gets it, trying to get away, and he's fine. Call goes out. Catching 9. Holy crap, look at that damage coming out. And there's the Terror Wave going out, pushing away Snake King, who was hoping to be able to get the save out, but that relocate denied. Now 33, caught on the wrong side of things, does manage to get a nice TP way. Call goes out. Oh man, the damage is just amped up right now for BB team. And Snake King, he won't make it out either. Boy, 2 good catches that immediately followed up by just shredded by GPK.
Oh, those are really good jumps by Pure. Didn't even cost putting him in a dangerous position, and all of his damage was just waiting on that high ground.
And look at GPK, straight into it.
Oh yeah,
wants
they
to
want
catch
more.
Don't let Tundra get out on the map elsewhere. Brings down Soxa.
Very good read. This is how you punish this team. Don't let them extend the games, get the lanes back out. Just kind of match them on the map. And 33, he instantly TP'd out of there.
He's going to go for the kill onto GPK. Pure is here. They're going to buy back TP onto it. A big pickup.
Do you buy here if you're Snap? That's the question.
I think you got too many buybacks out of Tundra that I think you're okay with.
You got 3 there, and I guess your meta's out, so you weren't going to push anyway.
Yeah.
Damn, that is an aggressive buyback from Skeeter.
I mean, Skeeter was definitely required, I think, to get that kill.
Yes. Because they don't know where the rest of BB are.
Yeah. The support's buying back on top of it.
Goddamn, though, that is a big buyback to get out here because that's give you your high ground potential. Right now, you can jump the Phantom Lancer. We saw there, if Pure finds him, he evaporates. I don't think you can save the Phantom Lancer in the Blink Call if the damage is coming out from the other 2 cores. Maybe with a Shard lift save? And he went the Flesh Golem strength, so I mean, this build's coming online, I guess.
Yeah, he is. And the question is like, okay, you got the kill. What do you do with this period of time? And the answer is, I think, nothing. Like, you're going to get some farm, but you're not going to take an aggressive fight into Aegis. At least I assume not. Tormentor, but no shards to be given away at this point, this late into the game.
I also think the reload save has to basically be instant the second the axe goes in. It didn't come out fast enough to get this Razor out. The issue is you don't know how much follow-up there is. So it's like, I don't know if Snake King wants to reload the instant the axe blinks. Let's say the axe blinks, you reload, and axe just runs away, and there's nothing there.
Yeah.
You feel really bad. So Snake King's read of the team fight in this situation has to be on point for Tundra to get these saves out. There's just a lot of net worth to deal with, man. These BB supports they are doing a lot. These builds have paid off.
Dude, he's going to get a BKB. There's going to be some golden flesh golem that just rolls up.
It's a problem.
Starts smacking people, and yeah, it is going to be a problem.
Like, he can just run in and start killing supports. It is a lot of damage here. And save did not
It's a lot of slow. It's a lot of damage, Amp.
The right-click damage, sad. What can you do?
Again, I think you want to be a level 30.
I'm telling you, what you do is you take that talent, you buy a Lotus Orb, you run in, you bait 9 to link you. And then he's in a world of pain. Shield Rune for Nightfall. He ate a Moon Shard. He has Refresher. He's got everything in the world. Time to try and end the game. High ground defense is where Tundra has shined this year, and is where their lineup is very potent. They are missing some key buybacks, but they do have 2 on 2 of the cores, and these Lances are going to do a lot. Aggressive Tombstone.
Yeah, once again, placed on the high ground.
That is not something you can do versus
much
lineup.
Space. Goes for the call, managed to get it on the Phantom Lancer, instant telekinesis lift away. The Terror Wave goes out, pushing 9 over the side here. Meanwhile, the introduction of 33 into the mixture does cause BB Team a little bit of problems, so they have to start backing away. Nightfall taking a lot of damage from this 9, but another jump in for Pure. Oh, what a save!
The Sunder
got the heal out, the Sunder goes out, 9! He starts backing himself away, but he's gonna have to leave Snake King behind, who gets hit by the blast off. Trying to get the Force Staffs out, but nullified save, still gonna be fine.
These
Walks
illusions
it off instead.
These illusions are adding up.
They are. Nightfall almost losing his Aegis.
For what? He has no mana.
Yeah, I mean, he can sunder something, surely.
He wants to die right now. Please take me.
Yeah, he's finally going to fall. Okay, call goes out. Doesn't hit anything. Illusions only. Shredded. Just pushing back Tundra. Just making sure they can get out without getting caught.
A lot of gold extracted. However, does gold matter right now? They did not get that Phantom Lancer kill. 2 very clutch saves for Tundra with the lift back and the Stolen Sunder. He still has that Stolen Sunder, right? I don't think he took anything else. That is a big spell to steal.
Yeah, let's check out that Rubik. See what he's holding on to right now.
No, you don't get to see it, Cap.
60 minutes is coming in.
Oh, he did steal.
Oh, he's got a little shredder now.
Okay, he gave it up. Aeon Disc also got popped. That is such a ballsy position for Skeeter to be in with no buy. Like, if you don't have that instant lift save, the damage is incredibly fast.
Once again, Tombstone on the high ground here.
Yeah.
He's trying to pull Tundra in to hit it, and that's where Pure gets his initiation.
You can just send illusions, though.
Yeah, that is true.
This is the refresh meta.
Protection's up for a second there. Closes down. Pure gets the jump onto the Rubik, and another Terror Wave. Stopping any of the follow-up. 33 hits a really big Doom, though, with a War Stomp on top of that one. Looks like Nightfall ticket out. BKB, but no! Couldn't get anything off there. Now 33 off of that jump in. Okay, shot another Doom. That's going to be in the wrong spot. Skeeter trying to jump away. Doppelganger. Oh my. With the juxtapose invisibility, he'll sneak away. BetBoom using big buybacks. If they had killed the Phantom Lancer, they could have ended the game right here.
That was the most insane thing we've seen this entire. What was he doing there? With 200 HP, no buy.
I don't know, heal. Toronto Tokyo has 64 extra strength right now. He almost has 10,000 HP.
He is an absolute abomination. What do you do versus this? I guess you just kill him. It's actually not that tanky.
Pure trying to get that jump. This is 33. Gets the counter. Saved, though, with the blast off on it, too. The Phantom Lancer's not able to fall. This jump in for 33, and he just dies so damn fast. More shredded. Dies.
The PL's gone.
He falls. 2 minutes gone. He couldn't stand up to that damage from GPK, and Tundra will throw their lives in, trying to stop BB Team, but they will not be denied a win in this game one. More and more heroes. Throw them all. Throw everything you have. Toronto Tokyo doesn't
care. He'll get more calls in.
Pure double call.
One last call for the road. Hello, Tundra, are you there? Not anymore. Game 1 is taken by BB Team.
That's a nice late game you got there. It'd be a shame if a little flesh golem and some taser rolled up and ruined it for you as BB just push it late and defy the draft expectations here. Those late game fights did not look nearly as one-sided as we thought they were for Tundra. I mean, the PL is stalling it out. Still, BB just pushed through it with so much raw net worth. It's refreshers on ags. Everybody is a core in this game. Can't deal with 5 of them with buybacks. I think that PL buyback mid really hurt Tundra in these late game fights. Imagine you have another Phantom Lancer life there. That game could get really weird. That was a very aggressive go designed to stall the game. Tundra clawed their way back. That game got back to a 1K difference. If they get a Roshan at any point there, they might just cruise it into an aggressive position. Going back to that early game though, first 10 or 15 minutes was all BB and they rode it to a very solid position and just proved, hey, heroes don't matter in the late game. It's all about that gold, baby.
All about that gold. BB Team got the early start with the laning phase, and no matter what Tundra did when it came to the courier pulls or, you know, playing off of the Devour or the massive number of stacks they had.
It was a lot.
I mean, they had way more stacks than BB Team was operating with, but ultimately BB Team got the momentum early, rode with it, and got a Game 1 victory.
A Game 1 victory. Yes, we're going to have a second game for this. I love it. This game was very entertaining, and we could definitely see why. When these two teams met last time, it was a fairly similar story in the sense that the game just dragged on because Tundra is so good at defending their high ground. At the end of the day, though, BetBoom does manage to break it, but it took some effort, it took some trying, it took a lot of team fights, and they did manage to get there in the end. I am joined by Purge, by BSJ, by Fear, and we're here to break the game down. And I just want to summarize what was said before the game started, because we did favor BetBoom a little bit in this draft. We thought they were going to get ahead, Purge, at the start of the game, and then there was this glorious moment at minute 37 where maybe Tundra was going to make a comeback, but it was it happened a little bit differently.
Yeah, this is the moment here. They finally pushed them back and defended the base a little bit. Ended up killing Nightfall's Aegis here. They got pretty squirrely. This is a scary moment where the PL finally got caught and there was a huge wombo combo basically with the cookie fall up as well. It was beautiful. Just really well played by Team BB.
This is a game that I love to talk about because it's like all about the carry matchup, the PL versus the TB. You see TB at the absolute highest net worth, and the following 3 net worths are on the side of Tundra. I think that what Tundra did so well this game to stall it out was like their vision of the map that they've always been so good at, where the items they have, like Razor just has Manta Halberd trying to run around with the IO, create space. Doom's got Boots of Travel, Midas, and then at the same time, PL's got the Ags to push out lane. So they're just dodging BB Team at all costs, but I didn't like necessarily the way that they itemized for fights. Like I think BB had a superior vision of like where these fights were going to happen and how they're going to play out. I want to give shout out to Toronto Tokyo for a pretty sick 5-position item build. The Lincolns I think was mainly to put on other heroes as well as stop the PL Lances from coming out. He walked in with his Shivas, the Boots of Bearing. I mean I feel like he had the clearest vision of this entire game out of everybody there.
I think it's especially because he was like, I'm going to hit creeps for 15-20 minutes. All those items you talked about, that's because he's like, I'm farming, baby.
We're in.
Yeah,
I like that. It's gonna last a while.
I mean, that's a big part of like why this game went BB Team's way as well. It was raw net worth. At this point, you know, Tundra's draft, they are favored. This PL is favored. But when Undying comes rolling in with Boots of Bearing, Shivas, and a Lincoln's, that advantage is kind of gone, right? So keep up and farm on all the heroes, even the supports on BB Team was absolutely crucial here.
Yeah, there were a lot of fights to choose from for our STC play. We ended up going for a fight where, I mean, it was around the 28-minute mark where we thought Tundra had already made a comeback, but then there was the comeback of the comeback for BB Team, and that's a play we chose for the STC play, and here we have it, Brian.
What I like about this is that BB Team was always playing off the pressure on the lanes that Nightfall was creating with his illusion, so it felt like every fight for Tundra was defensive, and we saw the previous one go well because of the high ground advantage that Tundra had at the tier 3. At the other side of things, like that's just not the case as we see them taking down the Tormentor first.
Yeah, you gotta wait a little bit. You know, that's all build up. All build up to the fight that I believe will happen in bot lane in just...
Is this Tormentor MVP or what?
I mean,
almost
was
killed
it?
the Rubik there, so there's that. So he's going to go limping home from this one.
Yeah. There you go. The Roshan taken. That is something that... Didn't Tundra defend this? They did not? Maybe we're a little bit miscommunicating in terms of which play was
that
the real
Roche was
impact play.
epic.
It was the Tormentor.
The Tormentor and the Roche was
Getting
exactly
that
what
shard.
we were talking about.
Whew.
Yeah, that Rubik
Epic.
shard. Watch
Top
out.
tier. No, that might have not been the fight that we were talking about, but you know which fight we were talking about because there were a lot of good fights, but that one in particular was really good, which I'm sure you remember very, very well. But I do want to talk more about these two teams because the fact that it goes this late. I mean, we saw Purge, we saw 33. You know, defend the high ground with this courier. It's stuff like that that makes Tundra that good at defending high ground. But why weren't they able to, you know, win eventually, which we thought they should do because PL was supposed to win.
Yeah, I think the issue was that the TB was just way too far ahead on net worth. A Scotty is always going to beat a IO healing type draft. The fact that it was a range carry as well made it worse. So he got Scotty so fast, they just kind of kept winning fights. He had massive net worth. If PL was able to be like equal net worth, they would have been able to take fights a lot easier, but it was like they're always fighting against that large Terrorblade net worth. So yeah, the fights just were very, very, very difficult. And then they just got more farmed on everyone else on their team as well.
The story of the game for me is that they picked Terrorblade on 8, so Tundra only had one response pick, which is the PL. So PL's job is to make Terrorblade not carry the game. So then you have this Axe, whose job is to make it so PL doesn't prevent Terrorblade from carrying the game. And I think that BB team itemized and played the fights in a way where you saw Skeeter get caught by a few Axe calls, and if those lances are not coming out, that Terrorblade net worth, he's just going to kill everybody.
Yeah, and that's kind of what happened during the game. He was killing everybody. And while he was doing that, there were a lot of kills happening in other games as well. We are having 4 games, 4 series going on at the same time. And all the other series are a little bit further ahead. Now you already see Talon was able to 2-0 Secret as Purge so accurately predicted. And we also had Shopify Rebellion and TSM already finished their series with the 1-1. Aster and Liquid is still going on as well. And I mean, the surprising thing out of this one, I don't think there's many surprises here, Fear, in terms of the results we've seen in the bottom half of this one.
I mean, even the top half, I want to say, like both halves. So, like, Aster, sure, maybe Liquid wasn't trying their best because the match didn't matter, but that was free momentum for Aster playing against Liquid, so they took that one. Bottom half, Rebellion, TSM, it could have went either way, and yeah, we kind of expected as well. Talon looking pretty good as well. Not making the major, but showing up here, being by far, I want to say, the strongest Southeast Asia team here. Showing up strong.
Showing up strong indeed, and with Shopify and TSM tying the series, it was a perfect time for Jenkins to catch up with Bulba.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with an illustrious person. Of course, you know him, I know him, you love him, Bulba. You guys are currently winning. You said you wouldn't do an interview after the game ended because it would be a waste of your time to speak with me, but I could sit down next to you and you would allow me to do an interview. You guys are currently winning against Broodmother. How did you do it?
What do you mean how we just beat them? You want like details of how we beat them?
Yeah.
You can look at the heroes that we won with and you're like, maybe that's what, you know, what they're thinking. If we lost, you'd be like, maybe that's not what. It's all hindsight, right?
Cool. Okay, that's really good. Now that we've talked about the game, got that out of the way.
Now we're looking.
We're getting to the actual stuff.
I thought you were gonna come and say funny
you
shit.
said that I could eat your hat at Berlin Major, and you wouldn't let me. You didn't let me do it. You avoided me. Why did you avoid me, and why did you not give me your EG hat to eat?
I mean, I'm telling you already that I actually couldn't find my EG hat, but I do have other hats that I have worn, especially within the last year, that you can still eat the hat. Like, so I'll give you the hat to eat. Do you want it? Do you want to eat it at this event?
Yes.
You can have some like boba hat with hummus.
Yeah, I think I'll do that tonight.
Because the hummus here is really good.
It is actually really
It's
good.
so
It's
good.
the best hummus I've
It's
ever
so
had.
good.
Yeah.
I can just eat hummus here every day.
The food's been good for you then, as a vegan.
I'm not actually a vegan. Don't insult me.
I didn't ask.
I'm a vegetarian.
Yeah, I didn't ask.
What?
Anyway, who's that guy?
That's Connor. He's our brand new manager. He's probably the most good-looking manager in the Dota scene by miles. he is also an American, but he's not single.
I can definitely understand why.
Look at him. I always look at him. He looks like a beast.
Here's a question for you, Connor. Would you be able to eat Bulba's hat?
Why would I want to eat Bulba's hat?
Okay, that's it for this interview, guys. Thank you so much for watching. This has been Connor and Bulba. Congratulations on winning. One final question. How does it make you feel that Spotify is a sponsor of this tournament?
Are they actually a sponsor of this tournament?
Yes, they are.
No, Spotify.
Yeah.
Oh, like, yeah. Good to hear about that one. Like, I love the hummus here. Yeah.
Anyway, that's it, guys. Shouts to Shopify, shouts to Spotify.
Shoutouts to Connor.
And shoutouts to Connor. We're here at Riyadh Masters with Connor, with Bulba,
The
with
sexiest manager here.
That's right. Back to you, Shiver.
Hope to get very many more updates from Jenkins in the player lounge, as I think he's just chilling there all day. And he's just sitting there.
Who, Jenkins or
Jenkins?
Bulba?
Well, both probably,
Yeah, probably.
to be honest.
Should get those two out of a room. That's all I know.
How many diet beverages do you think he's had today by 3 p.m.? It's 5 p.m.
I think his daily quota is about 7 or 8, so he's probably around 3 or 4 right now.
Close, yeah.
He usually wakes up at like noon, but
I mean, yeah, maybe he's probably had a few. It's all good. He's having a good time, staying hydrated, which is very important, especially when you're in Riyadh, where it's like 55 degrees Celsius, which is ridiculous. But that's why we got air conditioning. That's why we drink water. That's why we got little breaks like this one that's coming your way right now. We're going to be back with game number 2 of BB Team versus Tundra after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Player Lounge here at the Riyadh Masters tournament. But this is not just a Player Lounge. We got coaches. We got CEOs. Lots of important jobs here. And there is no more important job than the job of this machine right here, this printer. I've seen a lot of coaches coming in and out and printing things off of this, but a printer doesn't work without the man behind the machine, the printer operator himself, who we're going to interview here today. Hello, my friend. What do you do here, and what is your name? We're going to do an interview.
Oh, hi. Hi. My name's Pete. I'm the printer guy. Yeah. They call me Mr. Printer, too. It's kind of cool. I print stuff.
Okay, cool. So what sort of players and coaches have been in here? So what sort of stuff are they looking for when they want a good print job done?
It's a very important job. So they come in here and asking often for draft picks, bans, and so on. And I think I get satisfaction and I get fulfillment from this job, honestly, because the whole tournament is kind of like everybody's relying on me, on my files, my prints.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, who's the most recent person that was relying on you to get the right files off of this printer?
The most recent one was probably Moonmeander from TSM. Yeah. Actually, I do have some files for him. Can you bring him some?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it's confidential. Maybe we can't show that on camera, but if you could just hand it to me. Yeah, just.
I think this is for their ban phase for TSM, if I'm not mistaken. And oh wait, Bulba sent me an email too. He's got something for their draft. I think this is what it's supposed to be picking. I don't know. I don't even know Dodo. I don't even know Dodo.
Well, yeah, I guess. I mean, these are important draft information. Lots of important jobs. Lots of important jobs going on here at the Riyadh Masters. Not just coaches, not just players, but everybody's got to work. You got to work. So back to the panel. Who's also working? With Shiver. Back to Shiver.
Hey, how does he know? Oh, hello. I'm live. How does he know I was here? Alright guys, we are back. We are ready for some more Dota 2. We got ourselves game number 2. And for that, we got BB Team, we got Tundra, and I got a couple of smart people that are going to tell me exactly how adjustments will be made. Fear, what are we getting here into game number 2? What adjustments need to be made? Because we thought the draft was good for Tundra in the late game, and they thought that they could drag it out, which they did, but then they still didn't win. So where did they go?
Well, we didn't necessarily think the draft was good for Tundra in the late game, but that was the only way they're going to win that game.
Okay, yeah.
So I think the problem that happened for Tundra there is they kind of fell into a bit of a trap. Like, this hero is perfect for the game, let's pick it. Unfortunately, it was an ultra hard carry, and their whole lineup wasn't meant to cater a hard carry. So it became very difficult to play the game, and for BB Team, their draft was pretty stock standard meta. They had everything, they ticked all the boxes, and it was pretty easy execution, I'd say.
I love this stage, by the way. It looks so cool. We have a draft on the screen as well.
Yeah, it feels like the BB Team's like map movements, as well as just the way to play fights, is also a lot more straightforward. Like, you have the Undying to run in, you have the Snapfire as the back line damage dealer, you have the Terrorblade who's more willing to get in the middle, you have the Axe to initiate, the Techies who's like enough of an off-screen threat that you can't just easily commit onto anybody. On the other side, like, Doom Razor, just no stuns, right? You don't want to be close to these heroes, but you know, like, you either jump them or kite them. And then on the other hand, PL. So the idea behind PL is that you want to kite back, and then PL and then Doom Razor are pretty hard commit. So the idea of the way PL wanted to play was what they had to buy into, but as Fear mentioned, like, these heroes don't play their carries game. Like, Doom and Razor have their own style that they usually have to commit to, and so maybe just a bit more synergy on the side of Tundra's draft as the game goes on, but at the same time it could just be, you know, the money diff.
It's interesting that Tundra had selection priority, it said. They chose second pick, which kind of makes sense, right? Like, 'cause the last game they had first pick, they picked the IO, and then they just like dodged the combo. It was like, they're like, okay, we're first pick, this is our strat, and then we're like, cold feet, all right, we'll get out of here.
Yeah, we also have them change up their bans completely. We still have the same bans for BB Team. They banned out the Timbersaw and the Enigma. And previous game, Tundra banned out Brood and Chen, which are now both still in the pool.
I wonder if Tundra goes for Darkseer opening with the Bloodseeker ban.
Ooh, not sure about this one. This one, we'll give it a shot. You know, Brood, it's been in the meta for some time, has received some nerfs. Hasn't been doing well at this tournament quite yet, so this is just a confidence pick. They won game number 1. It was left in the pool. They're just going to pick it right away. We just have to see if BB Team knows something we don't know about this hero. Maybe there's a different build.
Let's see that save Enchantress against the Darkseer. Darkseer has been getting more and more popular. His win rate is high. People are now picking him first round because he had one of the most banned heroes in the tournaments, almost consistently always in the second round of bans. So people are like, well, if we're going to get him, it has to be now. And when heroes, like we saw what happened with Morphling last patch, you need to hard counter it if people are prioritizing it this early. So the dispels on the support, I think, is absolutely essential. Oracle's like the second best in terms of like an actual hero to do it, but okay, they go Oracle.
But to add to your point, though, maybe that's why Darkseer is getting a little more popular, because Enchantress did get some significant nerfs
She
too,
did.
right? So on top of that, maybe it's like, oh, you know, Darkseer is always on the cusp of being one of those heroes that you just want to pick whenever you can get it, but you do have those spells to worry about. Oracle still does that, so it still might be a hard Darkseer game, but at the end of the day, this hero, if it does get farm, it's still a big teamfight threat.
And it's pretty good against Line as well, right? Line's a lockdown and burst damage hero. Oracle's going to save the guy that gets gone on, so across the board, I think it's a pretty cool pick.
Oracle's a pretty, like, a specialty 5-position hero. Like, I wouldn't think of somebody who's new to the 5-position role as having played a lot of Oracle. He has a lot of nuance to him, interesting interactions between all of his spells. They did simplify him a bit with the way they reworked Fate's Edict to pretty much always be positive on your teammates and negative on the opponents, with only the disarm being on opponents and the magic resist on allies. But I'm just a little bit skeptical because, like, he's a very difficult hero to position on. He has a lot of very high impact spells that can easily like get canceled, and so also you can like save the opponent on accident if you do your spells in the wrong order.
With that in mind, how is Oracle as a pos 4? I know you want to have him against Darkseer, so perhaps they'll still do that, but
could be save on it.
Because could be save on it.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really farm that fast is the problem. You can like blast heroes, you can kill heroes, but like what do you turn your net worth into? Like an Aether Lens, a Glimmer Cape? Like, it's a defensive hero, which doesn't really fill the 4 playstyle.
Okay, so you still like Toronto Tokyo to play it?
Yeah, it's almost surely a 5. I mean, unless you're going to do some like Topson 2 Oracle or something.
The save Oracle makes a lot of sense to me conceptually, simply because he's a Rubik player, and we all know Rubik is true. But it's also because Rubik is like the best kill stealing support in the game. I think Oracle's second. Does anybody have somebody above Oracle?
I mean, I would almost say that Oracle sometimes is better than Rubik.
Ah, there we go. Okay, so this is right
and
up Safe
Lion's
Valley.
pretty good too.
That's true.
But that's like, that's almost like, that's probably the most tilting one though.
If you get a kill every 2 minutes as a support, you're living the high life.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is true. That is true. All right, so we're in the ban phase as we have Pango removed on the side of BB Team, Snapfire removed on the side of Tundra, and we have BB Team going into their bonus time. What heroes should they be worried about coming out from Tundra? Because they've gone for something entirely different with their opening than previous game.
I think Naga looks like a problem if you're just looking at their first 2 heroes alone.
Yeah, they need to protect the Brood, right? They already banned the Pango, which is a mid laner that counters it. They do flex this hero. Like, it could be a safe lane Brood against the Darkseer Lion. It's basically equally likely to be either of the 2 side lanes. So if they don't ban Naga, then I assume they are fine with leaving it in, and they'll just put Brood as carry, and they'll pick some offlaner like Underlord or Legion that's meant to deal with Naga.
Yeah, they could. And to go back to the Oracle just for a little bit, I think Toronto Tokyo should be fine on it. I think one of the biggest problems for Oracle is knowing how to play a game when you're behind. That's very difficult to play, but if you already know your lane matchup, such as a Darkseer, you should have a pretty good laning stage, and that can lead you into getting some items. And pretty much any hero in Dota at this level are fairly easy to play as long as you have some net worth to your name.
I guess you got a set goal on the lane.
Yeah.
Makes it a bit easier.
Very rarely do you get to counterpick the offlaner as a POS 5. It's a luxury you often don't get to have, but when it does happen, there's a little more pressure, of course, on you to have a bigger hero pool, and I really like the fact that Toronto Tokyo is stepping up to play in that regard.
Yep. And you guys were on point as well with the Naga Siren still being removed, together with the IO there as well. So that is something that we will not see Skeeter play.
I feel like Sven's kind of in contention for both teams here. It goes well against Brood like later in the game, and then it's also like a nice Oracle pairing against Darkseer. So I wouldn't be so, and I know Nightfall and Skeeter both love their Sven, so a hero that hasn't seen too much this meta, but I wouldn't mind if one of these teams picked it up.
I really like the Chen pick here for Tundra Esports because obviously they've got great group and push with the Darkseer and the Chen together, but they've also got the flexibility to pivot into a very different lineup. And they're about to see, you know, at least 2 of BB Team's cores, and they can just completely pivot their draft in the last 2 picks. Obviously, they're still banned. So
oh, they double down.
Double down.
Purge.
Okay.
Or how happy are you with this draft so far, Purge? There's 2 purges in there.
2 purges. That's a lot of purges.
Damn.
I'm pretty happy
3
with that.
purges.
But it is safe with Save will play the Enchantress for sure, so we now have that on lock. Also, talking about Chen versus Enchantress.
Turn him against himself.
Yeah, but it's Enchantress that comes out ahead, right? Because at least even if they switch creeps over, at least when Chen takes one back from Enchantress, they're on a timer.
And also you have the shard on Enchantress, which you can use as a target ability that says Chen.
Talking about little friends?
Little friends, yes. Your little friends become the gremlins that just gnaw your kneecaps.
So
they're your friends, not but for like 5
seconds. They should get
seconds,
smaller.
That would be cool.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool.
Yeah, that's definitely maybe a bit of an oversight by Tundra with the Chen pick. That the Enchantress would have been good because of the Dispel, and then you pick another traditional counter.
Yeah. It does mean that they are low on lockdown. Sorry.
I'm sorry. We're probably getting carry Brood now.
Yeah.
I would love Ursa or Lifestealer for Skeeter. I know both of those are heroes he plays. I think they're underrated. With all the nerfs that have happened to the A-tier heroes, S-tier carries, they've got Chen, so you want like a bruising frontliner that tends to become independent around level 5 or 6. Matches well against Legion. Also carry DK, but I'm kind of biased there.
But you're not biased about the Ursa?
No.
Oh, okay, all right, so.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. I mean, it could be a good game for it. I think Sven's fine too in a game like this. Like, you can get dueled, but as long as you buy BKB, don't really care too much. Flash Farmer. It's very interesting if you're looking at, like, a lot of these pro players playing their pubs right now. Sven is rising in popularity with the fall of Medusa and Morphing, 2 matchups Sven hates playing against. But also another one of the Flash Farmers that could do that as well. But we're going to go for the Terrorblade.
I don't like that.
Yeah, that one's interesting.
It's better against Legion later, but it's bad against her early.
Yeah.
And I would have thought if it's like a lane counter to the Brood, it makes sense. But now that they've already revealed the Legion, you're not in a winning matchup. And then you also have the Enchantress who takes your illusions. So you have like, it's not as good as Pugnar or Lion, but it does make your lane pushing in the early to mid game. Like, the Enchantress can just follow you around. It really negates it a lot.
Yeah, that's true. And if not for that, I would have felt really good about it because there isn't that much counter push from BB team thus far. But yeah, if he's stealing illusions, that's definitely kind of problematic. But overall, his DPS should be really, really strong. And they've got some saves between the auras from Darkseer and the Chen. So, like, they should be able to keep him alive. He can also sunder somebody else that gets dueled if he really needs to. There's some
the Eternal Envy.
Definitely very concerned about how much TB can farm in this game because there's going to be Enchantress in one lane, right, stealing it, and then you can't actually send an illusion to Brood's lane as well. He's going to have enough spiders that he's just going to eat it immediately, and plus Brood takes up a lot of the jungle creeps that TB does want to farm here, so they're going to have to find a way on Tundra to open up the map here. Darkseer is another hero that likes to shove lanes out quite a lot here. And when you see Lion, he's a bit on the greedier side. He needs some farm. How are you going to get active? I think the last hero for Tundra, it can't be one of those crazy 9 heroes that needs a lot of farm. TB needs some space. Then they need to make things happen on the map with the Lion and Chen. And they need an enabler mid to do that. Something that's going to move, pick up power runes, and make things happen in this game.
With all the things that you guys say, though, why would they even pick Terrorblade? Like, what is their thought process behind picking him into a lane that's difficult, a game that's difficult because he's going to struggle finding farm? Where's the logic?
High physical damage, I'd say, from BB.
Yeah, like if they just get ahead and they death ball, TB is like one of the best early tower pushers.
With the auras from Chen.
And he's backed up by auras and the team fight, so like it has potential for sure. It doesn't have to be some close game.
Our concern, I think, once again, is like the first 10 minutes. Like the momentum for Darkseer's lane is going to be against him because you're dealing with 2 supports that could potentially shut you down, as well as a Brood is a pretty decently strong laning carry. So, like, the reason why I said Ursa and Lifestealer was these heroes will like stand their ground in that top lane and actually fight back against the Legion. Terrorblade's very good against this lineup, 20 minutes, 25 minutes plus, but it's like that's how BetBoom beats you, or that's how BB team beats you. Like, they just take all 3 lanes in their favor and then just close down the map very quickly. And this is exactly how it was approached in game number 1, where Terrorblade was picked. It was on the opposite side for BB team, and then Tundra said, there's this one hero that's going to make you not carry the game, and in this case, it's Windranger. She's going to buy the early Maelstrom into like a later like MKB Daedalus, and suddenly this Terrorblade's like not going to be able to stand his ground anymore.
And he's like their major damage source on their team as well. Like, that's basically like what
He's the only one.
Lion Finger and Iron Shell damage illusion. So yeah, they need something else that can do a different source of damage.
Yeah. I will say though, if Tundra do play together, they buy the auras with the Darkseer. He loves buying auras. Chen loves buying auras as well. They've got their pickoff hero in the Lion. If 9-0 ties this all together, you're playing versus BB team, who is a tri-core lineup in essence here. They start falling apart a little bit. They're not going to have the auras on their side. Oracle is a hero that kind of wants to have like a mech on his team, additive heals and auras around him. They could definitely have a stronger timing, get a Roshan, something like that, and make this game very difficult for BB team.
So do they need some like low farm gank hero on the Thunder side?
They need something that moves fast, like some mid Earth Spirit for 9. Or I mean, he banned all the spirits himself.
I feel like
so
just going OD because that doesn't make any sense for the game, but it's good against everything else. They go Mars. Okay,
I like that.
I think like having something that just says like, okay, Legion goes on somebody, Windranger goes on somebody, like you're now stuck here. There's no kill the one guy, get out play, because that's kind of what BB team's representing right now. They don't have much AoE at all. Really, they have none. So the arena saying like being trapped in with us, it enables the Darkseer wall to also have higher impact, I think.
Yeah, it helps them lock down Windranger as well. You drop the ulti on him, and then your team can actually kind of swarm in. If there's a duel, you spear that guy to a tree, and he's going to do way less damage. So he can also find backlines. He can catch Brood. I think it's a really good pick, but he's going to need more damage than the normal Mars for sure.
I mean, that's why he's played as a mid, right? He's got a little bit of an extra head start compared to your traditional offlane Mars.
Yeah.
Is it enough to tie the series? That is the main question.
I actually like Tundra's draft more. In this particular patch, I really favor teams that only have one carry, and they all play for the same common goal of making that carry have the space. You buy auras for him, you hit a timing, you win the game. Whereas if you have a draft like BB team, I feel like it's very much so you gotta just win your all 3 lanes and keep snowballing the game.
For pretty much any other team in the world other than BB team, I'd say their draft kind of sucks. But this is like exactly what they do. Like, this is like, we run over you in the lanes. We have 4 cores, because save always ends up being another core, and I just think they're going to take over the entire map, and there's really no punish for Blink dueling anybody, for Wind Ranger going on. Like, once they have BKBs, the only punish was the Mars Arena, and I think they're just going to kind of pick and choose their fights. As long as they don't have to 5v5, they're good.
Yeah, and if if Toronto Tokyo on the Oracle can offset a lot of those Mars ganks, then I could see Tundra slowing down a little bit too much and then not feeling as impactful. And because once they start mitigating the TB, getting solo kills on him, latching him, killing him, it's going to be really hard for them to snowball after that.
Their only real disable, though, to just play devil's advocate for a little bit, is the Shackle from GPK. Is that enough? I mean, Jewel, yeah, sure, but then they still attack, you know? I mean, the thing that Oracle does also, you know, puts them in place, but they can still do stuff.
They shall disable them with money.
I'm
they
still
will
going
buy
Tundra. I'm going
many
Tundra
items.
here, so.
You're going Tundra this way. You think, yeah, okay. BB team, not enough disable, not enough power in the tank. But the other two, you think Tundra, or sorry, BB team is doing, gonna do quite well because this is their jam.
I just think there's a bit of desynergizing, like anti-synergy between the way that Skeeter's heroes are supposed to play and the rest of Tundra. We saw it in game 1, and I feel like it's kind of similar here. They needed a guy that like fights the Legion off, and they didn't have that, so that's why I'm concerned for them.
Okay. If BB team is going to do well, Purge off the back of who is it going to be?
I think they're going to smash the lanes again, is what I expect. I just feel like they're one of the best laning teams in the world right now. And I with the heroes that they have, with the counters against Darkseer, the Enchantress, I just feel like they're going to win the lane. And then they're going to get ahead, and then it kind of comes down to those mid-game rotations if Tundra can catch back up and then get ahead.
And if Tundra is going to do well, fair.
I mean, you're going to see 33 play this Darkseer matchup like you've never seen before. They're going to drag double waves, pull it to big camps. They're going to dodge this Oracle like crazy. I'm sure he'll find a way to get some farm in this game.
Darkseer is one of the most popular heroes at the moment. And they got their hands on it and the best guy out there, so you think Tundra easy game. Soon we should be able to head into that game. I am not sure what we're in for, but that's okay because, what is it? Absence makes the heart grow fonder. And that means that the more we are talking, the more you're looking forward to the bloodbath that might unfold in front of us with Tundra versus BB team. But my panel has already said who they favor, so instead, I would like to ask that player that they would like to highlight, other than 33, which you already highlighted.
Sure. All right, so who would I highlight outside of 30? It has to be 9, I think. In this particular game, he can't have like a really bad laning stage into failed rotations. He has to make, he's going to be the glue of the team if this is going to work. He's going to have to get runes, make rotations, and they have to connect. So if he can't make that happen, the game might be hard. And generally speaking, he doesn't really enjoy playing this way. He loves playing like the Wyverns and Caudles, getting his own farm, maybe some Arc Warden, something like that. So he has a little bit of an uphill battle going for him, but I feel like this is what they need to do as a team to get back into that form.
Yeah, that would mean that they would need to adjust a little bit.
Yep.
More team play, less on your own island. All right, how about you, Brian?
I'm going for Toronto Tokyo. I expressed my skepticism of like a new support player playing such a position-based, like nuanced type of hero, but he also like they have a combo on the Darkseer, the Mars, the Lion. Like if he can save a crucial target in a fight and basically draw out the fight longer than these ultimate combos, then I think he's going to be a key to success for BB.
All right, Purge. Well, we'd love to hear your opinion, but maybe some other time because now people would just like to see some Dota 2. Game 2, Tundra, BB team coming your way with Cap and SVG.
Welcome back. We're ready for Game 2, where Tundra is going to try and come back against the other guys in this game, BB team. What is happening right now? By the way, as you can see, the whole crew is currently going through the gate. So Tundra are doing some weirder movements than normal.
Looking for a freebie.
Yeah, just seeing if they can find anybody hanging out, trying to put down some sort of lane ward or something.
Yeah, you never know. They get deep obs of their own, so they can set up for these runes. And maybe they'll find something else on it. Maybe don't want to fall behind in the early game again, too. You're looking at another very solid laning draft from BB, right? You have very strong Tricore in terms of laning prowess. Pretty hard to shut down a Wind Ranger mid with anything, and then Brood and Legion on your side lanes. 2 sustained cores that can just power through a lot, and then you throw on an Enchantress. It's a lot. So I don't blame Tundra for trying to find some small openings here and give them a little bit of an advantage. You know my feelings on mid-Mars.
Yeah,
I don't think I have to talk about that. Well, I don't hate it. I just think it is incredibly difficult to execute in Pro Dota.
I think it was a really good pick for this game, though.
It is interesting. Like, the Bulwark is very good, right?
Yes. I think the Arena is super good against Wind Ranger in this game. Like,
The walls being able to block out the shots while also trying to keep the Wind Ranger in certain situations, can keep the spiders out. You needed some more lockdown in general just to make it so that the wall and the Metamorphosis TB can go to work. I mean, if there's any game that's a mid-Mars game, I think this is the one.
It just might be very slow. It's not really a mid playmaker. I think the playmaking with it tends to be very clunky. And that's the issue with this Tundra lineup for me. Like, when does it come online for them to fight? I mean, this Tricore is not very fast in terms of playmaking or skirmish power.
Meanwhile, Safe Flame Broodmother might just get the kill, but he's got the Impale backup. Oh, what?
What? Oh, I think he died to the tick. I don't think he got that right click.
I think he got the right click. Oh. Silken Bola. Yep. Oh, he threw out another Silken Bola just in time. Okay, okay.
Just look.
Pure. Meanwhile, I saw Pure battling it out there with the Terrorblade, which was a bold choice during Metamorphosis. Not sure how much he succeeded in that.
Yeah, he didn't back down. Moral victory.
Yeah, that's
Send
true.
a message.
That's true.
The other thing about this Lion Darkseer opener, the other one we've seen is the Rubik Darkseer. At least you have an AoE vac combo. Like, Lion Impale on the back is pretty good. This spell's a lot better than it used to be. You have extra range AoE. It used to be pretty reliable back in the day, and
that was the easiest kill I've seen in a while.
Yeah, he made that look very straightforward. I'm glad to see Lion back in the meta. This hero's cool, you know?
Yeah, it's like Shadow Shaman, but not totally shit.
Hey, man. Don't do him dirty like that. What did he do to you? I mean, I remember I played this hero at the New Frontiers patch, and I thought he was pretty good back then. Yeah. Everybody gave me shit, so where are you now, haters? Suck it.
Taking some lessons from Quinn or what?
Sox is going to try and put it to use here.
You
this
know,
hero's laning
as
just
a personality, your job is more dependent on the public than Quinn, so I wouldn't take any leads
Nobody
from
told
him.
me that. I mean, I came into the talent scene. I talked to Kyle, and he said, make sure you make an enemy out of as many people as you can. That's how you become known. I said, that makes sense.
Yeah, the more people talk about you, the better it is, right?
Either way, we have Mars at the top. That's a good sign for Tundra, because these side lanes are going to get spicy in the next few minutes here as the Brood and Legion heat up and save. Man, we have seen his Enchantress just run games over.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Chen Lion are not the best at combating the Ench if she pulls ahead in levels. So if Save gets a fast start, he gets an extra couple of kills here. I feel like he has advantage in terms of moving around the map, potentially ganking mid with a Wind Ranger 6 and a Javelin or something. Some of these power moves could be really nice. Of course, you can also just sit up here and pressure the Terrorblade. This hero is really good versus Terrorblade in laning phase. Abuse the small HP pool.
Oh, save your heal. Is that going to be enough to save you? Not quite.
A little overextension there. That's very close. If he lives, you're happy. Still, Tundra playing this safe lane really well and just abusing the meta. 2-0-1 as well. Double reflection.
Making sure that you don't lose the laning phase against BBT has got to be so important.
Yes, and that just comes down to, I don't think Tundra want to necessarily draft stronger lanes, you know? I think they just want to play them better. Which, I mean, it's easy to say, but this is a team very capable of that. Damn, this reflection is doing work.
Yeah.
I also feel like BetBoom, BB, like you were saying, in those early trades, they didn't win them as hard as they wanted to.
Yep.
With the Legion versus the TB, maybe Pure overextending a little bit, and it's cost them here because he's just stayed low the entire lane, which means Tundra can continue to play aggressive on him and win these trades even more.
Yep.
He just hasn't been able to regen back up.
Yeah, he hasn't seen like above 50% of his HP pool in so long.
So whatever happened those early waves did not work out here for Pure at all. He's even going the early chainmail just to survive even more. I think this is a lane they should be doing better in, which for Tundra is a good sign because that first game, the laning phase was... It was a tough one.
What do you think about this matchup here? We got the Safe Lane Broodmother, which, you know, is not a new thing, but it is relatively, underutilized? Maybe? Do you think it's strong?
I think it's coming up in the meta.
Yeah.
Again, I think the CIS carries are the ones playing it the most.
Right.
I look at Nightfall, I look at Ramses. I think they've been the most successful with this hero. It's going to start to branch out soon. I think when you pick it early and you flex it around, you should be very comfortable and confident playing this hero as a carry and having it scale. I think it can do crazy things in the late game with the level 25 talent. In this game, you have level 25 Brew talent plus Oracle Ags. Spicy.
Yeah, that
very spicy.
Yeah, you could get some serious minus BAT and let that Broodmother really go ham. That,
this
that
Ags
is interesting.
You know,
so minus 0.3 and minus 0.25 take away half a second of BAT off a hero.
I had a little birdie messaging me before this game started saying, think about Oraclags. Which I actually didn't know 100% of what that did. And I doubt a lot of people do because it's been changed like 5 times.
Yeah.
But in theory, it's insanely broken. Just straight up.
Now, Snake King has been getting a big value. I saw earlier he was using the Bulls, which that poison is actually pretty effective against the Enchantress.
Nobody really uses the Bulls.
What, the Bull? Because of the Rebellion, of course. They can't be
You can't control a Bull.
Right.
They're going to try and control GPK?
Yeah, his win run's going to run out eventually here, and doesn't have a disable to save himself, so no opportunity out of here. Boy, 9 is off to a blazing start. We haven't really, because there was so much action on the side lanes, we haven't actually watched mid a whole lot. Speaking of which, there's some action on the side lanes. Nightfall battling it out against the Ion Shell with his lifesteal.
Yeah, I think Brood does fine in this matchup because you can sustain back against the Ion Shells in. Though I think Darkseer's also happy because I don't think Brood can take it to the Vanguard Darkseer and really force him off the wave.
Yeah.
Both heroes just trade, and it's a matter of who you were happier with going into that mid-game.
Anyway, what I was going to say is I think one tech of mid-Mars, right, is using the Bulwark to redirect the attack onto yourself. So this CS advantage comes off. I was seeing 9 do that.
Yep.
He was making sure that off a little bit of RNG, GPK would miss a number of last hits, and it is really beginning to reflect in the CS score now.
He's made this Mars look as good as you can off that mid lane.
Yeah.
You get the level advantage off playing the lane mechanics really well, and then you get that level 6 kill. On a hero that's not that easy, the line gives you the extra disable duration to wear through the max win run here.
So
that's a really big
what I'm seeing out of this, I think it's the best mid-Mars game that I've seen in a while. And
sure.
he had one of the best starts I've seen in a while. So if Tundra loses this game, I don't want to see another mid-Mars game for the rest of the tournament. Because this is, in my opinion, this is the best as it can get.
Well, let's see what impact he has. You know, he could have crazy, he could be like 13-0 and they lose. Would you still say that?
Well, yeah, because, we could have had a better hero.
That's fair.
Where that 13-0 guarantees to win the game. Like a Storm Spirit.
Is that even true? I don't know.
Worked for, who got the Rampage yesterday?
Too long ago.
Yeah.
8-minute
power runs coming up soon. GPK really wants it.
And BB are still looking for some action, right? This is a very quiet early game for them, especially with this save Enchantress who has dominated a lot of the early games.
Focus fire kill onto Soxa.
That's
freebie. You can do about that. BBT pick up that.
I mean, this creep battle has been waging and raging in the jungle as Snake King and Save are just going at it, stealing each other's creeps. There's a little Frost Ogre that gets ripped away, and Frost Armor are going to be pretty nice this game. It's something Tundra could think about going into these later fights. It is a very physical, damage-dependent lineup from you.
Yeah.
So if you get the armor up, you're really happy.
LZ's
nice
in
little
trouble.
kill.
The neutral war wages. Boy, they really want to kill Snake King. Meanwhile, Pure's got like, guys, I've got 2 supports behind me. Where are you?
Killing creeps, bro. What?
That was nowhere close to a tree.
You just didn't want to arena him. Why didn't he just spear him initially? Okay, well, now he's going to arena him anyway, so I guess he got him in the end.
True.
Wasted a bit more time on the map. That's extra value. 10-head play.
Uh-oh, 33. He needs mana to get Surge off. Okay, he's got it now. Can he get out?
He's got Vanguard.
Oh, okay. He's got Vanguard. That doesn't protect you against the magic damage from Nightfall. Tundra showing up here to try and get revenge for 33, and they'll only get it on Toronto, Tokyo. Not particularly. Oh, Nightfall. A lot of squishy supports here. A lot of spiders to work with. 9 will clean up some of them, though, with God's Rebuke.
This is some of the extra value from the Mars pick, too. You're going to scale really well versus the Brood, be able to control the Broodlings in the fight to protect your supports, which Chen and Lion desperately need in this game, since the other 2 cores aren't really killing the Broodlings outright. That's going to be a nice factor. And that's the one thing I like about the mid-Mars more as I've watched it more, is the scale. I'm actually not too concerned about this hero in the late game. Like, I think he has a lot of vehicles to scale in terms of lockdown with a Hex build or a Refresher build for double arena, double spear.
Yeah.
And the Bulwark this game is amazing. You don't really have a clear Silver Edge buyer unless Pure eventually gets to one, though his game has been pretty slow. The Brood is just a big issue right now, and it's kind of running out of control. Barely survive on Soxa here. Also did go for an Urn. unconventional line item, but one I like. I think getting early stats on this hero is surprisingly nice.
Well, it pays off there. Probably the extra bit of stats and armor helped him live.
Rally is going to probably secure this tower.
Yeah. So let's see whether or not what you were talking about earlier, right? These Eastern European carries being able to hold onto their safe lane. Broodmother's extremely strong laner. Can Tundra be able to trade out safe lane towers here at all?
I think it's one of the reasons they like the Brood, because the Brood is a safe lane dominating carry.
Yeah.
That not only can kill and kick the off lane lane, but then take the tower, invade their ancients. That's like theoretical ideal game flow for the Brood. Even if you end up in this situation where you're trading farming, getting super fat, farming the camps behind you, you're still very happy in that situation. I think Nightfall just loves this type of gameplay. Now you're going to bait out an arena. I don't think you're killing him here, man.
No, you are
He's
not.
tanky.
GPK is going to counter your move. He's going to chase after 33, while 9 is actually left to TP away. They've gotten neither one of those kills. All right, that wasn't great for BBT.
Toronto Tokyo just used his purge too early. Got to make sure you save this spell for the right moment, especially when the enemies overextend. And
yeah,
you do have some limited stun action on BB here, so make sure the Shackle and the Fortune's End count. Also, getting this Fortune's End potentially on shell or surge targets. Nice factor as this game continues to go later.
Yeah, he's actually got there. This is a fun Oracle game, I think, in many ways, because I don't think you're going to get caught too much, and there is a lot of impact your spells can have outside of False Promise, right? As you're saying, the Purge is going to be really effective, but then also the Fate's Edict, whether it's the Disarm or the Magic, is going to be super big.
Oh yeah, Fate's Edict is really good this game. I mean, what pushes through the Fate's Edict outside of a Rebuke and Terribly damage?
Yeah.
Your Darkseer and Lion are just gone. And you don't really have natural purges or purge buyers, nullifiers, for example.
You Fate's Edict like the Legion Commander when she goes in to duel somebody. Like, you know, like
that's really
response
nice.
damage.
No disarm anymore.
Yep, exactly.
DE is just going to punch through that bulwark and claim another tower with the skeletons. This is the save Enchantress I'm used to seeing.
Not bad at all.
Slow early start for the cores on BB, but Save has picked up the pace here, and the building damage is just out of control. 3 tier 1s dead at 12.5 minutes here for Tundra.
And the crazy part, Tundra is still even net worth.
Yeah, they had a very good laning phase. Like, very good in terms of mechanically playing the lanes. It's just these towers were inevitably going to fall. Your outspam is not there. This is where Chen and Lion are useless.
I love these kind of games because it shows like a clear difference in philosophy, and I feel like that's something that the modern era of Dota, we've kind of collapsed our ideas quite a bit. Everybody seems to kind of play similar to one another, but this is a very clear philosophical difference, right? Tundra focus both games on stacking and efficiency of farm as much as possible, whereas BBT, they've stacked, well, I think we've had 3 stacks so far in this game.
They definitely stacked way less in the series, and I think if you're playing versus Tundra, you're kind of happy to be in this position where you're going to take their camps away from them.
Nice
Another
kill.
arena and a finger will find potentially 2.
Yep. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, going for 33. Got him with a shackle shot. He'll run back the other direction.
He's tanky.
He knows he's dead.
33 is just going to have to shove waves this game. There's no way around it. You need to set the pickup, the pickoff up for your Mars and your Lion here, which means TB and Darkseer on lane shove duty. This is how Tundra likes to play. You go back to their TI winning formula. It's basically 9 on a hero that slays and the other 2 shoving waves.
How do you shove a wave into a Broodmother?
You can't. That's why this pick has just worked amazingly for
Do you think
BB
they
so
should
far.
swap lanes as a result?
I don't think anybody can shove the Brood out.
Yeah.
I think he's just way too big, and you don't have the damage to punch through him right now. It's got to be the Mars later on who comes and kills Nightfall, and you kick him out that way. Don't have options. They're taking really big advantage of it right now. Like you said, the net worth is not crazy because of how good those lanes went for Tundra early on. That's their saving grace here. You at least get to hold on to some areas and continue to find a lot on your cores. Even Sox have found a lot in this early game on the Lion, which is really important because otherwise you're just food on the map.
All right, the smoke, high ground vision, planning out the attack onto Skeeter. Lead out, Rodovatos, follow up, shackle shot, and the focus fire, waiting out the Sunder, see if they can burst him down. The Chen comes in, and they won't be able to get it. The Sunder goes off, and GPK is met with a big shield and spear to the face.
And really nice ult from Snaking here. They just baited out perfectly.
Oh, and look at that arena separating Soxa from the intrusion of the spiders. They're going to be able to catch Nightfall, hold him in place. BBT, this was not the fight they dreamed of. They may just be lucky enough that Nightfall gets away because of a missed spear. More and more webs. Got him with the impale. Soxa locks him down and ensures a 3rd kill off of that.
That's a crazy good exchange for Tundra. I mean, they didn't even exchange anything, but BB just getting over anxious.
Oh, and way to fight around the Roshan
hand to God. Yeah, that's a Midas Terrorblade, by the way, who survived that. I don't know. I mean, this is the issue with the Atos Wind Ranger. If you have Maelstrom here, I think he's dead 100%.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
This is the downside. You get extra lockdown. Atos just didn't do anything for GPK there other than the stats damage. And then 9 comes in with a Haste Rune. That's also pretty nice. Look at the stats on Soxa here, though. It adds up, right?
Yeah,
you live. Big Wand puts you over the edge. And suddenly you're a 1300 HP Lion that's baiting out Nightfall deep into the fight. Get the Brood on top of it. A Brood that was causing you a lot of problems on the map. You drew him out of his webs. You used a bunch more top. Now he's going to have to go back bottom. You got a lot out of that right outside the Roche pit, straight into an Aegis for a Midas Terrorblade that did not deserve an Aegis. He will get it.
Well, now that Aegis means that Midas is all the more secure.
And hey, Blink is already done for the Lion here. It's the other upside for the hero this patch. You get these kills are worth a lot more, and suddenly these items that were difficult to get to in previous metas are a lot more feasible. He's 1,000 behind GPK, by the way. That's crazy, because this is not an easy Lion game. You're against a Brood, you're against an Enchantress who can run you over the map, you're against an Oracle who can counterplay you. Like, Soxa is putting in work right now and putting Tundra in a very good position to now take aggressive fights, especially if he finds Toronto Tokyo at the start of an engagement or finds GPK off a Hex, no wind run, just burst the Ranger. It's a scary hero for BB to team fight. And that Harpoon for Nightfall just did not pay off when he wanted it to. He got it ultra fast here. Goes to a team fight with it and dies?
Yeah, I've seen a lot less of these Harpoon rushes.
Well, I think he really wanted to abuse the supports this game. Like, you end up in a situation where you're running down the line in the Chen. This Harpoon feels great. Just that fight went horribly wrong. And now you're going to have to farm with it. And Midas Terrorblade, Darkseer pushing in the waves, getting fat. All those tier 1s down for BB, but they can't use it for anything. They're going to have to smoke up the Blade Mail on Pure, try and find a big pick off. They do not want a Chen. They want a core. He just running in.
The Arena
catching
catching full supports with the Arena in it. Meanwhile, the duel going off onto the Darkseer, but the heals are not making this easy for Pure. He's not going to be able to get it. Somehow Save is still alive through that. Not anymore. He dies with Partner Reflection. GPK behind 9. Spear finally throws it out. Bit too late. He now falls. Skeeter fighting perhaps alone against a horde of BB team members. And Sunder last second. No, he's going to hold it for the second life now.
This fight just went horribly wrong for Tundra.
It really did.
Didn't do anything for him.
Nightfall going to be saved by the False Promise. Last second there. Sunder going to be used, but with low health, Broodmother with False Promise. Can't Sunder the carry, so can't really do much.
All that damage is just Nightfall, man. 2 Insatiable Hungers. He just walks in there, starts beating on people. Every time I see this Brood, it just looks insane.
How did they get this initiation on the 2 supports? Duel does nothing, and they lose the fight.
There's just no sustained damage. Right off the initial burst, okay, you get the supports. All 3 cores for BB are pretty happy. GPK is just taking 9 down eventually here. Only 1 level in the Bulwark. Not enough to sustain for another round of spells.
Yeah.
You're just kind of out of gas. If the Lion goes down, he's a lot of your sustained team fight, at least at this point in the game, until the Terrorblade's bigger. This is also another game where the wall illusions are just... Who cares, right?
Yeah.
It's another advantage of Brood that kind of goes under the radar. Like, a lot of these reflection spells or ability to turn like Agi or universal carries against themselves don't really work on Brood because it's all based on bonus damage from Insatiable and the Shard and just her spells.
Sure, yeah.
So like you reflecting a Brood or you getting a Brood wall illusion is
or
not
like Atrophy Aura or something like that, like base damage reduction.
And I actually think it's something where these weird new hybrid carries thrive, where some of these old Agi carries got punished. Like you go back to these Juggernauts or Phantom Assassins or even Terrorblade.
Phantom Assassin, I haven't heard that name in a while.
Exactly, because it's like you have a Shadow Demon versus them or a Darkseer, you get that illusion, it's doing work, right?
Yeah.
You get a Grimstroke, you get a Dark Portrait, you might just kill the whole team. What the hell is like a Brood Portrait doing? It's irrelevant. And then meanwhile, the hero's still killing you because she has crazy stats. So I don't know. It's truly a new world.
It's a whole new world out there.
Well, not for Phantom Assassin. Same old world for her. Duel on Chen. That's a pretty good target.
Yeah, if they can kill it, but the Arena while once again protecting the
Hand of
she
God.
still dies, yes, but they don't win the duel. Now Tundra on the run here.
do have a wall. They're just not even going to try and turn this.
The slam of the Ogre Bruiser. Nailing save.
He's not happy about that one.
Oh,
Neither is
wait,
Skeeter.
No, Skeeter TP'd out, got caught by the Rod of Atos.
This game is still very even.
Hidden well enough.
But BetBoom are finding, BB are finding a lot of momentum right now as they push towards Pure's BKB. He's only 0-2. He has no duel wins.
Yeah.
It still doesn't feel like they can stop. These duels aren't even winning in the fights. Finding Chen is best case scenario, though. Anytime you can take Chen out at the start, that's a nice little
double
ravage.
done. And no, not instantly. Toronto Tokyo got off the false promise on himself. He might even live through this one.
I think he will.
Oh, barely lives through it all. They get the duel? Okay. The impetus going to work.
There's
on
a winner.
The backside of the Mars. They'll get that kill. Run down Snake King. Tundra, twice now. Things looked good at the start, but fall apart shortly after.
BB just ramping up the aggression. They know the cooldowns are in place for Tundra and catching them off guard numbers-wise. This Tundra efficiency and greed is not working out for him, as Nightfall just put the team on his back in that early game, and there's no answer for the Brood right now. I don't know what it's going to be in the short term either. These heroes don't deal well with him outside of just kiting out his BKB. That's what the early Harpoon is designed to deal with as well. And Pavis Shard for Toronto Tokyo, this Oracle is tankier than you think, especially if he gets that proc off.
He's got the Reign of Destiny.
This spell's good. It's way, way better now that it's on the Shard instead of the Ags.
Yeah, for sure.
And
so now you could, I mean, they throw out the arena and catch some heroes in it. You could just, boom, throw your hero.
You also have Duel and Shackle, spells that are like guaranteed to lock heroes in a certain vicinity where that Reign adds up over time.
Sure.
I actually think Oracle is one of these heroes that is insanely busted.
Oh, yeah.
It's just going to take people figuring out how they want to use it. The changes to Fate's Edict are not rational. Like, they just aren't.
It is one of the biggest buffs that a hero's received in, like, years.
You read that change, I refuse to believe this hero is not busted off that change. I just refuse. It doesn't make any sense.
An ability that was supposed to be very strong but had downsides to it, and then they just took away all the downsides.
I think the hero just doesn't feel great on lane or the early game, you know? Like, it doesn't rotate, it doesn't play with some playmaker mid.
Yeah.
So what, though? The hero's just busted, right? I think people are eventually going to figure out the little combos they like, the Ags, the Shard, the Talents. This hero has better cast range on some of the spells than he used to, and the Fate's Edict change. It's just insane upside if you can make this hero work. And it was a first phase here, right? They will find Nightfall.
They're not going to get this kill. False Promise ready to go. They even tried to spear him farther away from Toronto Tokyo, but Nightfall doesn't even need the False Promise. He's going to be up the full off the lifesteal. Oh, vacuum back in, but a runaway. They don't want to take this fight.
Yeah, where's the damage? Into the Reign, into the Oracle. You're not even getting on top of Toronto Tokyo here.
Yep. And Skeeter, Manta dodge, stops the duel from Pure.
That was pretty clutch.
That was a fast move from Skeeter.
I think you're in trouble if you get dueled there.
Yeah, I think so too.
The issue is that's your meta, and this next Roshan is coming up. You're going to be able to contest it if you're Tundra, and if you don't, are we looking at a very early high ground situation for BB where they just put the Aegis on the Brood and let him go to work? You have sustain behind him, you have 2 sustained supports, you have a save in Pure with the press the attack, so you can't even really just all-in somebody. That's the really annoying part about this BB lineup. You have a Lion and a Mars who have to jump and stun people, and you have a Legion save, an Enchantress you can't go on, and an Oracle save.
Yeah.
If you jump the Oracle, he gets press the attack, saves himself. I mean, the fight's terrible. So I don't really know who you jump here if you're Tundra. You just need more sustain. You need more damage. You need more HP.
And you need more anti-sustain. I think the Scotty is going to be a huge point
that's a big one.
Of pressure for Tundra on the Terrorblade. But we're not getting that. We got full-out Hurricane Pike. We got Manta. I think he's thinking about Lincoln's next to try and stop the duel.
Honestly, the more I'm watching this game, it's just feeling like an outdraft, right? I don't know what the spells on Tundra's side are doing to help them win these 5-on-5s.
Fear had, I think, a pretty interesting point where he said in this meta, he prefers teams with only one carry that they play through. How did you feel about
Well, of course Fear thinks that. He's a carry player. Kind of biased-ass comment. That's like if I said I prefer teams with really strong 5 positions that give them free farm on a lane for 6 minutes. That sounds really good. That sounds really nice.
You lost me at strong 5 positions.
Yeah, what is the strong 5 in the meta? I guess it's not Shen here. Snaking has struggled, and now 33. You are damage for pure, my friend.
You can Crimson Guard off that damage all you want.
Oh, come on, man. I mean, this is just... What did the creeps do to you?
They
Was that
were holding
necessary?
gold is what they were doing.
There's no ratting in this game. I just don't even know what the pickoff threat is for Tundra either, right? Normally, I think it would be some higher damage off of Nine's hero. It's just he can't contribute that much. The Lion-Mars combination is not like the Storm Skyrath we saw from Xtreme earlier, for example, where, okay, if Soxa finds somebody here, like, and the Mars is close by, it's a kill, right? I don't think it's a kill.
Yeah, it's not the same high amount of damage. It's on a higher cooldown, and it's slower, which gives more chance for the Oracle to respond.
Which is where you just have to push this really late now if you're Tundra and get damage items on the Mars. That's what it has to come down to here.
And is 9 gonna get there? I mean,
he's still pretty far.
Decent in net worth. What is he building anyway?
And they did just sneak another Roche, right? I think that was BB's Roche to get. And I'm surprised that they kind of let Tundra get away with murder there. Because that's a cheese and an Aegis. That's some extra sustain in the fight. That's one of the pieces they were missing. So if they can get the damage in, good positioning on Skeeter just goes to work with a meta.
He's gonna find him. Starts getting on top of Nightfall. Nightfall doesn't want to take this fight without GPK, but 9 is going to force it. A beautiful Rita catching 3, immediately locking down the Oracle 2. You couldn't ask more from 9 out of that one. Nightfall's going to go for the duel on Soxa. They do manage to win that one. Oh, he's dueled onto the Chen instead. Chen lives, but Nightfall's still going through all this one. Spear over the side, down into the river. He's going to be locked up, safe, fighting Skater. Hurricane Pike, look at the damage come in. He takes away the Aegis. GPK is now into this fight, though, but he's laying it to 9. They do have Skeeter back into play, but he doesn't have any team to play with anymore.
He did get a pure buyback. I think, Tundra, you got to get out of here with everybody else and be happy that you won a duel for your Chen. I mean, you take what you can get, right?
Yeah.
The jump from Soxa was off. He blinked in, tried to get a Hex on Nightfall, and Nightfall BKB'd it at the exact same time, and the Hex ended up, I think, landing either on the BKB Brood or on a creep. That's a very different fight if that lands. Like, fight of milliseconds here. And then the Lion just basically got sacrificed for nothing, but really sick jump from 9. No ult from Toronto Tokyo. That's what you're looking for. See, there's that Hex. It goes on the BKB Brood. And Soxa has to finger pure here, though it does end up winning them the duel. This is still kind of what Tundra are looking for. And Cheese did some work in buying time. It's just the buyback coming out from the Legion Commander on top of the fact that, okay, you can sit here and bulwark GPK. You can sit here and bulwark GPK.
You can just keep sitting there.
You can just keep sitting there.
Just sit there.
He doesn't care. He's just going to keep throwing it into you. So Lincoln's done for Skeeter. They get decent use out of that Aegis and Cheese. Prolong this game.
DBT, GPK,
oh, that's a big Hex. Can they burst him?
Burst him down? No. He managed to get away. Reset. Now it's going to be Skeeter in trouble, and they don't have a save for him. He's going to die under that duel. They're going to lock down 33, pull him back in. He throws out a vacuum, does what he can, but this fight is over for Tundra. It's just a question of if anybody else can get out. Socks, maybe spotted.
Yeah, they know he's here.
Yeah, and he doesn't have TP up in time. The Gleipnir is going to find him. And BBT will find him. 3 dead on the side of Tundra.
Didn't want to wait the 20 seconds for duel? I guarantee you that's what he said.
Hold him there.
I guarantee you Pure just said, yo, come on, why didn't you guys let me wait 20 seconds for duel? I would have let him wait. Where's he going to go? He's going to blink somewhere? Whatever. Well, snaking, I hope you're fast. Okay, he's going to drum away.
That's not as lucky.
That, by the way, is the problem with the Lion jumps this game. Like, you're jumping into double save.
Yeah.
It's so hard. They're going to take the risk there. You know, maybe they're not all behind GPK. Okay, they're behind GPK. Now you're screwed.
Now, yeah. As soon as one save comes out, we're like, well, we lost this fight, guys. And that's where 9, who is building a refresher, is so important, right? If he can get the blink arenas where he either catches the supports or he separates the heroes enough, especially if he can get a second arena that catches some cores and then the other one catches the supports or whatever.
These arenas are the team fight. They are the game for Tundra at this point.
Yeah.
need to be in good position, need to lock down these squishy supports so you can get the zone control, force out bad Oracle ult or no Oracle ult at all, and then contain some of the damage coming out from the Wind Ranger. Maybe even mess up the Brood a little bit if Nightfall doesn't want to pop an early BKB.
Thought it was interesting. Nightfall at some point had the shard queued up. Didn't actually buy it out, but
I kind of agree with this. I don't think you need the shard too early. If you get it off the Tormentor because everybody else buys one, okay, so be it. He'll probably buy it eventually. Silver Edge is just so damn good.
Yeah.
We talked about at the beginning, amazing bulwark game. Not a lot of natural Silver Edge buyers unless you want to force it earlier, which is pretty much between the Legion and the Brood. I mean, they're natural in terms of both heroes like building it. It's just not something I think would have come out super earlier. The fact that Nightfall is this rich, though, he's just going to go and break the Mars, and then your team fight's gone.
And Pure is pretty damn rich, too, now with the Nullifier.
Yeah, big items coming out for BB here. Oof. Nullifier on him, Silver Edge for Nightfall, and Ags for GPK. These cores just got a lot scarier in the last minute. 33, I don't know if you're going to like what you're going to do.
Oh, he's still going to be caught by the Gleipnir.
And
he's going to be dueled.
Yeah.
And he's going to be killed. Pure now up to 132 extra damage.
He's getting big. Slow start, not a slow mid-game. Refresher finish for the Mars. It's got to be Tundra's best chance to get back in this game.
Yeah, this is your great hope right here.
Especially, I mean, they've gotten 2 Roshans. I think that's also what's kept them pretty competitive here.
Yep.
Just the scale for BB looks insane again. That's the scary part about how this team plays and how they draft. Like, their early games are some of the best in the tournament, and their lineups always scale really well into the game. Like we saw last game, right?
They're never under pressure to end it.
That was a draft where we felt like, all right, Tundra have better late game for sure. I mean, BB disagreed. And the way they itemized building got net worth on everybody, it just didn't matter.
Yeah, they disagreed with a 30,000 net worth lead.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know what I'm saying. Yeah. That is another game where their supports are finding a lot of net worth. They're both going to scale insanely hard with Ags, Shards, Talents, and all 3 of their cores are going to be a big threat towards the Terrorblade, which is all of Tundra's damage. If you just all in the TP here off a dual Wind Ranger ulti, Brood going in and smacking him, how are you winning the fight?
Is that
spells are not powerful.
MKB done for Wind Ranger? Oh, no, for the Terrorblade.
Important item. Try and deal with the Wind Ranger going in with this Ags. I just don't even know if you're going to see him.
Yeah, are you going to have the detection around?
I think Skeeter needs this Satanic. That is like the big piece. If you can stay in the fight, the Terrorblade gets whittled down, you Satanic back up, he gets whittled down again, you Sunder somebody. At that point, I can see you winning a fight. They're going to have to do it with double Arena and 2 Terrorblade lives so you can get a Sunder all.
9 wants that jump on a GPK, I think, but they're going to
jump
try and wrap farther around. They're going to clash into each other here. 9, okay, the jump first happens on B changes. Instant save out from the Legion Commander. Meanwhile, Nightfall going straight to it. Saksa able to get away with the Ogre Seal Totem, but not very far. Meanwhile, this duel, it's going to work out. The Mars goes down. 33, meanwhile, the shots in for the Impetus. Boy, save. He is laying out some hefty damage in these fights, man. Saksa and Snake King trying to make sure that Skeeter can retreat out here cleanly, but he won't be able to make it that far. GPK locks him down with the Gleipnir. They can keep chasing. They're going to deal with the supports first, and look at Pure offering a high five. He's going to... Oh, he dies, actually.
No
barely.
uphill miss.
No high ground misses. Dies to the extra bit of illusion damage there as well. Skeeter, once again, trying to TP out from the same spot. This time, he'll make it.
These Terrorblade illusions were doing work. They were actually killing Nightfall on the backside of that. He got penitence and the illusions were hitting him. He had to get Oracle ulted. So Skeeter is dealing some significant damage, does end up getting Pure out of that as well, off of a team fight that Tundra basically had no business getting anything out of. Because
I mean,
that initiation is negative value.
Once you go on an Enchantress and you get dueled on your Mars, there goes everything.
Didn't even get the refresher off, I think, so no second round of spells here. Look at how much damage Nightfall takes here on the backside.
Yeah, like the penitence is
like, oh
applied,
crap, he almost died to the finger. Nice ult. This is just a rout at this point. And I think Skeeter is lucky to get the Pure kill because he got up the ramp here.
Tower is under attack.
Maybe part of that being the MKB 80% proc.
I guess it's when the attack gets thrown, right?
No, it's when you get up.
Yeah,
when it hits you is whether or not it's the high ground hit. Then again, maybe Skeeter got up to his own high ground area.
Maybe.
And he is going to be building towards that Satanic. Aghanim Scepter done for 33. Does that make a difference?
I mean, it helps a little bit on the Legion or Brood. Not much. That's not much else to buy, other than if you wanted to go for like Hex or something. They just need more damage is the thing, so they're trying to get it any way they can. A very split fight for BB here. Save is in the base. That's who they want to break these.
Yeah, this is an opportunity. Just kill Toronto Tokyo as quick as possible.
Yeah, it's not
and
very
then get
quick.
more after that one. Unfortunately, the false promise goes off, and Nightfall starts going to work onto his own support kills. He gets Soxa once again. Meanwhile, Focus Fire, but the arena is going to help protect Snake King here, locking down GPK as best they can. A second arena going to be used, a second spear to be able to lock him down, trying to help out, but 33 does end up dying as Pure gets another dual win. GPK fell at the same time, and he's happy with this one. Nightfall went in for that kill. You cannot underestimate the damage of this Terrorblade with an MKB.
You just got exterminated, son. There used to be a spider in this game. Buyback's coming out for Tundra now. They want to try and commit to win this Roche fight. Pure is going ham.
But he's fighting for his life.
Absolutely going ham.
Skeeter, he wins it. Not even close. Too many out heals, and now with a nullifier placed on a Soxa, Ogre Seal totally
Right
affected
into
by
the
that.
clutches.
Nightfall. He'll claim the kill, delivered to him on a silver plate.
I mean, you thought the carry was Nightfall. Nightfall's arguing here. He's like, I thought I was the carry, guys. Pure says, no, take a seat, my friend. I'll get the job done. That dual damage is adding up.
Yeah.
I'm still surprised Nightfall did the most there, by the way. I guess all of that is like killing the Lion, but god damn. Skeeter putting in work. This is just a very tough game to 1v5. That's going to be a refresher shard going BB's way. Did cost some Nightfall's buyback here.
We're closing in on that 25 talent for the Broodmother, too.
Yeah, that's a big one. And these arenas end up controlling the Wind Ranger. It's kind of what Nine's looking for.
It's just too many threats here.
Yeah, that is the problem. Save is becoming a fourth core in his own right. He has a goddamn MKB, right?
Becoming. I feel like he already was a core early on in the game. He was destroying people.
And I think Skeeter is surprised he lost this. I mean, he got a lot of courage procs, to be fair.
He did.
That was, I guess that makes up for the uphill misses. Get some RNG. Here's your Brood Illusion. That was a little scary. Okay, it gets taken away. That's probably not what you wanted here.
Oh no.
All right, I guess we don't wall him anymore.
Yeah, don't do that wall anymore. You're just giving Save something to work with. Battle of the Illusions. Look at him go.
Now look at the net worth on this Enchantress, man. Ooh, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt big time.
Double damage.
You also just can't go on him. I don't think you have a way to burst him at the start of a fight unless you literally commit an arena spear on him that has to latch plus a finger plus meta from Skeeter hitting him at the start of the fight. And he probably has buyback.
He's gonna go Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, why not?
All right.
I mean, I think it's either Ags or Moonshard.
Smoke up from Tundra. Where are they going to head to here?
I don't think they want the full 5-on-5. They're looking for some straggler on the map, some easy pick-off, someone getting greedy. There's no way you're taking this into the Aegis right now.
Yeah. BBT, meanwhile,
they're going to force the
head
issue.
up to the high ground.
I mean, that Brood talent's coming, man.
Yeah.
It's coming fast here.
And even just in general, just these levels on a universal hero. Okay. An opportunity, a save, goes out, spear, still, the false promise comes in last second, still keeping that Aegis alive. The duel, is it gonna be one? Barely, but they both are gonna go down here. Nightfall, is he gonna end up healing or dying? Losing his Aegis? Does die.
He's dead.
That's gonna be the first life.
You
and
can
the second
turn
life, this is
this.
gonna be a little bit tricky. If they can hold him here somehow, BKB still had that one.
Can you chase if you're Tundra? This is a big opening if you can find something else. Soxa, he just blink up.
Yeah, it goes to the high ground.
Yeah, he
There's
does
some
not
heroes
want to
up
just
here, doesn't find anything.
Did not want to blink in and get Hurricane Pike or Shackled.
Yeah.
Can't blame him, but Nightfall's not done. Says there's business to take care of.
Hexed up almost immediately. Toronto Tokyo trying to help him here. Vacuum back into
that's
the
a
impale.
four-man.
That is a beautiful four-man stun, but it's just creating space for them to retreat. Nothing they can play off of the Skeeter is nowhere close by, and his meta was expiring.
What you wouldn't do to have a Sven there instead of a Terrorblade, right?
Yeah.
Four-man vac stun, you got to think about him. There's just no follow-up. I mean, you're vac stunning into a Penitence.
Yeah.
I mean, Snaking, he's throwing him out. Can't underrate him, especially when you're locked into these duels. Trade offlaners there. Tundra's still happy with this high ground defense. Didn't have to exert any buybacks. They got through the Aegis. I don't think Pure won that duel either. It's very hard to tell.
Yeah, I think it might have expired there. And
still, 25 talent for Nightfall is very close. And that is going to be a huge damage spike if he can stay in the fight. He has had issues sticking in there with the Terrorblade hitting him. They're going to try and soft go on him again with some illusions. Actually, Skeeter just commits.
Yeah, this is a really good arena that's going to be going down from 9. He's got a second one to throw it around behind. Skeeter needs a little bit of extra help, though, because his False Promise Broodmother is going to work. Gets the heal, the False Promise expires, and they do manage to finish him up, but Skeeter still dies to save. He finishes him off, but they can't really fight him. Meanwhile, duel on the side here. Pure, with the help of Save, should be able to win this one. Maybe not quite, but they get the kill, so it doesn't really matter. Toronto Tokyo aggressively blinking in. He's like, this fight is won. Just get more, boys. Get more. Another duel. Save. The impetus is raining down onto 9. Maybe 9. The spear goes out. He's alive. Skeeter, meanwhile, playing for this one with his buyback, is going to try and catch some heroes from BBT as they hope to be able to retreat. Pure disappearing with the Shadow Blade, and they don't have detection. He walks away. God. Did they get really anything from that buyback?
No, I don't think they got it. I mean, they got a Toronto Tokyo who was probably already dead no matter what.
That's true, yeah.
Look at the damage, dude. 8,000 from this Enchantress. It's a problem. He's a really big problem here. He might be the biggest problem. I don't even know if you're afraid of this Brood right now for how much you committed on him.
Yeah. You're going to have level 25 with the Aghanim Scepter, so Save's damage.
This is just disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
6.5% extra damage out of those impetuses.
And this is the difference we're seeing in these fights. The damage is getting spread across BB's 4 cores, where it's just all Skeeter on the other side. You get that Terrorblade by, you're really happy with that if you're BB, because that's now your win condition. So it'll be a dieback for Nightfall, so his timer 115 there. Kind of sucks for him, but yeah, the tip goes out. I mean, Nightfall knows who the true carry is. Refresh Duel is very aggressive from Pure here. Almost gets it too.
That was sort of an attempt at a game-ending play there.
Maybe you win the game if that goes through. You're just out of resources on your Wind Ranger. Still, he lives through it all. I mean, Shadowblade, no detection. See you later.
Daedalus soon. I mean, that like the exact so many damage threats on the side of BBT. Tundra really just have the Terrorblade, which again makes it easier for Toronto Tokyo to play these false promises. Right? Yep. Like the damage is very telegraphed at where it's getting pumped into. In that last fight, it was Nightfall's Broodmother. He got a great false promise that ultimately didn't save him, but got the kill on Skeeter.
BB are never going to leave that fight. They're just going to sit there and right-click you and hope they win it.
Yeah.
Because once you're locked in, you're locked in. So it's on Tundra to exert the damage or find the backline. You are getting some Chen Auras up. You have the Vlads, you have the Solar Crest. You're buffing the hell out of this Terrorblade. I mean, it hits really hard. You just have your talents online if you're BB right now. You had that Focus Fire Advance. You have your BAT talent now. These are crazy damage power spikes, especially when you have
Toronto Tokyo building an Aghanim Scepter. He better be.
I don't think so.
Oh, shame.
Doesn't know, man. He doesn't know. Either way, smoke from Tundra. Who are you going to find? Who do you want to find?
GPK is going to lead the charge with his invisibility. Gleipnir going to be able to catch two.
The
Arena in response does manage to get the Hex, but an instant save.
Yeah,
comes out in the BKB, and they manage to get the duel onto the Terrorblade. This is the fight that you want, Pure. You're surrounded by too many heroes. The false promise, and literally the lowest amount of HP you could have asked for. What a save from Toronto Tokyo that finished off Skeeter, and without the Terrorblade, how can you win this fight, Tundra? The answer is just, you can't. They finish off GPK for sure, but there are too many damage threats on the side of BBT. They will run you over, and you don't have buybacks anymore.
Oh, Toronto Tokyo. Did him real dirty there.
Good.
That plus the shackle, right? That shackle from GPK was just beautiful. Locks the Terrorblade, and he dies 100-0 after that duel. In the course of a shackle, no save for Tundra. This Chen is just not pulling the same weight. That's a dieback for your Terrorblade.
Yeah, and that's probably going to be BBT just running it down.
Yeah, I don't think you have the answers anymore. I don't think you had them at any point in this series.
When you've got this much physical damage across 4 different heroes, buildings die fast.
Yeah, you got a couple extra carries here in the basket. Nightfall did the heavy lifting in that early and mid, but goddamn if Save and Pure didn't pick it up. And yeah,
that will be a 2-0 for BBT.
What an impressive series, right?
Yeah.
This team is just so terrifying because they can beat you at any point in the game. They can crush you in the early game. They can outplay you on the map in the mid game with some pickoff and some double save. And they can just straight up outscale you. because they have two of arguably the best carries of the last few years in Pure and Nightfall in those side lanes. Tundra back to the drawing board here, and honestly, I think the second lineup was a little too all-in on the Terrorblade for me. And I think teams are way better at dealing with the single-focused carry lineups where you don't have other sources of damage.
Yeah.
Like, it's okay if you're playing through one hero. You need someone else to help pick up that slack at a certain point, though. Otherwise, these games get stalled, and the net worth just overwhelms you. And I don't think Tundra are a team that's going to run you over fast enough to where, okay, you hit a butterfly Terrorblade with second Aegis and you're going high ground. I don't see Tundra being that type of team, right? Maybe the Shopifys of the world or even a BB can play that type of style and run you over with a Chen push strat. Tundra are just, they like to play the map at their own pace, methodically, slower. This type of lineup doesn't do them much favors in that regard unless they crush the lanes. And you are not going to crush BB on the lanes. I just don't see it happen.
No, they are way too skilled, I think, in that regard. So, yeah, Tundra are going to have to start thinking about some things.
Nightfall's mad about something.
I mean, Nightfall and Toronto Tokyo have been having a very
It's like, you guys are
interesting
taking
conversation.
way too many kills, way too much gold. I am the carry of this team.
When he was talking to Toronto Tokyo, he's like, how dare you false promise anybody else with me? But I have to say, it's nice to see some smiles on these guys' faces. They've obviously had some rough goes of it lately with some things. So, you know, being able to succeed here on the main stage is nice.
Maybe that's their happy discussion.
Yeah, that's true. What would it look like?
Yeah,
what does Nightfall look like when he
lost?
loses? I don't know, but all right, so that's going to be a 2-0 for BBT over Tundra.
You got another 2-0 over Tundra. Was this matchup a little bit more emotional than the usual one because of previous results?
I mean, I don't know. We just played a casual game. I don't think it had anything with like Bali major. Just
زي ما تشوفون أعزائنا المشاهدين معنا لاعب سيف من فريق بي بي تيم فازوا في المباراة 2-0 على توندرا، وكنا سألناهم هل الفوزة هذه خلتك تحس بشعور أفضل من الفوزات الثانية بحكم اللي صار في الفترة الأخيرة، وزي ما احنا عارفين اللي صار في البالي ميجر. كان جوابه يقول إنه صراحة لا، ما اللي صار أول ما أثر علينا أبدا، هذا كان لعبنا وقدرنا نفوز جيم.
So a balanced patch dropped pretty shortly after the Bali Major. You guys didn't play in the play-in stage. So how did you practice on this new patch? Did you scrim? Did you just watch play-in games? What'd you do?
I mean, we played like 1 week of pubs in Jakarta on like 100 FPS. It was a pretty bad preparation, you know. But now we arrived here and we played like 4 scrims maybe. That's all our preparation.
سألنا سيف عن الباتش اللي نزل في الفترة الأخيرة في دوتا، قبل أيام قليلة نزل باتش جديد، وهل أنتم يعني فريق بي بي تيم قدرتوا أنكم تجهزون للباتش هذا وكيف جهزتوا له أصلاً؟ كان الجواب أنهم لعبوا في جاكرتا على بينج جداً عالي وما قدروا أنهم يسوون سكريم بالطريقة اللي هم يبونها ويجهزون للباتش بشكل كويس، لكن يوم أنهم وصلوا هنا لعبوا 4 سكريمات تقريباً ووصلوا عندنا في المسرح وشفنا أدائهم كيف كان قبل شوي.
So looking forward for the entire tournament, is there any team in particular that you have your eyes on that you would like to face off?
I mean, of course, Gladiators. I think it's like our one of our goals to destroy Gladiators on this tournament, to not let them win another tournament, I think.
سألنا سيف عن إذا في فريق معين ممكن إنه هو مركز عليه يبغى إنه يأخذ الفوز منه، كان الجواب إنه Gaming Gladiators هو الفريق اللي إحنا نبغى أن نهزمه، وهالمرة هذه ما بنخليهم يأخذون فوزة ثانية علينا.
Save, congratulations on the 2-0 victory. Looking forward to how BB team do in the rest of the tournament. And back to the studio.
على طول نرجع إلى الاستوديو أعزائنا المشاهدين نكمل تحليل المباراة.
Thank Thank you very much indeed to Fancy Tsunami. And of course, Save there as the champion here. 2-0 against Tundra. And he really wants to face Gaimin Gladiators. Well, he's in the opposite group of Gaimin Gladiators, so he's going to have to wait a little bit before that, but they're definitely on the right track of doing well. It was only series number 1, though. We're here to break down this second game where, once again, BB Team was able to be dominant against Tundra. I'm joined by Purge, BSJ, and Fear. Fear, this game in particular, what did you make of it?
I thought Tundra was doing really well to begin with. 33, he found a way to get out of the laning stage as a Darkseer against the Oracle. 9, he won mid lane. Like in the CS department, he was doing really well, made a couple good rotations. So I was very hopeful for that, but everything just kind of fell apart. And as Xavier was saying in the cast as well, Tundra might not just be one of these teams that like to group up, find these timings, and end games fairly early, playing as a ball. They like to play the map, they like to play the split push, they like to play the late games. They just didn't have a draft that really functioned that way, and Pure on his Legion commander here, he picked them apart all over the map when they were trying to farm.
Yeah, I predicted that BB Team would win this game, but I thought it was because they were going to win the lanes. Like, that's what I thought was going to happen, where they were just going to snowball the entire thing and not even necessarily have to team fight Tundra at any given point, but that was the complete opposite of what happened. They actually out-executed them at almost every turn. BB Team, I feel like, always abused positioning. It was interesting to see the times where they even used the Oracle ulti onto Pure while he was dueling, and it's a normal situation where like a carry like Terrorblade could just kill the Legion. Like, this is the example where he can just fight his way out of it, but instead you see the Oracle ulti come in clutch, and then Terrorblade's locked in place and just effectively negates the entirety of this Terrorblade lineup, which Fury had mentioned, like that's what Tundra's draft is for. They have a bunch of team fight, a bunch of stuns, a bunch of utility, but it's all around this one guy.
Yeah, and he was really their damage potential. If he was being locked down or killed, there wasn't really anything else coming out damage-wise. Like Darkseer wasn't really Iron Shelling anybody to death. He didn't even really have an ally to put Iron Shell on just to like add damage to whatever they were doing, like an Ember or some melee core. Whereas on the other side, you had GBK doing damage, you had Nightfall doing damage, you had Pure doing damage. Save had like 3-4 carry items. They all did damage, so like the fights were just so much harder for Tundra to take. Even if they did get good like Mars combos and focus 1 or 2 supports, it's like, well, there's still so many other heroes you have to kill that you can't really kill with just right clicks unless it's like TV wailing on them.
Yeah, there were a lot of fights that we saw go a little bit back and forth, and mostly they ended in BB's favor. One of those fights that we have chosen for the STC play to analyze, because this was a fight that Tundra wanted to start. They had the Aegis, they had all their cooldowns. Brian, they had everything they would have wanted out of a fight. They initiated with this smoke.
Yeah, this is supposed to be like the game sealing play where you take over the entire map. You've suddenly got like probably a lane of racks coming off of this. The second Aegis is going to be yours almost guaranteed because the illusions are always keeping it out. But you see, like, that Oracle ulti, it stopped the combo. Like, they blew everything to get one single kill, and now instead, because they only end up getting one kill, BetBoom or BB Team, they can just run them down. Like, they have so much damage over time, so many slows. Just like even just Legion being allowed to hit in a fight like this, and eventually the damage just racks up too much.
I mean, that was kind of the case a lot of times. Even like Chen, it's one of those heroes that, yeah, sure, the heal is good, the creeps are good, but once any of the cores goes on him, it's like, okay, Chen's dead, Chen's dead, Chen's dead. And what is he doing? He's throwing out his first skill, his Q to increase attack speed. That's about all it really does, though.
Yeah,
he had some good heals, but still.
It's a stark difference between the Chen and Enchantress here.
I mean, definitely. Chen is supposed to be those heroes that he's never going to do damage, but he's better utility. And Tundra just never found that opening where they could just walk down a lane, be strong as 5. BB Team just picked them apart across the map. I just don't think Tundra is in a position right now where they can draft in a way where they have to be so split up and be put on such a timer.
We almost chose Save as our Korea MVP. Almost. It was a tight race. We ended up going for. We had to go for the Legion Commander. We had to go for Pure. He stepped it up big time, coming in a clutch. To be honest, I mean, the more I now say this, I'm thinking maybe Toronto Tokyo had a good case as well. But no, we chose Pure as the Quidja MVP purge, and that is well deserved.
Yeah, I think he had it's a similar playstyle as the previous one when he played Axe, right? It's a snowballing offlaner that ganks and gets kills, and I feel like that's a playstyle that really suits him, because it's not really like it's lately at least, it's not the traditional offlaner that buys auras and controls them absolutely. You go around getting kills, that takes a really high skill player to do it, and we really saw it this game. He's consistently getting duels on the right targets. Like sometimes he maybe got killed or required his team to back him up, like in this case, but he was really getting a lot done, and that just put all the heat on him and allowed his other heroes, his other 3 carries to do something.
I feel like you almost framed him like needing his team to back him up as like a downside of what he did there. I think the whole idea of him knowing like I can just duel this TB, I'm never gonna actually win this man fight. Like TB has the highest armor in the game, like no question, and instead he relies on his team to follow him up and make sure that this target he selected is gonna work out. I think what I see from Pure is fearlessness. Like I see that with him. I mean, Fear, you can probably speak to this because of the fearlessness I'm talking about here. But yeah, I just love the fact that he just had no hesitation.
Yeah, and his target selection was top tier. Like there's so many fights where he always got the perfect target. Tundra, they like to play the map. He shut that down. He caught 33 so many times this game by dueling him on the side lanes. And 33 is Darkseer. He's normally not a quiet player, but he was very quiet this game. And that's mainly because Pure just shut him down.
And then there's a player, I know, Brian, you were going to keep your eye on this time around because we've not seen Toronto Tokyo play Oracle that often, and you were a little worried about, you know, this player comes from the mid lane. Only this year has he started being position 5, and that requires a lot of positioning, and Oracle is definitely one of the difficult ones. What do you think?
I feel like, I was impressed because it's kind of Sox's job to allow like the Mars and Darkseer to jump in on the cores and then disable the Oracle in the back, and we never saw him like getting stunned on Toronto Tokyo, dying first in the fight. He was always there, always alive, and you can just say like maybe they chose bad targets on Tundra, but I would like to assume that it's him hiding behind trees, making himself elusive, sitting on top of a ward, always being alive long enough to, his ults came out pretty late in most of the fights.
A lot of the time it was Pure just making the initiation first, allowing that too, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was great teamwork to see that from BB Team. They end this series with a 2-0. We can close this round of games by looking at all the games that we saw from Group B while these 2 games were going on. They are a little bit further ahead of us, so the results were known for quite some time already, Purge. But final thoughts on this round of games?
Not too unexpected, I guess. Yeah, Team Liquid ends up going even with Aster, so maybe subverting expectations slightly, but not out of the realm of possibility. And maybe I expected Tundra to get one of these 2 games, but other than that, about what we expected.
About what we expected coming out of this round of games. Of course, all these teams will play again later today. There is Group A games, then Group B games, and then Group A games and Group B games again. And that does mean that we're soon gonna move towards more games within Group A. A lot of those games are being played at the hotel, and we have our on-site reporter Jenkins in the player lounge to try and see if he can get some inside scoops.
Hello, welcome back to the Player Lounge, where I'm going to tell you what's going on the other streams in case you don't have 4 monitors. Of course, we just saw Tundra versus BetBoom. I looked at the screen. I wasn't sure who won or lost because the camera was on Tundra. BetBoom 2-0'd. They destroyed. They looked very good, like they did in Dream League. But on the other streams, of course, over here in this corner, we're on break, so all the coaches have went and they're going and talking to their teams. But of course, we had Quest versus 9 Pandas, Quest versus 9 Pandas, and Malik played offlane Primal Beast. The boy destroyed. People questioned him. They said, this team's not going to look good without Amar. Screw the haters. You know, they're owning. They're doing very well. And then over here, we have Team Spirit versus EG. This game just started. I don't want to harass them too much. I already asked them who they thought would win. This is Team Spirit, so they, of course, said they're going to stomp. That's going to be on the B stream. And then we just saw over there in that corner way over there, we can see that is OG. That is their staff. And that is what it looks like after you get offlane Meepo'd right there. JT from Xtreme Gaming played offlane Meepo. If people start looking at this replay, this is coming to your pubs. So look out. Not gonna be good. You don't want to play against it. You don't want to play with it, because people suck at Meepo, but it looks very scary, I will say that much. But we'll see what the panel has to say about offlane Meepo. right now.
Well, JT doing well in the offlane doesn't come as too much of a surprise. We, of course, saw him earlier crushing on the Pudge. Doing it on the Meepo, though, Fear. Offlane Meepo?
All right, so I saw the stat screen, but not seeing who was playing what. I saw Alchemist and a Meepo. I just assumed that was Alchemist offlane. It was going to like feed Meepo some ags. It was actually just an offlane Meepo. I didn't know that. It worked. That's kind of scary for other teams if you play against them because you always know it's there. And whenever a team has a Meepo player, that hero will just sneak into the bans every once in a while.
Yeah, definitely. If people start realizing that Mega Meepo or Super Meepo, whichever one it is Mega Meepo is starting to be good, we're definitely going to see a lot of that. But all those teams that you just heard Jenkins talk about, all those teams are Group A teams. But there's 2 Group A teams that he did not mention because that's the one that's coming to you very soon here. And in preparation of our series between PSG.LGD and Gaimin Gladiators, we thought it was about time for you to learn a little bit more about Ace.
Ace is considered to be one of the best and most successful offlaners in the world right now. But he hasn't always been an offlane player, or very successful. Ace started his career playing carry in Danish teams such as 3D Max and later in Team Life with Crit as well as his brother Link. Despite having what we would now consider extremely strong players, they never really achieved anything notable. He then went on to play in a very long line of notable organizations with very talented players, such as Team Secret, with Puppy, Yapzor, Fada, and Bidwan, as well as Cloud9 twice, with Eternal Envy, Snake King, Pylai Dai, and Misery. Despite the on-paper impressive teams, Ace always struggled to reach first place, always tripping on the finish line. That is, until he made his debut as an offlaner on Team Tickles, who later went on to become a team you might know as Gaimin Gladiators. They currently look like the team to beat at any event they attend, sitting at back-to-back-to-back-to-back-to-back wins in their latest events. Will their dominant streak continue at Riyadh?
Will their dominant streak continue at Riyadh? I think it's about time we have the answer to that question. What do you think, Purge? Again?
I don't want to say yes, but it might happen.
But why? Like how? Like normally, Fear, you know this, normally when a team wins, especially when they win more than one in a row, the biggest bullseyes on their backs. But like this is the team to beat everybody. You heard Save say it on the stage. He's like, we want to beat Gaimin Gladiators.
They're doing the same thing and still winning. Like they know exactly this IOLS is coming, but you still can't beat it. So until someone can actually beat their strategies, they're going to keep winning. And so far, no one can prove that they can beat the things that they're doing over and over again.
Like,
that's it.
I think the whole is like greater than the sum of its parts. Like in this case, like you have Quinn, who has always been limited by, like, I'd say people not playing at his pace. And then I feel like you have players like Ace, who he's always been more of a greedier offlaner and a greedier carry player, and that works totally fine if you have players that are going to make space for you. And then you have Duracho, who makes that happen, and the supports being able to play around Quinn. Just like the whole thing comes together. You know exactly what's coming. You know what they're going to bring to the mid lane in terms of all that pressure in the early to mid game. You know Duracho is going to be doing some crazy crap on your side of the map, and you're going to have to 4-man gank him while the rest of his team's just farming. And they do it at such a high level that unless you can concoct something that beats that specifically and do it better than them, it just ain't happening yet.
And that's assuming you don't just get destroyed in lanes, because they're so good at laning too.
Yeah.
It's like all that strategy stuff only matters if you can also beat them in lanes. So it's like this perfect combination of things that leads them to just always winning their tournaments. And even in like group stage, they do lose matches. They're not one of those dominant teams. It's like they just kill everybody every single match no matter what. They get some losses here and there, but in the end it doesn't matter. They make it out of the groups every time. They go upper bracket and they go to the finals and they 3-1 it.
They do 3-1 it, actually. Well, maybe PSG.LGD has got something up their sleeves. That's going to be the Gaimin Gladiators opponents in upcoming series. And we must not forget, this will be for Gaimin Gladiators. I mean, this is the first day that they're playing. They did not play the play-ins. Potentially, maybe something in the patch might be left there for teams to exploit against Gaimin Gladiators. But we're going to have to wait and see if that is indeed going to be the case. We're going to take a quick break, but when we're back, it is time for more Dota 2 here at Riyadh Masters. It is time for Gaimin Gladiators and PSG.LGD.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة ياتيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us.
Welcome one and all here to the Riyadh Masters, where we continue this group stage action to try and determine which teams will wind up in the playoffs and who, of course, will be competing for that all-important $5 million grand prize. We are here to witness some incredible Dota We've already seen some pretty high action today, and I have a high expectation that the rest of the games are going to be equally as exciting. So let us get into this day of hype. Let's get into this day of action. My name is Snare. I'm going to be your host for the rest of the day, for the rest of these proceedings. The more important thing, though, is that we are in a city that's pretty much built customly for some gaming action. To join me, though, on panel is going to be Mira, Effie, I've got Lacoste, and I have Faith Beyond. Faith Beyond, my friend, this is your former team. They're the great defending champions. How do you feel watching them come into this building to try and get into the grand finals yet again?
It's a very strange feeling for me because last year I was in this team. So this year I'm really looking forward what they can do, and I hope they can have a good game in this match. Yeah.
We're all hoping that PSG.LGD can do well, but unfortunately, Lacoste, they have a pretty strong customer that they have to deal with right now. Gaimin Gladiators, currently regarded as the best team in the world. The results back that up as well. Can anybody deal with them? Be honest, give me an option. How deep is the matchup right now?
Yeah, I think there are 2-3 good teams that I'm looking that could potentially beat the Gaimin Gladiators. This one could be maybe even the grand finals of the Riyadh Masters. I think PSG.LGD, they have a really good shot because Gaimin Gladiators, they've been the final boss throughout the whole DPC tour, all the majors, Dream Leagues, they've been doing extremely well. It's just very, very difficult. We might need to organize all of us together, panelists, community, all other teams to try to beat Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, we need to sort of crowdfund as much humanly possible resources, a lot of mental fortitude to try and deal with Gaimin Gladiators as they stand right now. They've gone back to back to back to back to back, all gold, pretty much every time they've done it. Effie, it's been a very long time since we've seen this degree of dominance in the Dota landscape, right? And every time that that's happened, they only fall short at TI. Everything else they end up rinsing, right? So does that suggest that Gaimin Gladiators will do this again? But I also know that you're an LGD fangirl, so hit me with it.
That's true.
How much faith do you have in Xiaowei and the boys to make the comeback and defend their championship here at Riyadh Masters?
In this matchup,
yeah,
I think Gaimin Gladiators are a really difficult matchup for PSG.LGD. PSG are a very strong team in terms of their draft and their innovation and their ability to, execute team fights very well, play the map very well, defend their carry very well. But what they aren't the best at is their laning phase, actually. And a team like Gaimin Gladiators, who excels in the laning phase, may pose to be a big problem for PSG because we saw in Bali that they couldn't really hold a candle to them when it comes to lanes.
Another issue that we sometimes saw at Bali Lacoste is not only could they have difficulty in the laning phase from LGD side, but sometimes they'd have difficulty closing out games, even when in an advantageous position. Talk to me about that. What do you think the issue is, and do you think they can have solved it coming into Riyadh Masters?
I mean, throughout the DPC, they looked really good in China. It's the team that swapped out the 3 offlaners. These are some really big shoes to fill, to replace Faith Beyond. So they are okay, we were going to try with this one. It's not working out. So every single DPC, a little bit of lack of experience, I would say, because they have 2 veterans. They have nothing to say and why on the team. The rest of the team needs slightly more time, I would say. They look very, very good, but also when it comes down to matches that matters, these are not the results that PSG.LGD wants to have at the end of the season. You know that they want to be going to the finals. They're looking for that first spot.
Well, a team that has no shortage of experience right now in the Dota landscape is Gaimin Gladiators. They remain the final boss of 2023. Let's take a quick look at their journey coming into the Riyadh Masters.
Gaimin Gladiators is a team that, if you look at it from the outside, it just seems like a bunch of guys having fun and then miraculously coming first every LAN they go to. It is pretty impressive, but it does feel like this is a team that everybody brings their own personality to the table and it clicks, which is very important in a team.
I mean, I think it's important for me actually that if I have some guy that I'm gonna lane with, and also just the team in general, that we create some really good friendship and bond like that, especially my lane partner. Outside the game, if you are close with each other and you like being together, you also talk about the lane easy, and any issue you can just bring it up. So that I think is very important for me. I played with a lot of players, and a lot of players I can't really have that with. For me and Tofu, it clicked very fast, and we have that, right? nothing really felt different from the other tournaments. I don't think it's like, if anything, I think it's a good thing for our team. Because I think one of the strengths of our team is that we don't really go into despair or like tilt or like fight like that. We just always like have good values and keep a good atmosphere, no matter the pressure. Also like the same when we play on stage and stuff. And I played in a lot of teams, and some teams it's not really the same. Like there's a lot of pressure and there's a lot of despair like when things goes wrong. And we don't have any of that.
1, 2, 3, GG!
So I think like high stakes in theory it should be good for us.
Gaimin Gladiators has won all 3 majors of 2023. It's been pretty amazing, to be honest. Like watching them, it's the fact that they have their own identity and what makes them so consistent in terms of what they do. I think that is allowing them to have the success that they have. It feels like we heard in an interview from Tofu that from everybody else's responsibility to beat us. It's nothing to do with like us stepping down. We're gonna keep bringing the game that we bring, and if you can't surpass us, then we're just gonna keep winning.
I feel like through this whole year, there's been a lot of times where the team was like needed a bit more relaxing time, like probably just 1 week more to like be at home and not think about Dota. Because usually when we win a tournament, there's a little bit like a week or 2 maybe till we have to play again. But it's also we also have to start practicing again because the patch just drops and it like kind of affects us every time. Yeah, we are definitely, that's one of the biggest things we've been fighting. I think is like when can we chill a little bit.
I think the biggest hurdles for Gaimin Gladiators to overcome is the fact that they've got the target on their back. They have to basically say, everybody knows what we're doing, everybody's spending ample amount of time studying our replays, and we're gonna have to still bring it to them every single series.
The final boss of Dota 2 right now, Gaimin Gladiators, preparing to get themselves into yet another matchup. And of course, we heard from Ace, and right now, Faith Beyond, a lot of people talk about how special Ace is as a player, but as a world-class offlaner yourself, talk to us about what do you think is so special about this guy that allows him to keep winning so many tournaments?
Okay, I think 2 special things on Ace is, first, he's incredibly stable. Like every game you can see he play very good and he very fat. And the second thing is he kind of farm more than other offlane players. I think to do these 2 things, as a player, if you want to be like player at Ace, you have to have a great understanding, game understanding, and you have to know how to communication with your team. So that way you can like make a good game for yourself and told your teammate how to make a good game for you. And so in that way, this game will naturally focus on you, around you. So Ace is a very good player.
You know, it's interesting that you mentioned communication because when we spoke to PSG.LGD FE during the DPC, every single player that we spoke to, the thing they highlighted about what makes LGD special in China was communication, was the degree of understanding they have for one another. To what degree do you think that communication is going to help, especially from someone like Zhao 8 going into a matchup against this team of Gaimin Gladiators?
That's a very good question, actually. So I think that this iteration of LGD do seem to be in a place where their communication is really solid, especially given how they shifted their offlaners so much this year. They seem like they're in a place with Mew where everything clicks, where Zhao 8 as a coach is giving his input, and everybody has a voice on the team. But honestly, it didn't feel like that was the case a few months ago at all. But their communication has stepped up. But if I were to compare it to Gaimin Gladiators and what we know of them, I still think there's some work to be done, which is just par for the course of having a new player. It still takes a few months of integration. But I do hope that we're going to see the execution that comes from the communication that you're talking about.
Execution has not really been an issue when they play in China, Lacoste. You know, you've costed a lot of their games, but there's a very stark difference playing in China, coming out of the region, and having to deal with these European juggernauts especially, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I think all eyes are on Western Europe in the last year and a half, 2 years pretty much, because they've been dominating the scene. China got weaker after, you know, we had to get rid of some of the teams, some of the players as well, so the competition is not as strong. And in a lot of the interviews you would you'd actually feel that they're looking into the Western Europe and trying to figure out like what makes them so strong. So you have some of these teams that are playing in this tournament, like Xtreme Gaming, that are trying to like play more Westernized style Dota. PSG.LGD, they're still sticking to what they know. They're playing, you know, Zhao 8, what he's cooking. The boys are gonna eat, no doubt about it. But yeah, they also need to adapt pretty much to this like fast-paced Dota that Western Europe has been playing.
Well, to be fair, that team does have Zhao 8, and it also has Innocence. Both of them TI winners in their own regard. Both of them have been masters of their particular metas. So I have no doubt that this is a team that can adapt if need be, especially from China. But let's take a look at exactly how they got here and what their expectations are for the rest of the tournament. Oh, we do not have the VT, so we're just waiting right now for the games to get started. That was on me, my bad. So,
well, I can add on to that if you'd
do.
like. So I think that adaptability is really important, like Lacoste mentioned, especially in the early game, because PSG, once they get to that mid-game, they feel unstoppable, right? It feels like their teamwork is so good and their formation is so tight-knit. They hold their area so well and they fight around Roshan so well. But the issue is that first 10 minutes, maybe they do need to up the pace a little bit. But in terms of creativity, I feel like this is probably one of the more creative teams we've seen this entire year. I mean, they were running the carry Clinks, they were running the carry Brood, which only a few teams were doing a few months ago before they were willing to. They're the ones who brought Brood back into the meta. They were the first team to play it in Dream League, and they made it a thing again.
Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, PSG.LGD in terms of versatility, one of the most versatile teams out there. If you want to play for the team, you need to play all the heroes. Zhao 8 picks you something, you better know how to play the hero. Innocence, like Dream League Season 20, he played 18 different heroes on position 5, which is more than impressive, and he plays it super well. I think the one that stands out the most in terms of versatility on side of PSG.LGD is New. So far they had 3 offlaners. He's the newest addition to the team. Also, hero pool not as big, one of the reasons why they got rid of some of their old offlaners, but he's been fitting in nicely.
Faithbion, what do you think? LGD right now, because they are the best team in China, do you think there's added pressure for them to perform well, to represent the region? Not only are they the best team, but they're the only team that's at TI. So is there a little bit of extra weight on their shoulders right now?
I think it's okay because they already guaranteed for TI. In this tournament, I think every team have a kind of pressure because it's a big prize pool. So I think every team have same pressure. But the problem for LGD is I think the player is quite young. So maybe it's a problem to how to deal with the pressure.
What's interesting for me, I feel, when we talk about pressure, right, is that Gaimin Gladiators having won so much, one would imagine that there's additional pressure on them. But you see Celery tweeting about, oh, guys, we're trying to reset, we're going back to 0. I don't believe it. I think it's cap. They definitely are thinking very carefully about the situation. But let's hope and pray. Do you think, well, quickly, do you think they actually have what it takes to deal with that pressure, or are they just coping right now?
Nah, they got what it takes. Come on. You don't win 5 grand finals in a row if you can't deal with pressure.
All right. Let's see if they have what it takes to actually keep cooking as we send it over to Neil on the stage.
You heard it from the panel. We're currently facing off the final boss of Dota against a very storied organization of PSG.LGD.
شيء فظيع اللي راح نشهده الآن أعزائي المشاهدين. هذه المباراة تعتبر هي أحد الجراند فاينل اللي ممكن نشهدها في رياض ماستر. أبطال العالم متواجدين معنا اليوم بيقدمون لنا مباراة ما لها مثيل.
And this matchup has some recent history as well, because it was Gaimin Gladiators that took down PSG.LGD in Dream League Season 20.
في الفترة الأخيرة في الموسم العشرين من الدريم ليج شفنا أن فريق جيمنج جلاديترز قدروا ياخذون الفوز على طول من فريق PSG.LGD، فهل يقدرون يعيدون الكرة اليوم في مسرح رياض ماسترز؟ هذا اللي راح نشهده إن شاء الله.
Now, if Gaimin are to continue this trend, that would mean that they're on their way to a $5 million first place prize here.
$5 مليون الجائزة المركز الأول أعزائي المشاهدين. هذا شيء ما يستهان فيه، وأكيد بحكم إنه كل شيء إحنا نعرفه عن فريق جيمنج جلاديترز أكيد إنه بيكونون جاهزين للنقطة هذه.
These guys need no introduction, but let's give them one anyway. They continue dominating the entire Dota Pro circuit. First place time after time. They double qualified for this event. 2 first places at Dream League Season 20. Give some space for the rest of the teams.
فريق جيمنج جلاديترز الكل يعرف عن الشيء الفظيع اللي هم مسوينه الآن في البطولة. زي ما احنا عارفين 5 جراند فاينلز كلها ميجرز السنة هذه، قدروا يكسبون المركز الأول فيها وما في ولا فريق يقدر أنه يوقف قدامهم. هم حاليا يسمون الفاينل باس في كل أنحاء العالم، ما حد يقدر يوقف قدامهم. PSG ممكن أنهم يقدرون يسوونها.
Now, typically, the team that wins the last major is usually cursed to not win TI, but this ain't TI. So if they're on their way, they've got to go through PSG.LGD first, who are the champions of last year's Riyadh Masters.
زي ما احنا عارفين المباراة هذه اللي يميزها أيضاً إنه فيها حاملي اللقب من السنة الماضية. فريق PSG.LGD كانوا في هذا المسرح في قبل سنة بالضبط، وقدروا إنهم يقدمون مباراة جداً جداً فظيعة.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gaimin Gladiators. Now, obviously, after a group stage that many of the other teams have been going through, the play-in stage, these guys are still looking to get their bearings. But I imagine that they will continue a top-tier performance every single time. The only question is, are they going to make it to grand finals through upper bracket or lower bracket?
هذا هو السؤال فعلا اللي ممكن نسأله، إنه هالفريق هذا اللي يعتبرون هم الأفضل في المنطقة حاليا وفي العالم أيضا، هم الأفضل من المتواجدين معنا، مين اللي بيقدر يهزمهم؟ المباراة هذه زي ما احنا عارفين شفناها في وقت جدا جدا قريب، وقدروا إنهم يفوزون على فريق الخصم. لكن جاء الوقت أعزائنا المشاهدين أننا نشوف مين خصمهم في هذه المباراة. كلكم تعرفونهم، تكلمنا عنهم كثير، بس خلونا نتعرف عليهم أيضا.
And for their opponents, let's bring out China's best and brightest.
حامل اللقب لرياض ماسترز 2022 PSG.LGD. فريق يعتبر من أصغر الفرق المتواجدة معنا اليوم في رياض ماسترز، حتى مع إضافة نيو معهم كآخر اديشن في الروستر، أدائهم يعتبر من الأفضل. لكن السؤال هنا، هل الضغط اللي ممكن انه يواجهونه في تواجدهم في هذا المسرح ممكن يأثر على أدائهم في المباراة ولا لا؟ هذا الشيء راح نعرفه بعد قليل.
Seems like the crowd might already have a little bit of a favorite here at Riyadh Masters 2023. The top 6 finish at the Bali Major was an impressive result for PSG.LGD, and they may be the best chance to take down the Western European dominance that has been shown this whole year.
معروف الشيء هذا عن فريق PSG.LGD انه هو الفريق اللي عنده الفرصة الأعلى انه يهزم فريق جيمنج جلاديترز، فخلنا نشوف إذا يقدرون انهم يقدمون المباراة هذه في البست 2 اللي راح نشوفها بعد قليل.
Well, let's get underway with the second half of the day, Fancy. Gentlemen, let's begin the draft and start this game of Dota.
جاء الوقت اللي نبدأ فيه المباراة أعزائنا المشاهدين، نروح على طول للاستوديو التحليلي نتكلم أكثر عن الدرافت ونبدأ في الجيم الأول.
Not only does the crowd have some favorites in the form of PSG.LGD, we have a fanboy, a fangirl, and a former member on the panel. So very high hopes, no pressure, guys. Please make this very entertaining. One of the things, Effie, that we see about PSG.LGD, we were speaking about it just now. Sometimes their early map movements could be an issue, and one of the heroes we've seen at this tournament that has been breaking the early map movements has been this Lion hero. Unfortunately, though, Gaimin Gladiators have a much better record playing with the Lion than we see from PSG.LGD. Planet does play the hero, played it 19 times, it only has like a 30% win rate. Tofu, on the other hand, has played it a few more times than that, 23 games with a 70% win rate. Do you think this hero is going to be coming up when these two teams play against each other?
I think potentially we might see Lion come out of Gaimin, and maybe it'll come out of LGD if it needs to counter something like a Morphling or a Puck, but I don't like Lion so much for PSG. I would very much rather Planet just play a lane securing type of support to make sure that they withstand the first 10 minutes versus Gaimin, because like I mentioned before, their transition into the mid game is so smooth. The issue is they can't enter it with a net worth deficit versus Gaimin. So I would just like to see them triple down on winning their side lanes as much as they can on the side of LGD.
Okay, Lacoste, which heroes stand out to you as potential options? You've costed this team a lot, you've seen what they have to offer. What should LGD be doing to try and ensure that that early game goes as smoothly as it can?
Yeah, strong lanes, nothing to say. He has like a couple of these lane dominators that he likes to play. You know, he might bang out some Huskar if it's a good matchup for him. Primal Beast, Thinker, gotta always be aware of these heroes. So I think overall, PSG.LGD might be the most difficult team to draft against because they have so many heroes in Arsenal that they play so well. Hard to say which one specific hero. You mentioned Lion. This hero has been on the rise. I feel, ever since every time Kaka shows up at the tournament, he's like, Lion. There we go. It's gonna be super popular. But yeah, Lion right now played the 19 games, sitting over 50% win rate, which is not too bad. Wasn't really popular at the start of the DPC, but seems like meta slightly shifted, especially with the D or E patch. Was it E patch?
E patch.
E patch. There we go.
But I'm curious what Faithbeyond has to say about Lion and the rise of support heroes.
Lion is a good support. You have a directly stun and a burst damage. I think it's also kind of hero fit for tournament because you can always get good initiation. Yeah.
Earlier on, Faithbeyond, you were talking about this Primal Beast hero and how much you think it should be played more often and how much it should be on the rise. Gaimin Gladiators do not play this hero whatsoever, right? They didn't play it at all at Bali. They barely played, I think, one game at Berlin. Do you think it's a stylistic choice that they're making? Is this a decision that, guys, we don't need Primal Beast? Or do you think they should actually also be looking towards practicing it for Quinn in the mid lane?
I think it depends on player. If player don't want to play this hero, then it's fine. You can just find something else to replace it. If you can find a solution to this hero and find something to replace it, then it's fine. Just don't play it. Yeah.
Well, Gaimin Gladiators have found solutions to pretty much everything. Let's be honest. It's like Tofu said, and BSJ reminded us, it's on everybody else to try to find solutions to deal with them. So I'm kind of hoping that we do finally get a different finals for this particular tournament. Right now, as they're practicing and getting themselves ready, Effie, I want to talk to you about a very unfortunate thing. Xiaowe's drafts, right? I love them. We all love them, right? But sometimes, do they not sometimes feel a bit too experimental, where you're like, I don't know if this actually meshes together. You can see the individual ideas, but you're not sure how all the pieces fit together at times.
So I think that for the most part, his drafting is very clean. I think that something that PSG.LGD and other Chinese teams actually struggle with is their Game 3 draft, right? In these best of threes or in these grand final situations out of 5, that's when the choking happens. When you're so close to it, like that Game 3 draft, that Game 4 draft in a best of 5, suddenly you're running back a Naga like you did in Arlington, and maybe you shouldn't have done that. And this happens quite often because the pressure is very high, where a lot happens in a draft, and sometimes you just forget certain things, or you let a hero slip, or maybe you answer one issue in the enemy draft and you forget the other.
Lacoste, let's also talk about the stylistic way that these two teams play the map, right? We've spoken very much about how LGD like to enter the mid game in a very strong fashion. Carry to carry wise, right? The way that they play as we are getting into the draft at long last, one thing that we notice is that Shiro is very often not the one that takes the responsibility in the team, right? NTS is literally the responsibility guard, but it's sort of the opposite for Gaimin Gladiators. Ace is the one that's the focal point, right? So as we get into the draft, who do you want to see being prioritized in the early phases for both of these teams?
I think we're gonna see some strong position 5 openers, most definitely. Undying. I mean, as we see, there's been Undying has started off great previous patch, but this time around slightly nerfed, and we can see that he does, in terms of win rate, definitely dropped. So there's another healing partner in the lane that kind of popped up, and that's Io. Enchantress, no real surprises there, because PSG.LGD, they seem to be doing a good job in terms of homework, because Gaimin Gladiators have been playing these heroes like Io Lash. Whenever they're feeling down, if they lose a game, this is bread and butter for Gaimin Gladiators. They're gonna fall back to it. And Enchantress, another hero that Celery has been playing. I think he played 100 games of Enchantress in the last 7-8 months.
Yeah. Well, this IO has also been on the rise in this tournament. Coming into the group stages, it was played 13 times with a 69% win rate.
Nice.
We've already seen it win 3 or 4 times earlier today as well. So, Faithbeyond, is it just TI season? Because every year, when TI is around the corner, IO just seems to come back into the meta. So, does it just feel that way every single year?
Kind of, because IO, you can offer a lot of healing, and you can speed up the tempo to push the early stage.
Yep.
So it's a very important thing on tournament, you pressure enemy.
tempo is very important, but I feel that IO just became the replacement to Pugna, right? Because a lot of the drafts that people were running, like the Pugna Storm, the Pugna Leshrac, for example, they still want to play these heroes. These heroes are still good, but Pugna's sustain is not quite what it was pre-E-patch. So you bring in the IO instead, who kind of lost to Pugna for a little bit, but after the nerf, he was like, hey, you guys forgot about me? I still do my job. I still heal.
So they have some heals on the side of LGD in the form of this Phoenix, the Spirit Breaker, not a hero we see from them all the time, Lacoste. But this opener from Gaimin, we've seen, unfortunately, way too many times.
Yeah, even after all these nerfs, like every single patch, something happens with Pango. He's just too good of a hero and provides with pretty much everything. You are good, like instant wave clear, a lot of team fight, mana burn, which is annoying against most of the heroes. A little surprised, I would say, that they managed to give them both of these heroes in the first phase, but considering how fast LGD picked these two heroes, it seems like they're cooking something. And with the, you said, sustain from Phoenix and also Spirit Breaker, one of the better overall heroes against the Broodmother, because you can always have vision on her, so you need like another hero to be able to kill it. And now Gaming Gladiators, they're just protecting their Pango pick. The other one that they could still ban, I would feel, is Ember Spirit. This hero in hands of Nothing to Say has been amazing, and also just like I've seen like also other way around, but I feel like just for the laning stage you might need to ban it out.
So let's see, Mars has been removed. That's been a classic combo within the Chinese region, the Phoenix Mars, for many, many years. Right now we've seen Bloodseeker not just do well against Pango Brood, but also just be very good in the meta right now. Talk to me about something, Faith Beyond. Do you like that PSG.LGD have opened with what seems to be their two supports?
I think this opening is very interesting because first, I think both teams, they knew they want Broodmaster, Broodmother, sorry. And LGD didn't ban Broodmother, and they clicked these two heroes pretty quick. It means they have prepared for this. And their idea is kind of, I can catch you with Spirit Breaker, and I can guarantee the team fight with Phoenix. It's very interesting. I respect this idea. Yeah.
I think what this idea is lacking is something that's going to come out in the second phase, which is a secondary hero to chase the Brood with the Spirit Breaker, because he's probably the best hero in Dota if you want to counterplay Brood on the map. You just need someone who can bots in and join the fight. You need something like a Storm who can zip in with you and also kill the Broodmother. So I think that in the second phase we'll most likely see the mid hero come out, just because they don't want another phase of bans protecting the best ones that play against the Brood. But I also really like the Phoenix, in that Phoenix is a hero. Once he gets levels, you can just plant Phoenix on lanes with Fire Spirits and just drop them. Right? You just drop them and you outpush these Brood lanes and these Brood spiders.
Effie.
What's up?
Who's going mid? I see a Jakiro coming out for PSG.LGD, so presumably that's going to be the support. So is this Spirit Breaker mid for Nothing to Say?
I think it's Spirit Breaker post 3, I think.
Post 3,
Yeah.
Okay.
Still keeping things open, but that's a lot of early damage. Phoenix, Spirit Breaker, they can easily move around the map, and you also have heroes that deal well with the push coming out from Broodmother. It's not, your typical Axe Tidehunter type of a hero that just sits in front and with Vanguard can be killed, but it's more about being annoying with the spell damage. If they need an egg hitter, Snapfire still in the pool, provides with a lot of team fights, synergizes nicely with Pangolier, Glove Shredder. Also, from time to time, Gaming Gladiators, if they're playing against Phoenix, if they need that extra attack damage, extra attack speed, that they could pick up, either like Mirana.
I think it's quite interesting, actually, to go for these two AoE damage ground spell type of supports, because I feel like this is very easy to play around. Normally, you want the supports to kind of not sit back and do the same thing. You want one that positions itself a little bit differently. So it makes it so that heroes like Disruptor, with enough vision, can catch them off guard, right? And I really love the Disruptor idea here, not just because they're playing against the Phoenix and the silence will be valuable, but also because you're playing against Spirit Breaker, who, like Faithion mentioned, is most likely their offliner. So all of a sudden, the kinetic field plus the glimpse, all of these motion inhibiting type of spells are that much more valuable. But I am curious, Faithion, you mentioned that the Spirit Breaker is probably the offlane hero. So I'm wondering how you think, what do you think this hero gives as an offlaner that makes it more valuable than something like a Pipe Buyer?
I think actually it's a strong stun in team fight, and in late game you can like push the lane very fast, and also you can always stay on another lane and wait to join the fight. So it makes you can make more pressure on lane to animate.
And do you think that it has any weaknesses in lane that can be exploited by Gaimin Gladiators?
Yeah, I think Spirit Breaker is quite weak on lane, so that might be a problem for LGD.
LGD right now have to make the decision: are we getting the Shiro hero or the NCS hero? Heard some mention of some of the spirits, some Storm, some Ember spirits. Unfortunately, Lacoste, yes, the Ember comes out, but they already have the Disruptor, so if he's not playing carefully in this game, he could wind up in a very awkward position in the mid lane.
I wouldn't be too worried about Ember. There's like Arrow, there's Panga Roll. These are easy spells to dodge from his side, and also has a little bit of a backup, Spirit Breaker charging in. You have Sunray on top of it to provide a little bit of extra sustain. Gaimin Gladiators, they don't have that much control, so looking like a really good Ember Spirit game. I want to go back slightly more to Gaimin Gladiators picks, because it's all about vision. Like Moonlight Shadow, you go around, get the ganks going. You also have Broodmother with the Spiderlings providing vision, plus the Glimpse. That's always going to be really good. And also random swashbuckle damage. Like these two supports, they don't like to play into any kind of chip damage. So there's going to be like an Arrow, Broodmother going from a different angle, and also swashbuckles. So I feel like two supports inside of PSG.LGD, what they're playing into, are going to struggle a bit.
Yeah, I think that once Ember Spirit gets his BKB, and we've seen it become more and more often that Embers are getting BKB second item, then this Disruptor plus Murano support duo is going to be very easy to take advantage of. That is if PSG's side lanes don't go badly, because it's very important that Ember does have side lanes to play on when he wants to get kills, when he wants to make rotations.
Yeah.
So these supports on the side of PSG can be very exploitable on lane, and I wouldn't be surprised if Gaimin went for something like a Slark, you know, something that can also hit the egg, something that can lane well into the Spirit Breaker, something that can make it so that these squishy supports are more punishable.
Do they not maybe lack a bit of team fight if they do go for something like a Slark? FaithBeyond, what do you think? What kind of hero would maybe give them a bit more team fight, but also the damage that they need to bring the draft together for GG?
For GG, I'm not sure. They can actually pick post 1 or post 3 here. It depends what they think. I think for now LGD is pretty weak on the lane, and maybe Gaimin supports Disruptor and Home and Mirana. They are pretty like strong at early stage. So I think maybe Gaimin will want to push the game to early stage.
They could also just go for Naga still on PSG. She's been banned out early. Like that's their tried and true hero. They'll default to it whenever they can.
So Gaimin Gladiators, they have to wait for this ban to come out from LGD. Lifestealer, the Derecho special has been removed. One of his other specialties, let's think. His Ursa's still in the game. PL could potentially be played here. What stands out to you, Lacoste, as a hero for Derecho to round his draft off with?
Yeah, these two that you mentioned could work out in terms of like damage that they have against. They still have one more pick, but there's the Slark ban that Effie mentioned. I feel like it also could be, you know, just a regular Medusa pick, even though she's been nerfed, so they can counter pick. But for PSG.LGD, in terms of team fight, you have Egg, you have Macropire, Ice Pat, a lot of magic damage. So something from Shiro that also deals well at the early stages against the Broodmother. I wouldn't mind seeing, you know, some either like a Terrorblade or some Sven, some like explosive damage that can go in and just delete the heroes immediately.
Well, you were correct, FaithBeyond. We see this Underlord at the very end of the draft in the 3 role for themselves, so it's going to be carry Broodmother. Do you like this particular option from Gaimin?
I think it's very obvious that Gaimin want to like speed up the game. They won't play this fast. They want like just pressure LGD. Don't let them have a chance to win a team fight.
Another thing this does, Effie, is that this sort of disallows the Shiro special of his Phantom Lancer now that there is an Underlord in the game. So where do you go from here if you're LGD?
I think they're in a little bit of a sticky situation just because this Brood flex into carry with this Underlord for Ace is going to be so hard to play into, because look at the damage coming out of PSG early, right? They've got the Phoenix and the Jakiro and the Ember, all of which can be simply countered by a pipe, right? And the Ember cannot fight into the ball up that's going to happen with this Underlord. So PSG's best option, honestly, is to try to take it late game, not to try to fight into them. I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing one of those heroes, specialty ultra late game heroes like the PL come out, because it's going to be way too hard playing into them in the early. But they go for the Ursa anyway. I mean, it can punish Underlord on lane, but I don't like it enough, if I'm being honest here.
Of course, that body we saw, a lot of teams did try playing Ursa into the pit lord, and it did not actually work out, even in the laning phase. What do you think? Give us your read on this situation.
I like what Gaming Gladiators did. They also have like extra gates coming out from Underlord, so they can be anywhere on the map. Ace, I think he's the best Underlord player because he joins early on, goes to the gates, pops the mech, pops the pipe, whatever it's needed for him, for his teammates to survive. And I feel like LGD try to like split the map a little bit, you know, bring an extra hero with this Spirit Breaker pick. It's not gonna work out. And also in terms of damage mitigation, like you have Broodmother, who's really tanky, universal hero, buys all these items, and also Shield Crash. You have Underlord as well. I feel like this is going to be a very difficult game for PSG.LGD.
TI winner Faith Beyond. Boss, what do you think? LGD right now, is this the kind of draft you wanted to see from them? How do they make it work in the game number 1?
I think this is pretty dangerous game for LGD because their strong side is team fight and kind of late game, but gaming early game is too strong, and if they can't like pass this early stage smoothly, they will just like lost the game.
Yeah, I think the issue for me also is with the Ursa. If Ursa struggles on lane, which I honestly think he will, even though they did pick it into Underlord and it should be a good matchup, I think the supports on LGD are a bit too punishable. So if he struggles, typically you go into the jungle and you try to jungle fast, but you're going to have that late battle fury. You're not going to catch up as much as you can in the jungle, whereas the carry Brood's going to be raising and raising the net worth early enough for Gaimin to just play around the Underlord. So it's going to be hard, really hard for them to make it past like that minute 25 mark.
Another thing that we've seen a lot of teams struggle with at this tournament so far is that when one squad has better vision control, that team tends to have a much better matchup. The side of Gaimin, they have this Broodmother, they have Disruptor, they have Marauder. Lacoste, do you see any kind of vision options on the side of LGD to help ameliorate that a little bit?
Oof. Not an easy one, because both supports, they don't do it. Spirit Breaker is the one who provides them with a little bit of vision. In terms of heroes, I think NTS, he needs to pop off on this Ember Spirit, because Ursa, like, it's a good matchup against Underlord for the game, not so much in the lane, so he'll gonna need to recover, and it's just too speedy of the draft coming up from Gaming Gladiators in this first game.
This sucks. I'll be honest.
It's doable for sure.
It's doable, but it's so difficult. It's so hard. Why does everyone just struggle so much? Why do they have such cohesive drafts?
But anyway, I think they are trying new things. They try to like picking new heroes to deal with Broodmother. So anyway, I think it's respectable. So yeah, it's a good thing to play new things. Yeah.
Well, we are going to be witnessing whether or not they have what it takes on the side of PSG.LGD to make this a competitive matchup up against the final boss of Dota 2. And to find out, we send it over to our incredible casting duo. We have Sunsfan and Kezu making their Riyadh Masters debut. Take it away, boys.
Thank you. Goodness gracious. I think I'd like to be referred to for the rest of the event as Shawarma fan, because my goodness, they've been delicious here in Riyadh. Kezu joining me. We have quite the matchup for our first cast, my friend. Gaming Gladiators versus PSG.LGD. And we were not disappointed with the draft. I mean, LGD, they're not afraid to mix it up, and the panel not favoring them. Are you on the same boat?
I mean, sure, I favor Gaming Gladiators a little bit, but LGD have a very playable draft. I would say if Shiro can have a good lane with this Ursa, because he's going to have to play from ahead. With the Jakiro in the lane, help him out against the Underlord, maybe try to offset a little bit of this pressure. I do favor Gaimin, but come on, man. These are 2 of the 3 teams that I put in my top 3. Like LGD, they know what they're doing, man. Come on, guys, let's go.
Yep, I can't disagree with you there. I mean, they've had pretty good, especially Gaming Gladiators, pretty good year so far, some would say. Might be a historic year if they're able to continue to sweep all these Tier 1 events as the runes shall spawn. I mean, in terms of, let's talk about mid-game, late game, because that's where PSG.LGD wants to get to. I would assume that you think that they have the better team fight.
Yeah, like if they get to this 20, I think this 25 to 30 minute mark for LGD is very important. They need to get there without losing too much early on. Like Shiro, he's going to need a good timing on Battle Fury and then get like Blink BKB so that he can kind of frontline for his team. They can all go in together. Until then, it's all on Gaming Gladiators. If they can shut down the map, get ahead, take Roche with this Broodmother, Underlord, Pangolier, like their tempo of the game, and this is what the panel mentioned, it could just be too much for LGD to withstand.
And coming into this match, LGD sitting on a 2-0 record, obviously extremely early in this group stage, and Gaimin they're split 1-1 at the moment. As Dyrachyo, as we talked about, playing the position 1 Broodmother. Has this changed at all with the past 20 patches that have tried to nerf this year?
No, Brood is still just so strong, especially like being universal and having a good item build. And the most important part that you can flex it in the draft, like suddenly you get a last pick Underlord, which looks great for your team. I mean, Ace was he was in the demo mode before the game. We saw him like practice some last hits on Underlord, so you know, he was ready. Hero feels good, you lane well, you scale well. I mean, what does this hero not do?
Well, it doesn't do well against Ursa and lane, depending on how good of a start Shiro can get. I mean, I assume that's one of the reasons that they picked this hero, because it kind of can bully pretty much any melee hero, but I think the panel did mention this, that Gaming Gladiators, kind of their identity, it feels like, is getting farm and levels on Ace. Like, he'll find his farm, and then mid-game he'll just come out with like 2 huge items, and that's when they'll get super aggressive. Speaking of aggressive, Shiro going to turn his sights onto Tofu. Gets off the Starstorm, but that's going to be first blood for Shiro. Pretty easy.
I mean, that's exactly what they need to do. They just abuse the fact that they got level 2 on Shiro. I think it was only him. He gets the Earthshock off, Blood Grenade, they combo it up on Tofu, who's still level 1. Easy first blood. I mean, most of the time when pro teams like this get first bloods is they're abusing a timing. Someone is too low HP, you get level 2 right before them, you get this first blood. And this, I mean, LGD, I don't think they could ask for a better hero to get first blood on.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Easy glimpse.
And what do you think about the off-lane Spirit Breaker from New?
I think offlane Spiritbreaker looks very good, especially for teams that are good at playing the map, which, let's be real, most of these teams are, but they pair it up with 2 very good supports to give it a team fight. You have Ember mid as well, who can later on join, so I don't know if you can like play it every game and pick it this early, but overall, offlane Spiritbreaker has looked very good in the games that I've seen.
Yeah, but you see a nice charge here from New. I mean, LGD, of course, the original team to bring, I won't say the original, but in the last couple of years, they've been the main team that have been using Spirit Breaker as more of a core. That's when Zhao 8 was actually using it in the mid lane. I mean, that was like mid. That was after they changed the bash to do extra damage to creep, so it's kind of changed the trajectory of this hero in some respects. As Celery's going to catch Planet. It's off the Blood Grenade, but Planet will be able to dive away. Meanwhile, the charge comes in. Celery is going to have to pop that Fairy Fire. And New is going to have to walk away now, though his courier will not be so lucky as Celery takes it out.
I do think that New should have a good time in this lane. Like Brood, Disruptor, you know, they tickle you a little bit, but he's already queuing up the Vanguard. I think he's completed his Ring of Health on his Spirit Breaker, so he's going to be chilling. I think he's going to have, he should be very happy with how this early game is going for him. I am looking at Ace though. He's 20-6 on the CS right now, and when Underlord has a good start, stopping this hero from continuing to have a good game is not easy at all.
Yeah. Kind of what we talked about. Right, Tofu had to tank it.
Yep.
For Ace, right? He had to be there.
He took the L for his bro.
And of course, on some level, Ace is like, thank God he died. I can get solo XP now. Like they're not gonna be able to do jack to me.
I mean, he has a great lane positioning now too. I love his items as well with the boots, wind blades, just adjusting to like this slow lane and playing into Ursa as Tofu. You know, he has just 1 death, but you know, who really cares? Your core is having a good time. You're level 3 now. He has a great skill build with 201. He can keep trading. As New down bottom, should be okay. Sticks and Lotus.
Dyrachyo not going to fully commit. You never know with him, of course.
That is very true. He might just end up at the tier 2.
Yeah, that's happened before, but that's kind of the beauty of Gaming Gladiators. Yes. Kind of this chaotic nature of, I mean, in some ways, like the offlaner sometimes needs to be the chaotic guy, but for them it's the position 1, and their offlane is the very stable, I'm farming, when I get my items, we're going to start going kind of team. It's kind of an interesting way that they've built their team.
Honestly, I think it's a very needed balance for them to have a carry player who is quote-unquote crazy. As Planet gets them back, he's just
So you think Eternal Envy would have been good on Gaming Gladiators?
That might be a step too far here, my friend, but, you know, I mean, maybe. It's his comeback.
Yep, true. New. He's going to charge up. He's likely going to get brought down. A couple more right clicks will be enough, but Dyrachyo getting slowed by the Fire Spirits. Is it going to be enough as he continues to crawl his way over, but he'll have to set his sights on something else. And Celery, instead of getting the kill onto New, they will lose Celery.
One, bash.
Look for that bash, but ends up being a support for support, as both cores, again, secretly happy that this occurred so they can get solo farm.
I think also the Dyrachyo as well, he can drop his entire treads to Celery. Never mind, Celery's like, nope, screw you, idiot, I'm going mid. Quinn, my bro, I'm helping you out. Bottle refill, 530, great timing. Good dodge from Nothing to Say.
Yeah, that bottle refill.
There's the other one.
Yes, yeah, you just got to follow suit. I mean, that's the only counter to this strat is to
you gotta
do it yourself.
Too? Yeah.
I mean, it's a very powerful mechanic, of course, that started as a bug, but is now a feature.
I love features, don't we all?
Features are great. The more the merrier.
Okay, 6-minute rune.
Yeah,
Quinn not level 6 yet.
So a lot of damage on Nothing to Say. He's going to get off the Searing Chains, has the Remnant, trying to go for the rune, pop the Fairy Fire.
Tofu
rune ends up being bottom. Tofu takes it, Nothing to
hello.
Say. He Remnants back to place. I don't know if that was his original plan. He's getting chased now by Tofu. Picks up the haste rune from earlier, and that is going to lead to an easy kill as Celery comes to finish the job. My goodness.
Tofu God. He's just like mid-air leaping in, taking that haste rune. Yeah, Nothing to Say, maybe a little bit of a misclick. It happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
Oh, easy D-ward from Celery as well. So they're controlling the mid lane, placing a new ward themselves, D-warding LGD's ward down mid. So definitely something important you have to do in this game.
Dyrachyo sitting on pretty decent farm, as we can see in the net worth discrepancies from both teams. 3 of the top 4 are on the side of Gaimin Gladiators, but this is kind of their MO. It feels like their laning stages are just insanely good as Celery gonna get out the glimpse onto New into the kinetic field to charge up. Trying to buy some space, but Blood Grenade will proc on him now. Attempting to TP out, he's actually gonna be fine. That is a very juicy cow. If you say so myself.
He got the Vanguard just in time. He's going to be chilling, TP out. Luckily for him, he can try to charge back out on the lane. But this kill down mid was very important. This Ember Pango matchup is incredibly volatile. Like one little, win that you get in the lane will really enable that hero to push forward. And now Gaimin at 7 minutes with a 2k gold lead. And I have to stress it again, Ace's net worth it's disgusting.
I feel like I've seen this before.
Oh, really?
I feel like I've seen this quite a few times where they just get off to a great start, and Shiro gets glimpsed up into the kinetic field. Ace finally comes in, Firestorm, and Shiro is not getting out of this one. So Gaimin continuing to snowball this lead a bit, and that's something that are better than any other. I mean, they've won, what, 5,
the
6
last 5 grand
so
finals.
They're going to be good at everything, but one thing in particular, the laning stage and then snowballing that lead or maintaining it at the very least, better than any other team in the world, for sure.
Pro teams are just getting so good at abusing every single timing in the game. Dyrachyo, he's fine in his lane. Celery can quickly just take the gate, go top, and pressure Shiro early on.
Oh, no! Okay, that just happened.
They just ruined his game in 1 minute.
Yes. Literally, 60 seconds, death into Glimpse, have to walk back. Yeah.
And by the time he runs back top, they will still be 3 people up here. Tofu going in on Why You Smile, just a little bit of pressure. Well, when you have next Glimpse, a little bit of pressure. More
Celery
like
is all over the place. Ice Path connects only onto one, and Why You Smile eventually will be brought down. And Celery, he's picking up a lot of these kills, actually. Maybe unintentional. He's one of the few supports that will not KS. I've noticed that.
That is very true.
He's a respectable young man.
He's the most respectable +5 you have. He's going to play 12 games of Undying and never take a kill. The poor guy.
Dyrachyo continuing to farm away in this bot lane. And so from LGD's perspective, since we've been talking a lot about Gaimin Gladiators, what can they do here? Because Shiro, we just talked about his game. I wouldn't say it's ruined, but that was a big hit that he just took. At what point can you even fight on this here? I mean, it looks like, what is he going for, Battle Fury?
Yeah, honestly, this guy ain't going to be fighting for a while. If at all, he will only join like very late into a fight when the egg is like already dropped. Right now, if you're LGD, sure, you're down like 3k, 4k gold, close to minute 10. You have to wait for your ults. Well, you have it on Phoenix already, so Planet is doing a good job. They're giving him mid. You're gonna need levels on him and Jakiro and try to break the game at some point where you get a good kill. This could be a good start.
Another glimpse coming out. Celery, he's taking quite a bit of damage. The egg is placed. I think he's just gonna be able to walk away though, as Quinn in that rolling thunder form gets stuck in that little crevice that shouldn't exist, but still does. Exactly. I was gonna say this thing. We're on the same page for sure. Oh, rolling thunder continues to connect. And
here comes Ace.
Still very low. Going to the other side as the ITAS connect onto several. Here's the glimpse onto nothing to say, and the swashbuckle finishes him off. And again, Gaimin Gladiators not losing anybody. The Fiend's Gate coming out from Ace earlier to help provide extra cover for his team. And you will not even be able to find any sort of consolation kill. Double kill for Quinn, and Gaimin's lead now 5k. And with that rotation, Dyrachyo, it's a Broodmother. He's going to do Broodmother things.
Yeah, he's going to free farm the entire map bottom, now pressure the bot tier 1. I mean, if you're LGD, I understand you want to make a move with these ults, but doing it in mid is always the place where the enemy team can connect the fastest, right? It's the center of the map, it's next to a tier 1 tower. Gaimin, they just reinforce perfectly, so LGD are going to have to think properly about where and how they want to do their next move with maybe a smoke, wait for the next egg, because right now Gaimin Gladiators, they're just on top of their game. They haven't made a single mistake in this game.
Well, they did die twice. So.
Who cares? Space.
I mean, I feel like Celery has been the mega MVP so far for Gaimin. These glimpses, I mean, it is a single target spell, but the fact that he's in position to get
right place, right time, every single time, what it kind of feels like. Also, I love when support players stack up the blood grenades. He has 3 of them. He understands the value of the newest, most broken Dota item you probably have, at least in the early game.
You got to get the all the items that have the timers on them.
True.
Right, the wards, the smokes.
10 sentries right now.
That's right.
The Fusel Blade, yeah. These networks are...
seconds.
Ooh. I mean, no one wants to stay mid now, as they might even smoke up. Looks like Gaimin are looking.
Faking out his ult will finally commit it with the rest of LGD coming in tow, but you can see Quinn coming out to help his Broodmother out. Dyrachyo does fall though, so successful gank from LGD. As the egg comes out, will actually proc successfully. Now a couple Fire Spirits onto 2 members of Gaimin Gladiators. Tofu getting extremely low. Looks like he's going to be able to survive though. I mean, all of that, and they do get the Broodmother, and that is the most important thing for LGD. They get something to go their way.
No, that's a great kill. Not only do they kill Dyrachyo on bottom, they make space for Shiro up top. He gets to continue to play in the top lane and farms. Planet, little glimpse back.
The cast range on this one is actually just absurd. Planet glimpse back, and now the pit into death.
Well, at least, you know, Planet's still having a pretty decent game himself. He's trying to work on his Vessel. Sure, he did just die, and the game is maybe slowing down a little bit. So we have a little replay of this bottom fight. But, yeah, I mean, we just have this kill is super, super important for them. Even Tofu comes in, goes for some double leap shenanigan and like tries to kill the egg, but this early on with a beautiful bash from Yu.
Swashbuckle misses there, a little bit of misstep from Quinn. So just as you said, they hadn't made any mistakes, a few in a row, just to make sure that they are in fact human.
Are they?
Well, they could be robots, I guess. I don't know.
I didn't see Celery at the start walking into the stage.
That's
it could
true.
be a robot that walked in later.
He was charging up in the station.
He was charging up the Tesla station.
I mean, the fact that Dyrachyo almost didn't die, though, that was actually super
Let's not talk
close.
about that. We only look at the good things that happen.
That would have been a complete disaster for LGD, but they do get it in the end, so showing some signs of life. But now that Gaimin continuing on here, we'll be able to get this tier 1 tower as the Mech Vanguard online for Ace.
Yeah, he ain't dying.
And I assume Pipe will be next. That's why Smile's going to be found out by Quinn. And the kinetic field forcing him to face Quinn in all his glory. He's been working out, by the way. Saw him on camera earlier.
He looks
looking
buff.
good. He's got some meat on those bones these days.
And it's good for him. Good for him. As Quinn, you know, not only with the sexy gameplay, but also the sexy looks. Goes hand in hand. And their network still, even with this small little bottom play that LGD were able to do, they're up, Gaimin off 6k gold, 5k gold at 40 minutes into the game. And as you were, I think Ace is going to go for a pipe next. And then how do you really fight into this? He will disassemble it. They'll have it even earlier. So the name of the game for LGD is just help Shiro to get this farm on the map and continue to make some small skirmishes on the map, which they're trying to do now as they smoke up 3 of the heroes.
Yep, Shiro just purchased the recipe for Battle Fury, so his farm can now start, kind of, at 14.5 minutes. I mean, it's not even the worst timing anyway.
Honestly, it's pretty good for what happened, right?
Yeah.
He lane didn't go so well. He died, got glimpsed back. So, of course, the best players will always find a way. It's Dyrachyo once again.
Another strike is going to be there to initiate, and the rest of LGD coming in tow as well. Stuck inside that macro pyre. Here comes Ace. He gets off the mech, coming through that Fiendscape, and Dyrachyo will eventually drop. Ends up being a trade for the support at the start of this fight. There's a Rolling Thunder from Quinn jumping right over New, but the last connection cancels
Static
the TP,
Storm.
so Spear Breaker dead. Arrow's going to miss from Tofu, but like you said, the Static Storm, big counter to the Ember Spirit, and nothing to say will die. So it's a 3-for-1. Again, they do get the Broodmother, but I mean, we've talked about at the beginning, it feels like the Underlord is the main hero that they have to worry about.
It just takes him so long to kill this hero. Actually, also the Spark of Courage on Dyrachyo, like giving him all this bonus armor, the mech from Ace coming in clutch, and everyone, once again, just it's so easy for them to play this map right now. You might think, oh, Dyrachyo, what a noob, he's sitting here, but honestly, with him being here, he's helping his team to continuously have plays all over the map. Everyone can farm wherever they want. As soon as there's a fight, they just TP in, and they get a turnaround. It's
I have to
disgusting.
say, Kazu, I'm very impressed that you knew Spark of Courage by heart, the name.
You're welcome.
I didn't say thank you, but thank you.
You are.
You knew I was going to say thank you.
Yes, as you should. Look, there it is.
That's very good.
Can you read it?
Nobody knows the name of these items. My usual co-caster doesn't, at least.
I mean, he's busy playing WoW, so I
he
don't
uses
blame
that
him.
as trivia, and he has to look it up. See, when you have to look something up to make trivia, you don't know. Like, it doesn't work that way.
Sunfan, what is the active of Occult Bracelet?
Mana Giver.
Yeah, good try.
Close.
It's Rites of Eloshar.
Oh, okay. That's definitely not made by the same person that named Grab Ally.
That is very true.
Doesn't exist anymore, sadly. 11-4 lead for Gaimin Gladiators, 6K net worth. As BKB coming soon for Dyrachyo. And of course, that will help him survive, as LGD has kind of focused on killing him in the early stages of this game.
Down mid, pit.
Yep, they got the pit, they got the arrow, they got the kill onto Nothing to Say, and the tier 1 tower as well. Gaimin getting just about everything that they want.
Okay, I would say Gaimin are just doing nearly everything correct on this map right now. If you're LGD, you're still in a place where you can definitely prolong this game a little bit, get some more levels on your supports. If at some point they can try to sneak Roche, I don't know how, maybe smoke your Phoenix Ursa into the Roche pit and try to steal it so that Gaming doesn't get it, I think that would be an absolute sick play that you could try to play for. If you think that, okay, that's too risky, they're going to wait for Shiro's BKB and then fight. Until then, I do not see them being able to take a clear and straight up 5-on-5 fight.
Were they doing this at Bali, the Pango Manta build?
Yeah.
This is disgusting. This shouldn't be a thing. Come on.
It's just too good. You got to do it. Also, look at this game. How
it's good Dispel for like the Ensnare, or the Searing Chains and whatnot.
Yeah, the chains into like Ice Path, it's like the main way you die. Maybe still with the Spirit Breaker charge and like just having this elusiveness on these heroes that are super annoying and elusive, like Pango in itself already. And it gives you so much damage too. Yeah, it's just incredible. Up top, Nothing to Say, has to be careful.
Yeah, the Remnant is there. He's going to get Yuled, and the pit going to set up the arrow again, although
it's just
they hit
perfect.
it anyway.
It's
Quinn almost screwed that up with the roll. Bounced him around, but they get the kill anyway.
And this was all AI.
Oh, nice.
Hello.
Ice Path onto 2 with the charges come out with the Macropyre on top. Another strike, keeping Quinn in place, but he's able to swashbuckle to the other side. So after all that, LGD only able to secure the 1 support. And that just kind of shows the state of the game, where a lot of these supports for LGD, I mean, they got a lot of magic damage, and the early game is supposed to be their forte, but they're just too far behind at this point.
It's the pipe and mech from Ace. It's just doing so much like in these fights right now, even with the double Ice Path into charge, into all the follow-up damage. This is why Shiro needs... He needs more gold. He needs the BKB in order to be able to fight. Planet did just finish his Spirit Vessel, so that will also help to kind of cut through this potential pipe, but he has no stacks yet, so might have to go on a little... Maybe you just run in and feed, I don't know, get that charge going.
Sure, yeah.
You know, it's not a bad play, bro. Not a bad play, brother.
Use this in your pubs at home, of course.
Yeah, I'm very good.
You will not get reported.
Definitely not. Not by you.
About 700 away from finishing his BKB, and I would assume that LGD are going to they're going to have to force some sort of a fight with this timing.
They'll have to do their best to put like the map in a state where they feel like they can force a favorable fight, which being down 8k gold is not an easy task to do.
I was hoping we weren't going to actually finish that statement. You would end with, they need to try their best. And that's it. That's all.
Okay. I'll do it. They need to try their best.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate that.
Oh, up top is, nope, just a little poke. And
Why you smile?
There's
He's gonna get
Samantha.
caught out. Quinn, another easy kill for him. Looks like the Aghanim Scepter is going to be next for the Pangolier. And Ace talked about, we actually did finish the Greaves as well.
Yeah, slap him,
Very
Shiro.
tanky. Dyrachio.
Oh, they see him
getting
with the
charged
charge.
up, and Shiro
He
trying to
baited
get
him.
the kill here. But Ace coming in with the Fiend's Gate, and they're going to be able to get the bear instead. Well, he was on the outside of that Static Storm, but he's going to get slowed to a crawl and eventually glimpse back. All he can do is Nether Strike Quinn in frustration. As Gaimin Gladiators continue to just win fight after fight after fight. This is a complete stomp. 11K lead at 20 minutes.
Okay, I haven't casted Gaimin in a while. I'm sure viewers are starting to get bored of people saying Gaimin are the best team at this, Gaimin are the best team at that. But I love how far they always play in your face. Once again, Dyrachio is like at the enemy Ancients. He drops to 10%, 20% HP, but he knows that his team can back him up. Now they're showing bottom hitting, but they're already mid as well. So you're not safe bottom, you're not safe mid. See you later, nerd. That.
Yep, that is a nice setup from Tofu. I mean, we've got very good use out of that Yules as they're going to take the enemy Tormentor as well, so Tofu will get an extra leap and be able to have that blue fire belch that comes out of the mount.
Blue fire belch.
One
That's the best shards in the game. Oh, never mind. See,
Yeah,
now they don't dare anymore.
How
They're
would you
like, he was
rate?
baiting.
How would you rate that shard, Marana?
Bottom 3 shards of the game.
Okay, bottom. You get an extra leap. That's. I mean, it's not
What?
like-
Okay, name.
Okay.
Hold. Dyrachio baiting, of course.
Yeah.
See, baiting.
He will likely survive.
He's just space. Once again, space.
He just wanted us to finish this conversation.
So 2 worse shards than Marana, or 3.
Well, I have to look
one
at
in
the
mind.
list.
I have one in mind. Skywrath.
No. Skywrath is good now because you get magic resist from it.
Okay, then
It's actually good.
I'm trying to
It's
help you.
actually
You
good.
can name 2 shards.
Well, as a a shard, and I've been trying to be more positive lately. Yes, it's a terrible shard. All right, is that what you want me to say?
Okay, dude. Nice defense. Political answer.
Well, it is 21 minutes.
Disruptor shard is also hot trash.
It's pretty bad, yeah. I mean, you get an extra couple procs, right? But the using it on the ground aspect, I've never actually seen.
Yeah, honestly, who cares? It's just really bad. As Gaimin.
Okay, how about this? Broodmother support shard.
Okay.
Useless.
It's a good shard. The way that
on
you're
support.
Okay.
Support.
Great. Well done,
There you
Chad.
go. I thought
did it.
I'm actually really proud of myself.
Yeah, you're really good at this game.
Thank you. All right, so first rush of the game to Gaimin. No big surprise, of course, as they're in full control of this game.
Planet mid, row, being set up on.
Yep, Static Storm's gonna catch him, and just a bunch more spells.
Yeah, when you're behind against some of these heroes, it's just really hard to play the map. Not just because Gaimin are very good, but the nature of how the heroes like to play. Disruptor, you run after someone, easy glimpse. You find someone, you have Moonlight Shadow, you have Vision from the Spiders. They mentioned it before, you even have the Gate. New mid, I think, barely dodged the dust. Nope, he didn't. Easy glimpse.
Yeah, but the arrow does miss, so New gonna get Yules'd up. I mean, not only a great setup for all these arrows, as we're gonna see the Rolling Thunder. Oh, okay.
What happened there? Quit.
They're going to get the kill anyway. It doesn't really matter what happens, what interactions they run into. They just are way too farmed. Tier 2 tower is going to go in the game as well.
Just some features coming out as Dyrachio hitting down bottom. He's got a butterfly completed. Still has a tier 1 item. Very interesting here, Shannon.
Spark of Courage.
Spark of Courage indeed. What does it do right now?
Right now, it gives damage.
Yes, good job.
It will give armor, I think, right?
Yes.
Below 50% HP.
I'm glad you can read.
I did not read that. That was off of memory.
I did not read that.
I don't know how to read. I've been hiding it all along.
Okay, Shiro has Blink in 150. This is what they're waiting for. They hope Gaimin are going to overplay, which they might. I mean, they're going to hit your racks because they're down. They're up 16,000 gold. They're going to have to find a very clutch fight. I think, realistically, LGD they have one last play in them.
Yeah. Well, the charge is coming out of the range racks. It's going to go down. A nice charge onto 2. Quinn, of course, has the Aegis, but they're going to focus on Ace, and they're actually going to burn right through him. And that is a big kill for LGD. They defend, they get the tankiest, and arguably the most important target for Gaimin. So their melee racks will continue to survive for the time being.
A very big defense for LGD here. They reveal the Blink, they finish Ace. Honestly, Ace might just be the biggest kill in the game. If they can try to kill him first and take out all these auras and overall his own aura too in the fight, it's just so big for them. If they can focus fire him with the Sunray, Vessel, and Shiro just slapping on his ass, it's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, they do have, like we talked about it pregame, they do have technically the tools, right? Because of the percentage-based damage from the Sunray. And then Ursa is literally made to kill tanks. That's his entire job.
They've got the Orb of Destruction as well on Shiro to even enhance the damage a little more when they do all in these type of plays. But I mean, Gaimin still have Aegis. They're up by a lot. Butterfly's completed on Darachi as well. So LGD are continuously playing from the back foot. Quinn is just kind of toying with them.
Well, because he has a shield road, so he's
and an
invulnerable.
Aegis.
Yeah, that too. He has like 5 lives right now.
Yeah, he has like 6,000 HP right now.
So that means LGD just going to have to give up that melee rack. So that's 1 set for Gaimin at the 25-minute mark. But like you said, Aegis still there, so I don't see how this is going to stop.
Yeah, they're not going to stop. I mean, LGD do have all their spells ready, so maybe they can look at a play at how they want to go, but Gaimin...
Jumping in, they're focusing on Quinn. Okay. Have to do some back and forth action here from LGD. They can't fully commit quite yet. Egg's still online, already half HP for the bear.
They force his Enrage.
To walk away, yeah, that's true. That's a big cooldown. Not available now. Big spell not available for Shiro. That's going to be the tier 3 now.
Darachio's too tanky. This Butterfly, the Spark of Courage, the Solar Crest behind him, he's just whacking away. Quinn as well, he's got the power of the Aegis.
Gonna jump in, Manta is there. Shiro has to pop his BKB, but mostly in a defensive measure as Darachio and company just continuing to take out the barracks. So 2 sets for Gaimin.
I mean, they're just making it really hard for you to do anything. They're putting the heroes to, you know, push the racks and hit them the ones they can. Ace farms the map, comes in with the gate, and for LGD it just seems kind of impossible to find a way to take a fight. Sure, earlier you kind of surprised them with a nice smoke, blink reveal, but you know, you get to do it once. They're not letting you do it a second time. Casual 10k building damage.
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, it is a brood after all, but it's a position 1 brood. I don't know why that doesn't matter.
That is a position 1 brood. That's a good point.
Yeah, I don't know where I was going with that one. We'll just ignore.
Welcome, everybody.
Stroke. First stroke. We can keep track of them. A little counter action. If
that is a mid Pango, by the way.
That is a position 2 Pangolier.
Oh, where are they going? They're TPing bottom. They're looking at this little ward that they have in their jungle.
Oh. They scan.
And a scan.
Yeah, Mew. He's going to get spotted. Moonlight Shadow giving some cover so Celery can help get this initiation going. Static Storm, Kinetic Field. And attempted TP, but a bit ambitious for Mew.
Oh,
then again, you kind of have to be ambitious in this game.
They're playing for the Jakiro Aghanim Scepter.
Sure.
Did you say shawarma?
Sure. Yeah, shawarma. Absolutely.
Shawarma.
Yeah, I mean, that is a good high ground defending Aghanims, for sure.
It is pure damage, is that correct?
Yeah, and it lasts forever.
So you don't care about all the auras. As I mean, it is just very simple for Gaimin to play this map. We also need to highlight the wards that they have, one in the Dire jungle and one in their own, because LGD, they need to split the map. Try to find all the farm that they can. So if you see them, you can easily TP there. You have good access and just make it, you know, very simple to go over, glimpse some noob back, get the free kill. As Shiro, yeah, I agree with him buying out on gold. Like, there's no need to save your gold on Ursa here. You need to go in, because you need to go in first for your team. You need to have a clutch initiation, kill a guy, and either reset or keep going. So spend all your gold, having buyback on you. Honestly, it's not going to do anything.
All right, Darachio finally changes his neutral item, by the way. That was really triggering me. He's saying Spark of Courage every 10 seconds. Yep, oh, he smiles, spotted out, and he's dead. Just like that, but has to buy back. Means he's not going to have that gold for that
shawarma
eventual Aghanim Scepter. He's going to be really hungry right now. Sleight of Fist with the Battle Fury help from Shiro, able to take out the spiders at the very least, but that's, again, the least of their worries.
I mean,
if they want to take this a bit conservatively, they could wait for Roche, but it's a minute and a half from even knowing when that is going to spawn.
Yeah, it looks like I would assume that they're just going to keep poking on the map. If anyone comes out, you just kind of freely do it. If they defend mid-bottom, maybe you can poke top a little bit, deal some damage to the tower, because you're up 20,000 gold. You have like kind of all the items you want. You're just gonna play the map nicely. If you know you see an opportunity to hit the tower, you will. Otherwise, play it chill. Get the second Aegis with the cheese. And yeah, it's just really hard. Also, Nullifier is completed on Darachio. If he can get that on Shiro, not gonna have the overpower charges. You get it on you dispel the bulldoze. It's just LGD are in for Tofu.
Charge up, Tofu.
Oh, the belching.
Yep. It's enough. The belch is enough for him to get away.
Oh,
the
glimpse.
glimpse cancels the TP. Swashbuckle Nullifier now on top of the Spirit Breaker. New will fall. He does have his buyback though. Is why you smile
Deals
dead again.
so much damage.
Good thing he has the Philly Stone. Is going to get some good action now that he's dead. BKB not available to pop there. Shiro's actually just going to walk away. And now Gaimin at the base again. Now that Jakiro is dead for a full minute, by the way, that Macropyre would be pretty handy right now.
And they need him to defend. Like now, sure, you're poking, but all the auras we mentioned earlier from AIDS, they're just helping so much. Nothing to say, he's
so
arrowed.
much mana to nothing to say. He's arrowed, I think.
Yeah, he's going to have
He's
to buy
just
back as
dead.
well.
Does have buyback available, like you said, as Gaimin now gets the range racks. The charge coming in there, that's going to be coupled with that buyback. We can actually put the Grimmer onto the Logan, the egg from very far away. And the BKB from Shiro is not going to do much at all because it's a full and successful disengage from Gaimin Gladiators.
I mean, they have to try it, but the Brew just you can walk over cliffs, you get pushed back by the... Yeah, they just call it. They know they can't. They just used everything and they can't do it. Gaimin Gladiator, dude, this team is just so good.
You know, they're so good, they made Mirana Shard look good.
Yeah, he belched all the way away from them, got the Yules off, and...
It's very powerful.
Just another day in the park for good old Gaimin Gladiators, playing the type of lineup they want, playing nice air on the map, having some of the, probably the best laners in the world right now, and honestly just making it look easy. They just made LGD, they didn't make them look terrible, but they made it so damn hard for them to even try and come back in this game.
Yeah, do you think this comes down to draft? Because we've seen these teams play a lot against each other over the course of the past few months. This one was very stompy, and I mean the panel kind of broke it down, and you did as well at the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
The lineup very particular from LGD, and they've been known to do that, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But against Gaimin, like, you got to come with a better plan, I feel like.
I really think when you play against this team, you need to have solid lanes and heroes that can fight back at minute 10 to 15. It is just so important that you do not give this team a big lead in the game, because you will not come back. It's impossible.
Yeah. So with that, sorry, production, what did you say?
You can throw it.
I can throw it to the panel. Break it down. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Suns fan and Kezu. An incredible game of Dota, but unfortunately more of the same with Gaimin Gladiators, just making everything happen. And Faith Beyond, we heard it at the end there. Kezu mentioned, if you're playing this team, you have to play very strong lanes. You said it yourself, you have to be able to put them under pressure. Sadly, with this LGD drafts, that wasn't able to happen. What do you think went wrong that didn't allow them to play as fast as they needed to?
I think this game obviously lost because of draft, and I think the problem of draft is first to pick. These two hero is kind of too weak at the early stage, but I don't want blame on this because they are trying new things, and I think this is a way to bring your team and the tournament to a next level, because if everybody is playing same heroes, then there is no progress to the tournament.
Yeah, and I think if there is a time to experiment, it would be in the group stages at this early stage, especially versus the strongest team where you might lose anyway. You might as well bust out a new strat. My qualms with it personally were just the Jakiro Phoenix. I felt like they were too much of the same thing, and neither of them really secured the lane the way they needed to. But that's honestly by virtue of how well Gaimin Gladiators played. The player in particular that I think made such a huge difference in the early game is Celery's rotation to the top lane. They ended up killing Ursa from a beautiful play. Ace got him in the trees with his Firestorm, but Celery camped out in the trees. So when Ursa TP'd back, he got glimpsed back all the way to base. So not only was Brood holding his own in the bottom lane to the point where Celery was able to rotate, they took out the Ursa threat really early on.
Yeah.
I want to go to Broodmother point that Effie was making. It's they entered the triangle, enemy triangle, before even taking the tier 1 tower with the webs, so he was farming like this whole area of the map, and Ursa, of course, not as fast farmer as Broodmother, so you gotta, match the pace that Gaimin Gladiators are playing. You can't allow to, play for Aghanim Scepter, as the casters were talking about, on your Jakiro, on your position 5. It's just not gonna work out.
I mean, speaking of the pressure that Gaimin Gladiators can put out, let's take a quick look at the STC play of this game, because I think it's very instrumental towards the win of Gaimin Gladiators. Here we see classic rotation. Gaimin Gladiators always dangle Diracho out. You think he's all by his lonesome here, but as they're killing him, it's taking a little bit longer than expected. And Faith Beyond, this gives the opportunity for reinforcements to come in from all across the map. And immediately this turns into a disaster all of a sudden.
Yeah.
So I think one of the things that we often see in these situations is how do you recover from this? If you're the team right now, you've been on LGD, what would the team communication be like to try and say what comes next?
I mean, you're like, darn, doesn't work out, right? It's like really early on. The Underlord gates in, he presses Mac, you're like, didn't know that guy was coming. Suddenly your Ember is behind a tier 1 getting static stormed while the Pangolier is chasing your Spirit Breaker, and it feels like everything kind of fell apart, because if that hadn't happened, it would have been a really sick play on paper, right? They would have taken out the carry brood and disengaged, but that just speaks to how well Gaimin as a team can play around the Underlord, right? They're probably the best Underlord team in this entire tournament. They are the best Underlord team, I'd say.
Absolutely, and one of the things we saw yet again from Bali Lacoste is that this Underlord hero in the laning phase is, even if you have the supposed lane counter like Ursa, it actually doesn't play out that way in the actual game.
Yeah, I don't think Ursa does well when it comes down to just like straight up killing Underlord, because Underlord, like at one point he had 2010 CS, which is pretty impressive. Like they even got the kill, they even got the first blood on Ursa. He was the one who got it, and yeah, just didn't work out. Sometimes it feels like some of these heroes are too difficult to deal with. I think PSG.LGD tried to experiment a little bit to see what's actually going to happen. Let's go with this Ursa, also with a bit of a different support duo, not what we usually see in meta. Didn't work out, scratch it, go for the next one. Saving strats, that's the term that we use that we like to use.
Talk to me about how New's performance was in this game, Faith Beyond, because it's not a hero that he plays all the time. They picked it for him very early on in the game. We know that it didn't work out for the game overall, but how did he play the hero for New on the Spirit Breaker?
I think he's doing pretty well because on the lane, he got the Vanguard pretty quick, and I think it's just this hero like limited him. He can't do too much with this hero. Yeah.
I agree completely. The laning stage was really good. It felt like the Broodmother was being threatened early on up until that point where she gets level 6 and becomes independent. But all of a sudden you're playing into a 5-man death ball type of Underlord Brood Pango strategy, and you're a Spirit Breaker. Like your hero, yeah, he lanes, but then what? He wants to get kills, right? He wants to fight. But how do you fight into an Underlord in a 5-man lineup? You really can't. So they were shot in the foot by that opening Spirit Breaker plus Phoenix in the end.
Well, they did try something new on the side of PSG.LGD. It didn't necessarily work out for them. Not much seems to work against Gaimin Gladiators, unfortunately. But this is not the only game happening right now. We still have quite a lot of other Dota happening all across our other streams. To find out a little bit more, we have our man on the ground, Jenkins, to give us the updates on what's happening here at the Gamers 8 tournament.
Hello. Welcome back to the Player Lounge. Going to give you an update on what's going on in the A, B, C, D streams. Well, you've seen the A stream because this is that. Over there, we have Quest Esports versus 9 Pandas. This is a 70+ minute game, and this is on the C stream. Honestly, if you're watching this and this is still going on, turn on the C stream. This game is insane. There's Stygian Desolator on Tiny, throne races. It's the most insane thing that you will ever see. I'm not even going to cover the other streams. Actually, I will. But you should look at this one. This one is nuts. And over here, oh, that's still the C stream. This is the A stream. On the flip side, way over here, there is, of course, Team Spirit versus EG. Team Spirit's chilling out. I'm going to be a little quiet here because they gotta watch the game and do some analysis. But EG game 1, Pakaz played Carry Legion Commander. This team is insane. They had a Whisper Batrider. In this game, they had this Collapsed Timbersaw, stole that from Whisper. There's some really cool drafting stuff going on there. Over on that side, we have the OG squad heading out because their series just ended. It was a 1-1 against Xtreme Gaming. Game 1, they got Meatboat. Game 2, BZM went beyond godlike on Windranger. And then he fed a couple of times. But it doesn't matter because Yuragi was also huge on the Slark. So that's an update for all of the streams. Back to you, Snare, my friend.
Thank you, homie, Young Jenkins. Indeed, we have seen a lot of craziness happening in the other streams, a bit more unpredictable than what we've been having here on the A stream, because Gaimin Gladiators yet again doing their thing. I am looking forward to seeing how they go into Game 2, because Faith Beyond, when you were on the squad, the one thing you always, I'm sure you knew about Jawait, is that the drafts always change game on game. So if you were in the team right now, what do you think he's talking about to everybody to say, what should we be doing going into Game 2?
I'm not sure what he will talk, but I mean in this team right now. But I think he will like change some strategy because obviously Spirit Breaker and Phoenix is not working, and we can change something to pick. And from my perspective, my opinion is, I think they can pick some just fighting heroes, early stage heroes. Just go for it. Let it go. And I think this is the first day and the first time they on the stage, so they can just play for chill and enjoy the stage. And yeah, so don't care too much about like late game or carry or something. Yeah.
If you made a point about how going up against the best team in the world, it is sometimes useful to try new things against them, but it's also useful to give them their best strats. They played this at the Bali Major, Broodmother, Pango opening. They didn't lose a single time doing this. So going into game 2, would you feel the degree of bravery of giving it to them again, this kind of opener that they've been so successful with?
I think they honestly could try to solve the Brood again, but giving away Brood plus Pango sounds a little bit scary. Like, if the Brood comes out in the first phase, if Gaimin have first pick again, I think it could be a switch up if they go SB plus Pango, for example. I wouldn't mind that. I mean, you could technically get Bloodseeker on overall 8th pick, but that would still be a better take if they're pretty stubborn about solving the Brood today.
Well, we've seen a lot of times over the course of the Dota history that solving these unbeatable strategies is a requirement if you're going to be a championship level team. We'll see what Jawed and the boys cook up going into game number 2. Before that, a very small break. We'll return with some more Dota 2 action.
What player do I admire before I became Dota player myself? Okay, I mean, that answer is easy. I think I've done it every time. It's just Dendi from Navi. Like, he always used to be, like, my idol. Like, I've always looked up to him. He's been a mid player, of course. I had, like, one of the most outstanding personalities ever. So, I think super good player, super nice personality, participates in everything and all the fun stuff and everything. There was, like, this Oppa Gangnam Style TI2, if you remember, or TI3 against Puppy, you know, like, easily. Daniel, what is it? Daniel is shooting, I think? Yeah, that easily. Playing against Dendi for the first time was really special. It was actually on one of my first LANs. It was WESG, so this national tournament where you have to play 4 people from your nationality. And we played as Team Germany in the first round against Team Ukraine. That was like super, super fun. And I remember I wanted to just play Invoker against him. He played Juggernaut mid, like freaking random, and they just pushed high ground minute 12 and that's just ended it. But it was really, really fun. And then those guys came over for a handshake and I was like, holy shit, what just happened, you know? Like, we got smashed. They just went high ground, but it was super, super fun.
When I start playing Dota, I think the EG Sumail, when they win the TI5. I like watching him when he plays Storm. His Storm is so OP that time in the international.
When I was starting my career, I was watching like every Miracle game, my favorite player, so it's only Miracle. I started like in 2014, I guess. Then I saw how Sumail won tournament, international, and I got excited. Yeah. And I wanted to play it too, professional. Yeah, I guess it's Miracle, Shadow Fiend, Invoker, Storm. And Miracle was playing a lot of carries. It was really good. He playing 2 roles, like super good. Yeah, we're playing against Miracle in last major, but long time ago. It was my first major, Epicenter, something like this, and we played against them. But it was our first game in playoffs, and everyone was a bit scared, and so it was a bit hard to play against Aster, first game.
Welcome back, one and all, for some more Dota 2 action here at the Riyadh Masters. We are deep into a group stage matchup between Gaimin Gladiators and PSG.LGD. Kind of a normal affair coming in from Gaimin Gladiators. However, it is LGD, a squad that is highly adaptable, a squad that never knows the meaning of giving up. So going into Game 2, we can expect some very interesting ideas to come in to try and defeat the final bosses of Dota. I'm here yet again with Effie, Faith Beyond, and Lacoste. Lacoste, one of the things that we spoke about heading into Game 1 is PSG.LGD can specialize in some of these late game style of heroes. Very clearly, Gaimin will never let you get there, right?
Yeah, that's the question. How do you get to that point? I mean, I think we said it a few times already, but you gotta have strong lanes. Like, you gotta match the aggression, especially early on. There are a few things for certain in life that Taxes and that two supports from Gaimin Gladiators are gonna meet at the middle lane 6 minutes into the game. So both supports from PSG.LGD, they need to be there. Like, your mid laner, he needs to be alive. Both supports need to be there to match this aggression.
Love that point because in the last game, obviously they ran the Jakiro and Phoenix, who Phoenix is not that strong of a laner. Once he hits level 3 and he gets level 2 in Fire Spirits, he becomes strong, but he kind of sucks for a couple of levels, which may make the lane very difficult for his offlaner, but Jakiro, even if he is a solid laner, he's quite slow, right? So you have a Phoenix who is a stationary hero generally, and you have a Jakiro who's pretty slow. How are they going to meet at the runes? How are they going to match the pace of a Mirana rotating to secure runes? They're going to have to adapt to maybe something like, you know, Snapfire or a Skywrath Mage or anything that can help with the mid lane rotations.
Okay, and we're very excited to see Skywrath Mage. It is the hero that we've seen Planet play to great success in the past. Hopefully, the LGD do take the panel's advice on board and play a little bit faster. Let us find out though, because we are about to get into the all-important second game. Gaimin Gladiators hoping to make it 2-0. LGD hoping to make it a draw. Let's find out what outcome happens as we get into Game 2.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to ban.
We're in it right now. Game 2 of Gaimin Gladiators versus PSG.LGD. We've seen a reversal right now between first pick and Radiant and second pick and Dire. The two teams are swapped around here. Right now in the meta, Faith Beyond, which side do you think is more dominant between Radiant and Dire?
I think it's pretty even, but I know some team maybe prefer Dire, but I don't know why. I think it depends on player.
I think with Dire, the biggest change that I've noticed, because it does seem pretty even, but it feels like if you're running something like a Beastmaster lineup, you usually are ready to take Roshan around minute 15 to minute 20. Like, you'll take a fighter on the top lane, you'll go into Rosh with your Beastmaster or whichever Rosh enabling hero you have, and you take it on your side. So that's the only thing that I've noticed consistently throughout these Dire games.
Another thing that we've noticed consistently from Gaimin Gladiators, Lacoste, is how well they play around this IO. LGD, not necessarily a team that does that well with it. So every single game, are you just forced to ban IO against GG at this
You
point?
might be, because when you look at how Gaimin Gladiators played so far in this year, they don't like to experiment too much. They have a winning formula and they're sticking to it, so you better ban those heroes that they've been playing. Like, once they formed, when Quinn joined the team, you know that, like, there's gonna be like 15 different heroes that they're gonna just keep swapping, and they're gonna be winning. So I think Zhao 8, he's gonna need to think outside of the box, and opening up with Timbersaw, already a different one. I'm just gonna say it that I don't think there's gonna be a single hero that we've seen from the previous game outside of PSG.LGD in this one as well. I think they're gonna completely pick different heroes.
But I already like this Timbersaw for LGD so much more because they have a hero that can deal with boot. They have a hero to exert their own map pressure as opposed to maybe trying to match the enemies. And they also enable their Coddle, which they love to run because they have a hero that benefits greatly from it. So far so good. This is what you want to see coming out of overall first pick.
There's also news best hero on the Timbersaw. He has the highest win rate with it. What do you make of the open on the side of Gaimin Gladiators here, Faith Beyond? They're not going to be going for the Pango. They bring in the Lion instead. Do you feel like it makes a good partner with the Broodmother and a good counter to the Timbersaw?
Yes, kind of. Because Broodmother, you need some strong support to help you get the kill. And also Timbersaw is kind of afraid of like strong stance.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. What Lion does not lack at all is Disable. And when you have these very motion-based heroes, which you not only have in the Timber, but in the Coddle, things like Hexes and Impales can be so valuable to taking them out, especially if you get the blink on the Timber into the finger.
If you were playing Timbersaw, would you like call for another ban potentially to protect the Timbersaw pick?
For now, I think maybe not, because Timbersaw is very strong hero and you can put it on mid and off lane. So if they pick some counter pick, you can just rotate, flex it.
Speaking of flexibility, Keeper of the Light has been played in this team by Planet, While You Smile, as well as Nothing to Say. So given what this game looks like right now, Effie, where does it seem most likely that the old man is going?
The Old Man? That is a position 4 Old Man. And I wouldn't mind seeing a Pangolier actually come out of PSG, because then you've got the Coddle Pango combo. It's going to be great against Brood, but you're going to be able to play the tempo that Faithion keeps talking about. You have to match Gaimin's aggression with aggression of your own.
See Gaimin Gladiators covering their options, no Storm. They're thinking that this Timbersaw could go mid for NTS, so they're taking out the Mars as well. I mean, he's also played Mars mid. They're going to be the ones picking out of the phase first on the side of Gaimin here. So what do you want to see, Lacoste? Another support, or do you want to see a core hero first?
I think considering that you might be playing into Timbersaw, you go for position 5 in this scenario, keep things open. Gaimin Gladiators, they're forced to ban these heroes that benefit a lot from Chakra Magic, and I already like that PSG.LGD is making this shift to like low cooldown. They're not relying on any big cooldowns, heroes that can easily rotate, strong early on heroes. So banning out all these heroes that benefit from Chakra Magic, there's still Ember Spirit left in the pool against the Broodmother. You use that Sleight of Fist, especially with the recent changes. So you disappear from the map, like you don't exist, and there it is.
All right, well, your Pango is stolen.
I mean, you have to at this point. You don't want to expend a ban because you're more afraid of the Ember combination that Lacoste just mentioned. So you take the Pango for yourself. It's a signature. It allows you to play into Timbersaw drafts early. It allows you to catch the Coddle. But yeah, I mean, it's counterable now, right? You can pick a favorable matchup.
So let's see, Faithbeyond, you're in this position right now. What would you prefer LGD to do? Because they have to respond to this Pango. Do you want them to reveal their hand as to where the Timbersaw is going, or should they keep it open until as late as possible?
I think they can put Timber on to mid right now, and they can pick a strong off lane and post 5. And I think they just keep going for early stage, pick some early stage hero, because Gaimin is, again, like Pango and Brood, very strong early stage hero, yeah.
Do any heroes stand out that could help them in that early stage at the moment?
I need to think about that.
It's still in the pool.
Yeah?
Forgot about it completely. This is a LGD specialty hero.
It's also potentially a flex because they can decide where they want to put this Primal Beast. Most likely going to be mid in this scenario because NTS just adores to play the hero. So a lot of early on aggression, a lot of magic damage, lowering the cooldown on the Primal Beast. Bane is the one that can keep the distance. Hero that does struggle against the Broodmother, sometimes against Pango, but he's also good against Pango. During the Rolling Thunder, you can grip him, and then other guys are going to do their own thing. Now also with the relatively recent changes to Primal Beast, his ulti is insanely good. It does go through debuff immunity, so that works out amazingly.
Yeah, but also the Bane is a strong laner. We were talking about the importance of securing your lanes, and Bane can provide that completely because he does trade very well with the Lion because of the sustain coming out of Brainsop. But also, the Primal Beast versus Broodmother is probably the best solution that you can have out of the mid lane, because you can just charge onto her really early on trample, and you can kill her. You kill her so quickly, especially if you have the help of a Coddle behind you.
Different charge this time. In the last game, they did have Spirit Breaker, but I do prefer this one, especially if it's from the mid lane. You max out your spells early on, so you kill these Spiderlings so easily, both supports. If you don't get the lift off or get the stun off, you know that most likely you're gonna die.
But I'm curious what you think, Faithion, about the Broodmother. Do you think we might see a potential Broodmother flex, or would you prefer it to be an offlane? And if it does go on offlane, what kind of item build do you think they should play against LGD's heroes? Seems like there's a lot of magic damage.
I think Broodmother just built some normal, like, physical damage, BKB, hacks something. Yeah.
So you don't feel like they might need a pipe or anything like that? Or it doesn't help?
I don't think so. They can pick like a high damage and BKB hero, something like that.
Okay. Doxia being taken out by PSG.LGD, so they are wary of a potential pipe builder coming out in the game. And also this might, well, what kind of heroes do y'all think get telegraphed with this Doxia? I mean, there's still this AM that's still in the pool. What else is still left that feels very, very good on the enemy team has Doxia? Or feels bad, rather, actually.
I think you're not really, I mean, Darkseer is just probably a hero you never want to get caught off guard with, right? It's the most valuable offlaner in this patch, so taking it out at this point when there's a potential brute flex to carry is the right thing to do. But it does open up illusion carriers on your side.
Yeah, I'm thinking about Medusa potentially, since they have Keeper of the Light on their side. Good synergy between these two. But, you know, maybe the hero has been nerfed way too heavily, so they might go for something different.
Yeah, I think Medusa might be a little bit scary just because of the mana drain from Lion and the defusal from Pango.
Yeah, that's true, but yeah, now that you said it, it sounds
but what do you
like
think?
It's a no-go.
But what do you think, Faithian? Is there a potential Medusa, or is it just out of the works here for LGD?
I don't think Medusa is good because Timbersaw and Primal Beast, they already have like late game damage. They already have enough damage, I think. They still need something like can either join fight with them or can push tower to, yeah. So you can like smoke to your carry and get killed and push tower.
How do you feel about something like a Faceless Void?
I think it may be too slow.
Too slow?
Yeah.
So what kind of carry would you like to see come out here for LGD? Because they have the 23 pick. You're talking about the fighting carries archetype, and Gaimin take out the Monkey King, which could have fit the bill really nicely.
Yeah.
It would have laned into the Broodmother really well. We saw the Ursa not turn out so great, so I really hope they don't come back to that.
I think this monkey says that they're going to be playing Broodmother from the safe lane one more time. It's just some of these like big heroes that don't like to play like Underlord. I think they might be looking into Tide inside of Gaming Gladiators, just taking out like, do you want to pick a hero like Ursa one more time? Because I'm seeing Tide Hunter and it's a lot of team fight. It's the hero that is not afraid of other heroes other than the Timbersaw, I would say, but gives them overwhelming team fight on their side.
We have to remember, this is Shiro, so the likeliest options are either PL, Naga, or his Sinks that are still remaining in the pool. Do either of them strike you as viable in this game, Faithbjorn?
I think maybe Naga or actually Lina. I think maybe, yeah.
Oh, Lina's interesting. Can you elaborate on that?
Cause you can like farm very fast and you can hit tower very fast, and also if you lane with Brood on lane, it's also fine. So and they like play. Oh, this is really good. Yeah, this is like you can push tower and you can speed up your game. Yeah, this is really good.
This is exactly what you were asking for.
Yeah,
a carry that can rotate for a kill, take a tower, and take over the jungle. And traditionally in the past, Luna was a hero that lanes incredibly well versus any kind of melee offlaner, and she still does that really nicely. Especially her aura here is going to be very valuable in LGD's group up.
Yep, can definitely play a lot faster, and like Effie is mentioning, Lacoste, no matter if they're not that scared of the brute flex anymore, because you can put the Lina there. If there's a Tide that comes in that side of the map, you don't really care either. This has just covered so many options for them, and it also gives them the ability to actually fight Gaimin in the earlier portion of the game.
Yeah, Bane, a hero that utilizes that early aura. We already talked about him being a strong laner, so this is the lane that they want to win. Like Luna plus Bane, two range heroes. It feels like they're focusing heavily into lanes, gives them tempo, gives them roach taking potential. And now Faceless Void comes out. There's like decent amount of burst damage, especially magical pre-BKB. In terms of control, nothing to say with the Primal Beast, any kind of a spell from Bane. I don't know, I gotta say I'm liking PSG.LGD's draft way more in this one, but still feeling Gaming Gladiators.
I think the Faceless Void gives Gaimin late game security, which they needed because they couldn't go for a more traditional illusion carry because they would get run over by the Luna ball timing, right? But the issue with Faceless Void is he is going to lack a little bit of damage in the early game, so he's going to play more of a farm-oriented, if I see a good chrono, I'll come in and cast it type, which will give space for LGD to play the kind of lineup they want. You don't pick Luna to farm, you pick Luna to fight. So I think LGD might be able to take this one.
Faithbjorn, what do you think? Game 1, you wanted them to play with a lot more pressure. They definitely have that. The Faceless Void, you were concerned about it being too slow for LGD. Is it also too slow for Gaimin Gladiators in this game?
I think for gaming, they obviously need to pick a hero that you can deal damage with yourself. You can buy some big bits of stuff, and the Void is very good at this game. But also, I think LGD's draft is very good at this game. So I think it's pretty even. I think if LGD can win, they need to do well on early stage. So I think we can just enjoy this game and see what LGD can do. Yeah.
I'm gonna let the boys cook, so I'm gonna take quick votes. LGD, Gaimin?
I'll go with Gaimin one more time.
LGD, Gaimin? LGD?
LGD.
LGD, I'm definitely going to be going for LGD because I want to see Gaimin lose. If I'm honest, I want to see some differentials in the final bosses. One of the things we are going to be seeing in this game, though, is, you know why I want to see them lose, Effie? I want to at least see them get to the finals without the easy road, you know? They got to earn their way there. It's been a bit too smooth, the progress for them getting into these finals. And I do think that seeing a template being set by a team like LGD allows other teams to say, oh, hey, here's the solution. Here's what we can do. Make it harder for them. I'm tired of seeing them say 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, the whole bracket all the way to the top. So I'm hoping that this is the game that's actually going to end up being successful for LGD. I want to see the Shiro Luna succeed. I want to see Gaimin Gladiators go down. But more importantly, as Faithbjorn said, I just want to enjoy some good Dota. So to bring us that Dota, we have Sunsfan, we have Kezu. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Snare. We are back for game number 2 between PSG.LGD and Gaimin Gladiators. Gaimin, of course, winning game 1 in a rout. Oh, they actually did use my proper picture. Thank you, production. We took exactly 2 pictures. Yours is very serious.
I took a very, I don't know, I think my other one is very clowny like yours. I don't know why you got that and I didn't.
I mean, is it clowny if it's all the time?
I mean, for you, it's normal.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say.
It's clowny.
It's a very normal picture. I tried to take my passport picture that way, and they did not give me a good reaction.
Like,
so
no, sir, you need to look like a criminal.
Yeah, and I certainly do. Yeah, what do you think of these drafts, though? So we do see some new heroes. The Primal Beast somehow gets through into that second phase. LGD, I want to say, they're the team that kind of brought this hero onto the map. And
another hero that they
that's
brought.
True. I mean, this one, some of them haven't been that successful. Like we've seen go back and forth between teams depending on who's playing what. But Primal Beast has been, I think, the main one.
I really like LGD's adjustment from game 1 to game 2. The panel touched on the tempo of the game that they can play in. Also, I love the Luna pick. It's good for the lanes. It helps your Bane. The night vision, you can play faster. And they needed a hero that deals damage during this potential grip later. So we have a first blood play.
Yeah, big onslaught from nothing to say. Blood grenade onto Tofu. He is going to pop the Fairy Fire to stay alive. And he will fall in the end to Why You Smile, getting that first blood. With that level 1 Enfeeble. What a spell.
Just a very classic, like 350 melee attack range hit from Primal Beast. All good, that's why you smile. It's gonna get the first blood. So they're set up pretty nicely, you know, in this bottom lane against, what's it, Brood Lion? Yeah, Luna Bane, they should be very happy in that lane. Especially if you can enfeeble Ace while he uses Insatiable Hunger, his trading is way worse because you reduce his attack damage by so much.
That's true, because Insatiable Hunger is base damage now.
Yeah, and also the lifesteal will be less as well. So overall, this man-fighting power is just, it might be quite weak here for Ace. So I think LGD have some very nice lanes here.
Have people in Dream League when I was casting, everybody, regardless of position on Broodmother, would be building like carry, basically.
Yeah.
Like the right-click harpoon and whatnot. Can you still go the Aura build on this hero?
Sure you can.
Do you think that's more viable this game, potentially?
I would assume that he's probably still going to like kind of build as a carry. I mean, I don't think pipe is necessarily bad, and you still can do it. Most of the time, this right-clicking build will be a little bit better. But I would assume that this is just a very generic game. They're just going to try to drag it out. Because as the panel mentioned, if LGD want to do good in this game, which I think they can, they want to speed up the game. Make some moves early on with the Primal Beast, be ahead minute 15, get Luna, BKB, Mask of Madness, keep fighting, force a Roche, abuse the fact that Chrono is down, and play like that. Whereas Gaimin, they want to slow the game down.
Yeah, okay. And the last pick, because obviously the Broodmother was a flex initially. We've been seeing it more as a position 1 than 3 at this tournament, which is still very early on, but end up last picking the Faceless Void, so a bit of a slower pace carry that takes a while to get online. Do you think that they'll have the time to get to that point, or is it too much pressure from LGD just on paper?
I think they can get there. If LGD play perfect, then I think they will not give the Rachu this time, as Planet in a little bit of trouble. But this is a damn scary Faceless Void game. Like later, when he can play longer fights with more time walks and time dilations, even just these 2 spells against the Radiant heroes, it's going to be devastating.
Yeah, Timbersaw especially on that. I mean, he's going to have to get BKB or Lotus or something to dispel the time dilation. And I'm interested to see if Nothing to Say, I think he's changed the build. He's the one that, quote-unquote, pioneered the Blade Mail Primal, but he stopped doing it because it wasn't that good. And then everybody else, they didn't watch the replays or something because they continued to do it. And then a week later, like, oh, he's not building anymore. Okay, let's stop building that.
No, they didn't get the memo.
Yeah. But do you think it's just going to be the usual, what is it, like BKB, sometimes Blink, into like Heart?
Yeah, like
this, a lot of that.
This BKB Blink into maybe Ags or Heart, that's why you smile. Just getting chained down.
Yeah. Well, Good stick, to stay alive, but his teammate is blocking him, so
reported.
Will go down anyway.
I mean, the problem with Primal, or the weird thing about Primal is that your first item is like kind of awkward. That's why I also think this Blade Mail feels like really, really nice to buy. Because like, what other small items can you buy before your BKB? Because sometimes it can like feel,
I miss the drums build.
I've seen it, and I think it is strong, but then you feel strange when they run out of charges. Because you don't want to go phase into bongos. It takes so much gold.
Get both.
Just
boots.
Demote Planet to buy it.
Yeah.
You're like, bro,
no, I know
buy
what you
this.
mean. It is true. It is a bit awkward.
But drums do feel good.
Yeah. I mean, you could technically, I'm pretty sure you can still refill drums, can you not? I mean, that recipe. I mean, it's never been done in the history of Dota, of course, but you could do it.
You were able to do it. I don't know if you still can. But even then, it's like, I think it doesn't feel great.
Yeah.
It's never felt great, actually.
It has never. There's Nothing to Say. Forced to go to this side of the map to get a bounty rune. We'll see what kind of rotations come out for the 6 minute. In fact, he wants to rotate very early here.
Careful, brothers.
Don't see this every day. As the onslaught's coming for Tofu. Oh, and he actually cancels the onslaught halfway through, so Nothing to Say ends up wasting a lot of time. He'll have to just walk back to base the old-fashioned way.
I assume that he knew that Tofu will just be too ready, will just hex him, so instead of wasting time and kind of playing a chance game, he would rather go back to mid. I don't mind it too much, but overall I think the lanes LGD are doing well. Let's look at this CS board. I think these Timber and Darkseer matchups have changed quite a bit from earlier patches to now, because these heroes hit a lot harder. Look at Timber's damage right now. It's 86 compared to the Rachu's like, I don't know, 67, 70. So he's like a 15 damage advantage. This was not the case like before Universal Heroes.
That's right, and it's still a thing months later, it feels like.
Yep.
I mean, they have been getting nerfed, to be fair.
And the Lunar Aura, let's not forget.
That's fair, that's fair.
It's here now.
Yeah, Lunar Blessing, very powerful spell, of course. I'm surprised they didn't pick a Phoenix to counter it. Get that sun in the sky, very powerful counter.
Sun greater than moon.
That's right. I do wish they had more interactions like that in the game, as might be seeing some action. Nothing to Say. Again, very active early. The first time he attempted this, of course, did not work out, and he's going to get blood granted by Celery, who is just going to walk away again. So 2 failed ganks from Nothing to Say.
Well, very nice play from Celery, just like holding his lift. Maybe Nothing to Say should have held his onslaught there, as the Raj is going to try to pull the wave, but he's trying to kill the siege creep, and he manages. So even if he takes a lot of damage, great play by him. Neo would have been able to pressure this tower a lot in this lane.
Daracho sitting on 20-1 right now versus a 33-5 for the Luna on the other side. So you can just see quite the huge discrepancy in early CS going the way of LGD. And I mean, how much has this rotation from Nothing to Say hurt him? I don't know how many creeps he's actually missed, but you can see he's at a level disadvantage versus Quinn. And Quinn, of course, as he does, gets the first power rune of the game.
The biggest thing that these moves like hindered him from is him being level 6 so that he could have contested the rune. The reason why Quinn gets this rune is because he's 6 as down bottom. He now TPs.
Still has Tofu. He was getting on initially. We can see the TP coming in from Quinn with that Arcane Rune. It's going to pop that Rolling Thunder, and Shiro is almost certainly dead, trying to get some sort of a kill onto Tofu, but it ain't happening. And why you smile? Well, going to dodge out Quinn. I don't think he was going to be able to find that anyway, so he's going to roll back to that mid lane where he is doing quite well. I mean, nothing to say in him in terms of just pure CS, relatively close, but now that Quinn has a kill under his belt, and of course the XP advantage that we mentioned, he's going to be very happy about this game.
And in the meantime, Celery got to take mid lane, so it's going to get a bit closer to his higher levels. Nothing to say, a bit of chase. And Quinn, he got to do all of this with an Arcane Rune, so his roll is already up in like, what, maybe 25 seconds. So by the time the next rune spawns or his next TP's up, he can already look for another play. So yeah, Gaimin doing the right moves, at least in the last 2 minutes, because Duraccio is struggling a lot in this game. 2100 net worth at minute 7, that's not where you want to be at as a Faceless Void here.
Yep, but considering the mid lane is going so well, perhaps Gaimin are going to be, perhaps Quinn will be able to create enough space for him to get back online. As Blood Grenade comes out, the Hex from Tofu getting chased, but he goes into the trees. Another Blood Grenade catches him, but he's going to be able to walk away.
Duraccio coming from behind, actually.
Ace into the trees he goes, as Duraccio does get one, but it's very pitiful right click, as you mentioned. He's not a universal hero. We'll be going for the Midas. I assume it's a Maelstrom after the fact. I mean, he's going to be so many...
Yeah.
This is a very standard-ish build.
Yeah, as we touched on before, they want to slow down the game. So he's going to go Midas, Maelstrom, maybe BKB after, as they're going to try to go on Why You Smile.
And Bash is there. Another Blood Grenade, this time from Celery. Fable, but the stick keeps him quite healthy. Now Nightmare to Ace is going to be taken off by the Rubik, as Duraccio has to time walk a lot of that damage out. So
it's very
nothing
awkward.
really comes from this.
If I'm Ace, you just want to get level 6 as fast as possible to like... Because then you can go top and like just farm against the Timber. You're not going to lane against him as Brood, but you just get to farm the entire map around. So eventually he's going to go up there. Because Duracio's like, bros, I don't want to lane top anymore. This Timber hits for 100. You know, I'm just a little pleb up here. So Ace is going to go top, get these spiders. But LGD, they know. They're already smoking up here.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage from you. Yeah. That's what you have to fear against
that
Timber. That's why he's banned so much as Quinn with the Rolling Thunder, trying to get another kill on Toshiro, who's still only level 5 right now, and that is going to be an easy pickoff as Gaimin not able to do too much. First pulverize of the game, though, from Nothing to Say in that top lane, so they get a little reciprocation onto Ace.
So both teams making a very similar move where you know you have to like help out your side lane core to continue to pressure the map. So 1-for-1 trade on the sides of them. So over here, Duraccio, he's starting to breathe a little bit. He's also getting closer to his level 6, which you know is going to allow them to pressure even more. But LGD is set up for a pretty good early game here.
Yeah, they do have the 1K lead, and like we mentioned last game, Gaimin, they're known for their laning stage. Having like a 1 to 2K lead at this point is very normal for them.
Yeah.
So considering that is not the case is definitely good.
This Enfeeble is so annoying.
Yeah.
He has 27 damage. Yeah, he just denied a creep in his face.
The Midas will be there soon. He won't have to hit creeps.
That's true.
For the most just every couple minutes can use that.
Oh, here comes Tofu.
Yeah,
there's a lot of LGD heroes coming.
Duraccio, nothing to say come from the other side. Onslaught available. We'll be using it, and it gets a pulverized off as well. Duraccio dead. Nice layering there. Make sure he could not time walk away. And now, just like that, it's ballooned to a 3K lead for LGD as Ace. I mean, normally you can just leave him in these lanes, but he does have to be careful against the Timbersaw, who is maybe the scariest hero alone in a lane.
No one is
left alone.
Yeah, they're not touching this Timber right now. If they want to kill Timber, they need Celery's level 6, Tofu's level 6, and then smoke with those two and Quinn on him and try and get a kill. Until then, Neo's just going to live rent-free wherever he wants to be. And nothing to say. You mentioned the Blink, and I kind of like this adaptation from him. We talked about they should play fast. If it's just Bane who has to run around and grip people, it's really hard. So he wants to rush a Blink. Why You Smile's having a great time. He's nearly level 6 too. So yeah, honestly, LGD doing a lot of great moves right now in this game.
And of course, Lacoste did mention the new interaction, well, quote-unquote new, with Pulverize being able to go through BKB effectively, which against that Rolling Thunder, pretty important in the right circumstances to go along with the Fiend's Grip. So they do have a couple answers for that Rolling Thunder.
Very nice move here by New to also kind of read this smoke play coming out from GG. Only with the Pango and Lion, you know, being fogged on the map, he reads that, he backs off, so they're going to continue to upkeep their map play, but down bottom.
Chrono onto 2, and you can see the rotation from the south. They're focusing right now onto Shiro, but Tofu has to get the Hex off onto the Bane.
Nope.
And the Rolling Thunder from Quinn has to be reserved just for Why You Smile. So not exactly who they came for, but Gaimin gets something at at least.
Well, they brought the whole family for that play, so they better get 1 kill. Well, Shiro probably pretty happy about just, you know, he just walks it off. He's like, okay, roll, Chrono. I'm just going to farm my way to the left. Going to farm some jungle, has his Dragonlance completed. He's going to start to get some more levels to just clear it out even more. And yeah, I think the Gaimin's map looking a little more, I mean, a lot slower and less open than it usually is at this time of the game for them.
And at what stage for LGD are they gonna kind of put the pedal to the metal? Like, when will Shiro be? Okay. Oh, will he be participating in these pushes initially? Or do you need to get to a certain, like, do you need Manta first?
Like, the way that they're likely going to play now is that the 3 to 4 heroes without the Luna, they play very aggressive. And when they start the move, he's like going to linger. He's going to look, okay, they're getting 1 kill. Maybe they're close to getting a second one. I'm going to join. And then it's like, okay, we got the kills. Easy tower. Go back to farming and like kind of have a nice back and forth. Because his team, honestly, they're so strong. They're just going to smoke it up straight up.
Yeah, why not? Blink Dagger. I'm not sure if that's actually been revealed yet, but nothing to say. Has it in tow.
May have been in the move just there in the jungle, but either way, if you're Gaimin, you have to be damn careful right now. Grip is available. You have the blink on nothing to say. Planet as well with an urn. Gonna look into some more plays as well. Would love to give himself a charge, but it looks like Ace is kind of sniffing this one for now.
Yeah, they're gonna see the spiders. Of course, the smoke has yet to break, so they know he's not in the trees here, wasting a little bit more time, and that's been kind of the big negative here for Nothing to Say is it's going to be 3 attempted ganks this game that have basically nothing has come from it. There's now a counter smoke from Gaimin Gladiators. Why You Smile's going to pop it on Quinn. Dodges the swashbuckle. Rolling Thunder's coming. Why You Smile does have grip, but they do have TPs coming in. Quinn really likes the wall.
And a driver barely bumps into the sidewall. I mean, to be fair, it would have maybe just been too deep, and instantly LGD, they're just going to smoke it up again. They're like, third time's got to be the charm, right?
They know that Rolling Thunder is on cooldown. Pulverize onto Celery to start things out. The first finger of the game is going to be enough to delete Why You Smile. So punishing the fact that LGD were not together on that smoke.
Okay,
ends up being a 1-for-1 for supports.
Yeah, just a simple 1-for-1 trade. And I kind of like that New is just continuously, he's chasing the Ratio right now. Because we've talked about the early damage, the damage discrepancy between these two heroes. He hits for 140, so he's just slowing it down. Here we see the little smoke again, just a 1-for-1 chill trade.
Yeah, 14-minute rune is going to be top. It is the shield rune. Would you consider, what do you think the best rune at this stage, just in general, is? Is there even one? I mean, obviously some of them are hero dependent, but like on average, if you
probably
had to guess.
Arcane or Haste. I think like early to mid game, Arcane and Haste runes are like some of the most broken ones. I mean, Arcane, Haste, Shield rune. Let's
Shield rune is 75-second duration. Just think about that.
It's way too good. This Timber literally with Shield rune right now, he could walk to the tier 2 and laugh at them.
Yeah, well, Shiro, he's the one that takes it, and he's feeling pretty invulnerable right now, so he's going to
nothing to
help
say.
his team out. The Hex is going to cancel this onslaught, though. There's nothing to say. Creating a good amount of space so this tier 1 tower will fall. I'm going to say has to pop the upper to try to stay alive, but
He's just
he knows
dying to
he's
shock
dead.
him.
So, Gaimin Gladiators do get something for their tier 1 going down. Shiro, he's caught out all by himself in the river, a little bit slow to retreat. And with the stolen Chakram from Celery, it's going to be more than enough damage. So 2 core kills in favor of Gaimin. LGD blundering that a bit.
Ooh, a very nice defense by Gaimin, but yeah, for sure not.
Oh, and now we have a Chrono onto 2. Both supports, do they have the follow-up damage? The Chakram is coming. Double kill for Quinn as Planet trying to keep himself alive, but that's not going to happen. And now everybody's surrounding Mew. Nice flip, Timber Chain. Quinn extremely low on HP, trying to dodge that Chakram, and he does. Double kill for Ace. It's effectively a full team wipe.
Nothing to say.
Nothing to say. He'll find one off the TP. He's going to get canceled off his trample, though. There's nothing to say now. Has to try to walk away. And at the very least, he will not die, but still so many dead. And Duraccio, he did end up falling in the end.
Oh, we're going for round 6 of this team fight.
I was going to say, is this over yet?
Okay, now it might be. If you're LGD, you need to be more careful. You're not allowed to make this type of mistake. Nothing to say, just goes in a little bit too deep. And it's really awkward for your team to come and try and help you. You're doing it against a Faceless Void Pango. If you overstep, easy 3-man Chrono or a nice roll coming out, then they're just too quick, and the Ratio, what a boss. Just gets around, gets his 2-man Chrono, and then it goes from 2 kills into what, 4? Well, it just makes it look too easy.
Yeah, so a full team wipe, kind of scattered and or staggered, I should say. They do lose Duraccio in the end, but still far far in favor of Gaming Gladiators, and we talked about the lead being in LGD's favor in terms of the net worth. It is completely even now, if not in Gaming Gladiators' favor. Is Dyrachyo. He will die again, though, in the bot lane, so that ends up being a very big double kill, effectively. So he's going to have to sit base for even longer.
Well, he's currently...
his net worth is terrible.
Oh, I love the sound right now. The grip.
Yeah, what is that? Just never ending?
It's never ending if we keep going back to bottom. to say. Okay, it's looking.
Don't go back there. Oh, it's
right. God, it ended. Unlucky. As yeah, Dyrachyo is not having the best time, but for now we talk about, he just needs long fights, he needs a lot of time dilation, good chronos. He's been delivering on that, but they're gonna have to try and help him to kind of get this net worth later in the game. And yeah, for LGD, they're gonna have to take a breather and definitely talk about, okay, we don't want to overplay. We need to take the good place, the nice place in front of us, take the easy objectives, maybe get Roche. And now they're looking at these two BKBs. Nothing to say down mid, though.
Nothing to say, getting completely punished for trying to take out this wave mid. Rolling Thunder will continue to perma-stun him.
Can't do anything.
And Quinn gets the kill. Nicely played from Gaimin, so a bit of a back and forth. Dyrachyo is the one that has struggled the most, though, for sure. Still going for that Maelstrom off the top of his Midas. And with those two, I mean, he's, I would assume, still very scared to even farm this side right now.
Looks like it. The grip is not quite up yet, so he could probably look to just chill there as Gaimin. The killing trio running around. Honestly, Celery with the chakram that he had until a moment ago, it's done so much. From the mid-tier 1 fight into the tier 2 play, then this mid-kill just now, nothing to say as well. They have so much control in their lineup. The Pango roll, the Lion stun, so these chakrams have done a hell of a job for him.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty easy steal, too.
Oh, very easy, yeah.
If anything, it's hard for New to not give that up.
Yeah. Okay.
Philly Stone now online for Celery. He's ready for the late game. Just needs some time.
Always love having a Philly Stone. Just get all the items you want. Why You Smile will probably love to get that as well. Maybe pump out a Solar Crest for Shiro as, at least Planet has one. He's going for the big boy item. Already looking at a Scythe as Ace. He's got an 8... they've got some insane item timings once again. 18-minute BKB, 18-minute Lincolns on Pango, so who cares about this? There is zero counterplay right now to him coming in with the roll. They're going to have to try to use some, I guess, Kato and Lucent Beam that can try to break it through, but even then there's so much coming back from behind that can just stop Why You Smile from gripping him.
Okay, this might be a very dumb question. Can you not just, I mean, it doesn't do anything, like in terms of damage. Can't you still brain sap through BKB technically?
Yeah, but then he's still
takes
like,
off the Lincoln?
It still gives you like less range.
Yeah.
It's gonna have to be like Shiro and Planet try to break the Lincolns. And even that, I just feel like, sure, the Lincolns isn't like an all-out counter that just makes it unplayable, but there's so much coming in from the backline of Gaimin. Like, there's no way Why You Smile's gonna get off a full grip unless Gaimin really make an insane mistake in the next fight.
Mm-hmm. Oh, nice little tree there for Why You Smile.
Easy juke.
Little corner. Beautifully done. The BKBs are starting to come online now. We can see one for Nothing to Say. Ace has one of his own. And the Luna not too far off as well.
Why You Smile being a little agent down here, trying to give all the vision that he can. 20-minute room. This first Roche, I think, is really, really game-breaking for both teams. And if LGD want to have a good shot in this game, they need to set it up properly, and they need to be the ones to get their hands on this Aegis.
As the rune is bottled by Nothing to Say. It'll be very hard to take out now with that shield.
Why You Smile is setting a bottom in the smoke right now, but he's going to need people to come over.
Yep, Ace. He's does have some support here in the form of Celery, but he could get squeezed in if he's not careful. Now that BKB is online, as Onslaught's going to stun him up. The
BKB.
pulverized BKB being popped as well. Nice sleep from Why You Smile, which will set up the grip, and that is
Nice
a
play.
death onto Ace. Great job. Oh, big swashbuckle from Quinn, though. He gets the Rolling Thunder off as well. Gets the kill onto Why You Smile. Looks like Planet is next on the list, as Tofu showing off his newly picked up Blink Dagger as well, as Quinn secures a double kill. But it is a trade for for Ace, who is a core. So I would still say PSG.LGD is going to be relatively happy with this.
Yeah, they're going to be okay with that. The only problem is that in this meantime, Dyrachyo just keeps getting to farm. As this was very nice, just gets in, stun, BKB gets popped, Why You Smile in the back, easy sleep into grip. So they do kill Ace. They're definitely doing some nice stuff in the game right now, but there's so much lockdown that these kills just take a while. Quinn just gets to come over, easy kills, and now they want to be the ones to actually force this Roche here.
Yep. Obviously, having a Pango at your disposal to disarm Roche continually, pretty damn nice. Brood would also help, but he's not interested at the moment. And
I'm trying to make his way. There's LGD.
Certainly, you give this to Quinn.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, Dyrachyo is just a chrono and he tickles it.
Yeah, honestly, just allow Quinn to get into this game. Like, continue to just, he's top net worth, keep his game good, allow him to play it the way he wants. And LGD not contesting or getting this first Aegis is honestly a huge deal to their win rate even in this game. Like, their win probability is gonna drop by a lot right now. 5-man smoke.
Yeah, I think this was a very important Roche for LGD, especially with a Luna that wants to hit buildings, not having the extra life. We'll see how much of a difference it makes in this game. But yeah, like you said, both teams smoke. Not going to connect as, at least not yet, as LGD walking the opposite direction, but now...
Well, Planet knows. He's drawing.
His pops. Nice swashbuckler onto 4 heroes. Gets the rolling thunder off as well. The finger deletes 1. Planet's the first to fall as the pulverize actually being canceled by Nothing to Say. Not interested in this fight any longer. And the Bane, at the very least, I would assume, will eventually drop. Oh, but the Horsey helping him out. Oh, and Quinn not able to guess correctly onto the high ground. He's going to get a little bit of vision now.
He ain't going to stop.
Yep, 3 seconds on the swash. We'll have to guess again because the tree line is there. Nice dodge again from Why You Smile. Quinn, is he committed? How much does he want the Bane?
Uh-oh, next one.
Okay, so he successfully kills the creep wave. Quinn's going to be happy with that.
Too easy for Why You Smile. Got the Nikes on, but what a sick initiation from Gaimin. 3-man swash into Lion Stun, into the roll. That's some sexy gameplay.
Yeah, the Lincolns. I mean, they do have things to pop it, but it just takes too much time. Like, everything for Bane just takes a year for them to cast, right? That's the main issue with this hero.
And here...
Oh, what a god.
Easy outplay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, what up, Quinn?
Just walking a straight line.
He's going to have to play another 100 Pango games to make up for that miss.
Yep, true.
Will only take him, like, until the end of the tournament.
New has the S&K, and Blink Dagger's next on the list as he's currently being pursued a bit by Ace.
Friendo.
Yeah. You have some more members, and Tofu's going to blink in with the Hex, the Impale to follow, but the BKB actually activated from New.
Dyrachyo
He's going to TP out. So no finger available there for Tofu, still on cooldown.
Ooh, Dyrachyo actually got stuck on his time walk there. Could have nearly killed him, but New does get out. Nothing to say mid. I mean, Gaimin are just everywhere, even though they're technically slightly behind in this game. They're making all the moves. LGD need to look for a timing where they can try to go together to fight back. Because playing a passive map against these Gaming Gladiators heroes is not easy. Quinn is just going to run around with his blink. He has Tofu's follow-up. It might be this butterfly on Shiro, where they're like, okay, now it's time. We got to go together. Let's take a fight. Let's go.
Have we seen Eclipse the entire game?
I don't think so.
Passive
Planet.
Eclipse. Nice job from Quinn. Should be able to...
Oh, he wants to get bumped.
Oh, actually, yeah.
Good job. Quinn even cancels the roll there to just not bump him to the low ground.
Yeah.
Just, Omega Nerd.
Good pick. That's a good thing to be in this game, of course.
Oh, it is. I wish I was an Omega Nerd when I played.
3-time major winner. Omega Nerd.
Yep. He'll take it as a compliment.
Yeah, for sure.
Trust me.
Why You Smile with his grip, but he's going to show himself.
It's going to enfeeble him for good measure.
Yeah, just to be a little bit more annoying. The tilt factor is always there, for sure.
I just drop his items. Guys, I don't want to play anymore.
Could pull a Swindle Mountains. It's happened before.
Yeah, maybe he drops a Maelstrom.
It's a little bit more important than Yule's.
A little bit. It's okay. What can we look at? It just feels like it's just all Gaimin. I haven't seen much from LGD other than they're trying to get some farm here. They're trying to do this there. Like, I don't know how much more they want to wait, because I feel like it's got to be go time soon. Maybe the Solar Crest as well.
Shiro, he has to pop his BKB as Quinn shows himself. He's going to get pulverized in the meantime. There's the Eclipse, but all the spiders are going to eat it up. And they get the cancellation as well, so buying more time as PSG.LGD have to wait additional time.
Yeah, not what you want. You just picked up another great item. Now you popped your first Eclipse, didn't do anything. Your first BKB didn't do anything. And Gaimin are just getting all these items that they want, right? Celery with his Philosopher's Stone. He's chilling. He even steals the Pulverize. All spells are ready for Gaimin as well. Just kind of kiting and continuing to control the map.
Yeah, Impale from Tofu setting this up. And the Rolling Thunder is enough to take out Why You Smile. New is next on the list as Ace coming up from the high ground. They find Planet, and that's another easy pickoff for Gaimin. So 2 supports dead, just like that. And I mean, this is what happens when you have the Aegis, you know? I mean, I feel like if there was no Roche in that instance, LGD would have already tried to push or do something.
Yeah,
right?
or like force Roche themselves, right? If they could, if it was still alive, but it's not. They have this Aegis, they can push forward on you, and LGD are just, they're not fighting back. I'm not sure what they're waiting for, or if they're just not sure. Because right now, Gaimin, they're just one step ahead all the time. Beautiful catch by Tofu on this lane ward. They run over, get the roll. Just make it look so simple.
And we'll see if they try to go for this Tormentor as
Why You Smile setting up.
Grouping up. Tofu and Why You Smile basically right next to each other. Tofu, he's going to get spotted. He's still standing still. Funny gets off the Hex and is deleted.
Chrono
Dyrachyo comes in to try to get some retribution. Chrono onto 2. Why You Smile finally will go down. I think they say it's the Pulverize, and it's enough to take out Dyrachyo. And that means Gaimin Gladiators are going to continue because at this point, Dyrachyo is kind of a support hero, it feels like. 2 for 1. Quinn, he's going to reset. Does have Rolling Thunder in 3 seconds, but...
all good. No spells ready.
Out.
I mean, LGD, they were just pretending. They were baiting them.
I guess.
And I think Tofu was cosplaying an illusion there as well.
Yeah, that was, I mean, I'd have to see what kind of vision. They definitely, like, literally saw him, pinged him out, and he still didn't react.
Honestly, he may have been, like, looking mid, like, oh,
yeah,
maybe they're smoking mid and, like,
yeah.
killing a creep. Like, this LGD needed this. I think if any more momentum goes into Gaimin Gladiators, the game just falls out of their hands. Now for LGD, some momentum. You're finishing the Scythe as well on Planet, which is a huge item. Nothing to say, getting closer to his Lincolns. We've got the Butterfly completed on Shiro, who's now looking for a Satanic. So he's going to look to try and tank through this Chrono as an easy shard for Celery.
Yeah.
Honestly, the defensive shard in this game is great. You have Force, you have Glimmer, you can lift people out. Yeah, you're living a chill life as a Pulse 5 Rubik here.
Yeah, that's one of the better shards for supports in the game.
Not bottom 3.
No, that is...
probably top 15.
Yeah, sure. Well, for supports or in general?
For supports, maybe like top 11.
Can't wait to see this tier list that you're coming up with eventually.
I'll have them by day 5.
Okay.
I'll print it out for you.
On paper.
On paper, yes.
I think
on my
Why You Smile's actually, yeah, he's queuing up an Aghanim Scepter, which I was going to ask if that's something that he would eventually, I mean, obviously he would want it, but that is a very ambitious.
Do you think he has 35 more? hold, Ace.
Nothing to say, okay. Get up the Pulverize on the BKB Ace.
That was a long grip.
Gets off, okay. They're actually getting the Rolling Thunder successfully from the other side, so Why You Smile is dead just as this fight starts, as Celery already stole the Pulverize, used it on his owner, nothing to say. Trying to get some retribution of his own with that BKB, but it's going to be for the line to start. The Eclipse finally comes out, Quinn. Getting bursted to a high degree. The Lincoln is finally popped. The Eclipse is still continuing to go. Lucent Beam was stolen, and it's going to be used onto Quinn. They do finally take him out. Very important kill for LGD. And with that, Gaimin Gladiator is going to try to run away, but the bash is there. And the time walk to safety. As even Celery gets out, so they don't lose as much as they could have, but a good fight from LGD.
They need the Chrono, and like in order to fight back nicely, even though this was like a 0.1 second grip, it actually didn't matter. As long as LGD keep getting to move forward with the Luna and keep hitting, then he's not really in too much trouble, and he's super strong with the Solar Crest being buffed up. But nighttime at least is over now, and Gaimin do have spells ready if they want to look to fight back. Also, 1.5 minutes for the second Roche. This is like the next most important thing in this game right now.
Just like every other game.
Every other game.
Roche, very important.
Very smart analyst here.
Those are my favorite statements. You're going to start making a tier list of what the most important things in the game. They're all Roche. Roche 1,
Roche and
Roche
team
2,
fight.
Roche 3,
team fight
Roche
buybacks.
4. You have to have the numbers of Roches, though.
Very true.
Shiro.
I'll get it to you in 6 days.
He's going to be going for the data list here. There's nothing to say. It has the Lincolns. Nullifier looks to be next for Ace. And yeah, like you said, Roche in 50 seconds.
Honestly, Shiro is a very scary boy right now. Had a couple of deaths in the game, maybe not the best Eclipses. I mean, then again, you're playing into Brute. You know, Brute's always going to tank some of that. But now with some of the items they have, if they can look at maybe having some buybacks for this next Roche fight and getting it into their hands, I think LGD are still in a very, very good position in this game.
Yeah. Very close game right now. Only 2 buybacks currently.
Indeed. Only on Gaimin side, actually. So LGD don't have one.
Yeah.
Have any. if a fight
no
breaks
extra
out here.
opportunity here for the potential Roche-off, as we like to call it.
The Roche-off
will be up in 10 seconds. Smoke right now from Gaimin. They're hovering around the gates. Is New the tankiest target?
Ooh, they're looking.
He's going to get gone
Looking and
on. There's a
cooking.
Rolling Thunder with the Agnum Scepter from Quinn. Look at the damage onto the Timber Saw with the Finger of Death as well.
Just dead.
He's bursted down 70 seconds with no Timber Saw now. Chrono onto 2, focusing on the supports to start this out, and the Bane is dead as well, and Shiro forced to try to fight through this, but now that the BKB is down, just gonna get right-clicked down into Oblivion. Double kill for Duraccio, who is now online, and Planet's even gonna die. So Gaimin Gladiators get 4 kills. Nothing to say the only member of LGD to live. This means Roche number 2 for Gaimin.
Your LGD are just too late to this. Like, Gaimin are already here fully. Look how nicely they do this. There's only a roll. Everyone else saves on, like, what, 800 range away. They pop all their spells. New didn't do anything in this fight. He blinked and he was dead.
I didn't even realize. Nothing to say. Tried to go for the Pulverize on to Quinn, but he had Lotus applied, so it just auto-canceled. He pursued him with BKB, wasted a lot of time, and ends up getting canceled anyway.
I mean,
so
Quinn
their
just
supposed counters to this Pango just not working out because of the itemization from Quinn.
Yeah, he can literally pop the Lotus on himself, and either the grip or the Pulverize, as you're talking about, it just gets reflected and doesn't do anything. I mean, this guy has played 18 billion games of Pango. He knows all the matchups, but just the fact that they're the ones there first. They're set up. They have the vision. They're all in a perfect position. Whereas LGD, you know, they're slowly scraping by. They're like, okay, who's going in first? Okay, New, it's your turn, and see you later. He's just dead.
I just want everybody to know that you might have heard a slap. That was Kezu slapping his hands to emphatically show how important that statement was.
Exactly.
Make sure you do it closer to the mic next time. It's
okay,
important.
I'll clap in your mic next time.
Yeah, that does work, I guess. Hex is there for Planet. We've seen that. I think he's had that for a bit, right? Or he just picked that up?
He had it for a bit. I believe he bought the gem, which dropped.
Ah.
That's why, you know, there's been a couple minutes. It's okay, old man.
Yeah, it happens to the best of us. And nothing to say.
Oh, they still have the gem at least, because nothing to say. He was barely made it out of the last fight, luckily for them.
Yeah, he's got the Kaya now, and well, it's an uphill battle for LGD. These 2 Roches being given up. I mean, honestly, the Luna, I mean, in theory, it makes sense. We haven't really seen this hero do anything, though, technically. Like, these...
There's been like...
When the itemization came online, they've taken a couple fights and they just lost both.
They had like 1 or 2 okay fights where he just got to like kind of run at them, but that's not by the nature of the hero. So they have not done the best job at, I think, integrating their 5 heroes and fighting together. It's always GG that are kind of like picking them off, or they're not ready yet for the fight. So yeah, Shiro's been having a hard time really trying to get his impact into this game.
Could you kindly close the door, because I hear somebody hacking up a lung behind me. It's really distracting.
All right, I got you, bro.
There's hacking up something real mean up there.
Yeah, we don't want any of that.
9K lead for Gaimin. Still with that Aegis, of course.
Lots of pinging going on. Probably we want to smoke. Yes, so
yes.
Genius analyst once again.
Thank you.
Wow, you're welcome.
Could never have guessed.
It's Duraccio.
He's first in line. It's going to get popped. Time walks in. Time dilation only onto Planet.
Up only 4 stacks.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a 5th.
And eventually, Planet does get off the Hex, but Swashbuckle into Telekinesis. That's enough. And Duraccio, very crazy. Of course, we talked about the Aegis.
Oh, they're looking for a top, nothing to say.
Yep, they Hex him after proccing the Lincolns. Rolling Thunder's coming. He actually cancels it early as he's going to attempt to get out of dodge here with the TP, and he will just barely get out. Oh my goodness, that was close.
He actually got out with literally like 1 hit left. Once again, the criminal play gets to barely get out with the gem, kind of a saving grace in this game for now. As, okay, we have nighttime coming up, and honestly, I'm not sure how you fight Gaimin right now. LGD gonna have to cook up something cool, because I think it's gonna be damn hard.
Yeah, Shiro opting to go for the Scotty next, but still quite a ways away. And I don't know, the fights are really weird. It feels like he can't even just sit and right-click very effectively.
It's hard because I think Luna Timber is maybe a bit of an awkward dual core. They both require the enemies to like be stunned for them to truly deal damage. Like, they don't really help each other in the fight. Maybe Timber can go in for you and like be a body. I think that's like the best thing New can really do. Maybe blink in with his new Shivas, and
it feels like that's what Primal is there for, but
it's just really
he's
hard
going for Pango every time because you kind of have to. If you just let this Rolling Thunder go free, then you're going to be at a disadvantage in the fight.
That's why it's such an annoying faceless void game. Like at the moment LGD overstep with their draft, he can choose where to go. Do I want to chrono the backline? Do I just want to chrono like maybe Shiro if he's out of position? Once he has this MKB on Dyrachyo, they can just kill him. So you can tell that LGD having a hard time team fighting.
Dyrachyo with a 1v1 battle, but he might not like what he got signed up for. Okay. The Aegis will get consumed.
Little free kill, we take those. Aegis gone.
He's just testing his might right now. It's not the highest, I guess.
We've got the Moonglaze fired on Lucent Beam, so we're good.
Okay, the old shard.
Yeah, back on the talent now. That's we got to see the true HP here with a very good stun lock. Celery comes by with the onslaught here too. Finger of Death. Oh, 13. That's just unlucky. It's an unlucky number.
I like that number, actually.
I don't want to cast with you anymore.
Okay.
Take it away.
Back to you. I don't want to cast with you anymore. Take it away.
All right.
So, now that the Aegis is gone, do you think Gaimin have enough of an advantage to just 5-man, or is this a Roche 3 waiting kind of deal?
They're going to continue to try and have a... Okay, the Dyrachyo. You gotta be careful when Dyrachyo is posturing aggressively.
Yeah, that's true. We gotta watch him.
They should feel good enough about playing aggressive, but just they have no need to dive the base.
Oh my god,
hello.
doing so much damage. Has to pop his BKB along with Dyrachyo.
That's a BKB trade.
Still has that Chronosphere available.
Nice
Gets it on the 3 heroes. Early BKB does go off from the Luna, and you can see Quinn gets off the Rolling Thunder, doing massive damage in tow, just stun locking the Luna completely. And down goes Shiro again. The Luna, despite being so farmed, just hasn't been able to do too much. Does have buyback, double buyback right now coming from LGD, so Gaimin have to be a bit careful now they're on the doorstep of LGD's base. Sleep under Quinn with the Lotus Orb and gets the Swashbuckle off to the low ground. Pops the cheese to stay alive, nothing to say. Getting off the trample, but slowed to a crawl. Have an E-Blade now, apparently. Gets reflected as Quinn's gonna swash to safety.
This guy is unkillable.
So they do get Dyrachyo in the end as Quinn using the shard. Getting up another swash. No man at all onto New, but he gets that Flamebreaker off. Nothing to say is there as well.
Glimmer Cape.
They have the Glimmer to keep Quinn safe for the time being, but eventually they do find the kill on LGD's side, and they sorely needed it, and now they can clean up the rest in the form of the Spider.
They got
so nice buybacks, and they didn't even bother with Shiro's buyback, who had it the whole time.
They got like 1,600 gold each for the Pango and the Brute kills, because they have, first of all, they're so far ahead, they have killing streaks, so all these levels that are getting pumped into this LGD draft right now with Shiro being dead, because, I mean, who cares about him? He's going to be able to deal damage anyway. What a great chrono, though, from Dyrachyo.
Disgusting. Just pay our respects, of course.
Of course.
I mean, Dyrachyo did die very shortly after. It was essentially a trade for the Luna.
I mean, Primal Beast at this stage of the game, he deals a lot of damage. Even like through your BKB, or especially when your BKB is down, he just tramples over you, you take so much damage.
Which 15 talent did he take on Nothing to
The
Say?
Dispellable one.
Okay.
It's generally, I mean, having a Dispel built into your hero is honestly so powerful. It's like when you play here into this time dilation, you just pop it, you take it off. Don't need some Lotus Orb, don't need to pop your BKB or buy some crazy-ass Manta style. You're just chilling.
Why are you smiling? He's got 1,800 into the eventual 4,200 Aghanim Scepter.
Nearly halfway.
I mean, I think the problem is, against the Lotus, against the Lincolns, that doesn't help.
Nah, man. Once he gets this, it's easy game.
Are you just going for somebody else at that point? I mean, I feel like there's better items for Bane.
I mean, if you get the Axe, it's a...
Let's say he gets the Axe right now. He has enough. Is it...
It's pretty damn good, yeah.
But you can't use it on Pango.
I mean, that requires Quinn to always be an open AI bot and Lotus himself. What if you're smoking around with the Luna Aura, you see him, and you just grip his ass? Huh? What now?
I mean, that's a very specific scenario.
I mean, we're watching the best players in the world right now.
Yeah.
They can do it.
Okay.
Maybe if you're playing Bane, you're just running in and you're like, I have Axe. What could go wrong?
All right, Dyrachyo shard. How good is that?
Very powerful.
Oh.
Top 5 carry shards.
Top carry. Okay. I like that.
It's got to be top 5 carry shards, right? It's just too good.
Yeah, it feels like a requirement to. I mean, the reverse time walk is really nice, and people can bait out pretty nice. But just the cast range alone.
Is BSJ on this panel? No.
No.
I'll ask him later.
Okay. Quinn. Oh, he actually gets a stun in the trees. I don't think he saw him initially. Neo has to pop the BKB. So it's going to be a trade for the Rolling Thunder effectively. And we can see Roche will be up in 50 seconds as a new Roche off will
Next
occur.
Roche, very important.
This is now the oh, okay, refresher from Nothing to Say. This is going to be a nice reveal for him. So
Ooh. That's a big deal.
Can use 2 of them, one to proc the Lincolns and one
to definitely kill
stun.
Quinn, yeah.
One to get reflected by the Lotus afterwards.
Just use both on the Lotus.
Yeah, that works for sure.
Okay, smoke around. Tofu.
Tofu, he's going to get spotted by the Shivas and deleted.
He's got no buyback. This is a big deal.
It is. 15 seconds on Roche as Quinn showing himself. He's a bit surrounded right now as Shiro trying to right-click. He's going to get disarmed. Quinn now going to the low ground. As Dyrachyo pops the BKB, focusing all his efforts onto Shiro. Quinn swashbuckles but dies shortly after as the Chronosphere only catching 1 for Dyrachyo, and there's the grip. Nice pick off from LGD as Ace. Oh, they got it. The reflection was there. Ace, his TP gets canceled, and he's going to get brought down in addition. So 4 kills for LGD, and Roche is just spawning and walking down to their side.
Oh, I couldn't ask for... What's his Lincolns down on Brood? I thought the Pulverize went on the Lincolns. Either way, what a great fight from LGD. They smoke around first, they get Tofu, and then Quinn is kind of like going in to try and like bait this fighter, but Shiro pops a Satanic early, stands his ground. Lotus Sphere kind of missing Shiro here. I don't know how much it would have mattered, because I think Shiro would have died anyway, but now, whole game. See ya.
Third Roche,
Just
most
turn
important
around.
part of the game.
Yep, we'll just wait
Until
for the 4th one. Who's getting the axe? Did you see it yet?
I have not seen it yet. I mean, I assume Luna still takes it, but I mean, Primal Beast axe is insane as well. Although this game, if you're not getting a break out of it, then maybe not that important.
You can break the Faceless Void.
I think the 25 talent is breakable, right?
It should be breakable. And the bash is breakable.
Sure.
You could also break their screen if you tried hard enough in real life.
Yeah, but yeah, the Luna Eclipse, pretty damn good.
I thought the flamethrower was bugged, but he did actually use it.
And now LGD's turn to try to go high ground. There are buybacks for Gaimin, but you can see their timers are pretty low, so they're just going to wait it out. Fortification #1 activated.
If this tower falls, you're going to have a hard time defending this one. Defending into Luna without your tower is a
very true.
Rut row moment. Okay, but there's a DD top. They don't know it yet. 15 seconds, Shannon. Will they get it?
No.
Quick answer, and the correct one too. Well done.
We'll see.
They're not getting it.
Bane might get it.
Oh yeah, he
Very
will definitely get there in 6, 5, 4.
He's going to buy a blink instead of the Ags and get there.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm close. Didn't make it.
All right, Invis Rune instead. Nothing to say.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yes?
My favorite item has been picked up with one of the best sounds in the game.
One of the best sounds?
Yes.
Nullifier? What?
No. Overwhelming blink.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
On new.
Yeah, it's a good one.
You're not hyped at all, man.
I mean, it's impactful, yeah. But it's on a Timber Saw, so it's not. If it's a Primal Beast,
he's getting it too, though.
Okay, yeah. When that comes into effect, that's a good one.
This Axe now with the 25 talent paired up on Shiro could actually do a lot. Like the mini stuns and keeping people in place with all this damage. You yourself also get the bonus damage yourself from every single beam that hits because he has the shard.
Is it the 15 talent that gives damage for Lucent Beam?
No, that's the shard.
No, Lucent Beam damage is 20 talent. Yeah.
You're talking about the... Sure, I was thinking about the... You gain bonus attack damage with the shard when you beat people.
Well, reverse time walk. Lincoln's is popped now onto Quinn.
Nope.
There's the initiation from New. Very impactful sound, as you talked about. Very hyped about the sound effects. Still, the tower is surviving as Shiro getting mana drain from about 1200 range away. My goodness.
It's very annoying to push into this draft. You have Planet who can keep giving you mana into heals, but the stolen... New again.
Okay, the Eclipse comes out. The Ag Interceptor is ripping through Gaimin Gladiators. Quinn is just dead. Has his buyback available. Will have to expend it as Tofu gets a nice impale, but dies shortly after. And New getting pursued now, but the Timber chain to the low ground, and just like that, LGD,
refresher.
Yep. Nothing to say, jumps right in, gets the Pulverize. It's hitting several heroes, including the likes of Dyrachyo, who has to buy back now. Quinn going with the Rolling Thunder, getting nice stun onto 2.
Into the Chrono.
Onto 2 as well. Actually bounces him out, but it doesn't matter. It's enough to kill off New. And the Aegis, but that's a buyback now onto New. And not sure if Shiro...
Okay. They're just going to keep hitting the racks?
Yeah,
Who cares?
That's where the Moonglaves come into effect, like you talked about. And Gaimin will have to give this up.
I mean, they have no spells for the next one too, and Why You Smile did get the axe. Doesn't have grip for a minute, so who cares about that one? And Shiro is just gonna keep whacking, nothing to say.
Okay, yeah, that's, I mean...
He's testing the Lincolns, it is ready.
Right, just to make sure it still works, that's good.
Okay, Shiro.
Shiro at half HP, telekinesis onto the high ground.
That's Satanic.
No follow-up yet.
Oh.
Impale's gonna miss, and oh my goodness, they just turn it around. That's a dieback now onto Tofu.
Quinn.
They're gonna turn their sights onto Quinn. This will be a dieback. I'm hit as well.
Oh, he's dead.
The Lotus is not gonna save him this time. 2 minutes without the Pangolier as LGD close to evening up the series 1-1. The Moonglaves now having their full effect on the buildings. That's the last fortify for Gaimin Gladiators.
Uh-oh.
And LGD can just focus on the buildings. Sriracha trying to slow this as much as he can, but doesn't have the chrono, doesn't have any follow-up without that swash.
Shiro can just keep hitting. They have not a lot to really deal with him at
Tier
this
4
point.
towers are going to drop very easily, as we can see Bane with the Aghanim Scepter that you talked about. Will we be able to see it throughout this entire game? Ace, very low. The Pulverize is going to be enough to get the dieback onto Dyrachyo. And like we talked about, the Aghanim Scepter on Bane wins again. Probably the highest win rate of any item in the history of Dota.
I mean, the moment they got it, 5 seconds later, they won the game.
That's true.
There you go. Top 1 Ags in the game. Top 1 Ags for the supports. You know, LGD, they were pretending for 25 minutes.
I guess so.
They were like, it's going to be another game, and you're just going to take it away. Quinn and your Pango, you're going to roll all over us? No. One quick defense on the top outpost or top shrine, whatever the name is nowadays, the Harry Potter's Stone of Wisdom that gives you your shard. And they just come back from one play, get the next Roche. LGD, where the haters at?
I mean, Gaimin, they also played well.
I didn't say they didn't.
No. But some of the games that they've lost, it's like, they just kind of underperform. I mean, Quinn absolutely destroyed this game. His itemization was amazing, but in the end, LGD able to overcome it with all the Lincoln's breakers. The refresher on the Nothing to Say helped out quite a bit, of course. And you can see despite the loss, Celery's still quite happy with his performance, and I can't blame him. He's a good, clean boy. But LGD, even up this series, they didn't look the greatest in game number 1, but I think more so it's just Gaimin looked that good.
Yeah.
And we were asking ourselves, of course, can they come back?
I mean, even...
They showed it here.
Yeah, like even in game 2, Gaimin just looked very good for like 25 minutes. It took LGD a little bit to... Maybe they needed to lose a few fights to then really understand, okay, we need to wait for this, kind of push forward, wait for this item. But as soon as they made a nice adjustment from game 1 to game 2, then they win one fight, and honestly, they just brought it back very nicely. So LGD are not a team that you can underestimate at any point in any game.
Yep, I can't disagree with you. I mean, I think I mean, I guess that would probably be pretty difficult too. As a Tsunami is ready for the interview. Hello, Tsunami.
Hello, Shannon. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. As I've got Celery joining me. Celery, so gracious of you to finally let a team win a game every once in a while, but you still feel pretty energized after that game, it seems. What's going on?
I was having a good time. A lot of spells to steal. Yeah, it was fun.
سالني معانا اعزائي المشاهدين من فريق جي جي. واضح انه بعد الجيم حتى مع انهم خسروا الجيم الا انه الانرجي عندهم موجوده ومبسوطين وما عندهم اي مشكله. كانوا يقولون انه انبسطنا بالجيم صراحه، يعني ما كان في شيء معين يزعلون منه، ولا ننسى انه هذا بتكون تقريبا اول مره يخسرون جيم من فتره جدا طويله.
So I got a chance to speak to Ace earlier during the media today, and he mentioned how balance patches feel a little bit different now that you guys are like constantly winning. It almost feels like your strategies, your heroes, they have to get nerfed because you guys make it look so good. You've been in the competitive scene for a while. Have you felt that balance patches change now that you win so much?
Yeah, the balance patches feel different, but what feels even more different is that when I look at other teams, I feel like I'm looking at our drafts, which is very weird. So it's a very weird experience.
سالري معنا في المسرح سألناه إنه هل تحس إنه الفترة الأخيرة البالانس باتشز اللي قاعدة تنزل في دوتا هل هي تحسها تارجتد على الفريق والهيروز اللي أنتم تلعبونها في فريق جي جي؟ لأنه زي ما احنا عارفين هم فازوا في آخر 5 ميجرز موجودة عندنا، فأكيد إنه في شيء بالموضوع. قالوا إنه فعلا أنا قاعد أحس إنه الموضوع غريب، وممكن الهيروز حقتنا هي قاعد يجيها بالانس نيرف، لكن بنفس الوقت يعني نشوف إنه باقي الفرق مو قاعدين يسوون أدابت الدرافت الجديدة.
Okay, anecdotally, we on the panel also oftentimes be like, oh, this looks like a Gaimin Gladiators draft. So then, of the teams that you've seen do it, are there any that you've been able to see them take your pieces and maybe make them a little bit better?
You mean who drafts like us? Or
Anyone who drafts like you, but then you're also able to learn from how they execute your drafts.
I mean, there's a lot of teams to learn from, but I like Liquid the most. Blitz has no originality, so he just takes our heroes, make something up your own, man.
سنري معنا في المسرح قلنا له باختصار انه هل تشوف انه في بعض الفرق قاعدين يحاولون يتبنون الدرافت حقتكم جالسين يسوونها لانفسهم في ايامهم ممكن الشيء هذا يكون فرصه انكم تتعلمون انتم من الدرافت حقهم قالوا صراحه ممكن فريق ليكويد هو اكثر فريق ممكن يسوي الشيء هذا ويعني شيء زعل يعني معليش بس نبغى انه الدرافت حقنا يصير حقنا يعني انتم دوروا لكم درافت جديد.
My last question would be pretty much any team that I ask, I say, who are you looking forward to playing? They say Gaimin Gladiators. Who are you looking forward to playing here at Riyadh Masters?
I enjoy every game against teams that are not from West or Eastern Europe because we play them so often. So this was really fun playing LGD again. It's been a while.
سألنا سدري سؤال سريع انه كل الفرق جالسين يقولون انه احنا جايين عشان نهزم فريق جيمنج جلاديترز لكن بنفس الوقت وش الفريق اللي انتم يا فريق جي جي تبون تهزمونهم؟ كانوا يقولون انه او الجواب حق سدري كان يقول انه بكل اختصار فريق PSG.LGD لهم فتره طويله ما لعبوا ضدهم فكان شيء كويس انهم لعبوا ضدهم المره هذه وايضا مبسوطين هم بكل الايام صراحه لانهم دائما يلعبون ضد الفرق الاوروبيه.
Sorry, a very exciting game. Appreciate it and best of luck in the rest of the tournament. And back to the studio.
الآن خلونا نرجع للاستوديو ونتكلم عن ايش صار في الجيم هذا وكيف كانت النتيجة 1-1.
Thank you very much, Tsunami and Fancy, and what a game. PSG.LGD, they get the Game 2 victory over Gaimin Gladiators. Although they got the victory here, it was not smooth sailing, Lacoste. There were several times that honestly it seemed like GG would make the comeback. In fact, you left the green room early.
Yeah.
You thought the game was done.
I thought the game was done. I mean, the way this game started was PSG.LGD. We talked about the importance of the laning stage and that they need to, have a good lanes. They were up 4K 10 minutes into the game and managed to blow it all out in like 2 team fights. And then Gaimin Gladiators, they're playing really well, especially that like second Roshan team fight where they were like executing almost perfectly, landing a good chrono. Because in terms of having damage inside chrono, there isn't much. So Daracho was more setting things up for his own team rather than just being damage dealer during the chronosphere. And this is it. This is he manages to get out. What was that? Like 50 HP. That was wild.
13.
13. Okay, I stopped counting after 50.
13 HP, boy.
What a game. And Faith Beyond, you were stressing the importance of them playing quickly, trying to put Gaimin under pressure, right? The game still ended up going very, very long. But the one thing that we got to see is what you were mentioning at the beginning of the first draft. This team is very good at the mid game. They often don't get there, but when they get there, my goodness, do LG look amazing, don't they?
Yeah. A great game for LGD, and they made a great comeback. And I think... Sorry.
It's all good, man. It's all good. I think one of the things that we also saw in this game here, Effie, is the moment that we see this Luna falling on behind a little bit in gold, right? When pressure is being applied towards her, you start to worry because normally you don't envision Luna as being that hard carry in the ultra late game, right? And we were all very skeptical about whether she could actually hang with the Faceless Void, but the execution from LGD was really something else.
I mean, she was top of the net worth the whole game.
For most of the time.
The whole game. She was like 10k net worth out of the void. She just...
No. Quinn was on top of the net worth most of the game, to be fair.
But she was 10k net worth ahead of the void, is what I said. But she couldn't do anything. Like, she was just getting chain CC'd and killed before she could even use her net worth. The true carry of that game was the Tim Versa. He was dishing out most of the damage. He was the player who was able to separate and cause the chaos in these team fights that caused some of the chronos to be whiffed. And when you don't get the ideal chrono and your Faceless Void is playing more of a utility type of role, setting up his team in order to do damage, then you actually have a window as LGD to take the fight. And that's what happened a couple of times, and it was all they needed. That one good fight, Roshan spawned right after. It was like the cards aligned for them.
We have an illustration of the kind of fighting that we saw in this game with the STC play of the game. So let's take a quick look at what went down here in game 2. So I'm looking at this moment here. I'm thinking to myself, all right, we are completely done. Because before this, LGD was well ahead. They had the gold lead. Faith Beyond, if a fight like this happens, right, talk to us about what the team is saying to each other to make sure they can come back afterwards, even though you just lost such a big advantage.
In this case, you have to talk about how can we still win this game and how can we win next team fight and then trying to do it. Yeah.
And actually, Faithian said something pretty insightful, I think, backstage when we were watching, Sean, of how he thinks them being mid at that point is kind of telling that some of their players are still a little bit inexperienced. Because for the most part, someone should have made the call to not hang around mid at that point and just farm. That's what should have been done. So it shows that these are valuable lessons that LGD are learning right now.
Yeah, he's the newest addition to the team and still performed really well on that Timber Saw. Yeah, you got that one, Effie. It took you a second.
Hey, at least I laughed, okay?
Yeah, I mean, some of these like mid and the late game fights were relatively easy, especially once Luna picked up that Aghanim Scepter from Roshan. This is where the game kind of broke, because you have this Timbersaw who's super farmed with Overwhelming Blink, so he wants to jump in, and then you have a Primal Beast with the Refresher, so that's gonna be like double BKB, them running in and also causing a lot of problems. So what Gaming Gladiators need to do, use the buybacks, and I kind of feel bad for them as well because of how much advantage they had. Quinn had an extremely good game, and like we could see the reaction on camera as well, where he was like, you know, like, how did we lose this game, pretty much. So yeah, there was their game to lose, and they managed to do so.
There were some cool plays around Chrono, I thought, because at some point, Primal Beast got a Ethereal Blade and used that to save his supports in Chrono. There was also Blinding Lights, and at some point, Coddle just became the fodder, the cannon fodder in that game, where he'd go in, take some spells, die. But then we saw when that fight happened near their tier 3, they sacrificed the Coddle, he bought back. The Luna, Luna was dead for a lot of the fights, but Coddle buys back. Suddenly, the fight turns around, right? Because there's no Chrono. The Faceless Void has no damage outside of it, and they've expended their cooldowns. So then they just chased afterwards, and when it looked like it was almost over, suddenly there was a window for them.
The hero that was spending the most time chasing across the map was our Timbersaw, and New will be earning our Kadia MVP for Game 2 due to a stellar performance on this offlane Timbersaw. Not only did he perform really well in these team fights, not only was he chasing people around all the time, but Faithian, when you're playing Timbersaw, right? How important is it to make sure that you not only secure your side of the map, or rather how difficult is it to secure your side of the map and still be controlling the rest of the game? What do you have to be thinking about as a Timbersaw player to make that happen?
You need to think about how can you make a call to your teammate to let them play with you and being at the right spot. And you can't be too aggressive, and you need to be careful to play around you. Yeah.
Okay, they played very well around him, and of course they ended up with the W on PSG.LGD. The question I have though, Lacoste, is despite the fact that this was a squad that was 4K gold up at 12 minutes, right? The game still ended up extending by quite some distance. Is this a viable template that other teams can copy when they go up against Gaming Gladiators to try and deal with the squad?
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, if there's like one experienced coach, that's definitely Xiao 8, and he knows like already game 1, definitely on the draft. Second game immediately switches things up, completely different type of a draft that is, I would say, slightly more difficult to execute, but the players managed to do so. It feels like, you know, they get a really good grasp of what went wrong early on, and then it's like, okay, we're gonna play something different, and this is why team is always scary to play against.
Very scary indeed. Gaming Gladiators find themselves having to deal with a loss. Celery still in very good spirits. You know, he had a good game. He's enjoying himself. Quinn had a very, very good game. There is one thing I want to talk about that we sort of have to mention. There was a moment where we saw the Faceless Void occupy the bottom lane. Like, they had 4 heroes bottom, I think. Timbersaw was solo farming in the top lane. Like, what do you think the rationale was for Dyraicho being there on that side of the map at that point in the game, even before he had the Chronosphere?
You're in the level 5 TP?
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, it looked weird, but I understand why. He was getting kicked out of the lane by Timbersaw. He thought that maybe he'd go bottom pressure the Luna a little bit, maybe get a few kills. Like, if it worked out, it would have looked really cool. But I think overall it wasn't the worst play because Luna wasn't farming either for the duration that he was there. But I think something that happened in the early game that was kind of a misdirect by LGD, which was really cool, was that they were often rotating the Pango to Luna's lane, and they even brought the Void to Luna's lane. So everyone was just like, let's run at Luna. But in the meantime, the Primal Beast was farming mid, and the Timbersaw was farming top, so that's how they managed to get out of a 4K net worth lead early on, even though Luna died a few times to ganks.
Well, a lot of action-packed things ended up happening in game number 2 here. Of course, this is not the only action happening here at the Riyadh Masters tournament. To find out what else is occurring all across the world, let's check in with Jenkins on the ground to see what's happening on the other streams.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We've witnessed printermen. We've witnessed players. We've witnessed coaches. There's a lot of people that make a Dota event work. But what we haven't seen is the people that manage the people, and that's the player managers, and even the player manager. And we're going to talk to two of them here. How are you guys doing today? We'll do you first.
I think it's good. Going well so far.
Having fun. We vibe. We vibe. Despite everything, we vibe.
So would you say this is a good day one in terms of how this event is going versus other events that you've been a player manager for?
Yeah, well, I mean, this is like week 3 of Gamers 8. I've been here since the beginning, so most issues we have fixed, week 1. So yeah, I mean, most of it is already good.
Man, I'm working with some of the coolest people I've ever met. Like, I'm not kidding. I'm meeting some of the coolest people, not only in Dota, but also getting to know the people from the other games. It's really the best part about this, having all these games coming together. It's a pretty huge event. I'm having a good time. I think it's a good day one, solid day one.
Okay, so now we're going to get into the nitty-gritty details. This is what I really wanted to ask you guys about. What sort of sick stuff do players get into? What is the weirdest request that a player has made, even outside of Dota? Let's just say players in general, and we'll start with you first.
I haven't seen it myself, but I've heard stories about teams asking for a bunch of rope for whatever the reason, and some of them wanted to be taken to favelas in Rio, which was like, well, maybe not the wisest choice, I would say, for a trip, but yeah, those are the weirdest I've heard of.
I don't know, we had one guy call security on our film crew because he wanted to use the sauna. I'm not naming any names, but that was my personal highlight so far.
I know who that was. It was a Dota player. We'll just leave it at that. It was a Dota player. Okay.
It could only be a Dota player.
Dota players really love their sauna. Okay, well, I was going to ask what's the weirdest thing a Dota player has done, but that kind of answers it. Called security on Slacks. It was Slacks at a sauna. Okay, so that's it from the player managers. That was probably enough from them. Back to you, Shiver.
Weirdest thing, I guess, is being called Shiva. I'm not that pretty. I know I'm good looking, but damn, relax, Jenkins. What a game. I'm glad also that as much fun as we're having here watching Dota, it is still an international event. There's a lot of other games that are happening, a lot of other esports that are taking place right now. Literally, we're in a city that's built to honor esports. It's a pretty great place to be right now. Fortunately for us, we occupy the best esport in the world, Dota 2. There is literally no other game like it. Faithbjorn, do you play any other games that makes you feel the same way Dota does?
I think maybe sometimes CSGO, because it's also a very competitive game and also made by Valve, maybe.
Good answer.
My man knows his bread is buttered. Of course, we are here to celebrate Dota, but as Jenkins has been intimating, the Dota that's been happening all across the streams has also given us some updated scores. So let's take a look at what the lay of the land is within the group stages. Here on Stream A, 1-1 for Gaimin Gladiators, 1-1 for Team Spirit versus EG, 1-1 for Quest Esports and Mind Pandas, and 1-1 for OG and Xtreme Gaming. Lacoste, do any of these score lines surprise you right now?
Yeah, I feel like OG is just picking up the pace, the way they started this tournament from the play-ins, because they didn't look too hot. 0-4, might have been even 0-5 at one point, but seems like, Seb, with his experience, definitely doing the work, and good pickup again. The man retired 6 times, unretired as well, and yeah, so far so good. I mean, as the tournament progresses, we're going to see them play better and better.
One of the things that's been interesting to me, Effie, is that Faithbjorn once spoke backstage talking about which teams are, what's the power ranking of these squads. And he was just like, every team here is really good. And we always talk about it in sort of a fluffy cookie cutter way. Oh, every team is really good. But legitimately at this tournament, the level of Dota from every squad, even teams that I didn't expect it out of, like OGs, Xtreme Gaming, TSM. What happened? Where did everybody find this level up from?
There's a very strong financial incentive to become your best Dota player self. So, I mean, honestly, you draw power from external motivations. For some teams, maybe they don't feel as strongly at other parts of the year than when it's approaching TI season, and of course the Riyadh Masters, which has an enormous prize pool. So I would imagine that has a lot to do with it, if I'm going to be honest here.
Well, people are trying to walk away with some deep pockets at the end of this tournament. We have a winner from the Riyadh Masters. Only a paltry couple $1 million. Boo! Here, there's $5 million up for grabs from the winning squad. Of course, we still have one more set of games to bring you for the evening, and that's going to be Team Aster taking on Team Secret. So stick around, do not go anywhere. More Dota 2 coming in just a moment.
مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت تبغى راب خفيف اجيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. delicious yeah.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, Akhi, I'll try, Akhi, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Season?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Welcome back, one and all, here to the Riyadh Masters as we are rounding out the day with one final BO2 group stage matchup between Team Secret and Team Aster. This has been a really spectacular day of Dota, a day full of surprises, a day full of extremely close games, and of course I have expectations that the last one will fulfill all the promise and more that we've had throughout this day. I've been replacing some members of my panel. I've got Fear, I've got BSJ, Lacoste is still with us. And Fear, I'm looking at Team Secret coming into this. How does Puppy keep doing it, man? Year on year on year, the first 6 months, mid. But there's years he'll be dominant, but somehow he keeps making new teams that somehow challenge at the biggest tournaments of all time.
Well, he's got the experience to back it. He knows how to build a roster. He knows how to compete at the top. He knows what it takes to get here. And throughout the year, things aren't going well. He knows the pieces he needs to change to be able to make it happen. And he's phenomenal at doing so. And he's back. And well, hopefully we see a good run from Secret here.
Hopefully we do see a good run. Of course, they came in from the play-ins, and BSJ, every time Team Secret have found themselves in this kind of position where they have to start at the bottom of a tournament, right? They seem to be one of these squads that gain an incredible amount of momentum going deeper and deeper in. Wouldn't you be terrified about playing against this team right now? Wouldn't you have rather beaten them in the play-ins and just kept them down forever?
Yeah, out of all the teams that didn't just have the smooth sailing, like you go all the way back to TI-11, like they were last chance qualifiers all the way to second place, and that's something that you mentioned, the experience that Puppy brings. Like he's a captain that it's his way or the highway. Like you're gonna conform to the way he wants to build this team, and if there's somebody that's out of line, it's like not their fault, maybe they just don't fit right in. He's gonna replace them and find a better way to do it.
Yep. One of the pieces of the puzzle that he had in his squad here was Sumail, who's playing in the mid lane of Team Aster at the moment. And unfortunately, Team Aster didn't necessarily have the best results at the Bali Major. They made some changes. They broke up the long-standing duo of XXX and Baboka. Lacoste, you've been covering this region of China for a very long time. What difference does Kaka make? To actually tell people who aren't aware of how much of an immediate upgrade you normally experience when you add Kaka.
Yeah, that's just Kaka effect pretty much. Every single time he joins a team, immediately team performs like 2 times better. Sometimes it's relatively short, for a couple of weeks, but this is exactly what they needed. Right now, they need to perform, they need to build some momentum as well. These group stages are really important, and also to feel like where they're going with their own drafts, because XXS and Boca, they split up. They've been playing together for like 4 or 5 years together, and this is a big change to the roster.
Yeah, it's a very big change. Speaking of XXX, part of that duo, I know many words were said, BSJ. You were not a fan of how he played at the Bali Major. You often highlighted him as the reason why they lost crucial games. What have you made of his performance here at Riyadh Masters, given how much better he's looked with Kaka in the mix?
I felt like it's never been his actual play, it's just his items and vision of the game, so I think that that's usually something that has to do with synergy between teammates. And if you change one piece of the puzzle, suddenly that might have been the final piece that needed to make the whole picture come together. So for someone like him, it could be a comfort thing, it could be a matter of just, they talked about what happened at Bali Major, it could be a combination of the two, and I'm really liking to see that he's coming back, because it's not that I don't believe in him as a player, it just felt like in these crucial moments where you know what Sumail is going to offer, you know what the rest of the team is going to offer, and it's like XSS had to tie it together. They kind of have to have a core that takes a step back and fills in the gaps in the draft.
Well, Team Aster right now are finding themselves with a much more holistic picture of their Dota 2. Let's find out what their journey has looked like to get to the Riyadh Masters, hearing directly from Team Aster themselves.
Actually, today is the first time I've seen the entire team again since Bali. I went to States, they went to China. So I think we have 2 days of scrims before we play sit-ins. To be honest, I don't know. I didn't really know how the dynamic worked with the other 4s. No, I don't know now how it's gonna work now, but I am hoping for good stuff, as always. Optimistic. The thing is, I learned Chinese, Mandarin completely in the past 2 months, so now we just speak in native tongue. Yeah, I'm super fluent, as a matter of fact. It's surprising that I speak better than some, actually, on the team, so there's no problem anymore. No, I understood that I have a huge fan base in China, except for that little incident in 2016. But even that, after like a few months, the settled down and everything was... Because the TI9 was in China, and every time I walked out, it felt like I was in the US, I was playing in home crowd, so I had an idea. I don't know, I didn't follow much, but I didn't follow much the Chinese scene. And I like the players on Aster, like they've been playing a long time, and most of them have been, they have performed well at TI, especially XXS and Monet. So I never thought about stuff like that.
King himself joining Team Aster. What have you made of this, Fear? How has he performed to your expectations? You've played with him, you know what his ceiling is like, you know he's capable of winning TI, you've done the tournament with him. Is this in with this roster? Do they have another shot of doing it again? Can he get another ring?
It's possible, for sure. I will say he's looked the best he's looked on any team for the past couple of years on this Aster squad. He's finally given the freedom that he needs as a player. And I think Aster just kind of like, you know, you're the king, join the team, we'll play around you, you play what you want to play. And that's the type of player that Sumail is. And enabling that is really going to make him shine.
Yep. Well, they're going to be going up against Team Secret, a squad that has a lot of experience, has a lot of understanding about the game. It's Puppey overall. Two things I want to quickly ask you, BSJ. Firstly, how difficult is it to draft against Puppey, right? Because you have to address his Enchantress, you have to address his Enigma, probably have to address his Chen. There's not that many 5-position players in the world right now that command that degree of attention in the draft.
I feel like this specific team that he has this year is not all that difficult to draft against in terms of like what you think is coming. Like, it may be difficult to deal with what he's going to bring. As you mentioned, he's got these highly specialized heroes, but dealing with a player like Crystallis, who's very highly specialized as a carry as well. In the past, I think Puppey kind of prided himself on being able to pick literally anything and making it work, similar to what we see like LGD try to do. But I don't think that's really the secret we see this year, and that's part of why I think Puppey's kind of had to take a step back and like reevaluate, how do I make this version of Secret work?
Something else I also wanted to ask you about is, you're a man numbers guy, right? Coming into the group stages, there's two things that stood out to me very heavily. First was that before today, Dire had a 60% win rate versus the Radiant side, right? But 70% of teams were choosing to go for the Radiant side, right? And then would get first pick. It was 70% first pick plus Radiant coming into the group stages. What do you think contributed to that, despite Dire winning so much?
I think Radiant, for a carry specifically, feels way easier to play. I don't know how to explain it exactly, but the rotation from the Twin Gate feels much simpler as a carry, and then it also feels easier to protect your Ancients on this side. I think invading the Dire side, like I remember reading on Dota Buff that the win rate of like 5 or 6 ranged carries was infinitely higher on Radiant. It was like 60%, and then their win rate on Dire was 45%. So that might just come with a situation of like, these heroes feel more comfortable on the map right now, because it's definitely not mirrored like it tends to be.
So one of the other things that we've seen at this particular tournament, Lacoste, Xtreme Gaming is doing well. Aster is clearly doing very well. We just saw LGD being able to defeat Gaimin Gladiators. They've been lackluster throughout the year, unfortunately, the Chinese region. We know there's a financial incentive, right? But what changed between Bali and now that has allowed this region to perform so much better than expected?
I think they also figured out that this Western style of Dota, they need to adapt to it to be able to win, because you can already see that some of the other teams, because like Aster, they're bringing in Sumail, so he's bringing in some fresh ideas as well, because he's been playing in the region for a really long time. And then you have also like Xtreme Gaming, who tend to go for a bit of a different picks, considering how they were playing at the DPC previous majors as well. So a bit of a surprise, I would say, but also needed adaptation from some of these teams. And also Celery, like he talked in an interview after the game, is like, yes, he's seeing his own drafts while watching the other teams.
One of the common things that we see in drafts around this season in Time Fear, we're close to TI, right? Which means, Faith Beyond was mentioning earlier, teamfight heroes will come back, but particular, we're going to get Enigmas, we're going to get Tinies. ET sneaks in a little bit here. Like, from your perspective, having played there, do teams actually talk about this and have that conversation about, guys, in these high-stakes tournaments, it's time to pivot back towards teamfight?
I don't think you have the direct conversation that we need to do this. It kind of just naturally happens as you're playing these games. You're a little more stressed out than usual. You're anxious, and then all of a sudden you play a lineup that's really high-paced. You can't make many mistakes. Maybe you can perform with that, like online or something. But in the back of your head, you know, if I make a mistake with this lineup, we die. You know, we're not gonna get the $5 million prize pool. That's a huge deal, right? So you play the easy to execute. You press the big buttons, you win the team fights, you win the game. And that's generally like what people will go back to time and time again, because more pressure, the easier it is for you to lose games by playing risky strats. Just go for a team fight. It's a lot easier.
One of the risky strats that has been paying off a little bit, though, has been Lycan. That's the one outsized influence that I've seen in this. Check this out, Brian. 10 games, 80% win rates coming into the group stage. And the couple of games that I did see it was paired once with Enigma as well, where they're just like, just ball, do this thing, right? Are we going to see more of that this tournament, do you think?
I wouldn't be too surprised, not only because Lycan is a universal hero that right-clicks, that has not been touched by the nerfs, but also because he's a flex pick. I think those are always value. He's not necessarily going to be a first pick, in my opinion. I think he is counterable in 2 different lanes at the same time in a draft if you have multiple picks to do it. But if you see one good matchup for him in the side lanes already, then you're guaranteed you can just move him to that matchup no matter what.
We're going to be seeing if these two squads make that decision in Game 1, as we are about to get into it. Team Aster versus Team Secret. And to bring us the squads, I bring you Tsunami and Fancy.
It is time to begin the final series here on day one of the group stage, Fancy. Let's get it started.
Let's get it started indeed. أعزائي المشاهدين، هذا هو الجيم الأخير اللي راح نشهده اليوم بس فتومة بين فريقين عريقين معنا في عالم دوتا. خلونا نشوف مين بيكون الفريق الأفضل.
The two teams are going head-to-head here. Aster, top seed of their group in the play-in stage, only dropping one game so far.
فريق أستر بعد ما تواجد معنا في البلاينز إلى الآن إلى اللحظة هذه ما خسر إلا جيم واحد فقط، لكن هل بيقدر يغير الشيء هذا تيم سيكرت خصمهم أو لا؟
And on the other side, it's Team Secret making their debut here on LAN for the first time this year. But lest we forget, last year at Riyadh Masters 2022 is when Secret really started to get their magic that carried them to a second place finish at last year's International.
السنة الماضية فريق سيكرت كان متواجد معنا في المسرح، ودنا نشوف وش اللي ممكن يسوونه في هذه السنة، لأن السنة الماضية أدائهم ما كان سيء أبدا.
The sun's gone down around here, Fancy, but it seems like things are still heating up here on the stage.
I mean, that's exactly what's happening, Tsunami. Honestly, we're ready for this match. It's the last match of the day, and I can't wait to get it started. So shall we bring out the teams?
I think we're getting just about ready. I'm feeling it, so let's do it. We saw PSG.LGD, we saw Xtreme. Let's bring out the third Chinese team to the main stage. Team Aster! Oftentimes it seems like Aster has a bit of a honeymoon period. Every time they swap out a player here and there, it looks great, but can they maintain that momentum throughout the tournament?
في كل مرة نشهد فيها تيم أستر متواجد الآن معنا في المسرح، نحصل إنه أدائهم يكون جدا متميز، بعدها يتدنى في نهاية البطولة. هالشيء هذا هل بتكون قصتهم معنا في رياض ماستر في هذه السنة ولا لا؟
And for this time last year, it was Team Secret that brought in two new players. Seemed untested, but magic was happening on the stage.
أعزائنا المشاهدين، الآن خصم زي ما قلنا لكم ما هو غريب عن رياض ماسترز، شاهدناهم السنة الماضية كانوا في المركز الخامس السادس، أدائهم أبدا ما كان سيء. خلونا نتعرف عليهم نرحب فيهم على المسرح. في أول حدث لان من سنة كاملة رحبوا معنا بتيم سيكريت. تيم سيكريت السنة الماضية كانوا متواجدين في هذا المسرح وكانت آخر بطولة لان لهم، لكن بعدها شاهدنا بابي بقيادته يصنع لنا روستر جديد، والروستر هذا جاهز انه يقدم لنا افضل ما عندهم، خصوصا انه ادائهم الفترة الأخيرة ما كان الافضل.
It may be the first time that Secret has taken the stage all year, but they're no strangers to it whatsoever. And it seems like this time the crowd's pretty split, Fancy.
I mean, honestly, everyone is so excited. Let's see how it goes. الآن فريق سيكريت أحسن شيء نبي نعرف عنهم إنه في آخر مرة تواجدوا معنا في الرياض أدائهم كان مو طبيعي، وبعدها تدنى المستوى. رجعوا في الرياض، رجعوا في مسرحهم، هل يقدرون يسوونها مرة ثانية؟ هذا اللي نبغى نعرفه.
All right then, you guys ready for some Dota out here? That's what I like to hear. Let's get into the chairs then, gentlemen.
جاء الوقت الآن أعزائنا المشاهدين نروح عندنا للاستوديو على طول ونتكلم أكثر عن إيش ممكن يصير في الدرافت، ونبدأ في الجيم الأول.
You have to go back to 2006 before you find a year that Puppy is not competing on the main stage of an international tournament. This man has done it all on Team Secret. Team Aster obviously really want to try and take them down. And of course, BSJ mentioned something very interesting about how you know right now what Team Secret is going to be bringing. We know they're going to be prioritizing Chrysalis like his PL, his Bloodseeker. Yamich is probably going to be playing Monkey King. Some lane controller coming in from Puppy. Given all that information that's available, doesn't it make it a little bit easier to defeat them? Or do you think it's one of these things where it actually adds pressure because you know what you have to deal with, but you might over-prepare instead of being relaxed about the matchup?
I mean, this is Puppy we're talking about, so he has a couple of aces up his sleeve, no doubt about it. Like, drafting against him. Like, if we go back in time, Puppy has always been like a stubborn captain. If he thinks something can work, he's going to make it work. Sometimes it's going to take him a couple of games, sometimes a whole tournament, sometimes 3 months, but eventually he's going to make it work, and that's the strength of the Puppy overall. But, you know, people have been talking about Crystallis, how, you know, he has limited hero pool, and one of the reasons why they've been first phasing some of these heroes, as you mentioned, you know, going for the Bloodseeker, Morphling, Medusa, depends on the patch that they've been playing on. But this also leaves a lot of variety on in these different roles, because both FBZ and Armel can pop off. Like, leaving last pick for Armel on the mid lane can be really devastating, considering that he plays these cheesy heroes like Meepo, Huskar. These are his specialties, so got to be aware of those as well.
Talk to me about this Meepo hero, PSG.
You
know that what changed? What changed about the hero?
I am so good at micro, you have no idea. Yeah. I mean, what made Meepo, I think, so much better now is, like, it's similar to what happened with, I'm trying to think of another example, but it's an item build problem. Like, this hero didn't have a build that made sense for him. It's like the Jug. Like, nobody was building Jug with this crit with the Battle Fury, and suddenly Yatoro shows us that's how it is, and we see Jug all throughout Bali Major. And it's like, right now with Meepo, he's never had, like, a role in the game. Like, what are his timings? What does he do on the map? And you have, like, a little bit of everything, but now you have this Atos. So your timing is just crisp. You're suddenly a reliable initiator, where this Atos 100% sets up your net. So imagine if Atos for any other hero in the game was a 6-second route. You know, that's what we're looking at with Meepo. And then you go in for the Ags, which makes it difficult to focus you, which usually is like the struggle that you have, is they have to commit on any of your other Meepos and you can save them. So I love Dota in the sense that sometimes it's just not figured out yet. There's so many heroes to look at. All it takes is one player. Like,
yeah, I mean, for players who are just like watching, not playing as much Dota, and then they see like Mega Meepo, like what is that?
the actual assembly part where there's like a Meepo that's weak. What happened to him?
I mean, this hero's crazy because, like, not only does he stack on top, you throw him, and then he burrows underground. You're like, what the hell is happening right now?
Like, where did this come from? What has IceFrog been cooking up? It's been fun to watch. For me, the best part about it, Fear, is not the fact that he's playing so well, but that you can play him safe lane, you can play him mid, you can play him off lane, and he can fulfill different roles, right? Just itemizing differently changes exactly what he does in the game. Like, it's kind of crazy. And honestly, I didn't even know there were that many Meepo players at the tournament.
Everyone at some point at this level has been a Meepo player. They've just been waiting for their day. And they found the item build to make it happen. And now all these great Meepo players, like Armel is coming out, maybe Orbit will play it eventually at some point. There's a lot of great Meepo players out there. Just none of them play it because they just all thought it was trash. And now they've seen the light. Now they're like, oh, I want to try that. Maybe they tried it out. This is actually good. So now Meepo's back.
Meepo is indeed back. Another hero that has been returning into the fold has been this Lion hero. Kaka Lion Lacoste. He's going to play it. Are they going to ban it on the side of Team Secret?
Yeah, I think this hero either gets banned or picked by Kaka, because, you know, I'm still looking for Shadow Shaman. If there's one guy that's going to make it work, that's definitely going to be Kaka. Like, if we go back to Riyadh Masters last time when they were playing qualifiers, it was me who was covering the qualifiers as well, so I remember, like, he's back in action, you know, team gets the boost, he plays these heroes. Kaka Nyx Assassin as well. I think that's also the third hero that is, like, not contested at all, but considering that he's the one playing, you know, we might see it.
So speaking of contestation, there is a couple of heroes that have about equal contestation. Rubik, Undying, Snapfire, Timbersaw. But BSJ, the most picked hero by quite some margin, has been Rubik at this tournament. Why? What is it about this hero? And he often gets picked first phase as well.
Well, what happened after the Bali Major was just a nerf patch to all the S-tier heroes. What we saw is most notably Techies as like this 4-position ranged guy that's meant to harass and poke you out of lane and just secure the off lane. Like, it felt really good if you're a 3-position to just have a Techies. And I think Rubik's the new Techies in the sense that you pick him first, he's going to fade bolt range creeps. Lane's never a disaster. He offers team fight. He offers follow-up damage. He has a stun. So he was pretty much an A-tier hero before, but because Techies and other, like a Skywrath mage was so highly prioritized at Bali, he didn't get seen very much because of that. Just outshined by better heroes.
You know, another hero that was picked a lot as a position 4, but now has been creeping up into a more of a core role here. When we started Lima earlier this year, we only saw Snapfire mid once or twice. Now it feels like it's almost every game. People have even forgotten about picking its support. Is it still viable in that role, and what makes it so good to play mid, given that we have a lot of Snapfire players in this particular lobby?
Well, since Lima, we had this wonderful patch called Universal Heroes, and that has made any hero that is universal more viable as a core than a support, just because of the scaling alone. Still can be played as support, but just the fact that you are a universal hero, you can go to the mid lane. That's all you need in Dota right now, and you just got to be universal. You can go mid and you can scale, and you know you have the little shredder talents. What a better scaling could you ask for this hero?
What better scaling could you ask for? We're definitely going to see Snapfire involved in this game. Team Secret play it over across multiple roles. FBZ plays it, RML plays it, Yamich plays it, and of course Team Aster, they do the same. Although Sumail has shown that, you know, he can play it, but he's like, guys, just give me a left right rather, you know. Let me have something a bit more fun. But now we are going to be finding out what happens in this game as the first draft is underway. Team Aster, of course, you have to ban Enigma. We know it's coming, but why would you give it to them, honestly, BSJ? Just get rid of it as soon as possible.
As a carry player who usually has to lane against that crap, I absolutely endorse never having to play against Enigma in an Enigma patch.
Pretty much. I mean, this hero, like it is an offlane hero, but when you're playing against Secret, most likely going to be played from position 5, which ruins your lane. Nobody likes to play into this, the same like as Ledge years back when he had the sacrifice ability. But yeah, this is the Snapfire that we talked about, which is a bit of a, I would say, a surprise here for me, because sure, you know, Armel, he can play it, he does love to play the hero, but there's a lot of these support, because if we go back to the previous series, supports were heavily contested in the first phase. You know, Io, Enchantress, Undying, so all these heroes are still available.
I think it's team specific though, because Kaka has played it as well as Armel, and once you have a team that has a hero that both can play and is in the meta, that gets a bit scarier too. And that's one thing about Enigma as well in this patch is it's an offlaner, but most games that I've seen through the play-ins, it's been on pos 5. If it's like, if they think it's not the best game or if it's adequately countered in the offlane, they'll just put on pos 5, and with the buffs to Malefice, it seems to be doing really well in the safe lane too.
Yeah, I would argue that there's certain heroes that are also way better on second pick than they are on first pick. You emphasized earlier, Snare, how teams prioritize different things, and we see like Snapfire as just a well-rounded flex pick, can kind of go anywhere, does a lot of different things in the game, and I think those type of heroes generally do better in the second pick slot, because you know you're going to be dealing with a counter into 3 bans.
Puppy is like, you know, we've experienced this before. Bloodseeker in the first phase looks good against Timbersaw. He gave me the smile. I think I can read Bloodseeker from that smile.
The question is, what do they pair it with? Because normally, if it's available in the pool, so far in the play-ins, they have prioritized getting Yamich's Monkey King, but we've also seen the rise of Io so far in the group stages. So which stands out to you, Fear, as the viable option for Team Secret to pair with the core?
For Team Secret, I mean, the Bloodseeker definitely is something you're looking at, or Monkey King, Bloodseeker, similar heroes. I prefer the Bloodseeker, but they're both Crystallis heroes, and you know.
Yamich has been playing it mostly for them this tournament. The Monkey King.
They pick Monkey King and Bloodseeker.
Crystallis.
They did it.
Double counter. Let's go.
Game 1 or Game 2 against, I forget, I think Execration in the group stage. But they definitely have done Bloodseeker, Monkey King.
Yeah,
it has to be flex value, right?
Yeah, for sure. But if we go back, like, I don't know, a year ago, this is how Crystallis made the name for himself, playing Monkey King, Bloodseeker, Razor. These were his like 3 most played heroes.
Which makes me think, just by looking at this Batrider pick, Puppy hasn't played it yet, but neither has anyone but FBZ. So they might be looking at this potentially to be, it can be any lanes, right? But Bat is a flex pick. It can go either into the off lane, it can go on either support position. Don't really like mid much anymore, but it is good versus Timbersaw. I'm very curious to see if they're going to just lock in cores right away, because what else is Crystallis going to play versus a Timbersaw when Monkey King is already in the game? If you go back for that Bloodseeker, I guess you could.
One of the things we've seen throughout this tournament when teams are playing into the Monkey King is that they prioritize a vision kind of hero that can hunt the hero down, especially if he's jumping from tree to tree. We saw Mirana, Disruptor, Storm Spirit was also one of the options. Do you like them just going for the double core, getting the king his Storm Spirit?
I really like if you open on first pick, no matter what your first pick is, that your second pick is a core, because this is the most protected pick in all of your, on the first round, or the first pick team's draft, right? You have 3 picks, or sorry, you have 3 bans to immediately follow it up. You see like a lot of carries getting picked here, a lot of mid laners getting picked here, and this is for the exact reason, like you see Storm, what he offers you here is a hero that doesn't mind getting kited by the sticky napalm of Batrider, so he doesn't care about what Batrider has to do. You want to be able to jump him over cliffs with the Firefly, and then you also want to be able to catch Monkey King when he's on trees, and Storm Spirit's one of the best heroes to do that because his ball lightning destroys the trees. So it's a hero that Sumail plays, naturally counters both of the heroes it sees, and you get 3 bans to protect it. I love the pick myself.
Talk to me, Lacoste. Normally when we see Stone Spirit, these days it's paired with some kind of sustain. Pugna's fallen off of it, Coddle's already banned. Is Io gonna get banned or picked?
I don't know if they want to go for Io. Like as you said, Pugna has been heavily nerfed like 2-3 times in a row, so I feel like that combo is just not as good. Like you were more relying on early levels from Pugna, like you hit that level 6 and it's going to take you a lot of time until you get that level 2 drain, so I think that's not an option anymore, but you know, maybe I could potentially see some Crystal Maiden sneaking in just to have a bit of an extra, some kind of a buff for Storm Spirit, because we've seen Team Aster, like we've seen Sumail popping off completely on the Storm Spirit, and as Fear mentioned, like they really want to enable Sumail in this team, so.
Yeah. They definitely do. I'm just looking at this Monkey King pick, and like, it's gonna be so hard for him to stay on trees this game. Even his own teammates are killing trees with the Bat Rider.
Yeah, just don't jump on the trees.
Yeah, but at that point, do you want to play this on support, or do you want to play it as
I'd rather
core?
be a support there, to be honest.
But then what's your point? You're just like, you can't be on the trees as a support?
Well, the whole point is as long as they never see you go on the tree because you're just on the tree the whole time, then it's fine, right? So, like, as a support at least, we saw earlier, like, ZinQ getting caught out a few times. It's not nearly as costly because as a carry, if you just get stunned for 4 seconds through BKB, you're just done for. The thing about this Storm is it does reveal that Timbersaw is most certainly an offlaner, which does leave them a bit vulnerable to Team Secret not even having to cloak whether or not this Monkey King is a carry or not in this next pick. But at the same time, I think Timbersaw will have no problem getting out of that lane regardless. Like, Monkey King may survive the lane, but I don't think there's really any hero individually that shoves Timbersaw out.
Maybe Clockwork might be hard.
Yeah, Clockwork would be nice. A lot of teams are
one.
prioritizing that.
But Clock for Storm, yet again, this Timber Storm is looking like it's covering a lot of its bases against what Secret can do. I do like the Lion ban as well from Team Secret, of course, against Kako.
Well, Fear, you know, you're a carry player that won TI. Like, you see those two heroes, why don't they just slam pick Anti-Mage right now?
Well, because that would be dumb, because then you lose the flex of the Monkey King, and on top of that, Timbersaw versus Anti-Mage is a skill-based matchup. It ain't the same matchup as before. Timbersaw, when he hits you, it actually hurts now.
That's true.
He is a universal hero.
What about on 18? Like, what about like the next pick of Team Secret?
And Anti-Mage is just a bad carry hero right now. Just
yeah, it's a bit too slow. Like,
very slow.
There's a time where you can maybe play with 4, buy enough time, but if your lanes are falling apart, then having Anti-Mage. Dota these days can be too quick, like losing XP runes, but like losing map advantage, losing the tower, just gives away too much to the enemy team. I don't know why I'm feeling a Meepo for Secret. I feel like against Storm, against Timber,
it's good.
It works out amazingly. As we said, builds into Atos, which does ruin all of these heroes. And sometimes you lack early damage against Timber. Meepo's that guy, you know, that brings an extra Meepo, extra lockdown for him. Not necessarily right now, but maybe as the last pick.
No.
There's the Kaka hero, Kaka Rubik. What do we have to steal in this game here, BSJ? What spells stand out? Firefly can be pretty good. Tree Dance, in their favor, can be quite nice for additional vision.
Yeah, there's no like ultra high impact spells that are just gonna like turn the team fight, but there's a lot of nice things that'll help him play the map. Whether it's Firefly, whether it's just Curse to clear waves, it's the Monkey King, Primal Spring. They go for the Venomancer. That's almost like a slam in Puppy's face here, as he's been the one that's been picking it all tournament. I guess it counters core and support Monkey King.
Yeah.
It kind of secures your safe lane against either of the potential 4s right now, because it could be Monkey King or Bat Rider 4. And since they're going to be having carry 9th pick, which could potentially be countered, it feels nice to have a support that conceptually counters the other 4.
Yeah, I think their plan is to have the Venomancer follow the Monkey, whether it's either pos 4, then you put it in the safe lane.
Good call.
If you are in you're playing versus a carry Monkey King, you'll just put the Venomancer into the off lane, so that makes a lot of sense there. And we talked about the roots, right, being good. Puck essentially with a leash does something similar as a Meepo would. Locks down these heroes for a long amount of time. And having heroes, when you're playing Monkey King, especially as like a carry,
having something to lock heroes down inside of the Wukong's command is very underrated and not talked about enough, because you can just normally walk out of it. Boundless Strike isn't enough, but when you have that coil on top of Boundless Strike and the Wukongs, you can do serious damage.
And Flame Break, a lot of value
Rider,
from this ability, because you can bounce people inside Wukongs, you can break the coil as well. So team fight on side of Secret looks really good, and in terms of lockdown, Aster, they don't really have much against Puck. There's Vortex that has been nerfed as well, especially at the early levels. Then you have Rubik, who does tend to pick up like only 1 point in it, especially early on, and then you also have Global Silence to back him up. So I feel like this is a really, really good Puck game. But also thinking about where this Monkey is gonna go, might be a too difficult matchup to play him as a carry, so they might shift priority and just put Monkey Batrider as an offlane duo.
In prior tournaments, when we have seen some of the Silencer, we've seen it paired with some range core in the safe lane to enable him to play from afar. Given what y'all are mentioning with this Venom Monster dealing so well with the Monkey, is that a particular avenue that they could explore on the side of Team Secret here, BSJ?
Oh, I'm really not sure, to be honest. I'm like, nothing's coming to mind for me, to be honest, like immediately from this pick.
First Timber?
SF, maybe?
Oh, SF.
SF, you need some body.
Void, people like.
Faceless Void's fine, especially with the team fight. Maybe I could see Wind Ranger as well. You know, Crystallis does love to play it. And, they could sneak it in against Veno. You can't be slowed. Shackle as well against Timber later on.
I wouldn't mind Wind Ranger. The thing about the pick is I think it needs to be stable. Like,
yeah, this is not a stable pick. Wind Ranger is like really hit or miss.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know exactly what I'm laning against. I want a hero that can retreat to the jungle at like level 5, worst case scenario. Like, that's just the absolute disaster you see there. Because you have 2 other cores that you, on Aster, to avoid this disaster, that have to be played around. Storm needs assistance in the mid lane. Timbersaw is a greedy core as well. Like, he's going to need his farm. So as a carry, I'm envisioning that at my first like 15 minutes, regardless if I win my lane or not, which is unlikely since I'm 9th pick, is going to be in the, what is it, the Mighty Mines, or is that the well down there?
Oh, well, on Radiant side,
that's the well. He's going to be down there for a while. So I'd really like a hero like Terrorblade would have been great.
That's well done, BSJ.
Thank you.
For Team Aster, they're going to be the ones that have to reveal first. So what do we want to see here, Fear? They definitely need a carry hero. We need some punch. They don't have like absurd physical damage in their lineup. What would you be picking here if you're in the team?
I mean, I like Faceless Void for them too. If you think it's going to be a Batrider into the offlane, that could be a good response. You want to be able to let your support at some point leave the lane and you feel okay, or make rotations, so that could be good.
What about Alchemist?
Alchemist, it's just really volatile, right? You're playing versus Monkey King and Bat. You could make it work, potentially, but if they get on top of you, you could potentially feed as well, right?
It's true. I'm just thinking, I can't think of very many heroes like left in the pool that
Void's
can
banned
just,
anyway.
Yeah, that can just retreat to the jungle. They're either survivable like Void, like you said, or
Jug and something.
When you don't know what to pick, Jug always feels good. I think there's also, I mean, against Puck, PL, against all of these heroes, like you build into Manta style, I think it can work. But then again, you're
playing versus Puck is usually typically very hard.
Okay, if there's one guy that can make this troll pick work, that's definitely Monet. I put a lot of trust in it. A lot of the times when you don't know what to pick, sometimes it comes to your mind like, it's a good troll game. It looks like that on paper, and maybe 3 minutes into the game and you're laning and they're like, man, we should not pick this hero.
No. It does not happen at 3 minutes. What happens with Troll Warlord, I'm speaking from personal experience here, is it's the first time you have to push your ultimate is when you're like, I should not have picked this hero.
But at Lima, one thing we often saw is that playing into the Monkey King carries, I think, were very bad against Troll. They lost a lot. There were only games and matchups that the Troll was winning reliably at that tournament. Wasn't played that much at Bali or Berlin, of course. In this context, would you want to be playing safe lane Monkey King into this draft right now?
Probably
really.
not.
Yeah.
I think that if you put the Monkey on support, it's good. Pick a ranged carry here. Keep your
Wind
distance.
Ranger, we're into this territory again. I feel like
I mean, Drow Ranger's fine with me as well.
I'm fine with Luna. All these are fine with me. Yeah, like the thing about not into Storm, not into Storm, not into Storm. I don't think, but. Yeah, I mean, I would not put the Monkey King carry.
Is there Medusa in the game?
She's
not. Medusa's banned.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's very smart, very smart.
Yeah. So what carries are left at our range? So you guys mentioned Drow. We know that there's not Sniper is very unlikely. SF still here. Terrorblade is banned. Morphling's banned.
You basically don't want to play a hero that has to commit everything into Troll because you'll always lose on engagement. You want to play from afar, poke him. If you do want to commit, it has to be on top of like some lasso repositioning skill here. So
It also has to be like a BKB hero, right? Because they have Storm, Timber.
Yeah. Oh, they're just going to do carry Monkey. Crystallis, he doesn't care about counters. He'll play against 5 heroes that counter him. He's still going to play his first pick Monkey King.
I don't know which last pick I disagree with more, but I think I'm going to side with Aster for this draft. I feel like Team Secret has a lot of like team fight aspects of the game going for them. I think their synergy, as like the way we talked about their abilities complementing each other, is much better. But I think like they just first picked a Monkey King that got countered and then left it as core, which just leaves me to be really skeptical about him being able to carry the game. It might be just Armel show, because there are no reliable stuns for Armel. There are stuns, but not necessarily burst to follow it up.
You just gave Kaka Ravage too this game now.
That's true. There was an amazing teamfight spell, and now there you go.
There is, yeah. I don't know, maybe are they gonna be able to make this monkey work playing into offlane Timber? I do like Aster's draft way more. I think that they could zip around with this Storm Spirit and also make the usage of Rubik, good laning. Like, how do you lane? Like, what's a strong lane into Venomancer plus Troll? Like, how do you survive this? Sure, Tide maybe later on, but it's going to be a lot of slow net. I don't think you can play this lane very effectively because Tide doesn't like to play into it.
Talk to me, Fio, if you look at this draft on Team Secret, how do they make it work? What should be accomplished in this game for them to win?
We'll just pick on the weak link, the Troll Warlord. This hero, this hero's very easy to gank. He's potentially going to have a bad laning stage if you make any rotations. You do have the Bat Rider in the lane. There's a lot of things you can do to make Troll have a bad game, and I don't really believe in this hero very much this patch, because if you do have a bad lane, it's hard to come back, and once your BKB runs out, it feels like you can't do much. You do have some BKB control here as well, but it's not going to be easy. I think you really do have to shut down and abuse the Troll Warlord this game if you are Secret.
All right, so let's hear these votes, gentlemen. Fio, who you got?
Well, I'm Aster.
Aster. Yes,
Aster.
Of course. Well, clean sweep for Aster. You know, I'm happy with this because, you know, no Chinese bias on this panel, none whatsoever. I do think one of the things we're probably going to see is that when Puppey, over the years, we've seen it many times. You're like, what the hell is Puppey doing? What's going on? And then you look at the draft actually being played out, and you're like, oh, okay, we see. You guys mentioned that Armel going to have to pop off. He's going to have to do very well. Let's witness if Team Secret can enable Armel, or if it's going to be the Monet Troll Warlord that carries the game to victory for Team Aster. We find out with our incredible casters. We have Sunsfan, we have Kezu, we have some Dota 2 action. Take it away, boys.
In the last 5 years at least, there has never been a panel that has unanimously agreed that Troll Warlord will win a single Dota game in a series. Kezu.
Yes, thank you. That is a great point, and honestly, I will disagree with them. This is going to be the time where Monet Troll Warlord, he will carry them to victory.
What do you mean disagree? I just said they said he's going to win.
Yeah, there you go. Once again, English, not my first language, everyone. I agree with you guys. Well done, everybody.
What an amazing intro.
Well done, everyone.
So
welcome.
not only is the panel in agreement, but you, who thought that they thought the opposite, will actually agree with them. Congratulations.
Yes.
You've done it.
We're all very smart here. We can agree with the smart people on the panel. TI winner Carey, just giving me all the info.
All right, so now that the game has paused, which, as usual, I'm very happy with because we can talk about whatever, but I actually do want to talk about Dota just temporarily. Very temporarily, of course, depending on how long this pause is. Do you actually think Troll is good?
As a hero?
Yes.
No. He's very hard to make work. Like, let's be real. They covered some of the things already, like not being able to really control what you're doing. I would say this hero is a little similar to Luna in a way where the hero, like his strengths are the fact that you lane well, and you can be like a kind of a tempo carry that helps out your team, take objectives, you get like your 1, 2, 3 key item timings, and you try to go fight. And I do think that this is a good Troll game. He's also laning with Veno against Tide later and like some Pulse 4 Bad Rider, so he should be set up for a good game. If Troll is gonna win a game.
Okay, let me ask you more important. Okay, it's fair.
First Roche will be important, yeah.
It's going to be a meme for the whole tournament. I can feel it already. All right. You like tier lists.
Yes.
This isn't exactly a tier list, but is there, and I'm not saying that this spell is completely useless all the time, but is there a worse spell in the game than Battle Trance?
So it has to be an old, right?
I mean, it doesn't have to, but...
I mean, we can't really compare...
I mean, even... As a basic spell, I don't know. But sure, let's
Soulbind is
compare
pretty
all.
bad right now.
Because of the interaction with BKB?
Kind of. Like, I think Soulbind is hard to make work, sometimes it's just useless. I think Battle Trance, you can still try to do something good with it.
What does that even mean? You can try to do something good with Soulbind.
Sure, but it's hard. It's harder than with Battle Trance.
I don't know.
Okay, you
that,
give me
that
a
was a
riff,
good
though.
answer. No, that was a good answer though. I like how you're looking at the full Dota list of heroes to double check. That's the worst.
Okay, that's the ult.
I don't even know what it does. I don't even know what it does anymore.
You sacrifice some HP to give
cooldown reduction?
armor around and then like lower your cooldowns.
How's that bad? The hero is bad.
Dazzle is not played. Okay.
Yeah, but that's the hero's problem. It's not the spell.
Okay.
But these are good answers. These are
wow,
good
you're
answers.
real good. You have good answers, but
you're wrong. The point is troll. All right. So what is the? Go ahead. You have something very important.
No,
to
I'm
say.
just waiting for you to say something smart.
We're gonna be here a while. What is Troll's build then in this patch? Is it still Battle Fury? Can you? I mean, we did see a period of time where people were getting obviously Maelstrom at some point, and even Diffusal first item.
I mean, first of all, I checked, and there's not many people playing Troll. I don't know if there's some new
that's
tech
a shock.
build.
That's really
definitely
shocking.
shocker. I would assume you still just go the Fury into BKB, and that's kind of around the timing where you try to fight and like help your team. I think there's maybe some games and some builds where you play against some Medusa and you feel like maybe you can go some Diffusal and play faster, but I think it's just a classic Fury farm, get like a BKB or a Yasha BKB, and then kind of go with your team.
Very interesting.
Yeah. Very interesting build, of course.
For a very interesting. And the funny thing is, I love Troll as a hero, actually. It's just the
What
old,
do you
they've
love
really
about
done
Troll?
him dirty.
What do you love about this hero?
He's fun. He hits fast.
Oh, is it because you press R and you leave?
Yeah, I can get up and go
Oh,
AFK.
hope it's
and-
good. Hope it's good.
So now that we've talked about Troll for about 5 minutes straight, what are the other heroes in the game that you find interesting?
I really like the Venomancer pick, actually.
Okay, why?
And I know many people think, yeah, Venomancer's so boring, but I'm a level 25, whatever that term is called, master,
you need to
Grandmaster.
leave right now.
No, you be quiet.
Okay.
You keep talking about Centaur. You haven't done it yet, but I'm sure it will happen eventually in this
That's a
tournament.
good hero.
But the Plague Wards in this game and the slow overall and the vision control into like, what did they have? They had Silencer, Monkey King, and Bad Rider. So having more vision, like slowing down the bat that's running in, and like also nowadays Veno actually has good follow-up damage in the fight with the new ult. It's not like this Plague Cloud anymore. You just split on one guy with your ult. It's a lot of damage, it's a lot of slow. So you can actually go together with one of the spirits and get some kills.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, another great point. Thank you.
Yeah, that is a good point. And the Noxious Plague, as it's called, of course.
Thank you.
I mean, you can see from Secret's lineup, they're going to be kind of bunched up a bit, right? They have
Yeah.
a lot of AoE control. They want to be in a confined space, and Noxious Plague can bounce at that point. So that's, I don't know if that's that important, but that is something I wanted to say because you said I need to say something smart, so I'm just
That was very
throwing
smart.
one out there.
Thank you. My IQ just went up by double digits, so that's
Double,
great.
wow, goodness.
Yeah. But for Secret are very good at playing these Monkey King drafts where they have a very clear initiation into the Wukongs. I mean, they have Chrysalis who has like, no joke, he has more than 2,000 Monkey King games. So he's got to be one of the best Monkey Kings, which is another reason why they can pick it early, then still kind of keep it on him, and well, he and, you know, they all of them feel good about him continuing to play it. But they have a lot of single target stuff that they need to like team fight together, where you have Lasso, you have Global, like their damage isn't really fast. They have one real play. You try to go with Ravage into Wukongs or Lasso into Wukongs. And if that doesn't work, or Aster somehow can counterplay it, I think Secret's team fights might fall very flat very quickly.
I mean, they talked about this on the panel as well, but Monkey against the likes of some tree breakers should be a problem.
Yeah, but it's Crystallis.
Crystallis. You know, that's
Crystallis.
Yeah, I was going to say, Crystallis just sounds better. I don't know.
It's like listening to Avery cast Tofu. He doesn't say Tofu, he says Tofu.
Tofu.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just say
I
Tofu.
never actually noticed that. That's going to trigger me. Appreciate that.
I think we...
So yeah, how much of a problem is that for a core Monkey King? They can't be on the trees as much.
I mean, it's
Star
definitely...
Spirit's like an old school counter
Yeah,
this year,
it's... Whether you're carry or support, it hinders your gameplay a lot because you rely on the trees not just for vision, but to put you kind of into position in the game as we are in the game, Shannon. Well done,
Continue
everyone.
your thought. That's fine.
Well, what was your question?
Someone was listening.
It's important, yes. Thank you for the great
Even you
setup.
don't remember what you
Trees are important for Monkey King, guys.
Yep, that's right. Yep. Tree Breaker's big
Oh,
counter.
4 Midas is queued up, by the way. It's your type
that's a
of
good
build.
start. Yep.
Secret's win percent definitely improving right now.
Do you expect a Midas to come out for him, though?
No. No.
The only time I've seen that on Monkey King is when they're horribly
Yeah,
behind,
when they're
like they get
0-12.
stomped. Yeah, they get stomped in the lane or something.
Heroes that
so he's anticipating this.
I mean, yeah, he's getting ready for the 0-12, which is a great plan going into the game. Now, if we see a Midas on him, then I think they might just lose on the spot.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Well, we get to see the patented Sumail Storm Spirit, of course.
TI5 flashbacks.
Not even just TI5. When I think
DAC?
of Storm Spirit, it's DAC. The original DAC against, I think it was Vici Gaming in the finals. And he was feeding uncontrollably, left, right, and center. Every time he'd come to lane, he'd get ganked. 15-year-old kid,
and then he
just out of
everyone.
diapers. Just straight out of diapers into Dota 2.
Maybe he still had them.
Yeah,
That's
along
the
with
power.
the neck pillow. But yeah, he came back with a vengeance, and that's where his identity, I guess, as Storm Spirit
Where it all started.
was
with,
born.
With Papa Fear next to him.
That's right.
And now he's here.
I wonder if Fear remembers that in his old age.
He's old. Maybe he forgot.
So what do you think of this matchup? Very old school Storm versus Puck.
I think with the type of nerfs that Puck has received over time, overall this is a very farm tradey matchup, but I would expect Sumail to slightly win this lane. Maybe like some 60-40, 58-42% matchup.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do they have a way to kill Sumail before he hits level 6? Assuming that the Puck will not be level 6 first?
Maybe if Yamage finds a way to go mid with a Flame Break into Blood Grenade, there's definitely a way. I don't think we'll really see it. Mainly it's going to be through Coil or Global Silence. Like, this is by no means an easy Storm Spirit game. So Sumail, he's going to have to be cautious around all these spells and ults and just random stuff kind of clipping him on the outskirts of a fight.
See Sammy's cat getting bullied a bit by Yamage. I mean, Batrider is this hero where we were seeing a ton of games as support, and then a patch came out during Dream League that absolutely hammered the Flame Break move speed.
I mean, it looks like teams are still kind of playing it. Like, when you pair it up with the Blood Grenade, it's still solid. Also with the fact, he is very tanky as a support. He has like 800 HP level 1. He has very good HP regen. For some reason, this hero has 330 base movement speed too. So even when the spells get a little weaker, you're quite strong in the lane. As we can see here, he's, kind of chilling, trading, and overall having a bat in the game with a potential lasso and like dragging one. It's always a win condition that I think Batrider over the course of Dota will always have a place in the game. If he's just remotely playable.
Right. Yeah, it definitely offers some unique aspects to each lineup. Even though we saw Timber last series, we didn't really talk about the nerfs to him in this last patch. It's the, what was it? Is it E or F?
That was the E patch.
Yeah, the E patch.
The latest one.
Reactive armor, basically
it's like
nerfed at all
0.1
levels
all.
by 0.1, and then I think the Timber chain also lowered the damage a bit.
You appear to be right. 10 damage all levels.
I remember that.
5 movements.
I mean, how much of the... Do you think that's... For people that aren't used to seeing, like... I mean, this hero was first pick, first banned before this patch. Do you think this has a... Like, how much of an impact do you think it has?
It just means that I think the hero has a little bit of a harder time to go out of control and do as well in lanes as it does, because Timber wins or draws like every single lane. And I think that a hero is just too strong when you kind of get to do that, so it just makes it more playable for the enemies, like, yeah, just kind of not get stomped. This hero is still incredible. His damage is good, his laning is good, you have different item builds, you have different skill builds, and that mainly makes for a good Dota hero when you have the options. Right. Skaka taking some pressure. Blood Grenade.
Blood Grenade's going to hit as well. Chrysalis with that Jingu stack is up. Lotus will not be taken, actually. So Chrysalis will be able to snag that as well as the first blood. So a good start from Secret. There's another Jingu stack coming from Chrysalis. So talked about the issues that this hero could have, but I mean, he's going to be happy with this start. He has a CS lead as well on top of all that.
I mean, one of the nice things with Monkey against Timber, as opposed to some of the other counters, is that Monkey King has the sustain. Like, whenever you fight the Timber, you can just stand your ground and you don't really lose so much, whereas sometimes Slark and Ursus, they can lose the lane, because Timber can just fight back, you have to buy tangos, spend region, but yeah, Chrysalis, on his best hero, onto an incredible start here in the early game.
And something we didn't mention with the Timbersaw nerfs is the way that this hero is actually played in some games. They wouldn't even go for reactive armor early. You get like maybe 1 level max and then you just go for a Vanguard. So definitely like a change of pace for the hero. So the fact that you max out the Q and the W a little bit more often in the early stage means that you're nerfing 2 aspects of this hero that are sorely needed that hurts that build overall. So I'm interested to see if they change the build as this patch or as this tournament progresses.
Yeah, the QW build is just still really strong on Timber. It allows you to fight back, and especially with Vanguard just still being so good, even after numerous nerfs. You can get this ring so early on, you can get the Vanguard fast, you can still lane. So instead of, you kind of, it's like you're a budget reactive armor, but instead you level up your other spells so you can deal so much damage and just pressure a lot more in these lanes where otherwise, I mean, if you play defensive, you don't do anything to Monkey anyway. So this way you, again, you give yourself some options, which is great.
Yeah. Sumail early on, 33-3 versus Armel's 27-0, so a bit of a lead here for Sumail, and without any intervention, he will likely hit that level 6 first.
Yeah, it looks like he will be slightly ahead, working into the Falcon Blade, so helping himself to have a little bit of a damage advantage early on. This first active rune going to be very crucial. I would not be surprised to see like 4 or 5 or maybe even 6 heroes mid around the 6 minute mark. How about, yeah, all 10. Everyone go mid.
Wonder if that's ever happened in Dota. Kaka's gonna get pounced on here by Crystallis. Jingu stacks are gonna proc again with the Boundless Strike. Puppey gets credit for that one though.
Puppey's gonna be a smart boy in this game.
Yeah,
of course, he doesn't have them yet, as you need your W as Yamich.
That's true. Whirling Axis coming out from Monet, doing so much damage to Yamich, finds his way to the other side of the trees, but he's ticking lower and does finally fall to that Poison Sting. And FBZ now, he's in quite a bit of trouble. Gonna get netted up by Monet. Another Blood Grenade comes out. Wand keeping him relatively healthy, and it'll be enough for him to get away this time.
Still middle.
Shank onto Armel, gets off the Waning Rift. TPs are coming. Able to find that kill. Still coil preserved, and illusions are taken by Puppey, so essentially a deny for both mid laners.
It's the classic die around like minute 5:30 to 6 minutes into just TP mid and refill the bottle. So I don't think Yamich even feels bad about dying bottom. Amel's like, yep, seems good to me, bro, let's go. He's gonna go bottom, place a nice little ward in the Radiant jungle, pick up the bounty rune, and it looks like they might want to make a move mid. I feel like Sumail could be too tanky, like 1060 HP with a Fairy Fire and 12 sticks. Ooh, FBZ though.
Yeah, I don't think he's too tanky. Kraken Shell does activate, but the net comes out, and Monet will find a nice kill here. Armel comes in with the coil, but no real follow-up, and the Flame Break comes out, but it's not enough to bring Monet onto the other side of the coil. But he's still going to get pursued by Armel, and this should be 2 kills going the way of Team Secret. Eventually, this Venom will drop, and on the other side of the map, XXS gets taken out. So, big kill for Crystallis.
Oh, bottle refill.
Very nice.
Huge
so
move
3 for nada. Secret off to such a good start.
That was great. Armel just TP's bottom, right? Pretty easy rotation. Just drops the coil, gets a double kill. Yamich as well, gets a lot of XP. Now the Wisdom Rune, they get to refill Armel's bottle, so he can just freely walk into mid. And yeah, I mean, Crystallis is just... Look at his net worth, 4K net worth at minute 7. They're having an incredible lead in the top lane.
Yeah. See the replay in the bottom right, or the middle of the screen, that is, of course. Big one.
Very big. Have a very nice coil into the double. They tried for the flame break pushback, but of course,
doesn't matter.
No cigar. Monet.
That's not the saying.
All good.
Good attempt.
Stop
Good
questioning,
effort.
please. XXS gonna die.
Ticking quite low to the Arcane Curse.
Oh!
Wukong's command comes out. Sumail's not afraid, though. He takes out Puppey in turn. Crystallis out of mana now as Sumail just waiting it out. Crystallis will have to TP back.
Oh,
the Electric Vortex comes in, canceling the TP, and Crystallis still with the Jingu. Sumail actually completely out of mana, so he has to be a bit careful.
What a Chad.
Mischief from Crystallis, not able to find a kill, but all 3... Okay.
Oh, he has a passive Oblivion Staff, his backpack.
Kaka just barely lives.
What a Chad though, just mans up. But there's not many Monkey King players who would have their ult there, then stand their ground. So overall, I mean, again, there's a lot of tempo and pressure that's coming simply just through this top lane from Secret.
You know what's funny is that Electric Vortex canceling TP actually helped Crystallis.
It did. He just
now he can farm.
Sumail literally used all his mana and his TP, and he just got full HP on Crystallis as just going again. Blood Grenade.
Yeah, he's
very important.
Likely dead. And Crystallis on a killing spree. He is owning.
This is why this man's Monkey King is feared
I guess
throughout
so.
the world.
Yeah.
You should fear it too.
Speaking of not fear,
he's not
the
here.
Troll Warlord down here. He's going to
Ravage.
get ravaged up by FBZ, and Armel finishes the job as Secret dominating the early game.
Just making it look very easy for them. Armel just moves bottom. It's so nice for him because he doesn't really have to care about this top lane, right? Like Chrysalis and Puppey, they're just holding their own ground. They just keep murdering them there. Pikachu has screwed off to the jungle. He's like,
that
Monet.
makes sense.
Yeah, I need my level 6, man. You're on your own. He's got some good levels, though.
Yeah, this is the benefit of having a Veno
jungle
support. You can the Veno jungle role.
Very good,
That we
of
miss
course.
very much. I do miss the level 1 Legion
Ward.
Commander jungle.
Iron Talon with the level 1 wards.
Yeah.
Always very big fan of this play.
And Monet, his courier died that, like we saw, the cornucopia was on it, so he is going for that Battle Fury, but has no components in his inventory at the moment. We'll have to wait for that. 3K lead for Secret, though. And let's see Sumail likely wanting to get a bit active as the 10-minute rune is about to spawn. See which side it ends up coming to.
Secret have a lot of openings in this game. Like we can, even Chrysalis and Puppey are both joining down bottom. I mean, this bot tower is basically already dead. I think here too, FBZ has a Meteor Hammer. I really like this build. Helps you to like push forward in the lane, but then also you can later on connect your Ravages with the Meteor yourself. Now they're just gonna go back top, and Secret are having a very good hold on this game right now.
How many heroes can buy Meteor Hammer these days?
Maybe between, I would say between like 5 and 10 heroes maybe.
Oh, that's more than I thought, actually.
That's some OD, Tide, Quasvex Invoker, maybe. Monkey King support.
Oh, yeah. Everyone's favorite.
I'm starting to reach deep, but yeah.
Yeah, I think Tide...
Tide's actually very
Time
good.
and time again, that has been the item for him, and it's been unbelievably effective.
It's just very good, because what people love to do against Tide is like, oh, he doesn't do anything. He's just going to push in the lane, I'm going to farm the jungle, then farm the lane. But like this, he just takes your tower. And now you lose all the space as Monet. We see him like kind of fall back pretty far in the jungle. In Secret, with some of their spells on, they're going to have Global Silence. They're getting closer to Yamich being level 6 as well. And I don't think anything's going to stop them. They can choose where they want to go, drop the coil, drop their spells, Global Silence, kind of get a kill and back off if they want to.
And Yamich continue to get some nice stacks here. And eventually we'll go to, I mean, they could give it to Tide, I guess. I mean, that is one of the best stack takers in the game, but there's a Monkey King that will eventually be able to take it himself. Went for the Echo Saber build, so not going for the any kind of Battle Fury type build. Like, do you like to see this more active approach?
I mean, I kind of like when people play Monkey King like this. I would say it fits the nature of the hero. The strength of this hero is that he's such a strong laner, and he takes this advantage to push the game forward. I think Battle Fury, sometimes you can do both even when buying Fury, but I think Echo Saber into BKB or Deso into BKB, it really helps the nature of how you want to play this hero, which is in your enemy's face, and just progress the map with your team.
Yamich just hits level 6 now, so Lasso finally at his disposal. As I feel like a lot of these runes have been denied.
Yeah, Kaka got the haste, I think, minute 10. Now he has the regen, he has the tree dance himself to kind of just, move around, kill some creeps. Very chill game at the moment. I think there's a couple cores that are very happy with the state of the game, especially XXS, Monet, both kind of trying to recover. Monet trying to get his Battle Fury and then speed up the game. So I think it's kind of on Secret to try and look for a move on the map. As I said before, they have global. If they go on you, you can global get out if you aggressively go in. It's kind of like it's like an early game BKB. You pop global, they're all silenced. Makes it pretty simple.
Yeah, I can understand your point. And we have some Secret fans in the audience, of course.
Just like me.
Yeah, you're an ex-Secret player, of course, not biased.
Not biased
you
at
did
all.
get kicked, so what side are you biased? I don't know.
Yeah, I hate Poppy, actually.
XXS Timber Chain slightly canceled there halfway through with the Boundless Strike. Chrysalis continuing to pound away. But XXS will eventually live with another Timber Chain. He's going to be going for the pipe. And, I mean, I'm not sure what the timing for Secret that they're looking for. The mech, obviously, for FBZ is going to be pretty important. I'm not sure if Chrysalis is going to take apart the Echo Saber for an early BKB or just farm it.
Probably, yes. As they're going bottom on FBZ, he is very tanky, but no one's close by.
Battle Trance is activated. Has full control of his body, and there is the Ravage into the Meteor Hammer onto the Troll Warlord. As Yamich, he's going to be tanking the damage now, as FBZ able to get away. The lasso was applied to Sumail.
They're coming, though.
It's completely out of mana, though. They do end up taking out Yamich, but now they're going to turn their sights onto Sumail because he's out of mana. Ends up being a 1-for-1 in favor of Secret for sure. Support for mid.
Okay, still an orb.
Not bad.
Okay, actually it took way longer to do anything in its little play. I do think for Secret now also, they should be eyeing this mid-tier 1 tower. I think FVZ doesn't want to linger down bottom for too long. And I think you want to slowly Meteor Hammer the mid tower, try to close down the map a bit, because I think Monet is kind of chilling in this fight. As here, we see the Meteor Hammer with the Ravage, just kind of stalling out the fight. I mean, Tide is just so tanky against these high attack speed heroes. Like, look, Puppy, Chris is slowly coming through the gate to try and reinforce, and Sumail just has to kind of blow everything to get this kill. So, well, yeah, Secret are pretty happy with this little play that just happened.
Yep, absolutely. And Battle Fury, I believe, for Monet is being delivered. 14.5 minutes. Same as last series on the... Who was it? Was it the Ursa? No. Was it Ursa?
Shiro, Ursa, game 1.
Yeah.
Pretty much the same timing. Like some 14:30, I think that they're both looking at, even with maybe 1 or 2 deaths in the early game. Of course, they know exactly how they want to farm, as Crystal is kind of still chilling around top. I think this is what teams are getting a lot better at. Once you win your lane, you try to keep holding areas. So even though he's alone here, he gets to farm the lane, farm the jungle, then kind of, bounce back and forth with the twin gates. But yeah, I think Secret really have it in them when their spells come back off cooldown to try and speed up the game. I'm still with the believe that Aster are pretty happy with what's going on right now.
I mean, at the same time, Yamich as a support is getting a lot of farm on the bottom side of this map. And well, then again, so is the position 5 Vena for Mr. Siamese Cat. Like you said, everybody just farming to their heart's content.
I mean, this Solar Crest is a very nice item to buy on Venom. It's going to help you troll a lot, but Secret are getting some very, very big items. You mentioned the Blink on Yamich, he's close to it. Armel just got his. They have a Pavis on Puppy. I haven't seen this item. No, it's Pavis. Whatever, dude. And a BKB on Crystallis.
Crystallis, yeah.
I will continue to annoy you.
Yeah, so that, he did take apart the Echo Sabers, so we'll be going for the Ogre Club on top again.
There's got the mid-tower smash.
Yep, you're right. I didn't really think about that aspect, but with Tide, so many times in past patches, he'd come to this lane and just sit mid as this basically a wall, right? As Armel and company will be teaming up to try to take out Kaka. Glimmer Cape, keeping him alive a little bit longer, but Chrysalis is there to get the finishing blow.
Yeah, it's like, it gives Tide, again, it's like, it makes it harder for the enemies to kind of do anything as Yamich tries for a push.
Oh, the Horsey giving him a nice initiation. Global Silence comes out into the coil as well. It's actually going to be broken by Troll, so taking extra damage, but it's going to be able to walk away. And now Puppy's going to pay the ultimate price. FZ, though, in the air, he gets off the Ravage, and it deletes Sumail. Now XXS should be able to Timber Chain to safety, so 1 for 1, effectively. But again, Sumail dying. A little bit too aggressive from him.
It's a little hard for him to play into these heroes right now. Like, he would wish that XXS had a better game to maybe frontline more or deal more damage, because Monet is not really ready. I think XXS feels a little weird in this game maybe. As FBC, that was a lot of damage.
Yeah, that was a lot of trees for sure, but Crystallis was on one of those trees here. Boundless Strike onto XXS, another beautiful whirling death, is that what it's called? But he dies shortly after.
Well done.
Like, there's whirling axes, whirling death. There's a lot of whirling going on in this game.
lot of whirling. At least like 3 whirling spells in Dota.
There's a third somewhere. Think about that one for a minute.
Maybe Axe Spin, I don't know what it's called.
No, that's,
anyway.
That's counter helix. Good try.
I was trying to help you actually, but anyway. We have, so the thing with Meteor Hammer Tide is, instead of just getting to ignore him, well, if you ignore him, you're just gonna lose all your buildings. And sometimes when he finds someone alone, you can Ravage into Meteor. We've seen it a few times now, so, just a good item. I think it's taken a bit for people to kind of see it as Armel.
Another coil, Waning Rift now onto Sumail. He'll break the coil and will zip away.
Zip.
Nice play from him, but Yamich is on the other side with the Flame Break. Is it going to be enough to tick him away? Sumail trying to zip away to get the damage off, but he dies right on the footsteps of his fountain. Yamich will likely pay the ultimate price, but well worth it. On top of that, Siamese Cat dies on the other side of the map.
This is a busy jungling, if you ever give up a kill there, it's okay. Getting some golden XP. As now Chris is working into the Death, so I really, really like this build. I don't think there's enough people who actually buy Death on Monkey. It helps you with a lot of the things the hero isn't necessarily super good at. It helps you take towers, kind of helps you with Roche as well. Here we just see a good old little kill. It's just hard for Sumail to play this map right now. He drops very low, and now he probably had to just zip straight up to base. Like right here.
He's gonna
And
true.
we see that
hesitate,
-2.
didn't he? Yeah.
-2 again. Just gets dumber and dumber by the minute of the game.
Another death for Sumail. How many is that now? He's sitting on 3 deaths.
And Puppy sitting on 10 permanent intelligence.
Wow, what a god.
He's going to have a giga brain at the end of this game. Unlike the two of us.
That's true. He has a Pavis, and we'll be going for Glimmer Cape now.
Can you say it properly?
Pavis.
Okay, thank you.
Dictionary.com if you want to check it out.
I'm not Cinderin. So
Shout out to dictionary.com.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, nice initiation onto Mr. Siamese Cat. That's going to be an easy pickoff. And remember, this is a position for Batrider getting pretty damn good farm, so that early Blink Dagger really showing its worth. Kaka did get coiled. Wow. This seems to be a harder kill
He
than
dodged the
Scorch
Witchblade
did.
hit, by the way. I hope you noticed that.
What's that?
That's why I said wow. He had the phase shift on Rubik stolen and dodged an attack.
I saw that, yeah.
You did?
The one attack he dodged was incredible.
Yeah.
As Kaka working on a blink. That'll be a while.
That will, I mean, I'm just looking at Aster and kind of thinking, okay, what would I want to do if I'm them? And I think you need at least Monet to try and finish up this BKB. You do have a pipe as Crystallis. Hello, my friend.
Yeah, initiation, but the BKB comes out and the TPs are coming. He doesn't go off with Wukong's command, but I mean, this was basically the entirety of Aster as Noxious playing onto Yamish, attempting to TP out. That's a bit ambitious. Does draw.